Chapter 1. Long Aotian's Journey Through Time. The dark clouds gradually converged towards the center, forming a colossal vortex. Spiritual energies surged, stirring fierce winds accompanied by thunder and lightning, with shadowy silhouettes of two black dragons weaving through the tempest. The crowd was struck with terror. This man could command the very forces of nature. It was nothing short of horrifying. The man chuckled arrogantly, raising his hands slowly. As he moved, the vortex above spun faster, as if it could consume all existence. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, some individuals could no longer withstand it and collapse to the ground, spitting blood, while others experienced the catastrophic explosion of their inner cores. A profound fear blossomed in the hearts of the onlookers. They should never have provoked this madman. The man swiftly brought his hands together before his chest, and the vortex suddenly expanded, resembling a gigantic eye glaring down from the heavens, at the center of which coalesced a massive orb of energy. Should it strike down upon them, they would be reduced to ashes. A hint of disdain danced at the corner of the man's lips, his eyes icy cold. This stagnant and inept celestial realm was long overdue for a reshuffle. From this moment forth, Shun Fan would ascend to the divine throne and govern the primordial chaos. A flash of purple light engulfed everyone. Shun Fan slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of a crystal chandelier. He squinted against the brightness, regaining his composure. Had he traversed to another realm? Indeed. Shun Fan seethed with anger. He had been on the brink of conquering the celestial realm, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning that cast him into another world. Had all his diligent and meticulous training been for naught? He had promised to elevate his 137 beautiful confidants to the status of celestial consorts, pledged to restore the corporeal form of his white-haired master who found him at the foot of the mountain, and agreed to confer the title of Celestial General upon his subordinates. But now he could do none of these. Infuriating, Shun Fan pounded the bed in frustration, creating a dent in the soft bedding. A surge of anger coursed through him as he glared at the ceiling, his expression filled with indignation. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. If heaven sought to thwart him, he would obliterate it. Oh, but wait, his head felt a bit achy. He clicked his tongue and placed a hand on his forehead, feeling a large bandage covering a wound. Was the original owner injured? He surveyed his surroundings and noticed the room was adorned in soft pink hues, imbued with a sweet fragrance. This must be a girl's room. Calmly, he approached the vanity and caught a glimpse of a cherubic face resembling a cute steamed bun in the mirror. Shun Fan gasped in shock. What is this? Is this me? Do I look like this? His hands frantically roamed his face, realizing something, and quickly tugged at the hem of his nightgown. As expected, Shun Fan's vision darkened. His once strikingly handsome visage and chiseled abdominal muscles had all but vanished. In their stead was a feeble, delicate face and a slender frame akin to that of a fragile pup. Despair washed over him. Yet soon, he rallied his spirits, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. It was merely a minor challenge. He, Shun Fan, was never one to shy away from challenges. He cast another glance at his reflection, swiftly averted his gaze, and draped a garment over the mirror. In truth, he was quite familiar with this face. It had belonged to him during his youth. Round and pudgy, easily pinchable. When bullied, his anger was often met with mockery. Until later, when he fortuitously bound himself to a Long Aotian system, he realized he could no longer bear this visage. A future ruler of the world could not have the face of a steamed bun. Thus, he had the system transform his reward of an indestructible physique into a sculpted, chiseled appearance. From that point on, he successfully slimmed his face, transforming into a dashing young man of striking elegance. Now, upon seeing this face again, his emotions were tumultuous, for he could not shed the excess weight on his face. Abdominal muscles could be sculpted, but what of this face? Should he wield it in battle and slay his foes? That would surely send his opponents into fits of laughter. Just as he was spiraling into despair, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Greetings, host. I am a malicious cannon fodder counterattack system number 1414. I am now transmitting the original plot and the original owner's memories. Please hold on. Transmission progress, 10. Transmission progress, 40. Transmission progress, 90. Transmission progress, 99. The progress bar stalled at 99, refusing to budge. Shun Fan attempted to call out. System? No response. Well, it seems to be stuck. He couldn't help but feel disdain in his day. His Dragon Aotian system had never encountered such issues. Was this malicious cannon fodder counterattack system even reliable? Transmission progress, 100. Shun Fan was the malicious male supporting character of this tale. He had been pampered in the Shun family for 18 years, only to suddenly discover he was not the true young master of the Shun family. The real young master, Shun Qingran, was brought back, filling him with dread, fearful that his parents would reject him, that they would favor Shun Qingran, and that they might cast him away to a desolate star to fend for himself. Such fears morphed into a hatred towards Shun Qingran, prompting him to sabotage the true heir at every turn, striving to expel Shun Qingran from the household, thus retaining his status as the most cherished son of his parents and brother. The injury on Shun Fan's forehead was a result of the original owner attempting to frame Shun Qingran, only to accidentally collide with the corner of a table, leading to his own demise. So, was he reduced to being the prospective divine emperor turned cannon fodder? What a waste of talent! He scrolled further down the plot and found the true protagonist. The young master bore a striking resemblance to his youthful self. Despite being a scion of a wealthy family, he was maliciously replaced, cast adrift to grow up on a desolate star, enduring hardships. When he finally reclaimed his parents, he found them indifferent and uncaring, constantly beset by schemes and malice, not to mention being subjected to the torment of four men's forced affections. It was far more tragic than his own past. Wait, forced affections from men? From four men? What kind of novel had he tumbled into? Shun Fan scrutinized the conclusion, confirming he was not mistaken. The male protagonist was indeed subjected to the forced affections of four men. His expression soured as a straight man pursued by countless women. Why had he found himself in a story of same-sex romance? Moreover, he fixated on the words alpha, omega, and beta in the original text. What on earth were these? Sensing his confusion, the system kindly explained, "Host, there are three genders in this world: alpha, omega, and beta. Only beta lacks pheromones. Alphas are born with superior traits, excelling in intelligence, physical abilities, strength, and leadership, with ranks from E to S. The higher the rank, the greater the abilities. Alphas experience their heat cycles once a month, lasting 3 to 5 days, during which they may seek comfort through suppressants or by marking an omega. Omegas are delicate and exquisite, easily pregnant, and their numbers are scarce, also ranked E to S. The higher their rank, the more alluring their pheromones are to alphas. Their heat cycles are similar to alpha's heat periods. Note: an omega's pheromones can trigger an alpha's heat cycle. For personal safety, please ensure timely administration of suppressants. Betas are the most numerous, lacking pheromones, and are neither affected by them nor stand out in any aspect. After hearing the explanation, Shun Fan's heart felt colder than a sword forged in a winter cave for 10 years. He had traversed into a novel, into a story of male love, transforming into a delicate, fragile zero in a tale of same-sex romance. TAT. Chapter 2. Long Aotian calls his subordinate to attention. It matters not. What if he is an O? He is, after all, still a man. Shun Fan is certainly no ordinary individual. In time, he will dominate this world with his very being. Shun Fan's hands clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking ominously. He is determined to return in glory. Ding. Your fiancé, Gu Qingyu, is about to arrive. Please prepare yourself, host, and complete the task. Prevent Gu Qingyu from meeting Shun Qingran and gain his affection. Successful completion of the task will reward you with a beauty halo. I end the narrative. The Shun family believes that Shun Qingran has wronged Shun Fan, thus punishing him by making him kneel in the garden. Until Shun Fan awakens, he remains in that position for an entire night. Utterly weakened by chance, Gu Qingyu, visiting Shun Fan, encounters him, looking more fragile than the flowers themselves. From that moment on, an indelible image of him lingers in Gu Qingyu's heart. Shun Fan cannot fathom the connection between thwarting this plot and the rise of a mere pawn. The task of winning Gu Qingyu's affection makes him feel nauseous at the mere sight of those words. Is there a mistake? Must he, a grown man, seek the affection of another man? Moreover, who desires a beauty halo? What I seek is a golden finger. Do you understand what a golden finger is? A beauty halo enhances the host's attractiveness within a limited time frame. A rare tool for an uprising. You tell me, what uses beauty to a straight man like me? The system feigns indifference as a relentless task enforcer that Gu Qingyu is nearing the location. Host must complete the task immediately. Very well, he will compromise this once he is curious to see what utility this beauty halo holds for an uprising. Shun Fan steps out of his room, only to be greeted by a housemaid sweeping the floor, who approaches him with delight. Young master, you're awake. Please lie down and rest. I shall inform the master and mistress. In Onid, Shun Fan coldly rejects. The housemaid, taken aback by this unfamiliar demeanor, stands momentarily stunned. The path to the garden is not long, yet numerous servants inquire after his well-being. Each one he rebuffs, growing increasingly irritated, in the past, merely by maintaining a cold expression. Even the demon lord would accord him respect. How different it is now. Despite his insistence on being left alone, the servants chatter incessantly. Upon reaching the garden, Shun Qingran is kneeling in the direction of his room. Indeed, as the novel describes, he exudes an aura of fragility and brokenness, yet his spine remains resolutely straight. Shun Fan finds himself slightly reassessing this delicate man. He approaches Shun Qingran and commands, "Rise," with a vacant expression. Shun Qingran weakly pushes himself up. As he stands, Shun Fan's head gradually lifts. Not Shun Qingran, also an O. How is he half a head taller? Was it not said that O genes were inferior, that they do not grow tall? Shun Fan coolly inspects him and sneers. So what if he is taller? He is still a weakling. With such a frail frame, he could easily defeat 100 of them. However, he is not one to bully the weak. This Shun Qingran has committed no wrong. Yet his fate is indeed tragic that a sense of pity wells up within Shun Fan as he glances behind Shun Qingran. Noting the resemblance to a pretty boy, compounded by the presence of pheromones, an unfortunate state fraught with suffering, Shun Fan instinctively pats Shun Qingran's shoulder, sighing. This brother seems all too susceptible to bullying. Such a fate is lamentable that a sense of justice ignites within him. From this day forth, you shall be my little brother. In the future, Brother Fan will protect you, and you shall pay your respects later. Shun Qingran's eyes flicker, revealing a hint of curiosity. Shun Fan strides away, hands behind his back. After a few steps, he notices silence behind him. Upon turning, he finds Shun Qingran still standing there. Seemingly bewildered, he furrows his brow. This little subordinate is rather inept. Shun Fan approaches, his expression icy. Follow me. Only then does Shun Qingran move. Trailing behind Shun Fan, in the parlor, Shun Fan inquires, "Where is your room?" Without a word, Shun Qingran leads him to a small room, opening the door to reveal merely a bed and a pile of cleaning supplies. Shun Fan furrows his brow. This is a storage room, isn't it? He recalls living in a storage room during his own impoverished days, in far worse conditions. Yet he looks upon Shun Qingran as frail frame and pallid complexion. Can this person endure such dire living conditions? After all, he is now Shun Fan's subordinate, embracing a sense of responsibility as an elder brother. He calls for the butler, arrange for him a better room. The butler's gaze flits between the two, perplexed by the young master's sudden change of heart, yet he bows in acknowledgement. Then young Master Ran shall reside in that room. I will have it arranged immediately in rooms on the second floor. Shun Fan replies, displeased. The first floor is designated for guests. His subordinate should not be relegated to such poor accommodations. The butler looking down upon him. A glint of cold light flashes in Shun Fan's eyes. The butler, sensing the young master's displeasure, stammers. What does the young master mean? With a sweeping gesture, Shun Fan asserts, place him next door to me. His subordinates ought to be close, facilitating their service to him. Ding! Gu Qingyu has arrived. Host must complete the task immediately. So soon. Shun Fan shoves Shun Qingran into a room. Stay inside, observe carefully, and learn how your brother Fan deals with such a clown. Upon arriving at the Shun residence, Gu Qingyu sees Shun Fan standing in the parlor, a medical bandage on his forehead, his cheeks appearing slightly less round than before. He approaches Shun Fan, his gaze gentle, his hand brushing against his forehead. Does it hurt? Shun Fan is set on edge by Gu Qingyu's silky, smooth demeanor, involuntarily shivering. Gritting his teeth, he retorts, "Get lost." Gu Qingyu has never witnessed Shun Fan in such a state. His eyes narrow, his expression fierce. As he grits his teeth, his cheeks puff out, resembling a small rabbit that has been stepped on. The air of a prestigious family. No one has ever told him to get lost. Yet he feels no anger, only curiosity. He raises his hand, intending to pinch Shun Fan's cheek. Shun Fan deftly intercepts his hand, delivering a swift kick to his knee. Taken by surprise, Gu Qingyu collapses to the ground. Shun Fan pivots, twisting Gu Qingyu's hand behind his back, his foot pressing against the fine fabric of his tailored suit. "Those who touch my reverse scale shall perish. To dare covet the favor of the divine emperor is tantamount to courting death." Gu Qingyu, astonished by Shun Fan's audacity, struggles but cannot break free, and no one has ever dared to treat him in such a manner. His temper flares, and he releases his pheromones. Shun Fan's nostrils detect a sharp scent of tobacco. Overwhelming and pungent, flooding his senses, rendering him slightly dizzy, while the back of his neck begins to heat up. Damn it, is someone using sleeping gas? Sensing the grip on him loosening, Gu Qingyu quickly breaks free. Pinning Shun Fan down, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Seeing Shun Fan's face contort due to the influence of his pheromones, flushed and defiant, Gu Qingyu's senses are stirred by the faint, sweet fragrance emanating from Shun Fan. What was meant to be a harsh retort transforms into, "You have changed a lot." Shun Fan coldly smirks, a surge of indignation bubbling within. Excellent, this man has successfully provoked his wrath. Who among heroes has not encountered misfortune? When I reclaim my power, do not underestimate the youth. His eyes blaze with fury, each word meticulously enunciated. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not bully the impoverished youth. A true man should confront him directly. What skill is it to use sleeping gas? Such cowardly tactics, bah. Chapter 3. Long Aotian seeks to break off the engagement. Gu Qingyu furrows his brow, scrutinizing Shun Fan. Has he lost his mind? This new behavior is far more intriguing than his previous docility. What are you doing? The system screams in alarm. For an O to strike an A could be construed as flirting. What does kicking there imply? Gu Qingyu lets out a muffled groan, crouching down in agony. This O dares to kick him there. Heavens, Fan, what are you doing? Yuan Xia, upon receiving the housemaid's message, rushes home. Her astonishment. Not only is her precious son awake, but he has also assaulted Gu Qingyu. Yuan Xia dashes over to help Gu Qingyu, only to be met with the scent of an S-grade alpha's pheromones, causing her expression to dim instantly. Though Gu Qingyu is the heir to a prominent family and Shun Fan's fiancé, his brazen display of pheromones in the Shun residence is excessively arrogant. This union may have been a climb for the Shun family, but does not give Gu Qingyu license to act with impunity. Considering the recent projects of the Shun family, she suppresses her ire. Very well, she will pretend not to see this. Next time, such behavior will not be tolerated, dear fiancé. She restores her smile, helping Gu Qingyu to the sofa, then turns to Shun Fan, her tone carrying a hint of command. Fan, come and apologize to Qingyu. In the past, such a tone would have made Shun Fan aware that this was not a moment for defiance. Yet now, he merely smirks wickedly, regarding Gu Qingyu with disdain, his voice icy. I wish to break off the engagement. The tides of fortune are ever-changing. Once, the Shun family was in decline, and he, Shun Fan, was publicly jilted by his fiancée, Ida now. However, the tables have turned, and it is he who has chosen to break off an engagement with another. Yuan Xia felt as if she must be hallucinating. With a dazed expression, she exclaimed, "Have you knocked your head and lost your senses? Host, how can you fulfill your mission like this?" The system lamented, feeling as though its operational program was on the verge of being choked by its host's antics. Shun Fan held his head high, declaring, "Who wishes to marry a man? What I desire is dominion over this world. What a pitiful system, he scoffed. Steward, show our guests out. Without a backward glance at the bewildered expressions of those present, he retreated to his chamber. Peering through the crack of the door, Shun Qingran gazed toward Shun Fan's room. Her expression devoid of emotion, her eyes deep and inscrutable, lost in her thoughts. Upon witnessing Gu Chengyu's ashen countenance, Yuan Xia quickly gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Qiu, do not be angry. Fan Fan must have knocked his head and is not thinking clearly. You mustn't take his words to heart. Tomorrow, I will certainly bring him to apologize in person. The Ji Qingyu cast her a frosty glance and stood to leave. Yuan Xia was taken aback and hurried after him. Qingyu, surely you know how Fan Fan is. How could he possibly say such things when he loves you so dearly? Gu Qingyu's pace did not waver as he continued toward the exit. His expression still stormy. His long legs carried him swiftly, prompting Yuan Xia to break into a light jog to keep up. Frustration and urgency churned within her, were it not for Shun Qingran's shove. Fan Fan would not have hit his head and ended up in this predicament. Gu Qingyu's steps faltered briefly. The Shin family claimed to have found a long-lost son, but he knew the truth. This was the genuine young master of the Shun family. While Shun Fan was the imposter, it was hardly surprising that the true heir was overlooked by the family and targeted instead. Shin Fan had often confided in him, expressing fears that his parents and brother would favor Shin Qingran, and that he might also develop feelings for her. Was fear the motive behind Shin Fan's actions? Was his ploy merely a ruse to capture his attention? Very well, Shun Fan, you have succeeded, compared to the obedient sycophant he once was. Gu Qingyu found himself far more intrigued by the current rebellious persona. He was eager to see what further antics Shun Fan would devise to draw his gaze. Ignoring Yuan Xi's apologies and complaints trailing behind him, Gu Qingyu strode to his vehicle. Through the tinted window, no one could discern the faint smirk of amusement that curled at the corner of his lips. How pitiable, to resort to such measures to avoid being forsaken by others. He would wait and see. Host, what are you doing? That is one of the male leads. Instead of courting him, you actually struck him. And not content with that, you even kicked him. And now you want to break off an engagement? How will you accomplish your missions in the future? The system lamented, its heart heavy with despair as it incessantly chattered at Shun Fan. Irritated, Shun Fan retorted, could you possibly emulate your predecessor, the Long Aotian system, and refrain from incessantly pursuing men? I am not an Entong. I have no interest in courting anyone, but I'm a cannon fodder counterattack system if I do not pursue the male lead. How can I achieve a reversal? Defeating the protagonist and claiming the protagonist's partner is the essence of a counterattack. Shun Fan believed the system's ideology was fundamentally flawed and felt compelled to correct its misguided notions. What does pursuing men have to do with a counterattack? A true reversal should involve traversing the sun and moon, commanding the universe, and becoming the sovereign of this world. No. I just want to pursue the male lead. The system protested. Shun Fan stated firmly, you might as well give up on that notion that I, Shun Fan, will absolutely not bow beneath any man. Just watch. I will not only crush those male leads, but will also ensure that heaven no longer obscures my vision and the earth no longer confines my being. I demand that the heavenly laws bow before me. My system cannot be a useless entity that whines about men day in and day out. Do not present me with such tasks in the future, for I shall not comply. The system wept bitterly, its prospects dashed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. What on earth? Shun Fan was bewildered. How could he have completed a task after such a confrontation with Gu Qingyu? The thought of Gu Qingyu feeling pity for him sent a shiver down his spine. How revolting! He had already broken off the engagement. Surely this scoundrel did not wish to retract it. Rubbing his goosebumps, Shun Fan flashed a confident smile that it mattered not. Should Gu Qingyu continue to bother him, he would not hesitate to turn this scoundrel into a eunuch. Knock, knock, knock. Yuan Xia barged in, her face twisted in anger. Her tone accusatory. Shun Fan, what is wrong with you today? Have you truly damaged your brain? Having endured a torrent of grievances from Gu Qingyu, she erupted at the source of her frustration, Shun Fan. Do you have any idea how important the Gu family is to the Shun family? To strike someone, and even dare to break off an engagement. I thought you were sufficiently well-behaved and sensible, and that our long-standing relationship would ensure your place in the Shen family. But I never anticipated you would become so unruly. Have we spoiled you too much? Without the Shen family, you are nothing. How dare you break off the engagement with the Gu family? Do you think you have grown wings? Tomorrow, you will accompany me to the Gu family to apologize to Gu Chengyu. If you dare to pull any more tricks, even if I do not pursue the matter, your father will not let you off lightly. Chapter 4. The Dragon Aotian plans to run away from home after enduring Yuan Shi's barrage of criticism. Shun Fan sprang from the bed and stood firmly on the ground. You have reminded me. His gaze bore into Yuan Shia as he declared, I shall sever ties with the Shun family. Yuan Shia was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter as if she had heard the most absurd joke. Her tone dripped with scorn. You think you can sever ties with the Shun family? Shun Fan, have you truly lost your mind? Throughout his journey, Shun Fan had encountered countless individuals like Yuan Shia who belittled and questioned him that, in the early stages, he would attempt to defend himself. But as he encountered more of such people, he realized that their opinions would not change based on mere words. Only strength and achievement could silence them. The path to true strength was fraught with skepticism, and he was disinclined to argue with such cannon fodder. With his hands in his pockets, he strode past Yuan Shia. Observing the resolute expression on his face, she scoffed, Shun Fan, everything you possess now is granted by the Shun family. If you dare to step outside the Shun family's gates today, they will immediately freeze your accounts. Where will you find money then? Upon hearing this, Shun Fan paused. Yuan Shia laughed heartily, her mirth almost uncontrollable. You are simply spoiled and unable to recognize your own status. Her hand reached for Shun Fan's neck, delicate and pale, as if it could snap with the slightest pressure. This was the result of her considerable effort in nurturing him into a high-society tool for marriage. Suddenly, her grip tightened, her gaze fierce that, you think we keep you in the Shun family out of affection? Ha! You are merely a pawn in our scheme for a prestigious marriage. We would never relinquish you for a crude son we suddenly discovered. Yuan Shi's voice dropped ominously. Lock the young master up. Feed him once every 2 days. He will be released only after he admits his mistakes. The steward immediately stepped forward, gesturing for Shun Fan to follow. Shun Fan remained silent, retreating to his bedroom. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and he heard the sound of the lock clicking into place. Unperturbed, he sank into the sofa, exuding a languid air that belied any anxiety from the recent threats. Shun Fan fiddled with his terminal, a screen materializing in the air as his fingers deftly navigated to a specific page. This contraption was indeed fascinating. Upon viewing a series of zeros, he silently commended the original owner for not being too foolish, as he had wisely left himself an escape route. This page contained a bank account that the original owner had secretly established after Shun Qingran's return to the family, where he had concealed a sum of money to prevent the possibility of being cast out into the streets to starve. After checking the current cost of living, Shun Fan concluded that the funds would suffice for a lifetime of sustenance. But he, Shun Fan, was not one to settle for mediocrity. Gazing at the video displayed on the terminal, his eyes gleamed with determination. In the video, 2 mechas were engaged in an intense battle. Evenly matched, their sleek metallic exteriors glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, with their flawless designs showcasing perfect curves that I have fallen in love. Shun Fan mused, his hand slowly clenched into a fist as he made his decision. The first step in his journey to conquer this foreign world would begin with his enrollment in a military academy. He had watched nearly hundreds of videos about mechas, to the point that his eyes felt strained. Stretching languidly, he twisted his torso a couple of times and yawned widely. Although the Omegas in this world were inherently disadvantaged, there existed exceptional Omega individuals with genetic mutations, some even surpassing certain alphas in capability. The numbers were few, yet military academies still accepted Omega students. His gaze fell upon the recruitment video of the Royal Military Academy. Nodding gently, he thought, this is promising. It befits him. This institution boasted the finest faculty and student body, was renowned for its rigorous entrance examinations, and maintained the strictest of management. He recalled that the 4 protagonists in the original narrative all hailed from or were enrolled in this very school. What are the protagonists? He, Shun Fan, could easily trample them underfoot, compelling them to recognize him as their sovereign. Turning to gaze out the window, he noted that the night had fully descended, and the outside was eerily quiet. With the servants having finished their shifts for the day, that on this dark and windy night, as he sought to escape and chase his dreams, Shun Fan rummaged through his belongings, deciding which garments to take. Pondering if certain pieces of jewelry might suffice, ensuring his terminal was packed, along with suppressants and barrier patches, while dismissing the need for cosmetics. Upon completing his packing, he found his backpack filled to capacity. It was evident that the Shun family was unaccustomed to locking their doors. The bedroom was merely secured, while the expansive balcony and windows had been utterly forgotten. Their inexperience in such matters was rather laughable. He perched himself on the railing of the balcony, the cool evening breeze tousling the strands of hair falling over his forehead. It seemed he had forgotten something. Shun Fan returned to the bedroom once more. Sifting through his possessions, and after thorough verification, he concluded that nothing was amiss. Once again, he stood upon the railing and leapt down, rolling upon landing. "You nearly gave me a heart attack," the system exclaimed, though it had no sweat to show for it. What Omega could leap from the second floor and remain unscathed? Shun Fan, brimming with confidence, tossed his hair back. Had I brought my full cultivation with me, even leaping from the cosmos would pose no danger. Regrettably, only his soul force had accompanied him. Shun Fan leisurely climbed over the wall, exiting the Shun family villa. As he surveyed the opulent residence, his fists gradually clenched, a phrase rising from the depths of his being to escape his lips. Burped he had overindulged. That wouldn't he do. He needed a fresh start. He snorted softly, preparing to deliver his lines when suddenly a figure flashed through his mind that he remembered. He had forgotten his little brother. The new recruit of the day, fresh and unblemished, his first little brother in this world. It was his oversight as the elder brother. As long as this little brother followed him obediently without causing trouble, once he achieved his ambitions, the little brother would be a founding elder of the nation. Shun Fan activated his terminal. Recalling the original owner had previously added Shun Qingran as a friend, he located Shun Qingran in his friend list and was about to send a message when the system's voice interrupted. "Aren't you afraid Shun Qingran might inform on you and seek revenge?" He crouched in a thicket, tapping his fingers. "Let's test the waters first. Shun Fan, little brother, have you gained any insights today?" The cold glow of the screen illuminated Shun Qingran's face as he donned headphones, the screen displaying dynamic data. Suddenly, a message notification appeared, and upon glancing at the name, his speech faltered. Upon opening it, his expression turned somber. Chapter 5, The Departure of the Dragon Overlord's Little Brother. "What's wrong?" he inquired, noticing Shun Qingran remained silent. "Nothing, continue," came Shun Qingran's cool voice, laced with a hint of detachment. After their conversation concluded, he leisurely replied to Shun Fan's message. Shun Fan waited for a response until he had boarded a hovering taxi, assuming Shun Qingran had fallen asleep, when finally his terminal chimed with a reply. Shun Qingran, no Shun Fan, sat up straight, filled with frustration. With such potential, how can one not become great? One must be resolute. How can you protect yourself if you're like a dough ball, shaped and molded by others? He sighed heavily, realizing this little brother lacked the necessary resolve. Shun Fan continued typing. "Do you not wish to rebel against your fate?" Upon seeing the words rebel on the opposite side, Shun Qingran paused mid-sip of his drink. Rebel against fate? Could a person truly undergo such a transformation after suffering a head injury? He completely resembled another individual. He set down his cup and replied, "How does one rebel?" Shun Fan immediately responded, "Are you still troubled by the lack of affection from your father and mother? Are you still distressed by the enforced affection of alphas? Are you still disheartened by your own weakness?" Shun Qingran. Shun Fan pressed on. "Do you wish to break free from your current predicament? Do you wish to end these distorted relationships? Do you want those who have wronged you to pay the price?" Shun Qingran. Shun Fan, I offer you a chance to grow stronger. Will you accept it? Uncertain of Shun Fan's intentions, Shun Qingran focused on the phrase about making those who had wronged him pay. Wasn't he Shun Fan himself the primary offender? It seemed the other party was completely oblivious to his past transgressions, but he coldly replied. No. Shun Fan's brows knitted tightly in disappointment. This little brother was dreadfully dim-witted. Here was an opportunity to protect himself, yet he refused. The protagonist's love interest got to enjoy their affection without being as crude as you. The system interjected sarcastically. That's a rotten wood. Just like you, Shun Fan retorted. He angrily typed. Such cowardice. Today, I shall disregard you as my little brother, Shun Fan. A rotten wood cannot be carved, Shun Fan. I had intended to shelter you out of pity. Yet you show no ambition. Shun Xingran observed the barrage of messages, realizing he had never agreed to be a little brother. Watching the incessant notifications, he surmised that the other party likely wanted him to assist in opening a door. Shun Xingran, what do you wish to do? Shun Fan, now you wish to know? Too late. I am enraged, Shun Xingran. He disregarded it, intending to close the terminal when another message arrived. Shun Fan, you truly won't ask anymore? Rotten wood. Rotten wood. Shun Xingran had never felt so speechless throughout his life. He gritted his teeth. What do you want? Seeing him inquire again, Shun Fan believed the person was not beyond saving. He merely required further persuasion. This step-by-step pushy demeanor must change. Arrival at destination. Please ensure you take all your personal belongings with you. The hover taxi's announcement rang out, and upon glancing outside, he realized they had arrived at the pre-booked hotel. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and leapt from the vehicle. As he walked toward the hotel, he sent a voice message. Shun Xingran opened the voice message, noting the Omega's voice was sweet. Yet the words he uttered were, "Damn it, of course we're going to break free from our old ties, punching the South Mountain Tiger, kicking the North Sea Dragon, and annihilating those bastards, Shun Xingran." After completing the check-in process, Shun Fan tossed his backpack onto the bed and flopped down, the soft mattress bouncing him slightly. Not noticing Shun Xingran's reply, he carelessly sent another message. If you're willing, buy a ticket to W Star for tomorrow. He then switched off the terminal to wash up in the bathroom. But we're on Capital Star, the system questioned. Shun Fan, lathering with soap. Fool. If I disclose our location, what if he informs on us? What if he goes to W Star alone and cannot find us? Wouldn't he turn dark? The system worried. Shun Fan rinsed off the soap. No worries. After all, I intend to go to W Star myself. The autumn recruitment for the Royal Military Academy was in 2 months. Before that, he needed to scour the underground city of W Star for supplies. Moreover, prices in W Star were relatively low. He aimed to train there for 2 months in preparation for the entrance examinations. But what if Shun Xingran lays an ambush there? After all, you treated him the way you did. What if he seizes this opportunity to take revenge? The system speculated. Shun Fan donned his clothes. If he dares to do so, I will repay him 1,000-fold. Besides, the Shun family requires me as a tool for marriage. Even if they capture me, it will merely be a form of house arrest, allowing me a chance to escape under the guise of feigned loyalty. However, he may not agree to go to W Star. Considering the protagonist must follow the plot, the system inferred. Shun Fan reclined on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Before dawn the next day, he hurried to catch the interstellar ship, seated in his place. He opened the terminal to discover a message from last night. Are you going to W Star? Upon receiving the news, Shun Xingran hurriedly knocked on Shun Fan's door, but received no response. He then proceeded to the garden to check the balcony's direction. The lights in the room were extinguished, enveloping it in darkness. His inky black pupils deepened with contemplation as he stood still, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he returned to his own room. He activated his terminal, the code dancing at his fingertips, and his gaze flickered upon a red dot on the screen. This individual had indeed changed. Shun Fan, yawning, replied to his message. Yes, don't snitch. Snitching is for pups. Expecting the other to still be asleep, he was taken aback by the prompt response. Understood. Fan go. Shun Fan instructed. W Star, hurry. Shun Xingran replied. Okay. Pleased with his junior's attitude, Shun Fan nodded in approval, then tilted his head to catch up on some much-needed rest. The Shun family remained oblivious to Shun Fan's escape, as meals were delivered every 2 days, meaning they would not discover his absence until the next delivery tomorrow. Calm and collected, Shun Xingran packed his belongings, bringing only a change of clothes and some suppressants, before departing with a small bag. No one took notice of him, nor did anyone question his whereabouts. He boarded the interstellar ship to W Star, and soon received a message notification on his terminal. Shun Fan inquired. Have you bought your ticket? Shun Qingran responded. I'm already on the interstellar ship. Shun Fan asked. Do you have an excuse? Shun Qingran replied. What excuse? Shun Fan sent a voice message, which Shun Qingran opened. The sweet tone of an omega still voiced words that lacked sweetness. The humiliation of today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. The voice was resolute, brimming with defiance and resilience. How quintessentially juvenile. Shun Qingran replied. I will certainly remember for next time. Chapter 6. Long Aotian arrives at W Star. Shun Fan sighed in exasperation. His junior was still too inexperienced, having failed to articulate such a crucial phrase. Nevertheless, he rallied himself. Under his guidance, his junior would surely master the way of Long Aotian. The interstellar ship traveled swiftly, taking merely half a day to journey from Capital Star to W Star. Upon landing, he made his way directly to the hotel. His junior ship had only departed 3 hours later, and the route from the airport to the hotel took about an hour. He stopped by a convenience store to purchase a hat and mask, along with some bread, nibbling as he rode the hover car to the airport. In the novel, the Shun family's influence was confined to Capital Star. Yet one could not dismiss the possibility of them hiring an assassin. Thus, he kept his hat pulled low and his mask obscuring the lower half of his face, sitting outside the airport engrossed in terminal games. Appearing like an ordinary student waiting for a flight. After trying games like Planet Crush, Interstellar Glory, Interstellar Survival, and Love in the Stars, he found Interstellar Warmth to be far more enjoyable. The thrill of dressing up beautiful girls was simply irresistible. Watching his flawless battle score appear on the screen, he couldn't help but marvel at his own invincibility. An announcement crackled over the speakers. Attention all passengers welcoming travelers. The flight W1234 from Capital Star has arrived. Reluctantly, Shun Fan closed the game and approached the arrival gate, scanning for familiar faces. Shun Qingran, strikingly beautiful and tall yet not excessively thin, stood out in the crowd. He emerged with his bag, instantly caught Shun Fan's eye. Shun Fan did not approach to acknowledge him. Instead, he sent Shun Qingran an address to the hotel he had booked, which was 2 streets away, instructing him to wait there. Upon receiving the message, Shun Qingran swept his gaze across the crowd, but failed to locate his target. Remaining vigilant, he arrived at the destination and waited approximately 15 minutes before Shun Fan finally made his appearance. He casually draped an arm over Shun Qingran's shoulder and arched an eyebrow. Not bad. You came unaccompanied. After a quick survey, he confirmed that there were indeed no suspicious individuals present. Shun Qingran coolly brushed off his hand and asked, Where to next? Shun Fan nudged his side with his elbow. You should start by calling me Fangu. Shun Qingran replied indifferently. Fangu. What to do with such a dull junior? Never mind. He'd improve in time. Haven't eaten yet. Have you? Shun Fan produced a piece of bread from his pocket, offering it to him. Let us head to the hotel first. Then we can explore the area. As they walked to the hotel, Shun Qingran munched on the bread, and, after dropping off his things, Shun Fan led him out to explore the streets. He entered a shop and purchased the latest terminal, transferring all of the original owner's accounts onto the new device before proceeding to another store to sell the old terminal for several thousand star coins. With this, even if the Shun family tracked the terminal, they would struggle to locate him for a while. Delighted with his earnings from the second-hand sale, he waved grandly. Let us go. Big brother will treat you to a meal. Order whatever you like. It's on me. Seated at a small street-side eatery, Shun Qingran's eyes fell upon the priciest item on the menu, a stir-fried green fruit with tentacles, priced at only 3,000 star coins. He glanced at Shun Fan, who sat confidently as if they were in a high-end restaurant rather than a simple eatery, but he set the menu down. Fangu. ID like a pan-seared pork chop. Shun Fan shot him a disapproving look. Times have changed. We can't afford such extravagance now, he then called out. Waiter, I'll have a bowl of green fruit pasta. In this world, delicious food was scarce and the good stuff was expensive. However, Shun Fan had long since forsaken earthly desires after years of cultivation. A cheerful service robot approached, its bright voice ringing out. Sure. What would you like to eat, dear customer? Shun Qingran replied softly. Same as him. Okie dokie. The food arrived promptly, steaming hot noodles drizzled with a layer of green sauce. Shun Fan frowned as he mixed the pasta. Stealing glances at Shun Qingran, He noticed him eating the noodles coated in the green sauce with an expressionless demeanor, making it impossible to discern whether it tasted good or not. His expression unchanged. It seemed it couldn't be that bad. Taking a breath, Shun Fan twirled a glistening green noodle into his mouth, chewing twice before spitting it out in disgust. He had underestimated the horror of this dish. Upon entry, the noodles carried a faintly fragrant essence, but as they touched the taste buds, a sourness emerged. Not the tang of fruit or the sweetness of sugar, but rather the taste of pickled vegetables that had fermented for an eternity. Another bite revealed a bitterness that burst forth, distinct from the bitterness of bitter melon. It bore the astringency of medicine, pervading his entire mouth. Following, there was a sweetness unlike any fruit or confectionery. It was the saccharine cloy of industrial saccharin, the kind that could turn one's stomach. Accompanying the sweetness was a hint of spiciness, adding sensory stimulation that amplified the chaotic medley of flavors. Even though he was not one to indulge in culinary pleasures or be picky, he could not endure such a convoluted symphony of tastes dancing on his tongue. Observing the person across from him, who remained unfazed as he devoured the noodles, a sense of admiration welled within him. He conceded that this junior indeed possessed remarkable fortitude, a realm where he had faltered. Noticing Shun Fan's gaze upon him, Shen Qingran looked up, puzzled by the expression of admiration directed at him. The gaze soon shifted to one of concern, prompting Shun Qingran to inquire, "Is your sense of taste still intact?" Shun Qingran replied, "Yes." This prompted a sympathetic look from Shun Fan. "Once I make it big, I'll take you to enjoy some fine dining." Shun Qingran responded, "Thank you, Fan Go." Shen Fan gazed at the obedient Shun Qingran. A sudden sense of paternal responsibility washing over him, he patted his shoulder and assured him in a solemn tone, "Rest assured, with my capabilities, reclaiming the throne is merely a matter of time. When that day comes, you can have anything you desire," Shun Qingran affirmed. "All right, I believe in Fan Go." Shun Fan selected a hotel in close proximity to the underground city. The W-Star Underground City is an immense black market, teeming with the spoils of bounty hunters and treasures plundered by interstellar pirates, including mech parts and core chips that, in essence, the underground city offers goods that defy imagination. There's nothing they cannot procure. The auction in the underground city is scheduled to take place the day after tomorrow, featuring items that are inconvenient to circulate in the mainstream market, such as slaves, energy sources, and weaponry. Auctions are typically dominated by the affluent. Yet the underground city's event permits commoners to join in, thereby enhancing the atmosphere. Shun Fan resolved to participate as part of the ambience, to witness this world-s auction firsthand, and to procure some items to see if he could assemble a mech following the tutorial. Purchasing new parts would be exorbitantly priced, and even second-hand ones were not inexpensive. Thus, self-assembly was the most economical option. Given his aptitude, constructing a mech would surely be within his grasp, should he fail in his endeavor. He would begrudgingly resort to acquiring a second-hand model, and at worst, endure a period of frugality thereafter. Chapter 7. Long Aotian haggle Shun Fan led Shen Qingran to the underground city. Before setting off, they armed themselves fully, applying isolation patches and donning masks and hats. He had also purchased 2 black cloaks to drape over their forms. Initially, he intended to head straight there, but the system reminded him, the underground city is frequented by alphas, many of whom lack decorum. Encountering a beautiful Omega might prompt them to act upon their impulses. The underground city is rife with thugs, criminals, interstellar pirates, and bounty hunters, individuals with a tenuous grasp of legal boundaries, compounded by the inherent flaws of alpha genes, posing significant danger to Omegas. In Shun Fan's worldview, gender was merely a binary of male and female. However, in this realm, he accepted the notion that men here were predominantly homosexual. The mere thought of being forcibly pursued by such individuals sent chills down his spine, eliciting a wave of nausea that he recalled a character from the original narrative, the Imperial Prince Li Jinrong, who had purchased Shun Qingran at an auction. Shun Qingran's status as an auction item stemmed from Gu Qingyu's wrath over his defiance, casting him into the underground city without isolation patches. In his fear, Shun Qingran's pheromones inadvertently leaked, enticing onlookers, some of whom contemplated taking him by force. Fortunately, he was ultimately acquired by Li Jinrong, remaining by his side as a slave. Reflecting on these events stirred Shun Fan's compassion, prompting him to glance at Shun Qingran's backside, subtly adjusting the cloak to provide him with some semblance of modesty. Shun Qingran cast a fleeting look over his shoulder before nonchalantly averting his gaze. As they approached the auction venue, the underground city was bustling with activity. Numerous sellers spread cloth on the ground, displaying their wares, while those in better circumstances set up small stalls with neatly arranged goods. Evoking a hint of the vibrancy of former earthly markets, Shun Fan and Shun Qingran wandered aimlessly, overhearing a plethora of gossip. Tales emerged of a governor from a distant planet whose affair was exposed by his wife, resulting in a chaotic yet harmonious cohabitation among the three. Another story recounted a prominent family revealed to possess fabricated bloodlines, yet they feigned familial affection for the sake of profit. Additionally, rumors circulated about a celebrity and an idol coming out as a same-sex couple, jeopardizing their careers and finances, along with a well-known esports player who faced ridicule for inciting online harassment against a teammate during a live stream. There was also a claim from a prestigious family on Capital Star about reclaiming a lost son, though the truth hinted at a power struggle between two imposters vying for the title of heir, ultimately eloping together. Shun Fan and Shun Qingran exchanged knowing glances, recognizing that such gossip should not be taken at face value. Shun Fan approached a stall selling parts, picking up a chip for inspection, mentally querying the system. Can you assess the quality of a chip? Uncertain. It was indeed unreliable. He had no choice but to rely on the knowledge he had diligently acquired the previous night. The vendor, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed this chip was salvaged from the wreckage of an interstellar pirate's mech. It's a Class B chip with unparalleled performance. Shun Fan inquired about the price. The vendor held up a finger, declaring, given your discerning eye, I'll let you have it for this amount. Shun Fan responded, 100,000? Very well. The vendor immediately retracted his hand, incredulous. 1 million. Shun Fan raised the chip to the sunlight, arching an eyebrow as he pointed out a minuscule crack measuring less than a millimeter. Vendor, this chip is defective. Unlike other components, even the slightest damage rendered a chip unusable. A flaw, no matter how diminutive, significantly impaired its performance, thus making chips far more expensive than other parts. The vendor frowned as he took back the chip, squinting to examine it closely, and indeed, he noticed a slight crack along the intricate patterns. With a calm smile, he remarked, that minor scratch doesn't affect its functionality. Shun Fan returned the smile, albeit concealed by his mask. Vendor, that might work on the uninitiated. The vendor's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he scrutinized Shun Fan closely. Grinning mischievously, I couldn't deceive you. Emulating the vendor's earlier gesture, Shun Fan extended 2 fingers, 200,000, and that's my final offer. The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. 200,000? Not even for a dragon-slaying sword. Shun Fan stood firm. This chip has sustained damage to its microcircuitry. I'll need to invest time and effort to remedy it, setting aside the uncertainty of successful repairs. Who besides those of us aiming to experiment with mech assembly would be interested in such a flawed chip? The vendor retorted, it is still a Class B mech chip. Your offer is far too low. Do I not need to eat? 60,000 is my bottom line. Shun Fan replied, a flawed chip, even if classified as Class S, cannot compete with an ordinary chip. If you wish to sell it at high price, you'll have to await a fool to come along. Moreover, this chip is outdated, being from 5 generations ago. Are you not concerned it will become a burden? The vendor, now sweating, realized he had underestimated Shun Fan's expertise. Wiping his brow, he hesitantly offered, 200,000 truly won't suffice. I can't even recoup my costs at the very least. I'll let it go for 450,000, which is my cost price. Upon hearing this, Shun Fan unhesitatingly set the chip down. If that's the case, I shall forego the purchase. With that, he grasped Shun Qingran's hand and began to leave, just a few steps away. The vendor called out, hey, wait. I concede, 200,000 it is. Shun Fan's eyes sparkled with delight as he prepared to agree. All right, when suddenly, Shun Qingran tugged at his sleeve, softly saying, Brother Fan, I desire a holographic pod. Following Shun Qingran's finger, Shun Fan spotted several holographic pods stacked at a nearby stall. Holographic pods are devices for immersive gaming experiences, with new models priced between 500,000 to 3 million. While second-hand versions could be found for as low as 50,000 currently, the most popular game was titled Descend, a large-scale competitive online game simulating mech battles with an impressive 90% realism. He stroked his chin in contemplation. He possessed a mere 250,000 star coins, which needed to cover his living expenses, tuition, and various fees. Turning to glance at Shen Qingran, who had grown up in a desolate star and was now neglected. Clearly lacking financial resources, he realized that the 250,000 star coins must also account for expenses related to nurturing his younger companion As for Mechs. The academy would provide them upon enrollment. Thus, it would be wiser to conserve funds. Rather than spend 200,000 on a chip, he could purchase 2 holographic pods for gaming, as Descend could simulate mech combat. Dino not questioned his unwavering confidence in his admission to the Royal Military Academy. Simply put, he believed in himself. Shun Fan, brimming with self-assurance, turned to the vendor and cheerfully declared, "I'll pass." With that, he led Shen Qingran to the stall selling holographic pods, ignoring the vendor's murderous glare, and purchased 2 second-hand pods for exactly 200,000. Chapter 8. Long Aotian moves. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The auction is about to commence. I've heard they're selling mermaid bones. I'm particularly looking forward to the excrement of that ancient earth creature. Shun Fan and Shen Qingran arrived early to secure their spots, standing straight before the auction stage like 2 steadfast screws, resolute in their position, as the curtain of the auction platform gradually lifted. It revealed a sharply dressed host adorned with a rabbit headpiece. He grasped a microphone, his arms dramatically extending as he bowed to the audience. Esteemed guests, good afternoon. Thank you for attending the Underground City Auction. I am your familiar auctioneer, Mr. Rabbit. This opening line acted as a fuse, igniting an explosion of cheers from the crowd. Shun Fan regarded the smiling rabbit-headed figure, recognizing him as the auctioneer from the original narrative who presided over Shen Qingran's auction. He appeared to be quite capable, and Shun Fan considered the possibility of recruiting him as a subordinate in the future, casting a glance at Shen Qingran, who seemed to sense his scrutiny. Their eyes met. Shen Qingran's dark eyes betrayed no emotion as he stood quietly, indifferent to the surrounding commotion. Drawing from his experience of diverse species, Shun Fan surmised that Shen Qingran was far more complex than he appeared. Shen Qingran extended his finger, tugging at Shun Fan's sleeve. "Brother Fan, it's quite crowded." Shun Fan wrapped his arm around his companion's shoulder, pulling him closer. Was it merely his illusion, or was his younger brother truly the type to complain at the slightest inconvenience? Indeed, he remained that fragile little brother. It was high time he prioritized a rigorous training regimen. His sibling must possess a sculpted six-pack. Meanwhile, the host on stage continued to energize the atmosphere. The first auction item was a newly discovered energy crystal from an unknown planet in the Bodestar system, which is now under Imperial control. This item had been hyped up to 5 million star coins, sending the excitement to a minor crescendo. Each item was of considerable value, but when the staff wheeled out a cage draped in fabric, the crowd fell silent. Based on his experience, it was undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty within. He recalled when he ruled the Aotian continent and once won a bid for the last bloodline of the elven race at an auction. A creature so pure yet alluring, having been stripped of her dignity through training. Heaven knows the effort it took to restore her sense of self. The crimson velvet was drawn back. What lay within was revealed to the public, igniting an uproar of cheers that crescendoed with each passing moment. A few keywords to grasp the scene. Beast ears made, chains, delicate, enchanting. Shun Fan's expression remained impassive as he beheld the Garfield cat, clad in a maid's outfit, stretching its pink paws lazily, seemingly oblivious to the world's tumult. Was this a mistake? He yearned to shake the organizer by the shoulders and question their understanding of what an auction is meant to entail. For a black market auction to be shrouded in such mystery, only to unveil a Garfield cat with a grandmotherly visage, had they truly no better options? Even if a different cat had been presented, he could have joined the crowd in their revelry. Just look at that exquisite face, the fluff of its fur. Oh heavens, those rosy little paws were utterly enticing. Its every turn was captivating, making one want to cradle it close and inhale its scent. The host exuberantly narrated, nearly losing his voice, who will be the fortunate one to take this beauty home. Let us wait and see. The starting bid is 3 million star coins, with increments of 1 million. Let the bidding commence. 4 million, called one gentleman. 0.5 million, 8 million, 10 million, 10 million going once. Is there anyone else wishing to raise the bid for this rare cat? 10 million going twice. I bid 11 million. The system, aware of the host's confusion, kindly explained, due to the harsh climate, cats and dogs in this world have been classified as interstellar-level protected animals since 30,000 years ago. Amid Shun fans' speechless gaze, the Garfield cat, with an elderly face, ultimately sold for 27 million star coins. He pondered whether he would still have time to delve into biological research. Having lost interest in the final highlight auction, he pulled Shen Qingran through the crowd. As they emerged, the air felt remarkably fresher, for the myriad of complex scents mingled within had been an assault on his senses. Shen Fan inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to purchase?" Shen Qingran shook his head. "Very well. Let us proceed to rent a house." That he had already spotted several apartments online, and with the sky still bright, he could take a look. The rental manager was a robot, with a lively girl-esque voice. Upon spotting the two prospective tenants, she swiftly wheeled over, performing a graceful drift to a halt before them. The cheerful emoticon appeared on the screen. "Greetings, esteemed clients. I am your rental assistant, Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao energetically guided them to view the apartments. Shun Fan noted her wheeled movement and wondered how she would manage stairs. Just as he was about to ask, Xiao Xiao's two wheels extended, allowing her to ascend the steps with ease. Shun Fan closed his mouth, understanding she was akin to a polar rabbit. After viewing 3 apartments, dusk had settled. He asked his younger brother, "Which one do you prefer?" Shan Qingran replied, "I trust your judgment, Brother Fan." Shun Fan, elated, wrapped his arm around his shoulder and patted him twice, pleased with his progress in knowing to heed his elder brother's words. He nodded towards Xiao Xiao, boldly declaring, "This one." The contract appeared instantly on Xiao Xiao's screen, and after both signed, the document was printed from the right side of the screen. Shun Fan held the contract with a complex expression, realizing that Xiao Xiao's head served as the printer. After bidding farewell to Xiao Xiao, he instructed Shun Qingran to tidy up the apartment, then hurriedly transported their belongings from the hotel, including the 2 newly acquired holographic pods. Once everything was in place, he stretched luxuriously. Resting his elbow on Shun Qingran's shoulder, he exclaimed, "Come, brother treats you to some bread." Shun Qingran, still busy with the tidying, replied wearily, "I crave pan-seared steak." How extravagant, Shun Fan thought. Yet, gazing at the immaculate room, he relented. Considering it a reward for the cleaning, he booked a restaurant online and set out with Shen Qingran. After a hearty meal, it was already quite late. Shun Fan patted his belly in satisfaction. Since that disastrous meal of green fruit pasta, he had mostly subsisted on bread, but to his surprise, this synthetic meat was rather delectable, albeit pricey. Strolling side by side along the street, they ambled leisurely as if enjoying a post-meal promenade. Perhaps due to the W-Star inhabitants' health-conscious lifestyle, the streets were nearly deserted by 10 o'clock. Chapter 9. Long Aotian faced with provocation. Soon, they encountered a group of drunken revelers who staggered toward them, arms draped over one another. As they brushed past, Shun Fan assumed it was just a casual encounter, but unexpectedly, the 4 men turned and encircled them. The portly alpha let out a lewd whistle, his expression utterly lascivious. Well, look at these 2 lonely beauties." Shun Fan's face darkened. How bold of them to provoke him. They were in for a world of trouble. The alpha, momentarily taken aback by Shun Fan's imposing demeanor, chuckled heartily, nudging his leaner companion. "Look, we have a little firecracker here." He leaned in closer to Shun Fan, his flabby face sagging, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and the stench of cheap alcohol wafted from him. He leered at Shun Fan. "What pheromones are you packing, little beauty? Let big brother have a whiff." Shun Fan's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. The next moment, his fist struck the pig-like alpha squarely in the face. With a cry, the alpha crumpled to the ground, his flesh quivering from the impact. The other 3 thugs rushed to assist him, while the alpha's face quickly swelled and reddened, resembling a grotesque pig's head. Anger ignited in his eyes as he unleashed his pheromones. The other three, sensing the aggressive pheromones, frowned in discomfort. The pig-headed alpha glared at Shun Fan defiantly, his gaze filled with vulgarity. The rancid aroma of his pheromones permeated the air, enveloping Shun Fan in a nauseating haze. He felt as though he were submerged in a vat of grease, the very air cloying against his skin. An unsettling sensation crept up the back of his neck. But he suppressed the urge to retch, swinging his fist once more toward the pig-headed alpha's face. The alpha spat saliva, his disbelief palpable as he stared at the round-faced Omega before him. How could this Omega resist his pheromonal dominance and still retaliate? Clumsily, the alpha scrambled to his feet, flailing his limbs to strike Shun Fan, only to be sent flying by a swift kick. He soared through the air, landing 3 meters away, spewing a fountain of vomit onto the pavement, some splattering onto his companions. The mingled stench of alcohol, food remnants, and gastric acid was utterly revolting, affecting all present. The 3 thugs, splattered with vomit, immediately clutched the walls, retching violently. Shun Fan, too, felt the nausea rising within him, swiftly pulling Shun Qingran away from the scene. Were it not for the overwhelming disgust, he would have relished the chance to beat the 4 men soundly. After sprinting halfway down the street, they collided with an individual emerging suddenly from an alley. Both parties fell to the ground, and as the stranger prepared to voice his anger, he froze upon recognizing the 2 exquisite Omegas before him, his fury dissipating instantly. Surely, the heavens had seen fit to send him 2 companions after his prolonged solitude. He offered a smile and extended his hand to them. "My sincerest apologies. I wasn't watching where I was going. Did I hurt you?" However, neither Omega acknowledged his outstretched hand, instead rising independently and brushing past him. As they walked by, the night breeze carried a sweet aroma exclusive to Omegas, filling his nostrils. He inhaled deeply, his expression darkening. Why did they bear the scent of another alpha? His face soured as he glared at their retreating figures, spitting in disdain. What pretentiousness! He hastily pursued them, blocking their path with a lewd grin. "So, you just finished entertaining an alpha? Care to have some fun with me too?" He released his pheromones, a musty odor reminiscent of a damp barn, his confidence radiating. "What do you think? Am I not more alpha than your previous guest?" Shun Fan regarded him with the same disdain one reserved for the deceased, and without further ado, charged at him, unleashing a flurry of strikes aimed at his glands, eliciting a chorus of pained cries. How can Omega be so violent? He completely unleashed his pheromones, intending to overpower the Omega beneath him. However, the more he released, the more fiercely the Omega retaliated. Using both hands and feet, he attempted to crawl away from this demon, but was dragged into a nearby alley by Shun Fan, who seized his legs. A pitiful and hoarse scream echoed from the dark alley, elongated infinitely under the heavy night. Eventually, Shun Fan, panting heavily, ceased his actions, placing a foot on the chest of the battered and dazed alpha, his expression cold and his tone sharp. Have you ever heard that when the Emperor of Fan is enraged, blood flows for miles? After speaking, he ground his foot down twice with force. The alpha let out a series of incoherent cries, unintelligible to anyone. Shun Fan withdrew his foot and left, pulling along the unresponsive Shun Qingran. Shun Qingran's gaze fell on the hand gripping his wrist, delicate and pale, almost fragile, yet powerful enough to deliver a blow that sent the opponent reeling. Due to the act of fighting, the knuckles had turned a vibrant red, exuding a hint of pitifulness as his eyes traveled up the arm. He noticed the slight tremor of Shun Fan's facial flesh as he walked, reminiscent of a leaf gently touching the surface of water, creating ripples. He thought of the vigorous motions made during the fight. Shun Fan's face quaking like an angry rabbit, soft and springy. This appearance clashed with Shun Fan's current demeanor, especially during combat, as his round face could easily mislead one into thinking his punches were equally soft. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Shun Qingran would never have believed he possessed the capability to take down an alpha. Shun Qingran continued to scrutinize Shun Fan's face for a moment longer, the sweet scent of strawberry milkshake permeating the air. His glands had been injured, rendering the alpha pheromones ineffective. He found the scent of this group of alphas quite foul, in stark contrast to the more palatable odors of most omegas. He extended his index finger slowly toward Shun Fan, calling out, "Fan Gu." Shun Fan turned at the sound, his face punctured by Shun Qingran's finger, creating a small indentation, but he instantly exploded in anger. Raising his hand to deliver a sharp blow to Shun Qingran's head, Shun Qingran, wincing in pain, cradled his head, tears welling in his eyes, his voice tiny. "Fan Gu, I'm sorry." Shun Fan's face darkened. He despised it when others mocked his round face, as it reminded him of the shadows of ridicule from his past. Yet, seeing Shun Qingran's pitiable expression, he feared that another punch would leave his little brother incapacitated. The merits and misfortunes of his little brother flashed through his mind. Diligent in work, obedient, and tragically bullied, his anger subsided slightly as he spoke coldly. "Don't you dare target my face. I will undergo plastic surgery sooner or later." Shun Qingran observed Shun Fan. Clearly incensed, he stepped down the stairs, grasping Shun Fan's sleeve with his left hand, softly saying, "I'll one-t do again." Fan Gu. Chapter 10. Long Aotian's heat period. Shun Fan rushed back to his room. Locking the door behind him and leaving Shun Qingran in the living room, he gasped for breath, frantically rummaging through drawers. His eyes gradually revealing a murderous intent. Those damned alphas. One day, he would castrate every alpha in the galaxy. For the first time, Shun Fan experienced the potency of alpha pheromones. Despite finding them repulsive, his body reacted. He could only retaliate against the genetic suppression due to his soul power. It felt as if he were not in his bedroom, but in a sauna, drenched in sweat and heat. He could barely lift his hand and recalled bringing suppressants with him. Where were they? His consciousness became increasingly foggy, the humidity and temperature in the sauna rising further. The system, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed, "The suppressants are beneath your arm." "What?" He thought he heard the system's voice. Shun Fan furrowed his brow, whispering, "What?" The system, in a panic, continued, "The window is open. Shun Fan's pheromones are drifting out. Who knows if an alpha will come crashing in? Wake up! The suppressants are right under your arm." Shun Qingran, standing in the living room, caught the scent of strawberry milkshake that he knocked on the door. "Fan Gu, do you need help?" The system seemed to see a savior. "Yes. Yes. Male lead. Hurry in." Unfortunately, Shun Qingran could not hear its pleas. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The door was pounded relentlessly. The system, alert, focused on the door, shouting, "Shun Fan, wake up!" Bang! The door burst open. Shun Qingran stood at the threshold. A strong wave of strawberry milkshake sent crashing over him. He saw Shun Fan sprawled on the bed like a puddle of slime, clutching the straps of his backpack, his clothes soaked with sweat, the fabric riding up to reveal a slender waist. He walked over to close the window, then returned to his room to retrieve a suppressor and injected it into Shun Fan's arm. Shun Qingran also produced a barrier spray and began to spray it into the air. The sweet scent of strawberry milkshake gradually faded. He leaned down, brushing aside the damp strands of hair clinging to Shun Fan's forehead, then lightly poked his cheek with his index finger. The touch was delightful. Though his temper was explosive, that it seemed the best time to sneak in a few playful gestures while Shun Fan was in a daze. Shun Qingran pinched him again, then lifted Shun Fan and placed him back on the bed. He dampened a towel and began to wipe the sweat from Shun Fan's face. Throughout, his expression remained neutral, as if he were not caring for a person, but merely tending to an insignificant object. He took Shun Fan's hand, the towel gliding through the spaces between his fingers, the redness from the earlier fight still lingering. He hesitated for a moment. "What are you doing?" Shun Fan slowly began to wake, opening his eyes to find Shun Qingran touching his hand, sending goosebumps racing over him, and he instinctively kicked his little brother away. He was aware that he was in a heat period. What was Shun Qingran's intention? This was his little brother, who had yet to take an oath of brotherhood. Yet here Shun Qingran was, taking advantage of him. Tempted by his body, Shun Qingran clutched his chest, struggling to sit up, glancing up at Shun Fan with a slightly pitiful expression. "I was wiping Fan Gu's sweat. It was me who injected the suppressants earlier." Shun Fan shifted his shoulders, feeling significantly better. Guilt surged within him as he pulled back the covers, ready to assist Shun Qingran. But unexpectedly, Shun Qingran, weak as he was, stood up and blocked his path, his eyes tinged with red as he gently said, "I'm fine. I merely received a kick from Fangu while looking after him." "Fangu just went through a heat period. You should rest more. I'll continue taking care of you." Shun Fan wished he could punch himself. Shun Qingran was caring for him. And what had he done? He had kicked Shun Qingran. How could someone as frail as him endure such a blow? He felt utterly wretched. Shun Fan lamented, "It's my fault. Come here. Let me see if you have any bruises." Shun Qingran's expression froze, and he subtly changed the subject. How did Fanga suddenly enter a heat period? Shun Fan's face darkened, furious. "Isn't it because of those damn alphas?" He began to understand. Pheromones were like an indescribable drug, capable of igniting desires in beings of varying attributes upon release. Yet, he remained furious. Why could alphas remain unaffected or even grow stronger while omegas could only feel their bodies weaken? Sapped of energy, his gaze softened as he looked at Shun Qingran, realizing that he had chosen a remarkable little brother. Not only was he not a rival, but he also remained calm and collected while caring for him, diligent in his work. The more he observed, the more satisfied he became, and Shun Fan smiled warmly. "Tomorrow, brother will treat you to a meal. Order whatever you wish." Shun Qingran's eyes twinkled. Thank you, Fangu." Shun Fan's nose twitched as he caught the lingering scent of strawberry milkshake in the air. A scent he had also encountered in the Shun family's bedroom. "Could be, did you order milk tea?" Shun Qingran shook his head. "Strange, then what was this scent?" Shun Fan mumbled softly. "It's the scent of your pheromones," Shun Qingran replied. Shun Fan. "What do you mean?" His pheromones had this scent. He inhaled deeply several times, confirming it was indeed the sweet aroma of strawberry milkshake, and felt his entire persona shatter. Once, he was the invincible Long Aotian, revered by all as the Emperor of Fan. Now, he was merely an omega with a round face and the scent of strawberry milkshake pheromones. Although still a man, in this world filled with male counterparts, he was the one being toyed with that he could tolerate the round face. Once he had money, he would undergo surgery. But this pheromone scent, what on earth was going on? Noticing Shun Fan suddenly appeared deeply affected, Shun Qingran asked, "Can the glands be removed?" His eyes flickered as he responded. "Removing the glands would greatly harm the body. It is advisable to retain them." Shun Fan deflated rapidly, feeling utterly defeated. Shun Qingran, puzzled by Shun Fan's sudden despondency, inquired, "What is wrong?" "Fangu." Shun Fan suddenly seized his hand, his gaze intense. "What scent is your pheromone?" Shun Qingran obediently replied, "The scent of green bamboo." Shun Fan, skeptical, insisted, "I don't believe it. Let me smell it." Although the original text mentioned the fragrance of Shun Qingran's pheromones, he was determined to experience it personally. Shun Qingran's gaze dimmed slightly as he released a hint of pheromones. The faint aroma of fresh bamboo wafting to Shun Fan's nostrils, crisp, cool, and pleasantly fragrant. Shun Fan's resentment surged instantly. Being an omega himself, he could accept that Shun Qingran surpassed him in rank, but why did his pheromones have to be so much more normal? He was unwilling to accept it. Clenching his fists in frustration, Shun Fan looked up at the ceiling, his tone resolute and defiant, born with a rebellious spirit. "If you want me to concede, I simply will not." Shun Qingran replied. Chapter 11. Long Aotian plays a game since that night. A rumor had spread through the underground city that after nightfall, a pervert disguised as an omega would tempt alphas and drag them into alleys, leaving them incapacitated for days. Therefore, all alphas were warned not to venture out at night, lest they encounter this pervert. "Humph, I am the pervert. Why should I fear another?" an alpha declared, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his tone brimming with bravado. "Tonight, I shall venture out and show him who the true pervert of Planet W is." The alpha beside him chimed in, "That must be you, when it comes to perversion. If you say second, who would dare claim first?" The smoking alpha grinned widely, leaning back in his chair, the smoke rings escaping his lips in tandem with his laughter. "So you are a pervert. Let us break up." At that moment, an omega stormed over and slapped the alpha, then turned on his heel without a hint of mercy. The alpha, initially stunned, quickly recognized the omega and lost all his previous bravado. Hastily chasing after him, bent over in a futile attempt at justification. Shun Fan handed a pile of bread to Shen Qingran, cautioning, "It's best not to go out lately. Be wary of perverts." Shun Qingran, cradling the nearly overflowing loaves, inquired, "Does this mean we can only eat bread from now on?" Shun Fan grabbed another stack of bread, replying, "Of course, we can still order takeout, just that we must make do with the taste of bread." After completing their shopping, the two returned home. Shun Fan looked at Shun Qingran earnestly. "Are you ready?" Shun Qingran affirmed, "I am ready." Shun Fan nodded solemnly and immediately entered the holographic chamber. Descend was the most popular holographic game of the moment. Shun Fan had watched player videos and live streams from streamers, gaining a certain understanding of the game's mechanics. Set against a backdrop of interstellar pollution, this game focused on mech battles, featuring both PvE and PvP modes. PvE primarily revolved around dungeon challenges, with bosses mainly consisting of alien insectoids and pollution sources. Clearing these granted materials to enhance mechs, PvP centered on real player combat, divided into 1v1, 3v3, 5v5, and Battle Royale modes. The game also catered to casual players, featuring a homestead system where players could establish new bases after clearing pollution sources, engaging in construction, farming, and pet-raising activities. During account creation, players could customize their appearance to their liking. Shun Fan's expression was intensely focused, as if he were not merely playing a game, but waging battle. Height: 188.88 cm. Face: sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Chiseled features. Physique: 8-pack abs and bulging biceps. Shun Fan gazed at his imposing in-game avatar, nodding in satisfaction. Next came the name selection. Shun Fan pondered for a moment before confidently typing. Arrogant Fan Emperor. He pressed the login key, transforming his avatar into the customized version. The tutorial was straightforward, consisting of operational guidance and mech combat techniques. After completing the tutorial, the scene before him gradually morphed into the game lobby. Excitement bubbled within him as he observed his surroundings. Although he had seen numerous videos on StarNet, being immersed in the scene unfolded an entirely different vista. The lobby was constructed from otherworldly crystalline materials, exuding a high-tech ambience. Various electronic creatures floated in midair, and the west wall was transparent, displaying flowing code akin to a screen. While behind it, various alien creatures attacked the wall, seemingly attempting to break through and tear apart those inside. Everyone had grown accustomed to the spectacle, except for Shun Fan, the small dog for the cultivation realm, who gazed around with curiosity, wandering and pausing. After circling the lobby, he felt his sense of novelty had nearly waned, eagerly clicking into the combat page to initiate a 1v1 match. The 1v1 arena was a large floating disc, designed to resemble a military academy's mech training ground. This game could be described as a national pastime in holographic gaming, with hardly any new users, and it required real-name verification, allowing only one account per person. This led to new players encountering others who were not necessarily beginners, even if they were in the same tier. Those still within this tier were either PvE players uninterested in PvP, casual gamers, or players like Shun Fan as opponent, who, despite their impressive equipment, were woefully unskilled. With a record of 634 matches and a win rate of 14, he had reached a level where passers-by could not help but remark on his poor skills. Starting accounts only had access to the most basic E-class mechs, while his opponent wielded a C-class mech. Defeating an E-class was a mere formality. This win rate was likely achieved by preying on novices. Perhaps having never encountered such an inept player, Shun Fan fell silent. As the countdown reached 0, he charged forward, the magazine on his mechanical arm opening to launch 4 small missiles aimed at the energy core of his opponent's chest. The adversary immediately activated their shield, successfully blocking his attack. Subsequently, the vehicle mounted on the back of the mech ascended, its cannon aimed at Shun Fan, firing 2 particle shells which he narrowly evaded with a swift sidestep. However, the 2 particles exploded upon hitting the ground, splitting into 2 tracking particles that struck his mechanical arm. The defensive capacity of an E-class mech against a C-class attack was roughly equivalent to 5. At full percentage, that was 100, but just 2 split particles could incapacitate an entire mechanical arm. Watching his smoking arm, Shun Fan's gaze sharpened as he rapidly dashed behind his opponent, activating the cannon on his mechanical arm. He unleashed a barrage of bullets at the enemy mech, but the bullets merely ricocheted off the metal exterior with no discernible damage. The opponent's reaction was sluggish. Upon realizing that Shun Fan's attacks were utterly ineffective, they could hardly be bothered to activate their shield. The C-Class mech's defense system was sufficient to withstand the E-Class's onslaught. The cannon mounted on the back of his mech reconfigured, the serrated barrel spinning open to unleash 2 beams of laser. The lasers were a cluster-type attack, moving in a straight line without the capability to curve, relying entirely on the operator's skill for evasion, making them easier to dodge than tracking missiles. Shun Fan darted around the arena, the lasers carving deep fissures into the ground. He had intended to wait for the opponent to exhaust their laser energy before counterattacking, but as he observed the 2 laser-firing cannons, an idea surged in his mind. If he blocked the barrels, would the enemy's mech explode? Shun Fan raised his mechanical arm, his gaze fixed on the crosshair on the screen in the control room, and pressed the launch button. A small missile shot towards his opponent's cannon. Upon contact with a laser, the missile detonated. Shun Fan thought, "I was careless. I didn't expect it to be ineffective." Perhaps realizing Shun Fan's intent, the opponent ceased firing lasers and switched to bullet attacks. The enemy's mech resembled a gigantic Gatling gun, incessantly firing at Shun Fan. A barrage of bullets rained down upon him, leaving him no time to evade. His mech was pierced, and the control room screen flashed red. Emblazoned with a large warning in crimson letters that a shrill alarm blared, and the intelligent AI voice repeatedly issued warnings. Alert! Mech energy shield has been destroyed. Defense reduced by 32. Alert! Mech reactive armor damaged. Agility reduced by 49. Alert! Mech armor system compromised. Defense reduced by 43. Alert! Chapter 12. Long Aotian triumphant. The health bar above plummeted rapidly, nearly reaching its limit. The situation was dire. Shun Fan gazed at the bullets being fired from across the battlefield and pressed the button for his subordinate. He detached the disabled mechanical arm, using it as a shield to deflect some of the incoming attacks. The brief respite he secured was fleeting, yet sufficient for him to evade to the side. The offensive capabilities of an E-Class mech were limited, relying primarily on small missiles and bullets, with a stockpile far less than that of higher-tier mechs. However, one aspect remained constant. The higher the class of the mech, the more inclined it was towards ranged combat. After all, no one would wish to engage in close quarters with a mech constructed of military-grade metal wielding weapons in hand, which is why, aside from the E-Class mechs that still retained more primitive melee weapons, the others leaned significantly toward remote operational capabilities. Ranged and melee combat often countered each other, drawing upon his extensive experience of surpassing levels while battling as Long Aotian. Shun Fan understood the dire consequences of allowing ranged combatants to close the distance. However, the defensive systems of a C-Class mech were beyond the capabilities of his battered E-Class model to breach. His eyes scanned the joint connections of the opposing mech. In order to maintain agility, the defenses in this area appeared significantly weaker. His gaze darkened as he launched the remaining missile towards the opponent's left shoulder. If his assumptions were correct, the adversary would deploy their shield, allowing him to swiftly maneuver to the right rear leg. The defense here was the most minimal and least guarded, gripping the chainsaw. He rapidly leaned back, the chainsaw slicing through the mech's joints at high speed, sparking as it made contact. The opponent, realizing the predicament, attempted to retreat but was ensnared by the chainsaw, clinging to its shoulder. The cutting sound mingling with a flurry of sparks. In a panic, the adversary turned to fire upon Shun Fan, inadvertently granting him the opportunity to strike. The chainsaw wrapped around the mech, its serrated teeth firmly lodged in the crevices of the joint connections, hindering the opponent's movements. Shun Fan deftly evaded the incoming projectiles, darting to the front of the opponent and, dragging the damaged, smoke-emitting mechanical arm, delivered a decisive blow to the energy core in an instant. The core shattered, and the opponent's health bar reached 0. Congratulations. You have emerged victorious in this battle, taking 15. 83. Shun Fan exited the battlefield, and the scene before him instantaneously transformed into the game lobby. As though the mech combat had been merely an illusion, he opened the panel, noticing in addition to his gaming record 1v1 mode battle count. 1 wins, 1 win rate. 100. A smile graced the corners of his eyes, revealing his elation. Having long been accustomed to victory in the realm of cultivation, This battle felt distinctly different. The entirely new combat style, the fresh techniques, and the completely unique opponent filled him with a sense of novelty, igniting a profound anticipation for the battles yet to come. Moreover, he was fortunate. His first encounter was with a novice of little skill, having completed over 600 matches, yet holding a win rate of merely a few percent. Had he faced someone with even a modicum of reflexes, it would have been improbable to achieve such a decisive victory under such disparate hardware conditions. Shun Fan noticed a small red dot on his friend's list and clicked on it, revealing an avatar with a novice face. Named Fan Ji's little brother, he understood immediately and clicked to add the friend, his ego swelling with satisfaction, thinking how Shun Qingran had chosen such a name to express loyalty. However, Shun Qingran had merely changed his name due to a duplicate with SQ/I in high spirits. Shun Fan invited Shun Qingran to join his party. Before Shun Qingran had fully loaded, he already heard Shun Fan's confident voice. "How do I look? Am I handsome?" Shun Fan asked, striking several exaggerated bodybuilding poses. Shun Qingran gazed at the imposing figure before him, struggling to form words, ultimately unable to betray his conscience. "Fangu. Don't you think this is a bit too conspicuous?" Shun Fan dismissed the concern with a wave. "Wherever I am, I'm the center of attention. You must quickly adapt." Shun Qingran replied, "Looking at your stats, it seems you haven't played anything yet. What do you want to do? I'll lead you." Shun Fan retracted Shun Qingran's panel and boisterously declared, "Let us go for battlefield survival. It allows for duo play without the risk of unwelcome teammates." Shun Qingran cast a sidelong glance at him, speaking in a low tone. "Fangu, we should first upgrade our gear to better defeat others." After considering his words, Shun Fan opened the shop. The shop offered mechs for direct sale. S-Class mechs priced at 8,880,000 star coins, A-Class mechs at 6,660,000 star coins, and B-Class mechs were significantly cheaper at only 200,000 star coins, while other tiers range from the 5 to 6-figure mark. The game's pricing clearly delineated the starting disparity between commoners and the affluent. However, this disparity did not imply that common players were confined to low-tier mechs. Dungeons could yield mech materials, and higher-level dungeons also had a chance to drop A-Class or S-Class materials, albeit with a low probability. Thus, farming dungeons became a common method for players to enhance their strength, and the game relied on this mechanism to maintain player engagement. Nonetheless, the method of farming dungeons was inherently slow. Should luck be unkind, one might emerge empty-handed, effectively imprisoned within the dungeon. Shun Fan browsed the game forum, discovering that there were indeed many players lamenting their lack of good fortune. They bemoaned the absence of drops, cursing the game developers for having played for a year without encountering a single A-Class component. An A-Class energy core could be inflated to a price of 100,000 star coins. It seemed he had stumbled upon a business opportunity. But how would his own luck fare? Shun Fan opened the panel. "Examining E-Class dungeons. Which one do you wish to try?" Shun Qingran replied, "I'll follow your lead." Very well. Shun Fan selected a dungeon shrouded in mist, the interface enveloped in a cloud, with hints of purple light glimmering in the distance, evoking a sense of mystery and danger. Dungeon name: The Lost Lighthouse. Dungeon description: On a distant planet, there stands a lighthouse that illuminates the starry sea. Have you ever been guided by its light? Can you still recognize its form? Dungeon prompt: Exercise caution and beware of contamination. Dungeon level: E-Class number of players, 10 dungeon rewards. Appearance: D-Class fragments, E-Class external armor, E-Class power drives, E-Class sensors, E-Class detectors, E-Class energy cores. etc. It appeared to be a dungeon leaning towards puzzle solving, which would be relatively friendly to the two novices, especially as a buffer opportunity for the one who had yet to experience any battle. With 10 players required, it should not be difficult to gather a group, right? This will do. Shun Fan finalized the dungeon selection and pressed the match button. Chapter 13. Long Aotian enters the dungeon. 5 minutes elapsed with no sign of a match. Shun Fan furrowed his brow and opened the forum to search for E-Class dungeons. The latest strategy guide was published a year ago. Goodness, was there truly no influx of newcomers to this game? Unable to contain himself, he posted, "Is no one playing E-Class dungeons? Are there truly no newbies? First floor, oh look, a fresh face. Second floor, This game has been popular for so long. Anyone wanting to dive and has already done so. Nowadays, newbies are rarer than S-class items. Third floor. Nonsense. I've been playing for nearly 2 years. I've seen plenty of newbies, yet not a single S-class item. Fifth floor. Current newcomers generally team up for dungeons. Starting directly with C-class. Why would they bother with E-class dungeons that yield such low level and scarce drops? 10th floor. The original poster could shout for help in the lobby. Perhaps a bored veteran would be willing to lend a hand. Like me. 16th floor. O Levi D. AB self-reliant. 17th floor. A Levi D. Oh, go with the flow. 18th floor. Damn it. Have you all forgotten about the most populated B class? The residents of the building spoke wisely. It would be prudent for him to join a team and swiftly acquire a C-class mech. Thus, Shun Fan proceeded to investigate the prices of the teams. A C-class blueprint cost 3,000 star coins. A B-class blueprint 6,000 star coins. An A-class blueprint 12,345 star coins, while there were no S-class blueprints available. The price of a C-class blueprint alone was sufficient for a meal for both him and Shen Qingran. Given these circumstances, he resolved to seek a less populated E-level dungeon and strive for self-sufficiency. As for the decryption task, that could be postponed for another time. The E-level dungeon required a minimum of 5 participants, with the maximum number being a chaotic melee against monsters. Such combat-centric dungeons only necessitated attention to positioning and the weaknesses of the monsters, offering less engagement than puzzle-solving dungeons, with the primary focus on speedrunning. Consequently, Shun Fan decided to search for strategies, memorizing the weaknesses of the bosses in order to swiftly gather materials. As a newcomer, it was essential for him to enhance his equipment, confirming that Shen Qingran had also grasped the key points of this Zerg dungeon. He initiated the matchmaking process. After approximately 3 minutes, the party was fully assembled, but a swirl of black mist enveloped them, and the scene transformed into a battlefield rife with smoke and fire, strewn with corpses and debris. Not far away, a horde of ominous Zerg creatures was clamoring, their buzzing sounds causing the very ground to tremble, while a small squad of mechs valiantly fought back. Their ammunition was rapidly dwindling when the mech on the far right was ambushed by Zerg, disintegrating in an instant, sending the soldier inside hurtling towards the 5 newcomers. The soldier, bloodied and battered, struggled to raise his hand. "We must eliminate the Zerg." Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back, his limbs convulsed. And instead of blood, he expelled a swollen Zerg egg. A mech landed before him, and with a heavy heart, he opened fire on his parasitized comrade. Yes, the bullet ruptured the egg in his mouth. Countless tiny black larvae scurried out at an alarming speed. Alarmed, he shouted to the 5. "The Zerg have mutated! Soldiers, hurry! Exterminate them!" A line of text appeared above. Dungeon Task 1. Exterminate the larvae. Once the cutscene concluded, the 5 were finally free to move, each situated within their mech's control room. The other 3 teammates, also novices, were bewildered by the scene, opening fire in a haphazard frenzy. Shun Fan, adhering to the strategy, moved a burning armor plate beside the corpse, extracted an energy crystal core from the shattered mech debris, and tossed it onto the flames. At the moment of contact, the energy crystal was pierced by a bullet, releasing energy that ignited upon touching the flames, swiftly incinerating the larvae in a cloud of ash. The larvae were fearful of fire, rather than methodically eliminating them one by one with ammunition. Fire proved to be a more convenient solution. The larvae perished before the others could react. The next cutscene triggered. "Excellent. Now we must eradicate that group of Zerg warriors," commanded the soldier controlling the mech, gesturing for everyone to follow. The text refreshed above. Dungeon Task 2. Exterminate the Zerg warriors. The swirling mass above was undoubtedly the Zerg warriors, densely clustered together, their jagged tails spewing poisonous spines, attempting to penetrate the mechs and infect the soldiers inside. The only caution required in this phase was to maneuver effectively, avoiding the poisonous spines to maintain the integrity of the mech for the upcoming boss fight. This phase only required 3 minutes of firing at the Zerg to trigger the next cutscene. During this time, the Zerg warriors would continuously respawn. 3 minutes passed swiftly, and the Zerg warriors suddenly retreated in unison. Forming a shape reminiscent of a Zerg egg, the shockwave erupted from within, scattering the surrounding Zerg warriors and revealing a colossal aberrant creature. The camera zoomed in on it, showcasing its black wings tightly pressed against its back. Side-like forelimbs lined with serrated edges, and an engorged abdomen, within which pulsating eggs could be discerned. Beside it was the introduction of the creature, Amora, the Zerg matriarch. The three teammates gasped in unison, instinctively retreating behind Shun Fan. Despite being the lowest-tier dungeon with minimal difficulty, they subconsciously regarded the composed Shin Fan as a formidable figure point. One of the newcomers noticed Shin Qingran still standing idly by and beckoned him, signaling him to follow the formation and stand behind the expert. "Big Shot, save us! Big Shot, help us! Big Shot, lead us!" The last to speak nudged Shin Qingran and whispered in his ear, "This guy obviously is a big shot. We need to cling to his coattails." Shin Qingran's gaze fell on the newly issued task, his tone unassuming. "Yes, he's my older brother." The newcomer realized with a start. "Oh, I see. My apologies." Shun Fan was quite pleased with their astuteness and declared with a clear voice, "Focus on avoiding the matriarch's attacks. You three handle the larvae it releases, and the matriarch will be mine." The three teammates chimed in unison. "Understood. Big Shot." The matriarch's mandibles quivered, its serrated teeth twitching slightly, as green viscous fluid dripped from its massive jaws. The E-level matriarch only employed simple attack patterns, one of which involved its mandible assault. With its mouth agape, it lunged towards Shun Fan's mech, which he easily dodged, maneuvering to aim at its abdomen and firing. Shell after shell struck the matriarch's almost translucent belly, causing its armor points to plummet. The matriarch's side-like forelimbs lashed out, narrowly grazing the side of Shun Fan's mech and leaving a deep gash. Seizing the moment, Shun Fan crouched, activated the chainsaw, and thrust the joystick forward, pouring all his power into a charge that ensnared the matriarch's abdomen. The serrated teeth lodged firmly within its armored segments, immediately reducing its armor points to 0. Its abdomen tightened, then expanded and exploded, discharging a mass of eggs along with the greenish viscous fluid, splattering gruesomely across their mechs. Chapter 14. The overpowered hero completes the dungeon. The three teammates could hardly bear it, each emitting retching sounds. Shun Fan was the most affected. He had been closest to the explosion of the matriarch's abdomen, his mech now coated in viscous slime, with some eggs stuck to it. Although seated in the control room, the impact of the slime on his screen gave him the illusion of being drenched. The greenish, gooey substance bubbled ominously. He swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to vomit. Were he alone, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to his nausea. But he was not alone. His underlings stood behind him, and the other three novice teammates had just referred to him as Big Shot. He felt compelled to maintain his composure. A person's reputation is paramount. One must cultivate a favorable image to attract followers. Shun Fan's grip tightened on the joystick as he observed the weakened matriarch on the screen, pressing the firing button. The E-level matriarch had only two straightforward phases. The first was the initial stage laden with eggs. Upon breaching its abdomen, it would transition into a weakened state, collapsing to the ground while releasing larvae to form a defensive barrier and launch counterattacks. Having previously instructed his teammates to handle the larvae, he now aimed directly at the matriarch, delivering a precise strike. His shells were momentarily blocked by a wave of larvae, which seized the opportunity to attack him. The sharp tail struck against the mech's metallic exterior, gradually eroding its defense. -1, -1, -1. The damage was incremental. Although the larvae's attack power was low, their agility was remarkable, and their numbers overwhelming, akin to a swarm of bothersome mosquitoes, always seeking an opportunity to bite, only to vanish when one attempted to swat them. The other teammates were equally beleaguered, firing wildly at the swarm without hitting a single target. The strategy indicated that if they could breach the larvae's barrier within 5 minutes, they would swiftly clear the dungeon. That he continued to target the larvae while simultaneously aiming at the matriarch. But the larvae absorbed wave after wave of ammunition, and the health bar above the barrier only decreased by 30%. With 2.5 minutes already elapsed, and as he allowed the larvae to bombard him, the mech's defense had dwindled to 50%. If the barrier remained unbroken in the remaining 2.5 minutes, the matriarch would fully regenerate, and his mech's defense would likely be at its limit. He had anticipated the initial mech's attack power to be low, but not this low. Just as he was preparing to rally his teammates for a coordinated assault on the larvae's barrier, He noticed shells whizzing past his mechanical arm. Shun Qingran was firing from his mech. Impressive, the strategy had proven effective. Shun Fan acknowledged Shun Qingran's mind, then called out to the other 3 teammates, "Stop shooting the larvae. Focus your fire on the matriarch." Oh. Coming in hot, the teammates soared to Shun Fan's side, 5 of them aiming towards the direction of the mother bug, unleashing a barrage of fire. The health bar above the larval barrier plummeted at a visibly rapid pace. Soon, the ground was strewn with the corpses of larvae. Their crushed and exploded viscera splattered across the earth, while the barrier began to fracture, revealing the gasping form of the mother bug within. The 5 directed their weapons at the head of the mother bug and pressed the launch button. Upon impact, the shell of the mother bug quivered violently, rising momentarily to sway from side to side while emitting a piercing shriek. Its segmented exterior contracted and expanded erratically before it suddenly lost strength, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. As the cutscene concluded, the words "congratulations on clearing the level" floated in the air. The teammates erupted into jubilant cheers. Shun Fan gazed at the rewards dispensed from the warehouse. Unsurprised to find them all E-grade equipment, .2 thoughts swiftly flickered through his mind. Perhaps he should form a team to grind for gear. Or perhaps he should simply purchase items directly from the marketplace. Yet, forming a team would require an extensive time investment in dungeons, which seemed too cumbersome. However, the direct purchase prices were exorbitant, especially since he would also need to buy one for his little brother. He pondered how long it would take to grind as a team, uncertain of when that might come to pass. The money required for direct purchases could suffice to sustain a team for an eternity. Wake up! You are a broke individual now. Consider the future expenses and do not squander your resources before even reaching the Royal Military Academy. Shun Fan sighed deeply, resigned his fate, and opened the game forum in search of information regarding dungeon teams. Yet his mind recalled a strategy post mentioning that the larvae's poison was persistent, necessitating teammates to exterminate them. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive long enough to breach the barrier. However, in practice, it was evident that a joint assault by the 5 teammates against the mother bug proved to be the most efficient strategy. Upon locating the strategy post, Shun Fan resolved to voice his concern, but halted mid-typing, realizing that he had misread it. This was a guide for a D-grade dungeon, which indeed posed a greater challenge than the E-grade. He promptly deleted his comments, exited the forum page, and shrugged, feigning innocence as if he had done nothing. Shun Fan coughed discreetly, forming a fist to his mouth, and called out, "Let us go," before exiting the dungeon. The scene transitioned into the game lobby, where translucent jellyfish drifted past Shun Qingran, whose body had yet to fully load. "Let me see your equipment." Shun Fan leaned closer to Shun Qingran, his eyes widening in astonishment. 5 D-grade shards, and an energy crystal core. It wasn't that the D-grade was particularly remarkable. Rather, in this dungeon that yielded solely E-grade rewards, the luckiest players typically acquired 1 or 2 D-grade shards at most. Yet Shun Qingran had managed to obtain 5 all at once. To ease the difficulty of leveling up, the developers had determined that 2 D-grade shards could be combined into 1 D-grade piece of equipment. 5 C-grade shards could yield 1 C-grade equipment, and 10 B-grade shards would form 1 B-grade piece. In summary, the higher the grade, the more shards required, and correspondingly, the lower the probability of acquiring higher grade shards. He recalled a post he had seen on the forum. "It's been 2 years, and I still need 1 more S-grade shard to synthesize my equipment. However, an S-grade shard required a staggering 100 shards for synthesis. And they were bound items, non-tradable. That individual had spent 2 years grinding yet could not obtain the final shard. One wondered if it was fortunate or unfortunate that he had managed to acquire 99 shards in such a short span. While E-grade dungeons boasted a high drop rate, it was rare to find someone as lucky as Shun Qingran. His 5 shard could instantly be combined into 2 pieces of equipment. Shun Fan felt disheartened, questioning why Shun Qingran's luck was so exceptional. Chapter 15. Long Aotian received compliments. Naturally, because he is the male lead, the sudden appearance of the system startled Shun Fan. "I thought you had left since you've been silent for so long." The system remarked sarcastically, "Of course, you wouldn't remember me, being all cozy with a male lead." Shun Fan frowned, correcting, "Don't make it sound like I'm in a relationship with him. My bond with my little brother is as steadfast as steel." The system scoffed. Shun Fan, uninterested in the system's antics, felt his stomach rumble, bidding farewell to Shun Qingran before logging off. The system, infuriated by his disregard, experienced a glitch in its code, but ultimately took a deep breath and delivered new intel with indignation. The Shun family has already discovered your arrival on W Star. W Star was vast enough for them to investigate. Shun Fan remained indifferent. However, the system's tone shifted to one of excitement. Gu Qingyu has also learned of it. You two can't hide for long. The Shun family was not on par with the Gu family, a top-tier aristocratic clan, and the Gu family's sphere of influence was significantly broader than that of the Shun family. Shun Fan hesitated while unwrapping a bread package. He then tore along the serrated edge, the scent of fresh bread wafting to his senses. Emotionless, he took a bite, contemplating how much rent would be refunded if the Gu family were to take him and his little brother back. Shun Qingran also emerged from the holographic chamber, casually leaning against the wall in the living room, mechanically chewing on a piece of cheese-flavored bread, Shun Fan's favorite. He found it peculiar that Shun Qingran appeared so unenthused while consuming something he liked. What on earth is happening? He approached the snack cabinet and grabbed a plain piece of bread. Turning to ask Shun Qingran, he was taken aback when the latter suddenly grimaced as if he had bitten into a fly. Is this the plot of a domineering CEO chasing after his wife? Shun Fan's chewing came to an abrupt halt, a chill creeping over him. It was apparent that Shun Qingran had not absorbed a word he had said. I am a straight man. The system paid no heed to his protests, indulging in its own imagination. After chasing the wife comes the little black room plot, and then you try to escape. He keeps pursuing, leading to more a vein throbbed on Shun Fan's forehead. He felt as though his ears had been sullied. He suppressed the urge to obliterate the system and muted it, instantly finding solace in the silence. Yet the system's words echoed in his mind. Damn, now my mind feels tainted too. Shun Fan furrowed his brow, grinding his canine teeth. He had not forgotten that he had struck Gu Qingyu, who had inexplicably shown him compassion. Even though he had many brothers in the cultivation world, they were all staunchly straight men, solid as concrete. None had ever been so concerned about him. Rubbing his goosebumps, he shook his head vigorously, mentally reciting a calming mantra in an attempt to dispel the unsettling feeling. What's wrong? Fangu. Shun Qingran stepped closer, his gaze lowered in inquiry to Shun Qingran's question. Shun Fan lifted his eyelids, tilting his head, suddenly reminded of Shun Qingran's identity. He straightened from his slouched position against the wall and scrutinized the slender, elegant man before him. Shun Qingran's deep-set eyes held a stillness that conveyed no emotion, his tousle bangs hanging slightly over his gaze, peering through the delicate strands. One felt as if they were wandering into the depths of a dark forest shrouded in mist, unhesitatingly venturing further into the shadows, cold, serene, and enigmatic. The faint blush at the corners of his eyes added a touch of vulnerable allure, while his straight nose lacked the sharpness of a mature man, yet avoided the delicacy of a woman. It was perfectly balanced, embodying both gentleness and strength, with thin lips tinged with a subtle pink, harmonizing beautifully against his fair complexion. This was a handsome face that maintained a masculine charm without veering into excessive delicacy, exuding an air of sophistication amid his aloof demeanor. Truthfully speaking, even after encountering countless beauties during his time in the cultivation world, Shun Qingran would undoubtedly rank among the most striking. Yet the crux of the matter was, no matter how attractive he was still a man. Even in this world where ABO genders were the norm, that did not alter the fact that he was male, even if he were the beautiful protagonist receiving affection from 4 top-tier alphas. He was still a man. Shun Fan's gaze slowly descended, fixating on Shun Qingran's posterior. His eyes reflected a mixture of resignation, sympathy, and a touch of fear regarding male-male relationships. The system's words were not without merit. As one of the protagonist's alpha counterparts, Gu Qingyu was proud and could not tolerate disrespect. If he were to capture someone, based on the narrative, it would likely lead to a scenario of confinement and coercion. Shun Fan realized that with such a prominent protagonist standing before him, Gu Qingyu would definitely be aiming to seize Shun Qingran, and his concern was less about himself being targeted by a male suitor, but rather about his little brother's safety. Shun Qingran had consistently performed well since joining him, obedient and capable. Though his demeanor was somewhat cold, it was evident he was making an effort to warm up, frequently supporting Shun Fan. The mere thought of his little brother being harmed by 4 male suitors ignited a sense of helplessness and anxiety within Shun Fan. He felt too weak to ensure his little brother's safety if Gu Qingyu were to exploit his power. Shun Qingran observed Shun Fan's serious expression as he fixated on his lower half and felt an unusual discomfort arise within him. Shifting slightly to the side, Fan Go, "What's the matter?" Sighing heavily, Shun Fan placed a hand on Shun Qingran's shoulder, his eyes filled with remorse. "I am a useless older brother who cannot protect you." Shun Qingran, perplexed, inquired, "What has happened?" Shun Fan shook his head languidly, his expression weary as he turned and collapsed onto the sofa, one leg draped over the backrest. He casually grasped a cushion, clutching it to his chest, and his tousled hair fell to one side, revealing his smooth forehead. His round, lychee-like eyes gazed vacantly at the ceiling. Shun Qingran, perplexed by his sudden despondency, settled at the edge of the sofa and playfully tugged at Shun Fan's shirt. Receiving no response, he chose not to disturb him further, quietly nibbling on a piece of bread while awaiting Shun Fan's words. After what felt like an eternity, Shun Fan abruptly sprang to life. Sitting upright with a sudden vigor, seizing Shun Qingran's arm, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Little brother, you must seek a new refuge." Shun Qingran was jostled a couple of times and inquired, "Why?" Shun Fan replied, "Gu Qingyu will undoubtedly come to take you away. But if it's you, you'll surely find a place he cannot locate. That is how it's written in the novels. In those tales, the protagonist would escape to another star system, only returning to the capital planet after 4 or 5 years with a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, during which not a single main character could track him down. Not one. Oh heavens, my little brother even had children in the novel. How terrifying." Shun Qingran attempted to clarify their current predicament. "Will the Gu family also come looking for us?" Shun Fan nodded affirmatively. "Of course," Shun Qingran mused, "but Gu Qingyu has never seen me. He is after you, right?" Shun Fan stiffened momentarily, then exclaimed loudly, "Once he lays eyes on you, he will surely be infatuated." Shun Qingran looked into Shun Fan's bright eyes and slowly articulated, "Your beauty is the light of the Omegas. Any alpha who beholds you would long to submit beneath the allure of your pheromones. If beauty could kill, every alpha who has encountered you would have been utterly obliterated. You are the runaway princess of the galaxy, the muse of humanity, and even a simple black t-shirt can compel alphas to rise in applause." "Ah, please be quiet." Shun Fan shuddered at the words. Collapsing onto Shun Qingran and pressing his hand firmly over his mouth, that he glared at the tranquil gaze below him. Gritting his teeth, "Here I am, trying to protect you, and you repay me with such nonsense." Chapter 16. The Dragon Overlord moves again. This little brother had been with him for quite some time, yet he couldn't even flatter properly. Did Shun Fan truly enjoy such praise? Contemplating the merits and vulnerabilities of his little brother, he finally released Shun Qingran with a stern expression, shifting to the other side of the sofa, turning his head to grab a piece of bread. Shun Qingran propped himself up and extended his wrist toward Shun Fan, saying, "Brother Fan, I got hurt." The conspicuous red mark marred his pale wrist, likely from their earlier tumble. Was this the sensitivity described in novels, where mere brush could leave a mark? "Tish, so delicate." Shun Fan maintained a serious demeanor. "From now on, you will train with me every day." "Okay," Shun Qingran replied obediently. Shun Fan continued, "You must find a place that won't be discovered. Our time is running short." Shun Qingran lowered his gaze, his focus lingering on the red mark, softly affirming, "Understood." Observing Shun Qingran's docile demeanor, Shun Fan couldn't help but bite his lip. His little brother was merely trying to compliment him, albeit poorly. Was it truly inappropriate for him to accept such praise? He quietly stood and fetched a tube of ointment, offering it to Shun Qingran. Shun Qingran did not accept it, merely watching him in silence. Shun Fan, baffled, thought this was his brother's way of seeking an apology. Did he expect him to apply the ointment personally? His gaze drifted to the red mark, and with an exasperated sigh, he took Shun Qingran's wrist, squeezed the ointment onto his fingers, and gently applied it to the bruise. Shun Qingran's soft voice floated above. "Brother Fan is so kind." Shun Fan replied impatiently, "This is a one-time exception," as Shun Qingran watched the tousled hair of Shun Fan which seemed to rise in frustration like its owner's mood. He noted the flesh of his cheeks puffing out, that he couldn't quite place whether it resembled a rabbit or a hamster. Internally, he was a cool guy, while externally, he appeared as a soft omega. Quite amusing. Yet, the disruptions to their lives loomed ahead, and a glint of coldness flickered in Shun Qingran's dark pupils. Upon returning to his room, he activated his terminal, revealing a coordinate in the void, the L planet in the Gamma star system. This was the residence of that individual. Later that evening, he forwarded the information to Shun Fan. Brother Fan, I found a suitable place. Take a look. Shun Fan scrutinized the projected model of the property, turning it this way and that, thoroughly examining the AI-generated mansion. Wow, it's quite a grand estate. His eyes sparkled with unfiltered admiration. But suddenly furrowed in concern, what's the rent? Shun Qingran opened the PDF. Here is the rental contract. It's 35,000 star coins per month, with a 1-month deposit and payment, and short-term rental is permitted. Upon hearing the price, the light in Shun Fan's eyes extinguished, replaced by a hint of reproach towards his little brother. Given their current financial situation, how could he possibly opt for such an extravagant dwelling? Was the little brother living in a mansion even during his escape in the novel? How wealthy! He felt compelled to have Shun Qingran select a different residence, but upon considering the Shun and Goof families, he resolved to trust the protagonist's capabilities instead. Currently, Shun Fan had paid 2 months' rent on their existing residence, 20,000 star coins. He opened the terminal and contacted the rental AI. Xiao Xiao, I wish to terminate my lease. How much can I get back? Xiao Xiao replied promptly. As per the contract, once rented, refunds are not permitted. Shun Fan, you're forcing my hand. He closed his eyes, memories of his impoverished youth flashing through his mind. Inhaling deeply, his expression grave. Please, I'm a student. I have no money for food. His fingers trembled slightly as he clicked send, staring blankly at the ceiling he had fallen. After a brief silence, Xiao Xiao responded. Per the contract, I must adhere to the regulations. Shun Fan, I'm so hungry. If I can't eat, I'll 1T grow tall. Xiao Xiao. All right, but only 50% of the rent can be refunded. Shun Fan, thank you, sister. Xiao Xiao's actions were swift, and within 10 minutes, the refunded amount appeared in his account. Gazing at the extra 10,000 star coins, Shun Fan felt a ridiculous sense of absurdity akin to a fallen youth embarking on a misguided path. This was his first time resorting to such means for money. His Dragon Overlord persona had crumbled. If his Dragon Overlord system were to learn of this, it might hastily assign him a quest to become a billionaire. He missed his Dragon Overlord system, which generously bestowed money, resources, cultivation, divine beasts, and subordinates. Anything impressive was on the table. Now, however, this cannon fodder system seemed only intent on orchestrating male-male relationships, offering rewards of little value. Shun Fan inhaled gently, attempting to soothe his sorrow. Then, a thought struck him. The one begging for money was the cannon fodder Shun Fan, and it had nothing to do with the Dragon Overlord persona. He transferred 35,000 star coins to Shun Qingran, his voice tinged with reluctant resignation. Let us rent for 1 month. Okay, Shun Qingran agreed. Once the contract was signed, Shun Fan promptly purchased tickets. Gathering their belongings for an overnight journey to L Planet, on the spaceship, Shun Fan tucked himself under a small blanket, lowered his eye mask, and prepared to sleep. In the dim light, he sensed something encroaching upon him. And with a swift motion, he seized it was a finger as he lifted his eye mask to reveal a pair of exasperated eyes. Shun Fan unceremoniously delivered a punch, albeit with restraint. He feared that using full force might send his little brother into eternal slumber on the spaceship. UVE grown increasingly audacious, he warned with a tone full of admonition. Shun Qingran bent slightly, clutching the blanket, his voice somewhat meek. Brother Fan, your hair got caught in your mouth. I merely wanted to help you clear it away. Shun Fan regarded him, snorting dismissively. This persistent sense of feigned innocence only served to charm him further. He wasn't foolish. His hair wasn't long enough to entangle itself in his mouth. This little brother was not to be trusted. He issued another quiet warning before donning his eye mask and resuming his slumber. Shun Qingran's submissive demeanor vanished entirely, his dark pupils fixated on Shun Fan's face, fingers gently fidgeting. reminiscing about the softness of Shun Fan's cheeks from that night. Alas, he had almost touched them. He tucked the blanket snugly around himself and turned to gaze out at the splendid cosmic nebula. And no worries. There would be plenty of time ahead. When he awoke, they were nearing L Planet. After disembarking, they headed straight for the estate. By the time they reached their destination, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The hovering vehicle sped away, leaving Shun Fan and Shen Qingran standing silently at the estate's entrance. The path was desolate and barren, the surroundings eerily deserted, and the estate exuded a chilling ambience. Who could explain to him how this aligned with the fresh, beautiful little estate depicted in the AI model? The garden before them was littered with decaying leaves and wilted roses, and the ancient castle, cloaked in vines, was to be their new abode. He felt as though he had been duped, and no wonder the 4 powerful protagonists in the novel could not locate Shen Qingran. It was hardly surprising that anyone would suspect the main character resided in such a ghostly place. This house looked as if it could easily house the spirits of a family of 4 along with a nanny. While Shun Fan was mentally berating the situation, Shen Qingran calmly pushed open the iron gate. "Brother, let us go inside." Shun Fan collected his thoughts and followed Shen Qingran as they traversed the garden, where they encountered a few lizards and geckos hastily scurrying away. Upon entering the ancient castle, he was unexpectedly met with cleanliness. There was no dust to be found, and the sunlight streaming dispelled the chill from outside. Imbuing the space with a touch of warmth, it seemed the landlord possessed a modicum of conscience. Shun Fan explored every nook and cranny of the castle before collapsing onto the sofa. Utterly exhausted by its vastness, Shen Qingran poured him a glass of water, donned an apron, and prepared to tend to the garden. Shun Fan abruptly halted her, saying, "No, we require this deceptive effect. If you tidy up the garden, others will know that someone resides here." Chapter 17. Long Aotian is at a loss for a title. Beep, beep, beep. Shun Fan's terminal chimed, and upon answering, a sweet voice emerged. "Dear customer, your package has arrived. Please collect it at your earliest convenience." Shun Fan promptly stepped outside, where a delivery robot operated a hovering cart, its electronic screen adorned with a cheerful expression. This was for his 2 holographic pods, as he had opted for delivery for convenience's sake. Upon seeing Shun Fan, the delivery robot swiftly lifted the 2 massive items and began laboriously transporting them inside. Shun Fan envisioned ants hauling grains of rice. He had no doubt that should these 2 holographic pods fall, they would crush the delivery robot. Yet, the robot adeptly placed the pods in their designated spot and even took the initiative to assist in unboxing them. "If you are satisfied with this service, please leave a 5-star review," it said, bowing graciously. Without hesitation, Shun Fan illuminated all 5 stars. Watching the hovering cart disappear, he couldn't help but marvel at the power of technology. Allowing ants to effortlessly carry rice, he tightened his grip at his side. He must intensify his training. But before that, he declared, "Little brother, let us go buy provisions." As night fell, the dim lights within the castle cast an eerie ambience. The 2 of them carried large and small bags, meandering down the winding stone path back into the castle. The warm glow inside the castle was somewhat dim, easily inducing a sense of drowsiness. While outside lay an expanse of darkness, punctuated by the occasional caw of crows and the fluttering of birds' wings. These rustling sounds elongated in the stillness of the night. "Oh, you think that when we fall asleep, we might hear the sound of a gramophone playing record from the first floor?" Shun Fan inquired after taking a hearty gulp of milk. Shen Qingran, also sipping from a bottle of milk, replied, "Perhaps that old television will flicker with static and show a black and white silent film." Shun Fan scanned the room, his gaze landing on an antiquated tape recorder. Maybe this tape recorder will automatically play crackling radio programs. Shen Qingran replied, "Doors opening by themselves and voices appearing out of thin air seem rather ordinary. The chill and itchiness at the neck could simply be the ghostly presence of a hanged spirit brushing past." Recently, a popular top-tier celebrity had starred in a retro horror film set on ancient Earth, claiming to have genuinely encountered supernatural occurrences during filming. Although this world was technologically advanced, it did not imply the absence of ghosts. Shun Fan surveyed the surroundings. The castle practically screamed haunted, as if it were a sign hung at the entrance. as an ancient human who had traversed from the realm of cultivation into a place rife with potential paranormal phenomena. And with only a frail little brother at his side, he felt a surge of responsibility and solemnly addressed Shen Qingran. Rest assured, brother, I have experience. Mere specters pose no threat. Shen Qingran thought to himself that he was merely following along in the conversation. And that his dim-witted brother Shan Fan seemed to take it seriously. Shan Fan rolled up his sleeves, retrieved paper and pen, and swiftly sketched a talisman. He pinched the talisman between his fingers, stroking his chin with a look of both satisfaction and scrutiny. Satisfied that his drawing remained impeccable, he was critical of the fact that this so-called talisman was merely a blot of ink on white paper, utterly devoid of any efficacy. After contemplating the talisman for a moment, he resolved to create a functional talisman using the most traditional, ancient, and unembellished method in this world devoid of spiritual energy. Blood would serve as vermilion, and soul power would act as spiritual energy. He mused whether his soul power should be renamed mental energy in this world. He shook his head, deeming it unimportant. What mattered was that this castle was highly likely to be haunted. He sought a small knife, intent on pricking his fingertip, only to be intercepted by a long, pale hand. Shen Fan glanced at the intruder, signaling Shen Qingran not to meddle. Shen Qingran extended his other hand, attempting to retrieve the knife. After several futile tugs, he finally spoke under the weight of Shen Fan's gaze. Brother Fan, why do you want to harm yourself? Shen Fan offered an expression of you wouldn't understand and smirked mischievously. Of course, it's to draw a talisman. His voice resonated with conviction. Just watch. With my talisman protecting you, no ghost will dare approach. Shen Qingran pondered. What recent drama or novel has he been reading? He sighed softly, exerting force to ultimately seize the knife from Shen Fan's grasp. Shen Fan attempted to reclaim it, but Shen Qingran swiftly blocked him and deposited the knife into the highest cupboard. Shen Fan felt somewhat exasperated. Brother Fan, there won't be any ghosts here. Shen Fan was taken aback that his little brother had the audacity to snatch the knife from him, taking advantage of his height, and then stashing it away. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Was this a challenge to his abilities? The last person who dared to do so now lay beneath a sea of yellow earth, condemned to toil in the desolate depths. He had been worried that his little brother might not withstand a ghostly encounter, but now, Brother Fan, this is about entering the realm of science, interstellar history, interstellar theory, principles of interstellar philosophy, and materialism in interstellar development. Although Shen Qingran was unaware of the convoluted thoughts swirling in Shen Fan's mind, he could tell by the sudden shift in his expression that he had undoubtedly gone off track. Thus, he opened his terminal and sent Shen Fan a few books related to science. To his surprise, even in the year 3131, he still encountered someone as superstitious as Shen Fan. Not only was he superstitious, but he also sought to harm himself in pursuit of elusive talismans. Shen Qingran recognized that Shen Fan's thought processes often clashed with the reality of this world, and he typically approached everything with an air of entitlement. As if every action was a matter of course, he considered it a manifestation of Shen Fan's childishness. However, the fact that Shen Fan was willing to inflict self-harm in a justified manner left him with a headache. Yet, watching Shen Fan suppress his temper and diligently peruse the electronic books, his headache dissipated instantly. One of Shen Fan's notable virtues was his lack of cunning. This was evident in his susceptibility to distraction. Furrowing his brow, Shen Fan scrutinized the electronic books sent by Shen Qingran. He recognized all the words, yet the peculiar arrangement induced a disorienting dizziness. His expression grew serious as he fixated on the text. Was this a challenge to him? Very well, he accepted. In just one night, he would master these books. Shen Fan's gaze remained locked on the pages as he ascended the stairs with the grace of one whose feet possessed eyes. Returning to his room, he switched on the night light and settled at his desk, battling fatigue as he stifled yawn after yawn, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. His peripheral vision caught the small night light, a skull-shaped fixture from which light poured forth from its eyes and mouth. Soft yet not dimmed, he reached out to caress the little skull, poking a finger into its eye socket. Suddenly realizing he still had reading to do, he promptly gathered his focus back onto interstellar history. As he read, he noticed scratches along the edge of the desk and leaned in for a closer inspection. Discovering that the scratches extended along the desk's edge, vanishing at the corner, he stroked his chin, concluding they must be marks left accidentally by the landlord. His gaze shifted to his cup, an ordinary glass vessel, that he knocked on it, and was surprised by the crisp sound it produced. He had never before noticed such clarity. Then his eyes fell upon a steel pen he had forgotten, its design simple yet elegant and vintage, flowing smoothly with ink, proving to be remarkably effective. In that moment, Shun Fan transformed into a meticulous observer, analyzing everything from the smallest steel pen to the materials and textures of the castle itself. A cool breeze wafted through the window, causing him to shiver unexpectedly. "Damn, this must be a conspiracy," Shun Fan exclaimed, realizing that these books possess some inexplicable power, rendering his concentration utterly unattainable. It seems that this challenge is far more arduous than he had anticipated. Chapter 18. Long Aotian's Schedule. The next day, Shun Fan, with two pronounced dark circles under his eyes, messaged Shen Qingran. "I have thoroughly read the book. It is nothing remarkable." After hitting send, he rolled his eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber. Shen Qingran gazed silently at the message on his terminal, glanced up at the room on the second floor, and then out at the bright sunshine outside. It appeared that Shun Fan had stayed up all night. Reading until noon, he moved his fingers and replied, "Brother Fan, you are truly impressive." Shun Fan awoke in the evening, feeling a disorienting sense that he had not slept for long. Upon opening his terminal, he noted the time displayed, 20:43. Seeing the praise from his younger brother instantly uplifted his spirits. With the radiance of materialistic enlightenment, he descended the stairs, and Shen Qingran seemed to perceive a faint glow shimmering behind Shun Fan. Noticing Shun Fan's seemingly pleasant mood, he seized the opportunity to make a small request. "Brother Fan, let's purchase a housekeeping robot." Upon hearing this, the corners of Shun Fan's mouth instantly drooped, and he solemnly replied, "Cleaning is something one can easily handle oneself. It not only strengthens the body, but also cultivates character." Shen Qingran obediently inquired, "Brother Fan, do you clean?" Shun Fan retorted, "I'm the elder brother, and you're the younger brother. It is illogical for the elder to do the cleaning." Shen Qingran lowered his gaze. "Brother Fan, this place is too large. It is exhausting." Shun Fan could not bear to see him in this submissive posture. Although his expression was devoid of overt emotion and his tone remained calm, it conveyed an unmistakable sense of unfairness and victimhood. Is this the essence of a protagonist in a novel? Terrifying indeed. Shun Fan waved his hand and somewhat reluctantly transferred 100,000 star coins to him. "This is the living allowance for this month. Deduct what you need from it." Shun Qingran replied, "Thank you, Brother Fan." He opened the terminal and began selecting a housekeeping robot. Shun Fan sprawled on the sofa, browsing various information on the Star Network. Suddenly, a post caught his attention. The title read, "Complaining. My mother introduced me to a super stingy alpha." The title suggests. The original poster is a delicate little omega of above-average appearance, with numerous suitors, including some quality alphas. However, unbeknownst to the poster, her mother insisted on introducing her to a so-called high-ranking alpha in the military, who at best could be classified as a B-grade private, a man who is honest and lived modestly, a stingy man with no notable qualities, with a stable income, though not high, considered a potential investment, lacking house and car, and devoted but without charm or appeal to Omega. The accompanying image was a screenshot of the conversation between the poster and her blind date. The alpha stated, "After we marry, I will give you 1,000 star coins each month. You can stay at home to do laundry, cook, and take care of the children while I take care of earning a living. When I return from military, I expect to see a clean home and a beautiful wife," he added. "How about buying a house in the main city? When we marry, I will cover the down payment, and you will help me with the rest, right?" The first comment read, "How pitiful," sending hugs to the poster. The second comment, "He has calculated everything perfectly. 1,000 a month is barely enough to raise a digital pet. Yet he expects the poster to be his maid." The third, "What a bizarre situation. How unlucky." The fourth, "He even wants to get a house for free. How stingy." The fifth, 1,000 star coins a month. That's the level of a beggar, who would be called a miser. Shun Fan's gaze lingered on that stingy alpha for quite some time. 1,000 star coins a month somehow made him think of himself. He had just given Shun Qingran 100,000 star coins for living expenses. Although this amount was 10 times that, Shun Qingran was indeed performing housekeeping duties, which included expenses for daily necessities. Could it be the stingy alpha, or rather, the stingy man, was actually him? He cautiously cast a sidelong glance at Shun Qingran, who was quietly selecting a housekeeping robot beside him. Shun Fan felt as if Shun Qingran was not browsing shopping site, but rather preparing to post a complaint about him. He had even thought of a fitting title. What is it like to have a stingy elder brother? Shun Fan. Thank you for the invitation. I am currently lounging on the sofa. Just came down. Shun Fan shook his head, cleared his throat, and almost instinctively moved closer to Shun Qingran, nearly pressing against him. Younger brother, how is your selection coming along? Shun Qingran shifted a bit to the side, opening the details of the product. What about this one? It features a high-end chip, intelligent AI, multiple personas, and a fashionable exterior. IT appeared quite expensive. Shun Fan glanced down and was surprised to find it was only 50,000 star coins. He nodded in approval. That works. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingran promptly placed the order, then sat upright, his dark eyes fixed on Shun Fan. Shun Fan felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze and instinctively licked his lips, saying, "If you run out of money, just tell me that there's no need to post online and berate him as a stingy man." Shun Qingran's expression remained unchanged. "All right. Thank you, brother Fan.by the way. Starting tomorrow, you will join me for workouts." Shun Fan recalled his exercise regimen and informed Shun Qingran, "Wake up at 7 for a morning run for an hour, shower and have breakfast by 8. Then physical training at 9, lunch at noon, a nap at 12:30, another round of physical training at 2:30, dinner and wash up by 5:30, play games at 7, and sleep by 10. He inquired. "Any objections?" Shun Qingran shook his head obediently. "I will listen to Brother Fan." "Good," Shun Fan exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Shun Qingran's shoulder, his tone exuberant. "In less than a month, I will surely reclaim my 8-pack abs." Shun Qingran swayed slightly from the embrace, his tousled hair obscuring his brows and eyes, his tone devoid of emotion. Did Brother Fan ever have 8-pack abs? Shun Fan reminisced about his past vigor, feeling a pang of nostalgia, and sighed. The valor of yesteryears is best left unmentioned. He gazed at Shun Qingran with clarity. "Do not feel inferior. With diligent training, you too shall possess them." Shun Qingran replied, "Brother Fan, I have abs." "What?" Shun Fan straightened up, his gaze incredulous as it fell upon Shun Qingran's abdomen. He watched as Shun Qingran's slender fingers slowly lifted the hem of his shirt, revealing the toned lines beneath. Not the result of mere weight loss, but genuine 6-pack abs marked by evidence of training. The muscles were not overly pronounced but rather youthful and firm, the elegant lines projecting neither oppressive strength nor frail delicacy. Good heavens! His younger brother is secretly outshining him. Shun Fan's expression shifted dramatically, and he accused Shun Qingran. "You have been secretly training behind your elder brother's back." Shun Qingran lowered his shirt, casting his gaze downward, speaking softly. "Brother Fan once said that an omega as rough as I am would not attract the attention of alphas. They would only favor delicate and sweet omegas like you." Shun Fan felt as if he had been abruptly choked. Did the original owner truly utter such words? Perhaps his expression was so exaggerated, akin to having swallowed a fly, that Shun Qingran slowly offered comfort. "Brother Fan is one of the most popular omegas on Capital Star. I can hardly compare." Before he could finish, Shun Fan covered his mouth with a swift hand, baring his teeth. "Enough! Forget what I said before. It was utter nonsense. You must not entertain the notion of only wanting to be noticed by alphas." Shun Qingran's dark eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of amusement as he obediently nodded. Shun Fan took a deep breath, releasing his grip, preparing to impart a lesson to his younger brother. Suddenly recalling that he, too, was the protagonist of a novel and had never inquired about Shun Qingran's sexual orientation. With a hint of hesitation, Shun Fan asked, "You do not fancy men, do you?" Upon hearing this gender-specific term, Shun Qingran momentarily froze. Such an archaic phrase. Since humanity had differentiated into ABO, there had been no distinction between male and female. He shook his head. Not interested. Shun Fan let out a sigh of relief and began his lecture. "That is good. The world is vast, filled with many fascinating things. Point 1 should not be preoccupied solely with men. Air. Alphas, understand? Shun Qingran nodded obediently. Shun Fan continued. The journey of life is vigorous. One must strive for self-improvement. One cannot rely solely on men, though I, as your elder brother, can offer my support. Shun Qingran nodded again in obedience. The worth of a person should not be defined by the affection of men, but rather by the enhancement of one's own abilities and the wielding of tangible power. If anyone attempts to impose their will upon you, let your fist convey that you are not to be trifled with. Only through absolute strength and authority can one compel respect from all. What if you stand in my way, Brother Fan? Shun Qingran pondered thoughtfully. Of course, you will heed my words. Your elder brother would never lead you astray. Chapter 19. A day of self-discipline for Long Aotian. Beep, 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 tick-tock, tick-tock. At precisely 6:45, the alarm clock rang without fail. With a swift motion, Shun Fan rolled out of bed and deftly silenced the device. He splashed cold water on his face in the bathroom, rousing himself significantly. After donning his workout attire, he descended to the first floor to find Shun Qingran already waiting there, raising an eyebrow in approval of his younger brother's demeanor. The two of them sipped some warm water to hydrate, followed by 10 minutes of stretching, feeling their blood circulate and warmth envelop their bodies. That a glance at the terminal confirmed it was exactly 7 o'clock, although they were in a desolate wilderness. The morning's melodious bird songs and the unique fragrance of the flora created an undeniable natural oasis of oxygen. They jogged along a narrow path, savoring the cool morning breeze as it caressed their cheeks, whisking away the heat of their exertion. The two remained silent, with only the chirping of birds and their slightly labored breaths intermingling in the air. Gradually, as time passed, both began to perspire lightly, their clothes dampening at the shoulders. Despite having traversed into this world with enhanced spiritual energy, Shun Fan found himself struggling due to the poor physical condition of his original body, gasping for breath. His breathing grew rapid, and his pace slowed. Noticing this, Shun Qingran adjusted his speed to match Shun Fan's. Turning to observe Shun Qingran, whose cheeks were flushed from exertion, yet otherwise unfazed, Shun Fan felt a pang of competitive anxiety. Though his younger brother had evidently been training in secret, that was no excuse for Shun Fan to lag behind. Fueled by a desire to not be outdone, he gritted his teeth and pushed his pace back to its former speed. Shun Qingran, maintaining his own tempo, gently advised Brother Fan, remember to progress gradually. Understanding that his younger brother was simply looking out for him, Shun Fan stubbornly continued to run ahead in silence, seeing that his brother had not heeded his advice. Shun Qingran fell and stepped beside him till last. After enduring for an hour, Shun Fan gasped for air like a dog just rescued from drowning, his clothes drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration trickling down his cheeks and pooling in the collar of his shirt. Struggling to catch his breath, he found himself preoccupied with a singular thought. Heed the counsel and nourish one's self properly. His younger brother was indeed correct. Exercise must be approached with gradual progression. The most strenuous activity Shun Fan had previously engaged in was social dancing. How could he expect to endure such high-intensity training all at once? As he regained his composure, a realization dawned upon him. An unyielding competitive spirit could lead only to harm against oneself. Once his physical condition improved, he would challenge his brother again. Collapsed on the sofa, he was utterly drained, with breakfast prepared by Shun Qingran placed before him, almost as if it were being fed to him. After resting for an hour, he felt a modicum of energy return and rose to continue his physical training at 9 o'clock. The fourth floor of the castle housed a vast training room, filled with various equipment, interspersed with wide open spaces that hinted at the presence of immense weights having long occupied those areas. The training room was technologically advanced, with translucent screens dividing sections. Akin to the terminal displays, Shun Fan selected a fitness tutorial video and pressed play. The male host, a muscular figure clad in a tight black fitness outfit that accentuated his impressive physique, captured Shun Fan's envious gaze for a few moments as he set this as his goal. Shun Qingran's eyes flitted between Shun Fan and the host, suddenly realizing that Shun Fan aspired to attain such a muscular build. After all, Shun Fan's gaming avatar was also a tall, brawny figure. Shun Qingran could scarcely entertain the thought of his brother's omega body, characterized by a strawberry milkshake scent, transforming into that of a hulking figure. Frowning, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Shun Fan had already commenced the workout, struggling to lift 30 kilograms dumbbells with his frail arms, his face contorted with effort, the flesh trembling slightly. This scene, in Shen Qingran's eyes, resembled the initial stages of a transformation into a muscular beast, a notion he could not accept. He would only tolerate Shun Fan developing a set of six-pack abs. Nothing more. Shen Qingran's expression shifted, and he resolved to intervene if necessary to prevent this transformation. "Hey, why are you dawdling? Get to it." Shun Fan glanced over, discovering Shen Qingran idly slacking off, prompting him to call out. Shen Qingran snapped back to reality, silently moving to the lat pull-down machine to begin his workout. Having completed a round with the male host, Shun Fan was now drenched in sweat, and during the 10-minute rest, every muscle in his body ached, rendering his arms nearly immobile. In stark contrast, his younger brother remained calm, casually leaning against the equipment while sipping a drink. The competitive fire within Shun Fan flared once more. But he quickly suppressed it, reminding himself that noble rivalry could wait. There was no rush. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and he resumed following the fitness tutorial, his movements visibly slowed as he contemplated switching to a more manageable workout video. By midday, he had exhausted himself to the point of feeling like a lifeless fish, ultimately requiring Shun Qingran to carry him back to his room. Lying on the bed, he felt almost disconnected from his limbs, closing his eyes and slipping into a deep slumber without even having time to eat. Shen Qingran placed warmed bread and milk at Shun Fan's bedside before returning to his own room for a nap. At 2:30, the alarm blared, rousing Shun Fan from his slumber. He felt somewhat rejuvenated and, upon seeing the bread and milk at his bedside, marveled at his brother's thoughtfulness as he consumed them while making his way to the 4th floor. Shen Qingran had already arrived at the training room, prompting Shun Fan to smirk in acknowledgement of his brother's stealthy ambition to outpace him. The afternoon training was considerably lighter, yet Shun Fan still found it taxing. By the end, he resembled a lifeless fish, his expression vacant and his movements mechanical as he followed the video. When the alarm signaled the conclusion, he felt as if he were a marionette severed from its strings. Collapsing to the floor, only to be caught by Shun Qingran's quick reflexes just before impact. In his dazed state, Shun Fan seemed to hear a soft sigh as he was gently placed onto a yoga mat, waves of muscle soreness assaulting him. After a brief moment of recovery, he realized Shen Qingran was using a foam roller to massage his sore muscles, prompting yet another internal acknowledgement of his brother's kindness. With great effort, he managed to utter, "What do you want to eat?" "It's on me." Shun Qingran replied, "Pan-seared pork chops." Shun Fan's fingers twisted slightly, forming an okay gesture in response. He opened the terminal to order takeout while continuing to massage Shun Fan's muscles. After approximately half an hour of this soothing treatment, Shun Fan's muscle soreness had significantly abated, and Shen Qingran carried him to the dining table to enjoy their meal. After a hearty feast, Shen Qingran prepared a warm bath for Shun Fan, who reclined in the hot water. Every pore relaxing in bliss, he squinted his eyes in contentment, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards his brother. Vowing that when he became the ruler of the universe, he would ensure that Shen Qingran held a position of great honor, allowing him to indulge in pan-seared pork chops every day. At precisely 7 o'clock, he entered the holographic pod and logged into the game. After a brief admiration of his character's appearance, he enlisted with Shen Qingran for 2 B-level dungeon teams. While the cost was indeed high, the thrill was equally exhilarating. He could simply recline throughout the entire experience, completely reliant on the leader to navigate through the challenges. Once the 2 dungeons concluded, he examined the equipment in his inventory. Unsurprisingly, it was the minimum guarantee. Nevertheless, all the gear was B-level. With a few more runs, he could eventually assemble a B-level mech. He glanced at Shun Fan's equipment, feeling a pang of envy that a full 7 A-level shards adorned his inventory. Yet the realization that 50 A-level shards were required to forge a single A-level piece of gear alleviated some of his discontent. Checking the time, he noted that there remained over an hour until 10 o'clock, allowing for 2 more dungeon runs. Thus, after indulging in 2 additional dungeons, the fatigued yet guaranteed player, Master Fan, finally returned to bed, peacefully closing his eyes. Chapter 20. Long Aotian struggles to find a title days passed in a monotonous rhythm. And Shun Fan's abdominal muscles became increasingly prominent. He lifted his shirt before the mirror, admiring the fruits of his labor. Despite his critical gaze, he still felt that progress towards his dream abs was disappointingly slow. He called Shun Qingran over, who, through consistent training, had developed a more pronounced six-pack, hinting at the emergence of an eight-pack. Shun Fan's sense of urgency was reignited. How could an elder brother be outdone by his younger sibling? Yet the results of his training were apparent. His workout intensity had escalated, and he no longer experienced the overwhelming fatigue that left his limbs weak and his scalp tingling. But he noted the impending autumn recruitment day for the Royal Military Academy was fast approaching. He had to admit, his younger brother, blessed with the aura of a protagonist, had chosen a secluded spot where they were undisturbed. The two had spent over a month in almost complete isolation. During this time, they had managed to assemble a B-level mech within the game. Shun Qingran, leveraging his extraordinary luck, had even pieced together a B-level mech, thanks to his synthesis of two A-level mech components. Shun Fan's initial jealousy transformed into pride as he confidently draped an arm over Shun Qingran's shoulder, boasting to their teammates, "Did you see that? A royal champion from my household." They had not solely confined themselves to dungeons. They engaged in numerous 3v3 matches, displaying remarkable synergy and skills, managing to triumph even with a random teammate. Matches, 124 win rate. 100 who could fail to be impressed. Shun Fan gazed at the statistics. A satisfied and proud smile gracing his face. To maintain their perfect win rate, he had refrained from participating in further 3v3 matches recently, as accumulating victories would elevate their rank, and with higher ranks came tougher opponents and spenders. As mere B-level mech pilots, they could only barely surpass A-level mechs through their exceptional skills, and encountering an S-level mech, regardless of its player's skill level, would significantly diminish their chances. After all, S-level mechs were akin to a dimensional strike. The PvP data in the game was public, and their flawless win rate naturally caught the attention of several guilds that in this game. Players could either create their own guilds or join existing ones. The stronger the guild, the more skilled players and spenders it attracted, leading to better benefits but correspondingly higher entry barriers. The top three guilds were Muse, Snowstorm's Return, and the Strongest Alliance in the Stars. All three guilds extended invitations to Shun Fan and Shun Qingran. Initially, Shun Fan scoffed at the notion. He had always preferred to reign as a king rather than serve others. However, after perusing the time, effort, and financial investment required to establish a guild on the forum, he reconsidered, realizing that accepting some benefits would not be a terrible idea. After all, he was a man destined for the Royal Military Academy. He could not afford to be trapped in a game indefinitely. Interstellar Invincible Little Tornado. Our guild is running an A-level dungeon today. If you join us, you can hitch a ride. The speaker was a small girl clad in dark Gothic attire, adorned with dazzling effects that dazzled the eyes, exuding an aura of wealth. She had met Shun Fan during a 3v3 match, and he found it puzzling to be paired with such a radiant S-level mech. Why would an S-level spender be matched with them? It was only when the match commenced and he witnessed her gameplay that he understood. To put it bluntly, there was no skill involved. It was all about money. It was the first time he had seen someone intentionally collide with enemy skills. Had she not panicked and called for help, he might have thought she was deliberately mocking her opponents. Interstellar Invincible Little Tornado was a PvP enthusiast, typically relying on others to assist her. However, after being insulted one day, "You're just a noob who wins thanks to a bit of cash." Her temper flared. To prove her skills, she ventured into 1v1 matches, which she had previously delegated to hired players. Initially, she won a few matches easily with her S-level mech, but soon encountered a skilled opponent. Although she won, the humiliation of being dominated lingered. She continued to face increasingly skilled players. Enduring numerous defeats, she ultimately switched back to 3v3, attempting to demonstrate that her struggles were not due to lack of skill, but rather an incompatibility with 1v1 matches. Realizing her true lack of skill led her to a sense of resignation. After all, why exert effort when she had money and allies? During her last match, she encountered Shun Fan and Shun Qingran. Upon seeing their flawless win rate, She was dazzled and deemed them to be technical masters. Noticing they were guildless, she aimed to recruit them into Muse, but her advances were met with indifference, prompting her to periodically pester them instead. Interstellar Invincible Little Tornado, with a playful lilt in her voice, urged, "Come on, we can take you to an S-level dungeon." Shun Fan coldly declined. No, she ground her teeth. "What is it about Muse that dissatisfies you? Speak up, and we might consider making changes." Unmoved, Shun Fan replied, "We are merely casual players and have no intention of joining a guild." She stomped her foot. "How infuriating. I shall return." Watching her vanish, Shun Fan maintained an air of aloofness, though turmoil brewed within. How vexing. He had not intended for things to unfold this way. He had simply wished to join for some benefits. Yet after having cultivated a facade of indifference towards women during his time in the cultivation world, he found himself unable to revert. Faced with a girl as playful demeanor, his mouth raced ahead of his thoughts, leading him to instinctively reject her with a stoic expression. Cursed after effects of being a protagonist. "Little brother, the next time Interstellar Invincible Little Tornado approaches us, you must agree before I speak," he reminded Shun Qingran for the 12th time. "All right," Shun Qingran responded, puzzled as to why they did not simply express their desire to join Muse. Sighing, Shun Fan gazed upward at the seaweed-like yellow, its appendages entwined and swaying. His face flushed, and he diverted his gaze. Adopting a practiced tone, being too easily obtained results in a lack of appreciation. Wasn't he this a virtual creature? How could it engage in indecent acts in plain view? What a disgrace, Shin Qingran interjected. Isn't that a virtual animal? Shun Fan, momentarily distracted by a virtual animal scene, awkwardly shifted his focus. Let us try an A-level dungeon, that he still yearned to explore the puzzle dungeon he had noticed upon entering the game. It had been abandoned due to insufficient players, but now, equipped with a B-level mech, he felt ready to challenge an A-level dungeon, but he brought up the dungeon interface, still shrouded in thick mist. However, the glow emanating from the depths was no longer purple but red, seemingly warning all to keep their distance. Dungeon name. The Lost Lighthouse Dungeon description. On a distant planet, a lighthouse illuminates the starry sea. Have you ever been guided by its light? Can you still recognize its form? Dungeon hint. Beware of your companions. They may have quietly transformed into someone else. Dungeon level. A-level dungeon capacity. 20 players dungeon rewards. Appearance items, S-level shards, A-level shards, A-level equipment, B-level and below equipment, etc. The introduction for A-level dungeons differed from that of I-level dungeons, shifting from cautioning about pollution to warning against companions, with the capacity increased to 20 players and more substantial rewards. The game forum contained guides for this dungeon, yet he refrained from consulting them. After all, researching a puzzle dungeon in advance was akin to spoiling a plot twist in a story. Secondly, it is because the narrative trajectory of this instance varies each time. The AI intelligently alters the storyline in real time, rendering the strategies for the instance potentially ineffective. Chapter 21. Long Aotian's further adventure in the instance. The scene in the game lobby gradually shifted, with the interior of the starship filled to capacity. Each individual's attire transformed to correspond with their roles, and beside each person SID was a parenthetical annotation. For instance, Shun Fan's read, "Cool and dashing, galactic voyager." Shin Qingran, on the other hand, was labeled simply as a passenger. He counted 3 interstellar crew members, 10 ordinary passengers, 1 veteran, 2 mercenaries, and 2 merchants, each accompanied by an assistant. All of these were players assuming roles. The NPCs in the instance included a captain, a first mate, and 3 crew members, totaling 25 individuals. The players had already begun chattering animatedly. "It's my first time in this instance. I'm looking for someone experienced. I've played C-level instances before, but upon reviewing the strategy guides, I found that each level of a Lost Lighthouse offers considerable differences. Not to mention, each playthrough of a level has a unique narrative trajectory, making the guides rather futile that I'm on my 3rd playthrough. And indeed, every time it brings me delightful surprises. This instance is the most unique of all, as it holds the highest rank of a level that, oh dear, will it be exceedingly difficult. Fear not, no matter how challenging. It remains just an instance that I've cleared it 5 times. Just be cautious not to get contaminated." Contaminated? Isn't the warning this time to be wary of teammates. Does everyone receive different hints for their instances? Shun Fan quietly inquired of Shun Qingran. Mine is to seek the lighthouse. It shall be humanity's salvation. My goodness. This instance is rather intricate, just as Shun Fan was about to ask other players about their hints. Captain Shilov rose from the pilot's seat and strolled out with poise. His face was flushed, adorned with a robust beard, and his eyes twinkled, resembling a youthful version of Santa Claus. Esteemed guests, we are nearing our destination. Are you all satisfied with this voyage? There was a brief silence among the players, followed by a veteran from the third playthrough who enthusiastically responded, very satisfied. Captain Shilov chuckled, upon reaching our destination. Please do grant me a 5-star review. I shall rely on you for my year-end bonus. The veteran continued to encourage. Absolutely. Some players appeared puzzled, whispering amongst themselves that the cutscene for this instance truly so intelligent. I recall it being a mandatory animation that I also remember it as a compulsory animation, with no interactive scenes with players that IT must have been updated again. Why fret about it? As long as it's enjoyable. These hushed conversations reached Shun Fan's ears as he gazed ahead. Behind the transparent glass partition lay an empty cockpit. Captain Shilov, is there truly no issue with autopilot? Captain Shilov, slightly irked by the inquiry, noticed that the young crew member questioning him was one of his own, and raised an eyebrow, speaking with an air of superiority. Are you questioning the technology of autopilot? It was as if Shun Fan were an unsophisticated denizen of a barren planet. And the captain's arrogance was palpable. Shun Fan raised an eyebrow. It seemed the dialogue was managed by intelligent AI, making this instance more intriguing than he had anticipated. I have greater faith in Captain Shilov's piloting skills. No one understands starship navigation better than you. Captain Shilov was flattered by his compliment, his lips curling into a broad grin as he chuckled. You possess a keen insight. The other players, catching on to the amusement, began addressing Captain Shilov with inquiries. Captain Shilov, how old are you this year? 123 years, nearing retirement. Captain Shilov, are you married? Of course, my wife is a gentle and beautiful Omega. Captain Shilov, what would you do if I gave you a 1-star review? Oh my, how could an angel such as you commit such a devilish act? Captain Shilov, what color are your underwear today? That is harassment. I shall reserve the right to sue. Captain Shilov, could you enlighten us on how to clear the instance? I cannot comprehend your words. Perhaps you should consider a visit to the neurology department. Captain Shilov fell silent, his gaze penetrating through the glass, observing the void of space beyond. His intuition hinted that the difficulty of this instance would reach unprecedented heights. As if responding to Long Aotian's intuition, the starship jolted violently, causing everyone to lose their balance, clutching onto whatever they could to stabilize themselves. The starship flickered red, with alarms blaring incessantly. Alert! Alert! Impact from unidentified object. Wing damage. Alert! Alert! Collision with asteroid field. Main vessel compromised. Aircraft damaged. Alert! Alert! Detection of unidentified substance. Shields compromised. The tumultuous shaking persisted for roughly 10 minutes before subsiding. I could see that moment. Shun Fan found himself holding Shun Qingran close, and he looked up to see an expanse of darkness outside, void of any celestial light. The other players gradually regained their composure, venting their frustrations that I nearly lost my mind. I feel nauseous. There was no need for this instance to feel so realistic. Get off me. You're crushing my leg. Can someone experienced explain? Does this instance always behave this way? This is my first encounter with such a scenario. Previously, it merely featured a mandatory animation. Captain Shilov appeared visibly shaken. The flush had drained from his face, leaving it pale, his lips trembling as he stuttered. God help us. I haven't received my year-end bonus yet. There must be no accidents. The other NPCs seemed equally unsettled, forcing themselves to appear calm while their trembling hands betrayed their inner dread. First Mate Armand stumbled into the cockpit, and after a thorough inspection, he emerged with a ghostly pallor, despair etched across his features. His voice shaking. Regrettably, we have just traversed a black hole. The starship is damaged, and we cannot return. His hands slowly moved to his face, and he buried his head in sorrowful tears, exclaiming, "My wife, my daughter." An atmosphere of despair enveloped the entire starship, as Captain Shilov muttered in a daze, "My year-end bonus." The others were infected by this somber mood, a heavy, indescribable sensation settling in their hearts. Suddenly, a cheerful voice from a player tore through the shroud of despair. It's back. The familiar cutscene has returned. The players perked up again, as if the preceding gloom had been mere illusion. It seemed this instance had evolved rapidly, no longer adhering to mandatory animations. Next, they found themselves halted on an unknown planet, and everyone prepared to undertake their tasks. How substantial could Captain Shilov's year-end bonus be? For him to be so fixated on it. Observing the players uttering phrases he could not comprehend, Captain Shilov grew irate. In such circumstances, how can you still concern yourselves with my year-end bonus? One player, grinning, replied, So, Captain, could you disclose the amount of your year-end bonus? Captain Shilov's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing into slits, his aged gaze fixated heavily upon the individual, his voice chilling. Instead of fretting over others' year-end bonuses, you ought to be worrying about your own life. The player, clearly intimidated by Captain Shilov's imposing demeanor, froze momentarily before awkwardly chuckling. Just a joke, don't take it to heart. Another player, puzzled, inquired, What is going on? Why does the cutscene now include retorts directed at players? A different player, visibly excited, exclaimed, Don't you think it's more entertaining? Other players chimed in, based on my extensive experience across various novels, comics, TV series, films, and games. This Captain Shilov is undoubtedly problematic. Surely not. ISNT he characterized as a miserly NPC fixated on his year-end bonus. Indeed, the phrases he utters most frequently are my year-end bonus and save me. Who knows if he might transform into the ultimate boss this time. Chapter 22. Long Aotian continues his adventure in the instance the starship drifted aimlessly through the darkness, direction and time indiscernible. Captain Shilov, wearing a stern expression, returned to the cockpit with several NPCs. The moment the hatch closed, the players released their hushed tones. Shun Fan listened intently, noticing one player remaining silent, adopting a mysterious demeanor in the last row, clad in a camel-colored, courtly-style suit, hair casually tied back into a small ponytail. With a few golden strands cascading beside his ears, his downturned double eyelids and deep-set eyes, alongside prominent brow bones and defined features, lent him an air reminiscent of a European aristocrat, lazily reclining against the chair's backrest. A hint of a smile gracing his lips, his gaze shifted to the player above. The galaxy's most affectionate merchant, Shun Fan, thought to himself, such a striking visage, yet he bears such a ludicrous name. He attempted to access the player's profile, but found himself unable to do so. Trying to pull up Shin Qingran's profile yielded the same result. He whispered, Little brother, could you check my profile? Is it accessible? Shun Qingran complied, replying, It's not. Shin Fan was fully aware that this dungeon did not allow players to view each other's panels. Such fundamental permissions had been restricted. It seemed rather tyrannical of this dungeon. Just as he was contemplating this, someone suddenly exclaimed, My quest is refreshed. The others turned to look at that person in unison, who immediately clamped a hand over their mouth, their expression somewhat peculiar. A player inquired, My quest log hasn't changed at all. What quest do you have? The individual stammered, Just a basic quest. Another player remarked, Your face looks off. Is there something fishy going on? After all, everyone was a player, united in the goal of clearing the dungeon. It would be best to share any clues. Others echoed, Exactly. We're in a cooperative relationship, not a competitive one. Why hide things? Although strategies might not necessarily be useful. One thing was certain. Sharing information could ensure a more efficient completion of the dungeon. They had yet to even glimpse the lighthouse. How could a quest have already emerged? The person, surrounded by the others' inquiries, grew irritated and snapped. I've already said it's just a normal quest. Can you stop pestering me? The atmosphere turned icy as others shot him cold looks. We all adhere to the principle of mutual aid to clear the dungeon together. If you're going to act special, don't expect us to carry you later. The individual's face flushed with anger. Who cares? Shin Fan gazed at his own empty quest log. Curiosity piqued. What was this person's quest that they would rather sour their relationship with the players than reveal its details? Ah. Shun Fan's ears perked up at the sound of a barely audible snicker, which stood out starkly in the tense silence. He turned towards the source of the laughter and saw the languid figure of the illustrious interstellar first affection. The latter, sensing Shun Fan's gaze, lazily lifted an eyelid and met his eyes. Shun Fan's instincts told him this person was far from ordinary. Not merely in an average sense, but someone who could command a significant presence within the narrative. In the realm of cultivation, this individual would undoubtedly be a wayward exotic Persian cat demon, reigning as the courtesan in a brothel, captivating a throng of young maidens with their allure, while their heart remained as cold as stone. Heavens, could that be the streamer Deep Affection? A player named Superflirt turned around, recognizing the previously silent figure of interstellar First Affection. He rubbed his eyes. That face, that ID, that figure, that charisma. Wasn't it exactly? Streamer, I'm your super fan? Aw, hubby. His excitement even caused his voice to crack. The corners of interstellar First Affection's mouth curled into an elegant arc as he nodded slightly. Hello. Superflirt, in a frenzy of excitement, flailed his arms. Aw, hubby, I love you. Shun Fan interjected. There are male fans. Others looked on in confusion. Which streamer is this? I've never heard of them. Let me search. But wait, what was happening? The search panel couldn't be brought up. This revelation sent a shock through the crowd, and they lost interest in identifying the streamer, hastily attempting to access their own panels, yet finding nothing but their personal panels. One player panicked, attempting to exit the game, only to find the logout button grayed out and unresponsive. What should we do? Is this a bug? Customer support requests also failed. Help, I want to force close the game, but that doesn't work either. Anxiety spread like wildfire. Superflirt, blushing with shyness, mused, this must be a chance created by the system for me and my hubby. The crowd reassured one another. Don't worry, it's definitely a bug. Just wait for the officials to resolve it. Such a significant bug might even come with plenty of compensation. Well said, I'll reward you with a pile of E-grade gear. You really understand the officials. Everyone began to joke, the oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipating as they chatted. The conversation drifted back to interstellar First Affection. Are you a new streamer? I've never seen you before. Interstellar First Affection replied. Yes, I've only been streaming for a month. 2398329. Welcome to support. I'll follow you once we're out. By the way, could you ask the audience in your stream to report the situation to customer support? I believe they're already aware. Interstellar First Affection displayed a troubled expression. However, ever since we entered the dungeon, I've lost contact with the bullet screen. I hope the viewers will help report IT and no worries. Hubby, you still have me. Two voices chimed in unison, prompting everyone to turn towards the player who was passionately writhing in madness for love, subtly distancing themselves from him. Let us distance ourselves from Superflirt, starting with you and me. Shun Fan felt a gentle poke at his waist, a sensation that was both ticklish and pleasant. He turned to look at Shun Qingran, who leaned closer, their warm breath brushing against his ear, stirring a wave of tingles that MY Quest has refreshed. Shun Fan's eyes widened in surprise as he heard Shun Qingran continue. Personal quest. You are... His voice trailed off as another player exclaimed. I just got a quest. The task was revealed. Yet the players' tone wavered as they observed the eager gazes directed at them. They hesitated, then finally divulged. Personal quest, due to traversing a black hole. Attracting a multitude of unidentified parasitic entities, those infected will lose their radiance and forever descend into darkness. Ensure your own safety and seek the lighthouse. P.S. Confidential information, do not share, or the chance of contamination increases by 60. Silence enveloped the starship as one player muttered, Goodness, we can't share information. Is this meant to sow discord? Everyone instinctively turned to the first player who had refreshed their quest, their suspicions confirmed. It appeared that this player was wary of the contamination risk, hence their reticence. The group exchanged glances, contemplating whether to selflessly share their quest details. Interstellar First Affection lazily stood up, appearing as if he had just awoken. His voice low and resonant. My quest has also emerged. Travel forward 38,291 kilometers. There is a landing point. We must escape immediately once we arrive. A shorter player timidly raised their hand. I have a quest too. Mine is to seal the starship to prevent infection by the unidentified parasites. Me too. My task requires me to leave the starship and search for the lighthouse, eliminating the parasites. These three individuals shared their quests openly, without reservation. The similarity in their quest content left the others stunned, unable to conceal their shock. This dungeon seemed to represent a stark contrast to earlier ones, akin to the difference between the interstellar era and primitive Earth-S anthropoids. Was this dungeon designed to explore the themes of human selfishness and altruism? Interstellar First Affection finally appeared intrigued, playfully twirling a lock of hair, splitting player unity, with each of us hiding information from the others, ultimately leading to failure due to inconsistencies. Point one player's expression turned grave. Thus, we should consolidate everyone's information and determine the most accurate path forward. Is it possible this is truly a bug? The Lost Lighthouse had indeed provided a considerable surprise for this veteran player. The dungeon has undergone super evolution. Has it? What are these unidentified parasites? How come I haven't seen them? Unidentified parasites? Shun Fan approached the glass, nearly pressing his eyes against it, and caught a glimpse of subtle movements. This was not the pitch-black void of space. Rather, it was a mass of black moths, writhing and layered upon one another. The entire starship was shrouded in a thick layer of these dark, undulating creatures. Chapter 23. Long Aotian continues to clear the dungeon. How could there be moths in space? Shun Fan pondered in confusion. Moments later, someone voiced the question he had in mind. How could there be moths in space? It must be a game setting. They're likely some sort of alien species. It is hard to spot them unless you look closely. The game can do whatever it wants. Perhaps we'll even see a player morph into a mermaid. Haha, maybe there will be giant beings as mounts. Suddenly, a player screamed in terror. Oh no, I really turned into a mermaid. To the astonishment of the others, a player had transformed into a mermaid, specifically, one with a fish head and a human body. The mermaid player wept inconsolably. Wah, I don't want to be this kind of mermaid. Super Flirt maintained his composure. Wah, I want to become hubby's dog. Shun Fan edged closer to Shun Qingran, thinking that male fans were indeed quite terrifying. Had they been infected? Goodness, a transformation right before their eyes. What if they turned into something similar? A woman named Oliwe, exuding a mature charm, stepped forward to take charge. Let us start by discussing your quest details. Perhaps there is a way to revert back. The fish-headed player sobbed. You are an ordinary interstellar navigator, but due to traversing a black hole, you awakened your mermaid lineage. Woe is me. The mermaid bloodline has a strong allure for unidentified parasites. Depart the starship, seek the lighthouse, and strive to survive safely. Wah. Facing the sobbing mermaid, everyone fell into an eerie silence, suppressing laughter that threatened to escape. Oliwe maintained a serious demeanor, offering comfort. It's all right. It is just a dungeon that you'll return to normal once we exit. The fishhead player remained sorrowful, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. The scene is undeniably comical. Shun Fan cannot help but chuckle for a moment before quickly suppressing a smile. Elbowing Shun Qingran. What is your task? Shun Qingran replies. Personal task. You are The first interstellar romantic interrupts, leisurely observing the two. What is it that we cannot hear? His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, draws the attention of everyone, their gazes converging upon the pair. Their eyes gleam with curiosity. Do you two wish to keep secrets for yourselves? Shun Fan exclaims. Damn it. Interrupted again. Is it so difficult to learn about the little brother's task? He looks expressionlessly at the first interstellar romantic, his incredulity evident. The first interstellar romantic responds with a languorous smile. Shun Qingran remains unfazed, speaking in a flat tone. You are a pirate masquerading as an ordinary passenger in the cosmos. Your objective is to hijack the starship and seize its treasures. However, due to the peculiar circumstances, you must evacuate swiftly to avoid contamination risks. You have two companions. Please locate them and ensure a safe departure before the starship lands. A hint of amusement flickers in the eyes of the first interstellar romantic. It seems there are undercover agents among us. Clap. Olai Shue clasps her hands together, her tone enthusiastic. This is becoming increasingly interesting. Indeed, the first interstellar romantic prolongs his tone. Now, everyone, he straightens his attire, smiling, his voice carrying an irresistible authority. Let those who have received tasks share their assignments. All eyes gradually shift towards the player who initially revealed their task. That player wears a grim expression, their reluctance palpable, stammering out their task. My task is to remain aboard the starship, and not to be parasitized by the unknown organism. Olai Schwen nods thoughtfully. It seems the two main directions of this dungeon are to remain on the starship or leave it. These two directions are contradictory, indicating the first interstellar romantic interjects. Players are divided into two factions. Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupts in a commotion. Shun Fan gazes at the darkened glass in front of him. It is evident that this dungeon is not merely about splitting players into two factions. The unknown organism refers to the moth enveloping the starship. Everyone must avoid being parasitized to prevent this. Staying aboard the starship seems the safest option. Yet the vessel has sustained damage while traversing the black hole, leaving its safety in question. But if they leave the starship, he is certain that, once the hatch opens, the moths will surge in instantly. From the tasks revealed, it appears that locating the lighthouse is a necessary condition for clearing the dungeon. These moths lurk ominously, surrounding the starship tightly. Even if they pass by the lighthouse, they may not see its light. Moreover, the players' identities are not as straightforward as they seem, with hidden identities and bloodlines, which, though seemingly insignificant, could prove to be crucial. Additionally, the concepts of parasitism and contamination appear to be two distinct notions, suggesting that apart from the external unknown organism, there exists another source of contamination that seems to be a deadlock. Their information is derived solely from the system-issued tasks, and those players may not necessarily speak the truth. Furthermore, he glances at the NPCs in the cockpit. They have remained motionless for quite some time. Suddenly, a warm breath brushes against his earlobe, snapping Shun Fan back to reality. Shun Qingran lowers his gaze, fixated on Shun Fan's robustly muscled arm, speaking softly. I've been parasitized. Shun Fan is momentarily taken aback. Oh, Shun Fan, what? He struggles to maintain his expressionless facade, whispering, how did you get parasitized? Shun Qingran replies, I am an interstellar pirate, carrying the parasite myself. Shun Fan gasps. Then what about me? He instinctively steps back. Shun Qingran, yes, you are also parasitized. Shun Fan, I was parasitized and didn't even receive a system prompt. Suddenly, Shun Qingran raises his hand to cover the back of Shun Fan's neck, its coldness hinting at something writhing beneath his skin. Shun Fan instinctively shrinks his shoulders. Shun Qingran asks, do you have a prompt now? No sooner had he finished speaking than Shun Fan's interface displays a line of text. Personal task. As an interstellar crew member, always remember to share the glory and disgrace of the starship. Bound by life and death. Unexpected events have followed. The starship is damaged, navigation is lost. Unknown parasitic organism. You have been parasitized. Your stance has changed. Task updated. Please endeavor to spread the parasite. Never allow them to find the lighthouse. Or else. Method of parasitism. Regardless of who, the gland are the most vulnerable. The larva bites through the gland, using the body as nourishment, spinning silk to form a pupa, and metamorphosing into an adult. Shun Fan laments. Big Brother shares his innermost thoughts with you, and you play tricks on me. He glares angrily. You set me up. Shun Qingran tugs at his clothing. This way. We are on the same side. Shun Fan, exasperated, turns his head away, unwilling to speak. He can willingly accept being parasitized for the sake of his younger brother, but he will never allow himself to be taken advantage of. Despite his anger, his rational mind continues to ponder. Currently, it is known that two individuals have been parasitized. The other two interstellar pirates may also carry parasites, indicating that the parasitizers have a greater advantage. Those who have been parasitized cannot locate the lighthouse and will forever be lost in the cosmos. However, the task of this game is peculiarly convoluted. If finding the lighthouse is the criterion for victory, the chance of being parasitized is nearly 100%. Yet those who are parasitized would not be able to find the lighthouse, thus failing to clear the game. Moreover, those who are parasitized do not receive prompts of failure. Instead, their tasks are updated to spreading the parasite. Therefore, the ultimate goal of this dungeon seems to be the parasitization of all players. Shun Fan surveys the crowd, noting the varied expressions on their faces. Perhaps a method to counter the parasite will appear in one of the players' task lists. Chapter 24. Long Aotian continues to conquer the dungeon. My task is also refreshed. I am also an interstellar pirate. One player raises their hand, candidly stating, Another player looks astonished. My task is to leave the starship. Gradually, Everyone begins to disclose their tasks. Olai Shue speaks up. My task is to stay aboard the starship. The overly clingy player sticks close to the first interstellar romantic. My task is to eliminate the parasite. I don't want to eliminate the parasite. I just want to stay by my darling's side. The first interstellar romantic places a finger against the overly clingy player's forehead, halting his forward movement. Is there any introduction on how to eliminate the parasite? The overly clingy player pouts, yearning to attach himself to the first interstellar romantic. Darling, give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. The first interstellar romantic. He smiles. You might as well unfollow me. The overly clingy player widens his eyes, instantly sitting up straight, obediently stating, the parasite is intolerant to low temperatures. Try using ice. After saying this, he shyly winks at the first interstellar romantic. Darling, don't unfollow me or take off my clothes. The first interstellar romantic maintains his smile, ignoring him. Shun Fan is speechless. Why do such unserious individuals possess crucial information? There's a certain aesthetic of feeding ginseng to pigs. Fortunately, despite the overly clingy player's simple mind, he does not lie. The words of other players are half-truths, especially the first player who received a task, who surely concealed something. The likelihood of interstellar pirates carrying parasites is quite high, yet the other two show no signs of anything amiss. Could it be that only Shun Qingran has been parasitized? Shun Fan falls into deep thought. Feeling a nudge at his waist, he looks up to find everyone staring at him intently. The first interstellar romantic. What is your task? Shun Fan, with an air of calmness, replies, to escape the starship. With that, Olai Shue claps her hands to gather everyone's attention. Those who wish to remain on the starship stand to the left, and those who wish to escape stand to the right. The crowd begins to move, and soon they form two factions. Shun Qingran, Shun Fan, the first interstellar romantic, the fishhead player, two interstellar pirates, and two others form one team. Olai Shue and the others form another team. 8. 12. The numbers are not evenly matched. Olai Shue. We have already learned how to eliminate the parasite. Those who want to leave must find a way to work together to eliminate the parasite. Those who wish to stay may do so. The fishhead player inquires, but where are we supposed to find ice? Olai Shue gazes towards the cockpit. Let's ask Captain Shilov. She walks to the door, presses the call button, and waits for a while, but there is no response from within. Puzzled, she presses the door opening button, and the door creaks open slowly, revealing the same still figures inside. She calls out a few times. Captain Shilov? Captain Shilov? First Mate Almond? Inside, it is eerily quiet, the NPCs resembling statues. Olai Shue intuitively senses something is off and refrains from entering. The players gather at the door, attempting to call out as well, but receive no response. Could they be stuck? It's also possible their storyline has concluded, hence they are no longer operational, but they were so intelligent before. Is there a brave soul willing to investigate? Not a chance. Those NPCs clearly have issues. Going would be tantamount to seeking death. One cannot say that. There might be items to be discovered, right? You go if you want. I certainly will not. The players were gently jostling one another when, all of a sudden, one of them, precariously positioned against the doorframe, lost their balance and stumbled into the cockpit, colliding directly with the body of an NPC crew member. At the moment of impact, the NPC's body shattered like a dried twig, crumbling effortlessly upon contact. The desiccated form remained only a fragile shell, from which a viscous brown liquid oozed through the fissures, enveloping the player's entire body at a visibly alarming rate. Alexu regained her composure and swiftly closed the hatch, as the liquid immediately coated the glass of the door. Handprints appeared one after another on the surface. And even though the soundproofing was exceptional, they could faintly hear the anguished screams of the player trapped inside. The expressions of the onlookers were grave. The player with the fish head trembled as he asked, What is inside? Alexu furrowed her brow, watching as the murky handprints were swiftly obscured by the viscous substance, and new ones emerged in their place, her voice heavy with foreboding. It could be a parasitic entity. One player questioned, Isn't the moth outside the parasitic entity? The first of the interstellar group, known for his emotional depth, stood up languidly. Doesn't this resemble pollution? It seemed as though the others had been roused from a stupor. They stared at the brown liquid, their faces reflecting astonishment that wasn't this the pollution that appeared in other instances. This scenario harbored not only unidentified parasitic entities, but also pollution. What about the source of the contamination? This was never mentioned in the mission briefing. The first of the interstellar group smirked slightly. So, we must not only eradicate the parasites, but also eliminate the source of the pollution. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, right. We must locate the source of the pollution. Alexu interjected, not necessarily. The hatch is well sealed. It can withstand for a while. Since the mission did not mention the need to find the source of the pollution, we can disregard it and focus on locating the lighthouse. Based on the game's nature, the lighthouse should possess purifying capabilities. Indeed, our primary objective now is to eliminate the parasites. One player supported Alexu. I concur. 2 players echoed her sentiment. Let us first eradicate the parasites. A third player chimed in. The first of the interstellar group mused. I recall that the aft cabin is stocked with liquid nitrogen canisters, which can be used to trigger an explosion in the escape pod. A group of them entered the aft cabin, retrieving 5 canisters of liquid nitrogen and equipping them to the escape pod. After establishing the flight path of the escape pod, they discovered a problem they had previously overlooked. Once the window of the escape pod is opened, the moths will swarm in, won't they? We can close the hatch to the aft cabin, preventing the moth from entering here. However, the button to open the escape pod's window is located in the aft cabin, so someone must press the activation button. The group found themselves in an impasse. No one wished to be the brave martyr, except for one. Super SP, dramatically cradling his heart, declared, Darling, I am willing to sacrifice myself for your grand ambitions. The first of the interstellar group responded. Really? Super SP nodded earnestly. As long as you remember me in your heart, he leaned in, attempting to nestle into his embrace. The first of the interstellar group swiftly turned him around, exiting the aft cabin and shutting the door. The motion fluid and seamless, he smiled through the glass. Super SP, with an enamored expression, murmured, Darling touched me. The first of the interstellar group's smile vanished, as the onlookers marveled at Super SP's selfless act of love. Shen Qingran gently tapped Shun Fan's hand, her ebony eyes fixed on him. Are you angry? Shun Fan replied tersely, Yes, don't talk to me right now. Shen Qingran said, I was wrong. Silence met her. She tapped his hand again. I just fear that if Brother Fan knew I had been parasitized, he would abandon me. Shun Fan turned away. Is this your reason for putting me in danger? Would Brother Fan truly abandon me? I only blame myself for lacking security. You're my only friend. Shun Fan grumbled, Damn, I feel like a scoundrel who has abandoned his wife. Though his heart softened, his words remained stubborn. Don't speak to me for 10 minutes. Chapter 25. Long Aotian is still navigating the instance. This was his final act of defiance. Shun Qingran quipped, Brother Fan will abandon me for 10 minutes. With a snap, the last vestige of defiance shattered. Shun Fan, unable to withstand her demeanor, relented with impatience. All right, fine. I'll listen to you. Shun Qingran beamed. Brother Fan is truly wonderful. Shun Fan, with a blank expression, looked up only to find everyone staring at them. Bewildered. Hey, Alexu crossed her arms. Can we please respect the game? We are all deeply invested in finding a way through. The first of the interstellar group wore a similar expression, as if witnessing a pair of male lovers, though they were merely an A0 couple flirt elsewhere. Shun Fan exclaimed in shock. I am not. I didn't tea. He and his subordinate were innocent. The fishhead player rolled his eyes in disbelief. Haven't you two been glued together since entering the game? And you even have couple names. Shun Fan widened his eyes. What do you mean, couple names? How is Fonny and Brother Fan a couple name? This is clearly a brotherly name. In response, he thought, those who see male companions everywhere are surely seeing things. The group exchanged bemused glances, then turned back towards the aft cabin, donning expressions of heartfelt emotion. Shun Fan protested. Shen Qingran should be the one to feel speechless. Her mood changes faster than her heart. Alexia glanced back at the cockpit. Where the player had ceased their struggles, she redirected her gaze to Super SP in the aft cabin. Let us begin. Super SP gazed longingly at the first of the interstellar group. His lips forming words. From his mouth, the others deciphered his farewell. Darling, don't forget me. Everyone replied. What a predictably sentimental remark. Super SP shut his eyes tightly, a tear tracing down his cheek. Imbued with a spirit of defiance, he pressed the activation button for the escape pod. As the hatch of the escape pod swung open, the moths surged in, filling the entire aft cabin. The escape pod followed its predetermined path, releasing the liquid nitrogen canisters, which detonated with a resounding boom. Upon contact with the black moths, their dark forms instantly crystallized in frost, shattering like desiccated flowers, disintegrating into powder as they drifted through the void of space. Layer after layer of the dark shell peeled away, revealing the inhabitants' vision gradually expanding. Outside lay a hazy nebula, and beyond it, flickering red lights. Joy surged within the group. It's the lighthouse. The red beams pierced through the mist, illuminating Shun Fan's amber eyes. Yet he could perceive not a glimmer of light. Was this the consequence of being parasitized? The lighthouse was a beacon, yet being parasitized rendered one unable to behold its glow. No wonder they would forever be lost in the cosmic sea. Those who fell victim to parasitism had undoubtedly received the instance's decree of failure. However, he had not been informed of any such failure. Instead, he was compelled to parasitize other players, thwarting their quest for the lighthouse. If all players fell prey to parasitism, would that signify success in clearing the instance? No, that seemed improbable that if all players were parasitized and failed to locate the lighthouse. Achieving victory would be as simple as everyone realizing this and complying willingly. Could it be that the purpose of parasitism was to drag others down too, if he could not clear the instance? Neither could anyone else. Before he could delve deeper into contemplation, he was jostled by several players who crowded around, pressing against the glass, eagerly gazing at the flickering red light. The unidentified parasitic entities had been eradicated, and they now understood the direction of the lighthouse. That twinkling, hazy red light had become a symbol of victory in their hearts. Through the shrouded nebula, they seemed to catch a glimpse of A-grade equipment and S-grade fragments. Some even began to devise plans, intending to post a detailed recap of the entire game on the forum once they cleared it. He would be the first to post after the instance's super evolution. Hold on, don't get ahead of yourselves. The first of the interstellar group drawled. There's still pollution in the cockpit. How do we navigate the starship to that planet? A bucket of cold water doused their fervent enthusiasm and delightful aspirations, leaving them chilled to the bone. The contagion's virulence and aggressiveness were evident. The players exchanged glances, reading mutual reluctance and sorrow in each other's eyes, even if a brave soul was willing to sacrifice themselves to set the starship's course. The risk of complete annihilation loomed large. The contaminated liquid lay just beyond the cockpit as hatch. Once opened, it could potentially spread outside at the speed of contagion. In a moment, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Knock, knock, knocked out. A series of muffled, indistinct knocks broke the stillness. They turned towards the source of the sound, only to discover it was Super SP. He was still alive. He was pressed against the glass, holding a piece of paper he had somehow procured, which bore the words, "I've been parasitized, but it is not contagious." Shun Fan's eyes flickered at the message. Had Super SP turned malevolent? The others regarded him with deep skepticism, and Super SP seemed to feel their penetrating gazes, dramatically feigning injury before immediately returning to writing, "My mission has been altered to prevent players from reaching the lighthouse. I truly will not infect anyone." Upon reading these lines, the gaze of the crowd remained permeated with skepticism. Super Say-Bye, feeling a sense of urgency, swiftly scribbled a few more lines that "I am not lying. If I truly cared about this round, I wouldn't have volunteered as a sacrifice. Release me, and I shall head to the cockpit. P.S. My beloved husband must prevail." The crowd murmured. There appears to be a hint of credibility. Should we trust him? One player expressed concern. Trust him. If he intended to deceive us, he wouldn't have sacrificed himself to the aft cabin. Another player hesitated. But his mission is to prevent us from locating the lighthouse. What if he sabotages the cockpit? Yet another player maintained their skepticism. However, if he does not proceed, we cannot set the navigation route to the cockpit, lamented another. The parasites in the aft cabin have already been reduced to dust. When we go to the aft cabin, he can access the cockpit. Even if contamination spreads, it won't affect us. One player voiced their support. But what he says may not be true. The group erupted into a debate. only to be calmed by Olai Shue's authoritative voice. Let us first analyze our current situation. We have eradicated the parasites and sighted the direction of the lighthouse. We now need to set a navigation route to the lighthouse. Yet the cockpit is contaminated, preventing our entry. That if we do not enter, we will be unable to reach the lighthouse, and the starship will drift aimlessly until energy is depleted, resulting in failure for all. Currently, a player, claiming to be free of infection, is willing to enter the cockpit to set the navigation route. Should he be lying, we risk being infected, leading to failure. If he is truthful but alters the route, we also face failure. If he genuinely sacrifices himself, he will fail, but we may succeed. I trust none of you wish to enter the cockpit. We have a player willing to make a second sacrifice. The worst outcome remains failure. I am prepared to take this risk. Olai Shue's voice was calm and magnetic, carrying a persuasive weight. The majority of players began to shift their stance in support of Olai Shue, but I also believe that, since failure is inevitable, we might as well trust Super Saibai. I admire Super Saibai's character. His willingness to sacrifice again reflects remarkable courage and selflessness. I trust Super Saibai would not harm a galaxy's most devoted partner. The scattered voices of dissent were silenced, and with the backing of the majority, Olai Shue opened the hatch. Chapter 26. Long Aotian continues the adventure. Super Saibai bounded out like a playful puppy, sidling up to the galaxy's most devoted partner with heartfelt sincerity. "Darling, I am willing to sacrifice everything for you," the devoted partner replied. "Thank you." The crowd murmured, "He loves him so much." Super Saibai shyly covered his face, fidgeting. "Oh, how wonderful it would be if I could add my husband as a friend after we escape." The devoted partner replied, "We could discuss it once we are out." Olai Shue, eager not to waste time, sensed that Super Saibai would cling to the devoted partner unless prompted, and pretended to clear her throat. "Time is of the essence. You should enter first. The sooner we clear this round, the sooner you can add, your husband's friends." Super Saibai, with a sparkle in his eyes, responded, "All right, darling, I'll wait for you outside." With that, he hopped excitedly to the cockpit door, poised to press the button to open it, only to be halted by a player. "Hey, wait until we reach the aft cabin before you open it." Super Saibai nodded obediently, standing by the hatch, patiently awaiting the other players to retreat to the aft cabin. His gaze fixed on the devoted partner. The aft cabin door closed, blocking the devoted partner from view. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze and opened the cockpit door. The others, peering through the glass of the hatch, anxiously watched the cockpit's direction. They saw Super Saibai enter the cockpit and close the door, while some contamination seeped through the gaps, slowly spreading. Brown, viscous slime coated the glass, obscuring their view of the cockpit's interior. Each passing second felt unbearably drawn out. All eyes were glued to the scene outside the hatch. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner behind, a pair of black wings fluttered softly, silently landing on the gland of the last rose player. The proboscis gently piercing the skin. The black moth exclaimed, "Damn, this one has already been infected. What a waste of time." Shun Fan felt an itch on his neck and absent-mindedly scratched it, prompting the black moth to take flight. That was close. It nearly got squashed. The black moth quietly landed on another player's gland, something wriggling through the proboscis and slowly merging with the bloodstream. "Ah," he cried out, hurriedly covering his mouth, sheepishly glancing at the others as they looked his way, awkwardly chuckling. "I was just too nervous, huh?" The second player wore an expression of horror. The third, the fourth, and the seventh players all finally encountered a dim-witted one who panicked and screamed, I've been infected." The other infected players echoed. Sixth, the devoted partner's nonchalant demeanor instantly shifted, his gaze locking onto the black moth perched on the infected player's gland. There's still a straggler. The remaining uninfected players stared in fear at the black moth, terrified that they might be next. One infected player reassured, "Don't worry, being infected isn't a big deal. It doesn't hurt at all. It just changes your mission." The other players vehemently shook their heads. "I absolutely do not want to be infected," as the black moth detached from that player's gland and flew toward the uninfected. A few players panicked and scattered. The black moth locked onto one individual, and just as it was about to touch him, an acrylic box descended from above, enclosing it. The black moth flailed within the box, attempting to escape but only colliding with the confines of the narrow acrylic walls. The player gazed at his savior with exaggerated gratitude, tears brimming in his eyes as he looked at the devoted partner holding the box. Streamer. I'll shower you with gifts once I'm out. The devoted partner smiled gently. I want the most expensive ones, thank you. The player nodded vigorously. Yes, 10 of them. Olai Shue, feeling a headache coming on, furrowed her brows, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Those who are infected, stand to the left. Those who are not, stand to the right. The players exchanged glances and slowly moved. Point 6 stood on the left, 11 on the right. Olai Shue observed the numbers and took a breath. Not too bad. Only SIX, this moment. She no longer wished to investigate whether any of the 11 were hiding something. However, she felt confident that the 6 were manageable and trustworthy. The fishhead player, curled in the corner, timidly asked, "What if there are still parasites that haven't been eliminated?" Olai Shue replied, "Then we will meet again in the next game." The fishhead player whimpered, "QEQ." The devoted partner gazed at the now still black moth within the box, lost in thought. The group remained silent for a long while. Suddenly, the hatch swung open. Super Saibai leaned against the door frame. "Have you all been infected?" The crowd responded with confusion. Super Saibai's gaze fell upon the acrylic box in the devoted partner's hand, his face filled with regret. "What a pity. Darling, you caught the last one." The crowd exchanged puzzled looks. The devoted partner smiled at him. "Is this the survivor you left behind?" Super Saibai stepped inside, still smeared with brown slime, prompting the crowd to shrink back into the corners. "An experiment," he sighed, feigning anger. "How could you imprison it?" Olai Shue quickly realized. "You did this on purpose. You led us to the aft cabin to be infected." Super Saibai raised his hands innocently. "But being infected means you won't be contaminated." He pretended to be heartbroken, dramatically wiping away imaginary tears. "I did it for your own good. And you all, boo-hoo." Olai Shue retorted, "Why should I believe you?" Super Saibai twirled around. "Look, I am back safe and sound." The player who went in first has already turned into a shell. These words. The crowd's expressions shifted. Being infected would prevent contamination. Could they? Olai Shue scoffed. What if everyone gets infected and the game fails? The group snapped back to reality. Indeed, being infected might avoid contamination while ensuring game completion. This seemed highly improbable. Super Saibai shrugged nonchalantly. Whatever, contamination has already spread to the aft cabin. Beneath his feet, the brown, viscous slime was slowly expanding. The devoted partner, half smiling, half amused, remarked, "Did you know all this from the start?" Super Saibai blushed. Of course not. It was discovered that once infected, there are no prompt for game failure. So I bravely volunteered to test the toxicity of the contamination. He blinked. I didn't expect this pleasant surprise. Being infected means no fear of the contamination source. The devoted partner queried. So why did you deliberately leave one parasite behind? I'm sorry, my dear husband, but I simply wish to know what rewards await everyone after being parasitized. The mere thought of not being on the same side as you fills me with anxiety. He cradles his heart, yearning to lean against the most passionate figure in the galaxy. The most passionate figure in the galaxy allows him to draw near, raising a hand to pinch his gland, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Very well, I shall indulge your curiosity. HM. The overly bashful one tilts his head, suddenly paling. Yumi, pollution. The smile of the most passionate figure in the galaxy deepens. Little did he know. The overly bashful one instantly shifts his expression, wrapping his arms around him and playfully striking him a few times. Wah, you've tainted me. You have feelings for me. Youth should not wait. Let's marry right now. The smile of the most passionate figure in the galaxy freezes at the corners of his mouth. He is disgusted, turning his head away in disdain. Their antics leave everyone else bewildered, like a monk scratching his head in confusion. Olai Shue is the first to react, indignantly pointing at the two. Ah, how dirty your tactical hearts are. Then, with an awkward smile, adds, I'm guilty of it too. Everyone. Chapter 27. Long Aotian finally completes the dungeon. Shun Fan and Shun Qingran appear as two invisible onlookers, silently observing this farce. Due to the unexpected factor of the overly bashful one, the most passionate figure in the galaxy and Olai Shue have grown weary of the charade, revealing their true intentions. The most passionate figure in the galaxy leans lazily against the wall, his tone tinged with boredom. This is pointless. Polluting others is such a hassle that IT requires players to be parasitized for the pollution to spread via the glands. Otherwise, they become mere shells, too troublesome. Olai Shui remarks, indeed, it's much easier to take direct action. The most passionate figure in the galaxy raises an eyebrow. Aren't you curious about the lighthouse? Olai Shui replies. It's for purification, isn't it? It's just a righteous tool. The most passionate figure in the galaxy counters, don't you find the issued tasks utterly illogical? Olai Shui admits, indeed, it feels like they're denying us a way to succeed. The most passionate figure in the galaxy tilts his head, gazing out at the crimson glow. We are nearing it. Olai Shui follows his gaze toward the lighthouse. The starship is enveloped in silence. The sudden turn of events leaves everyone in a state of shock. They huddle in corners, their faces betraying their panic. Shun Fan fixates on the thick, viscous slime crawling across the ground. He notices the pollution growing thicker and spreading faster. Being parasitized does not trigger a failure notification, nor does being polluted after parasitism. The only way to trigger a failure notification is, a player's leg becomes ensnared by the slime, and in the blink of an eye, it envelopes his entire body upon contact with the skin. The nearby players quickly flee, whether they are parasitized or not, clinging to one another. All that remains visible is a figure struggling beneath the brown slime. The player's movements gradually weaken, as if encased in toffee, and ultimately, due to the cooling of the toffee, he becomes solidified. He maintains the posture of his last struggle, the slime slowly seeping into his body. His contorted face emerging 0.5 minutes and 37 seconds. Shun Fan watches the player who has failed, mentally noting the time he was contaminated. The player who was pushed in took 13 minutes and 42 seconds. As expected, the closer they get to the lighthouse, the stronger the pollution becomes. Shun Xingran leans closer, whispering, perhaps finding the lighthouse is indeed a requirement for success. Shun Fan lowers his head, drawing nearer to him. Whether they leave the starship or not, whether they are parasitized or polluted, the tasks do not clarify the conditions for elimination. They aim solely to confuse the players. The lighthouse may not necessarily be the purification they believe it to be. It could very well be the source of pollution itself. Since the task repeatedly mentions the lighthouse, it indicates its extreme significance. Shun Xingran continues, the true condition for success is to destroy the lighthouse. Shun Fan gazes at him with admiration. As expected of my little brother, your mind works as well as mine. Shun Xingran humbly replies, all thanks to Brother Fan as excellent guidance that I can't take it anymore. I just want to play a game. Why does it have to be so terrifying? One player breaks down emotionally, standing up to snatch the box from the most passionate figure in the galaxy. Releasing the black moth. The black moth flutters its wings and lands on his gland. The fish-headed player gasps in shock. What are you doing? His eyes redden. I refuse to be polluted. It looks so painful. I'd rather be parasitized. The fish-headed player opens his mouth to retort, but his peripheral vision catches sight of the player who has turned into a dried corpse, leaving him speechless. He does have a point. The pollution has nearly filled the inner cabin. Rather than being polluted, it seems preferable to be parasitized. Moreover, they are close to finding the lighthouse. They can purify themselves later. His fish eyes longingly gaze at the black moth, reaching out a hand. Yet another player intercepts, clearly indicating that others have made the same choice. Let us be parasitized, then. Why can't I see the lighthouse? The fish-headed player asks in confusion after being parasitized. Another player explains, because being parasitized means you can't see the lighthouse. Yet another player questions, now that we are all parasitized, why hasn't there been a notification that the dungeon has ended? Other players speculate, perhaps the main task is to find the lighthouse. This parasitic entity is utterly useless. Being parasitized is no different from not being parasitized. Could it be that we're about to exit the starship? That should be possible. Olai Shui, listening to their discussion, cannot help but interject. Neither the most passionate figure in the galaxy nor I have been parasitized. Everyone's gaze instantly fixates on the two. Their eyes filled with yearning and apprehension. Olai Shui's lips twitch. If everyone is parasitized, who will find the lighthouse? The crowd suddenly realizes they now cannot see the light of the lighthouse at all. relying solely on those who have yet to be parasitized to lead the way. In the eyes of the most passionate figure in the galaxy, and Olai Shue, the glaring crimson light nearly envelopes the entire planet. The starship lands steadily, and everyone lines up to disembark. The most passionate figure in the galaxy, and Olai Shue, lead the way, guiding everyone toward the lighthouse. Step by step, the journey is arduous. The slime beneath their feet clings to everyone like toffee. Some complain, ISNT, the lighthouse, supposed to purify. Why is there still so much pollution? The slime not only clings to their feet, but also creeps up their bodies. Everyone struggles to move forward, except for the most passionate figure in the galaxy, and Olai Shue. Some wonder, why aren't you two getting stuck? Olai Shue replies, because we are the pollution entities. From the moment we entered the dungeon, we were designated as pollution entities, responsible for spreading the contamination. Naturally, we wouldn't be ensnared by the pollution. Silence falls over the group as they trudge onward. Yet inwardly they curse. So those two are just acting the whole time. How infuriating. After what feels like an eternity, they finally catch sight of the lighthouse, towering majestically in the center of the planet. Unlike traditional lighthouses, it looms like a colossal mountain, its lofty cylindrical form coated in thick brown slime, sluggishly dripping down. The apex emits a crimson glow, illuminating the entire planet in red. Only the parasitized players cannot see this light. Before the lighthouse, the crowd is filled with anticipation, awaiting the notification of success. Yet only the slime begins to creep up their bodies, slowly covering their mouths and noses, and a feeling of suffocation washes over them, prompting everyone to struggle in an attempt to escape. Even the most passionate figure in the galaxy and Olai Shue are not exempt. Their expressions of shock are stifled by the slime. Unwillingness and disbelief lodge in their throats. How come you two are unharmed? A player exclaims, staring incredulously at Shun Fan and Shen Qingran, who stand in the center. Shun Fan retorts, how come you're unharmed? Since the task refreshed, he has begun to suspect this player. Indeed, the player standing before them, perfectly intact, is none other than Mergup, the first to trigger the task. After triggering the task, he panicked, and even during the second confession, he was evasive. Did he really think he could escape Shun Fan's scrutiny after all this time? Shun Fan crosses his arms, observing him. Speak. What exactly is your task? Mergup watches him warily. Why don't you speak first? All right, then I'll go first. Shun Fan shrugs nonchalantly. I've kept that black moth with me. After being parasitized, I figured the impact of being a parasitic entity would be greater, so I pocketed it before coming down. However, I didn't expect it to be this effective. Mergup shifts his gaze. What about him? Shun Fan glances at Shen Qingran, who is mindlessly touching the lighthouse. He is the first-generation parasitic entity. His role is likely as significant as the black moth. That he looks at Mergup. I'm done. Now it's your turn. Mergup remains silent for a moment before speaking. I'm also a pollution entity. My task is to bring believers to the lighthouse. Shun Fan raises an eyebrow, surveying the players who have turned into slime. What do you mean by bringing believers? This is clearly about bringing nourishment. His gaze sweeps over the two figures. That it seems your status is higher than theirs. Mergup chuckles softly, approaching Shun Fan. It's just the three of us left. Let us think of a way to succeed together. Shun Fan chuckles back. Sounds good. Mergup leans forward, grabbing Shun Fan's arm. He offers an apologetic smile. Sorry, I lost my balance. And no problem. Shun Fan steadied him, attempting to withdraw his hand, only to have it firmly grasped by the other party. His gaze flickered momentarily, shifting to the left where he spotted Shen Qingran, gesturing at him with a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. You Mergup stared in disbelief, your eyes widening in shock as you clutched your heart in anguish. In that instant, the lighthouse came crashing down. Chapter 28. Long Aotian struggles to find a title. All of this unfolded live in the most heartfelt broadcast of the interstellar realm. The audience was left utterly astounded by the unexpected turn of events. Their mouths agape in astonishment. What just happened? Why did it suddenly come to an end? Wait, I haven't even sorted it out yet. Holy smokes, a smile while stabbing in the back. The game hall was cast into shadows by the dim lighting. The man's expression was inscrutable, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a soft chuckle. When he lifted his eyes, he had reverted to his languid demeanor. The interstellar first heartfelt opened his backpack. For those who failed to clear the level received no rewards, he had thought he was the one playing the role, only to discover that the true film emperor was lurking in the shadows of the team. To his surprise, he had even fallen victim to it. Had he not transformed into nutrients, allowing him to witness the unfolding events from his own perspective, he would have remained oblivious to the developments that followed. Believing it to be a complete annihilation, he realized that, indeed, it was those two individuals who had wiped them out. He ground his molars and accessed his friend interface, typing in a name. Shun Fan gleefully opened the warehouse, his smile widening as he beheld its contents: 10 S-grade fragments, 1 appearance item, 20 A-grade fragments, 3 A-grade equipment pieces, and a few other miscellaneous items. Wow, he finally struck gold. He eagerly replaced the A-grade equipment on his mech. Upon examining the description of the appearance item, damaged wings, bound wearing this grants you 20 charm points. Shun Fan, thank you, but no thanks. Aren't these wings from that black moth? And they're broken too. He admired his B-grade mech and excitedly approached Shun Qingran. What good things did you get this time? Shun Qingran, 60 S-grade fragments, 1 appearance item, 88 A-grade fragments, 5 A-grade equipment pieces, and some useless items. Shun Fan, as expected, one can only be envious of others, and why little brother's luck is truly deserving of a male protagonist. Stretching lazily, Shun Fan glanced at the time and realized it was already past his bedtime. This dungeon was truly time-consuming that he intended to log off directly, but received a friend request. Interstellar First Heartfelt has requested to add you as a friend. Just as he clicked to accept, he received a team invitation from the other party. Shun Fan turned to Shun Qingran and noticed he had received the same. Was this a matter of settling scores later? Ha! Bold indeed, IT was a perfect opportunity to test his B-grade mech. Without hesitation, he clicked to accept. The scene shifted, transporting him to a villa, where Interstellar First Heartfelt sat in the main seat, scrutinizing him. Shun Fan flashed a devilish smile. Let us begin. Interstellar First Heartfelt. He looked at the challenge request sent from across the table, speechless, and resolutely declined. I am here to review the dungeon with you, not to spar. Shun Fan. Disappointed, JPG. Shun Qingran also sent a message, followed by Olai Shui and the tardy Mergup. Streamer, you forgot the super spicy bits. Honey, you forgot me. Interstellar First Heartfelt glanced at the barrage of comments, dismissing them coldly. Clearing his throat, he said, please take a seat. The group settled at the long table. Then, I shall begin. Interstellar First Heartfelt cast a meaningful glance at Mergup. Is your task truly as you stated in the end? Having exited the dungeon, Mergup had no intention of concealing anything. Of course, however, my task description is, as the closest disciple of the Lighthouse, to assume the responsibility of nurturing the Master. I heard that the SKW-12 Lu-30 starship contains quite a bit of nourishment, and you decided to infiltrate that starship, but be cautious. The nourishment is fragile, and you must protect them during transport. Olai Shui rested her chin on her hands. From the very beginning, you intended for all of us to become nourishment. Mergup retorted confidently. Who doesn't want to clear the level? Interstellar First Heartfelt languidly lifted his eyelids. This is unfair. The task assigned to you by the dungeon is essentially a free win. The tasks given to others are contradictory and illogical, but the core is to drive them to seek the lighthouse. Isn't the dungeon assisting Mergup in this endeavor? Regardless of how others scheme and plot, he merely needs to remain silent and play the bystander to reach the lighthouse effortlessly. Shun Fan tapped the table, producing a tapping sound. The outcome proves that destroying the lighthouse was indeed the key to clearing the level. Interstellar First Heartfelt rested his chin on his hand. Had you not countered him, perhaps there would have been a different ending. Shun Fan, I suspect the ending would have been being devoured. Olai Shui was skeptical. How do you know? Shun Fan. Just a hunch. Olai Shui. And how can you be so certain? Shun Fan, calm and composed, replied with a smile. I have a golden finger. Olai Shui, intrigued. What golden finger? Shun Fan pointed proudly at Shun Qingran sitting beside him. This is my golden finger. He is the original parasite, capable of receiving signals from the black moth. He informed me that Mergup had not been parasitized and could not be parasitized. Hence, I speculated about Mergup's identity, thinking he was like you all, A contaminant. Only contaminants cannot be parasitized. Olai Shue slammed the table. Why do you all have golden fingers? While my identity as a contaminant is merely to deliver food to the lighthouse. Shun Fan scoffed. What was wrong with having a golden finger as a mighty Long Aotian? Interstellar First heartfelt emotions remained stable. How did you discover that the method to destroy the lighthouse was to kill Mergup? Shun Fan grew more arrogant, lifting his head high and proudly uttering a single word. Gamble. Olai Shue laughed in exasperation. So while we were mutually sabotaging each other, you were merely relying on luck. Shun Fan vehemently disagreed with her assessment. Luck is also a part of skill. If luck is not on your side, you could spend a year in A-grade dungeons without obtaining an S-grade fragment. Meanwhile, those with good luck could fill their inventory in just a few weeks. The gap in skill suddenly becomes the difference between A-grade and S-grade. Does the importance of luck and skill need further explanation? Shun Qingran pondered for a moment, then said, the dungeon tasks are indeed chaotic, and the useful information gleaned from them is scarce. Most can only be reasonable conjectures. After deducing that the lighthouse is the source of the contamination, we discovered that parasites cannot infect contaminant players, leading us to believe Mergup was also a contaminant. His face remained unchanged as he continued. The mucus grew increasingly viscous, spreading faster not only due to proximity to the lighthouse, but also because the black moth had been eliminated. We observed that after the black moth's demise, the contamination spread rapidly in the inner cabin, but slowed significantly in the rear cabin, only completing its spread once the starship landed. The difference was the presence of a black moth. Those who are parasitized fear not contamination, yet can be transformed by contaminants. This indicates that being parasitized is not the safest option. However, we speculated that if one were already parasitized and had a black moth, could it provide a protective effect? Fortunately, we guessed correctly. For you as contaminants to transform into a part of the nourishment, we also recognize that Mergup is not an ordinary contaminant that I attempted to explore the lighthouse, but could only grasp handfuls of repulsive mucus. There was no useful information left. Our final plan was to eliminate our teammates. What we did not anticipate was that the so-called closest disciple referred to a life-and-death bond between the lighthouse and Mergup. If he died, the lighthouse would fall. Shun Fan nodded, turning to Mergup. In the end, you also wanted to kill us, didn't you? Mergup scowled. Unfortunately, you figured it out. Shun Fan reclined theatrically against the chair. A mischievous expression on his face, his words dripping with sarcasm. Losing to me is nothing to be ashamed of. The beginning of the dungeon. I thought the streamer had a malicious heart. By the end, it turned out the streamer was just a naive sweetheart. Playing tactics can be so dirty. Pointing fingers. I really want to hit him. How arrogant can he be? You upstairs hold back. You can't win, Sad. Chapter 29. Long Aotian is furious. The entire live broadcast segment was clipped and shared across gaming forums and video sites. In just one night, the viewership soared past 7.5 billion, with numbers continuing to rise. New threads on the forums sprang up like mushrooms after rain, all discussing the Lost Lighthouse dungeon. Why wasn't I invited to this Super Evolution dungeon? Sob sob. Just finished playing. And it's the same old nonsense that I thought the difficulty of this dungeon was permanent. Having just finished, I am incredibly disappointed. 3 minutes in, and you set this dungeon's difficulty like this? Don't make me beg you. Ugh, the kids are going crazy. I want to play this kind of dungeon too. With my brain, I'd probably end up like that unfortunate soul who got pushed in, dying instantly. Am I the only one who thinks this streamer is quite handsome? Upstairs, I agree. Ugh, I want to be toyed with by the streamer. Super spicy warning, I'm dying of laughter. Super spicy Mergup puts a husband in a dilemma now, right? Tonight, you and I are both super spicy. Props to Shun Fan and his little brother for being so strong. 3v3, 100 win rate. After watching, all I could say is Shun Fan is awesome. A new leader has emerged. How can one afford to stagnate? Fan D, charge forth. Overthrow the tyranny of the pay-to-win overlords and restore the glory of technology. Fan D is truly the beacon of the common folk. How can you so effortlessly call out for Fan D? How delightfully juvenile. The forum is ablaze with activity, while Shun Fan and Shun Qingran remain blissfully unaware. They go about their routine of exercising and resting, until evening falls. After a shower, Shun Fan casually drapes a towel over his shoulder. His hair damp and unstyled, hanging down over his forehead. His gaze is fixed on his bangs. Upon entering, Shun Qingran is greeted by this sight. Shun Fan standing there, his eyes resembling those of a bewildered chicken. He inquires, "What's wrong?" Shun Fan regains his composure, brushes back his bangs, and replies, "My hair is too long. It obstructs my view." Shun Qingran suggests, "Then let us get haircuts tomorrow." Shun Fan sweeps his bangs back, revealing his smooth forehead, scrutinizing his reflection in the mirror, and contemplates, I wonder if I should shave my head. Shun Qingran is tempted to question Shun Fan's lack of care for his appearance. First the bullfrog look, now the possibility of a bald head. What could possibly come next? He silently approaches and takes the towel from Shun Fan's shoulder, helping to dry his hair, pondering how to dissuade Shun Fan from the notion of shaving his head. Before he can gather his thoughts, he hears Shun Fan mutter softly, "No, my face is already round enough. If I go bald, I just look like a ball. That doesn't fit my imposing persona." Shun Qingran pauses in his drying, biting his lip, though the corners of his eyes betray a hint of amusement. However, Shun Fan remains oblivious, lost in thought about what hairstyle he should adopt, a buzz cut. The tough guys in movies look quite dashing with that, but with his round face, it would only make him resemble a spherical kiwi without a textured side part. No, too reminiscent of a round pineapple. A 2/8 side back, like a coconut, a shattered micro fringe. Like a hairy watermelon, he runs through every hairstyle he can imagine, sorrowfully realizing that his face is a hard obstacle. No hairstyle seems suitable. With a heavy sigh, he considers whether he should save some money for cosmetic surgery. He wouldn't be picky, just a face-slimming procedure would suffice. Yet, remembering that the autumn recruitment for the Royal Military Academy is approaching, he reflects that there will be many expenses then, and it would be wise to minimize unnecessary costs now. Gazing at the increasingly dejected visage in the mirror, Shun Qingran gently remarks, "Your previous hairstyle suited you quite well." Fan Gu. Shun Fan furrows his brow in thought, recalling that the original owner of this appearance was very particular about his image, and the hairstyle was crafted by a professional styling team. How did that stylist describe it? Chestnut-colored, sweet, versatile, handsome, milky soft, naturally voluminous, short, curly hair. Shun Fan touches his half-dry hair, feeling its fluffiness. Yet the descriptors of sweetness and milky softness pierce his eyes painfully. His appearance and voice lean towards the sweet side. A fact he acknowledges, having faced ridicule in the cultivation world because of it. Even after binding with the Dragon Overlord system and gradually becoming stronger, numerous cannon fodder still seized upon his looks to mock him. Even with 8-pack abs to demonstrate his physique, who in the cultivation world would dare walk around shirtless? Stepping outside would only result in being labeled a rogue. Thus, after receiving the reward of a chiseled face, the cannon fodder never mocked his appearance again, and the gazes of his beautiful confidantes were no longer filled with affection. When confronted with the inquiries of old acquaintances, he merely smiled and attributed it to weight loss. But upon transmigrating, he has reverted to his original appearance. Years of cultivation, all for naught. If this were a normal world, that would be one thing, but regrettably, or rather terrifyingly, this is a world rife with male same-sex relationships. And moreover, Shun Fan's eyes widen in horror. Here, men can become pregnant. What's wrong with you? Shun Qingran observes as Shun Fan's expression shifts from dejection to indignation, then to resentment, and finally to panic. Prompting him to inquire, Shun Fan's thoughts are interrupted, and he sighs, shaking his head as he climbs into the holographic pod. Everything remains unspoken. Logging in, Shun Fan looks at his robust and powerful avatar. Finding some solace, he is determined to strive toward this physique. Just as he begins to appreciate it, he suddenly notices an overwhelming influx of friend requests. What is going on? Has someone targeted him? Calmly selecting to decline the friend requests, his interface becomes much clearer. He realizes Shun Qingran is facing a similar situation, frowning as he says, "Perhaps someone is deliberately targeting us." Shun Qingran ponders, "Have we offended anyone?" Shun Fan speculates, "It seems not. Could it be that someone is envious of my handsomeness and resorting to such petty tactics?" Shun Qingran falls silent. "Look, they're over there!" A shout rings out in the hall. And upon hearing this, the two turn to see the source of the noise pointing in their direction, with other players staring intently at them. Shun Fan glances back suspiciously, noting that the individuals behind them are also fixated on them. Whether it is a figment of his imagination, he seems to perceive a green glint in the player's eyes. Could this be a vendetta? In a flash, Shun Fan grabs Shun Qingran's hand and swiftly switches channels. Just as they regain their footing, someone calls out, "Heavens, Fan Di!" The players in this channel spring into action, surging toward the two. Shun Fan, quick-witted, changes channels again. It's you. Fan Di. Shun Fan switches once more. Look quickly. It's Fan Di. Shun Fan changes channels again. Fan Di is here. Shun Fan notices a group invitation and, without hesitation, accepts it. The scene shifting to the familiar villa from the previous night, he exhales a sigh of relief and casually takes a seat on the sofa, saying, "Thanks, bro, no problem." The first star of the galaxy, languidly reclining with legs crossed, asks, "What is going on with you?" Shun Fan's expression darkens as he grinds his teeth. "I don't know who targeted me, but it feels like the whole world is after me." The first star of the galaxy grows intrigued. Chased after? Shun Fan replies indignantly, "Yes. No matter which channel I switch to, people in the hall call my name and pursue me. Thankfully you grouped with me. Otherwise, I would be switching channels until my hands cramped." The first star of the galaxy asks, "Haven't you seen the forum?" Shun Fan sits up straight. "Has some little brat been targeting me on the forum?" The first star of the galaxy responds, "Yesterday, my stream got recorded, and you, as the MVP of the dungeon, have gone viral." Shun Fan exchanges a skeptical glance with Shun Qingran before opening the forum. Upon entering, he is greeted by a video featuring him at the top of the trending list. As of now, it has amassed over 10.3 billion views, becoming the most popular video in the galaxy. Chapter 30. The Dragon Overlord needs a break. Shun Fan gazes at the densely packed barrage of comments, nearly obscuring the entire screen, and decisively opts to scroll down through the comments. Hot comment 1. Fan Di is amazing. Directly countered. Overthrew the tyranny of the pay-to-win overlords and restored the glory of technology. Hot comment 2. Darling, look at me. I'm super awesome. Hot comment 3. Is this a name a primary schooler would use? How childish. ID. Overbearing. Ling Yi. Hot comment 4. The waters are too deep and the winds are too strong. Fan Di, don't speak. Hot comment 5. I'm fed up with speedrunning dungeons. Officially, please adjust the dungeon difficulty. I want to play right now. Shun Fan likes all the flattering comments one by one. He leans over, encouraging Shun Qingran to do the same. These individuals with good taste deserve his acknowledgement. He immerses himself in the comment section for a while, feeling satisfied before turning his attention to the forum posts. Most of them are analyses of their gameplay in the dungeon. Some are indescribable posts praising their appearance, while others are fanfiction. A small portion consists of disparaging remarks that he reports all the disparaging posts he encounters. The Dragon Overlord can't tolerate such insults. Shun Fan notices an official announcement. Dear players, this is a random S-level testing for the Dungeon Lost Lighthouse. There are still many shortcomings. In order to provide players with a better gaming experience, we will optimize and improve the dungeon mechanics as soon as possible, striving to update the dungeon content soon. Thank you for your love and anticipation. We wish you all a pleasant gaming experience. Hot comment 1. Skip it. There's nothing to play. Hot comment 2. Like it to play this dungeon before the universe explodes? Smile. Hot comment 3. I beg you, let me play just once. I'm a student. I have a terminal illness. I want to play this, please. Shun Qingran remains composed in the face of these comments. Though he is also one of the MVPs, his discussion level does not reach Shun Fan's height. Due to his ID, netizens nearly unanimously regard him as Shun Fan's sidekick. Naturally, a sidekick generates less discussion than the leader. In response, Shun Fan exhibits the generosity expected of a leader toward his subordinate. It's normal not to measure up to me. After all, I'm just too strong. Shun Qingran. Shun Fan pats his shoulder. Recalling something, he turns to the first star of the galaxy. Are you streaming now? The first star of the galaxy shakes his head. No, I was worn out from the dungeon yesterday, planning to take a 2-day break. A 2-day break? The words resonate in Shun Fan's ears, and he suddenly realizes he hasn't taken a break for nearly 2 months, continuously exercising. During this period, his popularity has been soaring, and it would likely be challenging to even log off in the game hall. Instead, he decides to take a vacation. He wants to exercise or play games for the next few days. Slapping his thigh, he declares with great enthusiasm, Little brother, we're taking a break tomorrow. Oh no, let us start right now. Upon finishing his words, his game avatar vanished before the eyes of the two. The first interstellar romantic, puzzled, cast a questioning glance at Shen Qingran. Under his gaze, Shen Qingran too disappeared. He kicked the table in frustration. Damn, has it been 800 years since I've had a break? Why the rush? Shen Fan emerged from the holographic chamber and headed straight to his bedroom. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. Shen Qingran stood silently, holding the freshly cut fruit for a while, before ultimately resolving to finish it himself. The following morning, Shen Fan awoke feeling refreshed. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such a lengthy sleep. He descended to the first floor for breakfast, becoming increasingly troubled about his hairstyle. What kind of haircut should I get? Shen Qingran replied. The previous style was quite nice. Shen Fan immediately retorted. Not the previous one. Shen Qingran suggested, how about listening to the barber's advice? Shen Fan recalled various tragic tales of individuals who entered hair salons with smiles and exited in tears, shaking his head fervently. Let's not. He ruffled his messy hair, resigning himself to the thought. I'll just say I want it trimmed a bit shorter. After breakfast, Shen Fan dragged Shen Qingran to the barber shop. Inside, a meticulously styled barber with pink hair greeted them with a gleam in his eye. What can I do for you two? Shen Qingran stated, just a trim. Shen Fan, annoyed that his younger companion had stolen his line, discreetly glanced at the flamboyant barber's pink locks and exaggerated makeup, then decisively pointed to a more subdued barber nearby. I'll go with him. The pink-haired barber expressed disappointment. All right, but do remember to come back to me next time. Although the other barber was also handsome, Shen Fan preferred the cuter style. The cool-toned barber exuded an air of reliability, so Shen Fan settled into the chair with ease. He observed in the mirror as the barber's scissors moved swiftly, leaving barely a trace of their motion, while maintaining a calm demeanor. Shen Fan couldn't help but admire his keen eye for talent. This barber was undoubtedly skilled, and he would surely not exit the salon in tears today. Yet in less than 10 minutes, Shen Qingran's haircut was complete, and he stood silently by, waiting for Shen Fan. The cool-toned barber continued his rapid pace, his expression serious, occasionally adjusting Shen Fan's head to ensure symmetry. It was evident that he was a meticulous professional dedicated to his craft. However, as time passed, Shen Fan realized something was amiss. His hair was becoming increasingly short, so short that his bangs were nearly at his hairline. Panic set in. Oh no, I've been ambushed. Shen Fan quickly called for a halt. I only wanted a slight trim. Why have you cut so much? The barber, maintaining his serious demeanor, replied, as a professional, I cannot allow for asymmetry in my work. Shen Fan fumed. It's clearly your lack of skill that has resulted in this uneven cut. The barber retorted, I acknowledge that my technique could improve, but disregarding the facts, don't you want your hair to be symmetrical? What do you mean by disregarding the facts? Shen Fan was exasperated. What else is there to discuss if not the facts? Shall we talk about cotton candy? The fact remains that your poor technique has ruined my hair. Gazing at his reflection, which revealed nearly his entire face, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have foregone the haircut altogether. His face, devoid of any enhancement, appeared far too round. He was about to attend the autumn recruitment at the Royal Military Academy. He would surely be the subject of ridicule. Noticing Shen Fan's distress, the pink-haired barber quickly stepped in to smooth things over. You look so good. Any hairstyle would suit you. Don't be disheartened. This new look actually makes you appear more adorable. More adorable. Each word felt like a dagger to Shen Fan's heart. Seeing Shen Fan's dazed expression, the pink-haired barber continued, Truly, you are the most adorable Omega I have ever encountered. I bet you have many alphas pursuing you. Not just alphas, even I, as an Omega, feel inspired to help you with your styling. Yet alas, you did not choose me. Each praise felt like another stab to Shen Fan's already wounded spirit. He numbly stood up, turned, and walked out, closing the door behind him. Wait, you haven't paid. The pink-haired barber's voice trailed off weakly as he turned to gaze at Shen Qingran left in the shop. Giving an awkward smile, Shen Qingran silently settled the bill for one, then exited the shop. He spotted Shen Fan emerging from the nearby convenience store, wearing a hat and a mask. Shen Qingran caught up, walking alongside him. Shun Fan's expression was obscured beneath the hat and mask. If not for his mechanical forward march, Shen Qingran might have believed he was acting normally. Shun Qingran grasped Shen Fan's hand, attempting to draw him back to reality. However, it was in vain. His gaze drifted to Shun Fan's mask, and he slowly extended his finger, inching closer and closer, just as he was a mere millimeter away. Shun Fan abruptly seized his hand, a warning gleam in his eyes. "What do you think you're doing?" Seeing that Shun Fan had regained his composure, Shen Qingran readily released his hand, stating, "Fan Ge, you look very handsome with this style." Shen Fan raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Shun Qingran continued, "Very refreshing, very cool." Shun Fan remained skeptical. "Is that so?" Shun Qingran pressed on. "This look perfectly fits the persona of a cool individual." Shun Fan, suspicious, thought, could this kid have turned? A straight man wouldn't compliment another straight man so openly. Unaware of Shun Fan's thoughts, Shun Qingran continued to flatter him. "Fan Ge, surprisingly, this style suits you well. Many girls would certainly find it appealing." Shun Fan, cautious, inquired, "Really?" Upon seeing Shun Fan's gaze, Shen Qingran seemed to grasp something and quickly confessed, "I was actually worried you wouldn't be able to cope with the shadow of this hairstyle." Shun Fan exhaled in relief. Startled, believing his younger companion might have been swayed, Shun Qingran observed his expression and remarked, "This hairstyle would undoubtedly be disastrous on someone else, but with your looks, you pull it off." Shun Fan remained downcast. Understanding his younger brother's concern, he cooperatively huffed, "The dreams of countless beauties are not in vain." "Then shall we go to the mall?" Shun Qingran suggested, spotting a shopping center not far ahead. "Sure." The two entered the mall. Making a beeline for the arcade, Shun Fan battled fiercely with the claw machine, only to return home in dismal defeat. The good news: he was no longer moping over his hairstyle. The bad news: he was feeling glum due to the claw machine. Shun Qingran explained, "As an entertainment venture passed down from ancient Earth, it thrives on its loose grips, low success rates, and players' gambling psychology, remaining ever popular. Its money-sucking capabilities have been tested over millennia." Shun Fan sulkily clutched the 3 toys he had spent 6,000 star coins to win, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. "Once I have money, I shall challenge the claw machine again." By midday, they descended to the 3rd floor, where a plethora of food awaited. To console his battered heart, Shun Fan gritted his teeth and chose a high-end restaurant. After their meal, Shun Fan's spirits lifted significantly. He removed his hat and mask, heading directly to the 4th floor for a massage to unwind. However, upon arrival at the entrance, he spotted a familiar figure. The other party clearly recognized him as well. Shun Fan immediately turned to flee, but Gu Qingyu blocked his path. Shun Fan gasped, "How did he move from behind to in front of me so quickly? Is he teleporting? Is this his trick?" Gu Qingyu's gaze was profound as he approached. "After disappearing from the Shun family for 2 months, you intentionally inquired about my whereabouts, feigning a chance encounter. How clever and yet pathetic." Shun Fan was bewildered. What on earth is he talking about? Gu Qingyu's gaze meandered slowly, finally resting on Shun Fan's smooth face. "Did you come to showcase your new hairstyle? It's indeed more refreshing than before." Shun Fan felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny and tugged at Shen Qingran, attempting to leave. Gu Qingyu obstructed them once more, his tone menacing. "Such tricks can only be played once." Perplexed, Shun Fan wondered, what on earth is this person saying? Ignoring him, he pulled Shen Qingran to turn and leave. Gu Qingyu stepped forward, gripping Shen Qingran's arm tightly, his eyes icy, preparing to issue threats. Shen Qingran turned back, his tone cool. "Let go." Only then did Gu Qingyu truly notice Shen Qingran's appearance. Strikingly beautiful and ethereal, akin to a pristine gem, provoking an urge to sequester him away. The Shen family had claimed that their recently retrieved youngest son had incited Shen Fan to run away. Was this truly the rightful heir of the Shen family? Gu Qingyu's gaze toward Shen Qingran shifted, tinged with a predatory intensity, witnessing the admiration in Gu Qingyu's eyes directed at Shen Qingran. Shen Fan's heart raced with alarm. The protagonist and the lead, various tormenting love entanglements flashed through his mind. He swiftly pulled Shen Qingran behind him, glaring fiercely. Today, he would safeguard his younger brother's dignity. Gu Qingyu frowned in displeasure, uttering a cold scoff. "What do you mean by that?" Shen Fan retorted with a cold smile. "What do you mean by that?" Gu Qingyu replied, How would I know what you mean? Shen Fan shot back. Why do you care what I mean? Gu Qingyu demanded, what do you actually mean right now? Shen Fan scoffed. Do you think you have the right to know what I mean? Gu Qingyu narrowed his eyes dangerously, a tempest brewing within them. His expression dark and his tone laced with frost. Shen Fan, do not play with fire. Shen Fan exclaimed, huh? Gu Qingyu elevated his chin haughtily, revealing a sharp jawline, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his lips. His gaze icy, he released his fingers, letting the cigarette fall to the ground, lifting his expensive black shoes slightly before crushing the cigarette, but with force. He threatened arrogantly and cruelly, otherwise this will be your fate. With that, he turned away, leaving Shen Fan with a cold, indifferent silhouette. Wait! Shen Fan grasped his arm, causing Gu Qingyu to halt momentarily, slowly turning his head to reveal an expression of anticipated knowledge. A mocking smile crept onto his lips as he waited, as if bestowing charity, for Shen Fan to utter words of entreaty. Shen Fan waved at the shopping mall's robot, which promptly approached. Hello, I am AI Alice. How may I assist you today? Shen Fan pointed at the shapeless cigarette on the ground, condemning, this person not only smokes in the mall, but also litters. Alice turned slightly, offering Gu Qingyu a polite smile. Good day, sir. According to the L-Star Public Security Management Regulations and the L-Star Environmental Sanitation Management Ordinance, smoking in a no-smoking zone incurs a fine of 1,000 star coins, and littering incurs a fine of 2,000 star coins, totaling a fine of 3,000 star coins. Gu Qingyu's expression darkened, as if ink were seeping from his face, the fire in his eyes palpable. Veins throbbed at his temples, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him as he glared at Shen Fan and Shen Qingran, who were joyfully departing, grinding his teeth as he turned away, fixating his cold stare on Alice. His words seemingly ground out from between clenched teeth. 300,000 star coins. Disappear at once. Alice maintained her smile. Sir, you only need to submit the fine of 3,000 star coins. Gu Qingyu sneered. Do you think I'm worth only 3,000 star coins? Alice replied, encountering a sand coin. Chapter 32. Long Aotian's ongoing struggles. Shen Fan and Shen Qingran hastily returned to the ancient castle. The housekeeping robot, Xiao Kuei, greeted them with a smile. Welcome home. Shen Fan quickly acknowledged and dashed into his room, as if pursued by ghosts. Shen Qingran followed closely, observing Shen Fan seated cross-legged on the bed. A grave expression on his face, hands moving rapidly to create intricate, complex gestures while murmuring incantations. He approached, eavesdropping on Shen Fan's mutterings. So, the 7 Yuan monarch, the great sage of enlightenment, relieve all suffering and transcend the tribulations of the multitude. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, what are you doing? Shen Fan did not respond immediately, but finished his incantation with a long exhale, slowly lowering his arms to conclude the ritual before answering, to dispel misfortune and bring auspiciousness. Shen Qingran, puzzled, asked, Shen Fan, with a tone of irritation, remarked, don't you think today has been incredibly unlucky? My haircut was ruined, I failed miserably at claw machines, and I encountered a lunatic on the way. Especially that lunatic. Babbling a bunch of strange things, and that look in his eyes, it was clearly infatuation with you. I should have checked the almanac before stepping out. Such a foolish oversight. Shen Qingran reflected on the day's events, nodding slowly, realizing it had indeed been quite unfortunate. Noticing Shen Qingran's obedience, Shen Fan felt a pang of sympathy. His oblivious younger brother had yet to realize he had caught the attention of a man. He felt compelled to warn him that Gu Qingyu has taken a liking to you. Shen Qingran paused, recalling Gu Qingyu's gaze, which was indeed unsettling, but he doubted it was to the extent of being infatuated. Right? Shen Fan was resolute. I've seen that look many times. He is definitely interested in you. Shen Qingran replied, but he is your fiancé. What nonsense. I've already called off the engagement, Shen Fan exclaimed, striking his brother lightly on the head. He is undoubtedly scheming to have the Shen family send you back to him. Shen Qingran winced, covering his forehead. No way. Seeing his brother's lack of awareness regarding the gravity of the situation. Exuding an air of calm with no sense of urgency, Shen Fan nearly choked on his frustration. Taking a deep breath, He prepared to explain that they were in a fictional world, and that he was the protagonist being surrounded by four men who were determined to love him against his will. As he opened his mouth, the words caught in his throat. What was happening? He tried again, but could not produce any sound at all. He understood. Revealing the truth of their world was strictly prohibited, just like in the cultivation realm. He had attempted to disclose his system to others, but each time he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. Frustrated, Shun Fan shut his mouth, and under Shun Qingran's bewildered gaze, he decided to be more subtle. Can you be a bit more aware? Gu Qingyu is no good. He will try to, and then, the rest is not good either. Not just him, but that one and that other one. They are all ill-intentioned. Each wanting to, and then, you get the idea. Shen Qingran fell silent, his expression complex. It was his first time realizing Shun Fan could speak so seriously about such inappropriate matters. What had Shun Fan been reading lately? Though he didn't understand why Shun Fan was saying such things, he did not resist the flow, his slender finger hooking on a Shun Fan's sleeve, gazing up at him. Brother Fan will protect me. Right? Despite maintaining a calm expression and tone, his disheveled hair fell casually across his forehead. His gaze slightly lowered, revealing an air of delicate vulnerability that would evoke protective instincts in anyone who saw it. But who was Shun Fan? The legendary Long Aotian who had 137 romantic interests in the cultivation realm. Would he fall for such a simple ploy? Of course not. Being dull was synonymous with Shun Fan. This was precisely why, despite having 137 romantic interests, he had never once secured a partner. It was no wonder that 83 girls had once shouted at him, "I hate you for being such a blockhead." He never understood why they would say such things. Much like today, he was dissatisfied with Shun Qingran's timid demeanor in the face of potential danger. How could a man think of seeking protection at the first sign of trouble? Although he, as the older brother, would shield him, it did not mean that he could remain unburdened. Shun Fan, exasperated, admonished, "You need to toughen up." Shun Qingran replied, "I hate you for being such a blockhead." He lowered his gaze, concealing his dark eyes, withdrawing the hand that had gripped Shun Fan's sleeve, his tone flat and unremarkable. I will try my best." Seeing his brother's obedient attitude, Shun Fan's irritation diminished considerably, to the very least. His younger brother's demeanor was proper. He patted Shun Qingran's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, brother will protect you." However, Gu Qingyu was already aware of their presence on L-Star. It was no longer safe here, and it was entirely possible that he would appear before them the moment they opened their eyes tomorrow, if only he could ascertain Gu Qingyu's whereabouts. Shen Fan longed for his Long Aotian system. Back then, in the cultivation realm, hardly anyone could approach him unnoticed under the system's watchful, an extraordinarily formidable cheat. System? Suddenly, he remembered he had a malicious cannon fodder counterattack system. Why had the system not alerted him to Gu Qingyu being in the mall? September 19, 3131, note, system absent without leave once. System. Shen Fan called several times but received no response. Squinting, he realized this system had not appeared in a while. It couldn't be on an unauthorized vacation. Could it? Daring to take a leave of absence. Just wait and see. Wait a moment, he seemed to vaguely recall that he had previously deemed the system too talkative and had muted it. Shun Fan, feeling guilty, took a sip of water, pretending nothing had happened. The cup was emptied, standing upright on the coffee table he absolutely had to lift the mute. The 26th was the day of the Royal Military Academy's autumn recruitment, and he needed to return to Capital Star. The system could detect whether the protagonist's love interests were nearby. This was crucial for his younger brother's safety. Moreover, he remembered that there was also a protagonist at the Royal Military Academy, an S-Class Alpha who topped the freshman entrance exam, seemingly a cold and stoic figure, but often engaged in, with his younger brother all over the campus. Shun Fan took several deep breaths, already foreseeing a thorny path ahead that he never expected that after entering this fictional world, the first person he needed to protect would not be a delicate beauty, but his own younger brother. He crossed his arms, scrutinizing his brother, nodding in affirmation. His younger brother fit the description in the book perfectly. A cool, beautiful person, though he was a man. But he could tolerate it, Shun Fan thought with a bittersweet smile. A handsome man can still be considered beautiful, right? Chapter 33. Long Aotian system returns. What if Guqingyu's target is you? Shun Qingran suddenly spoke, his pair of pitch-black eyes calmly observing Shun Fan. Shun Fan expressed his disdain. Does he even deserve that? Shun Qingran pondered thoughtfully. Brother Fan, do you only prefer female alphas? This question struck a chord. Shun Fan stroked his chin, considering. Not necessarily. I also like female betas and female omegas. As long as she is a woman, I wouldn't mind developing a profound romance with her. However, he wrapped his arm around Shun Qingran's shoulder, resting his forehead against Shun Qingran's. His amber eyes gleaming brightly. Romance would only hinder my speed in drawing my sword. After all, I aspire to be the ruler of this world. In his eyes, there seemed to be a reflection of the stars and the ocean, mirrored in Shun Qingran's dark pupils, like a star breaking through the endless darkness of the night. Shun Qingran was momentarily dazzled by this star, and after a brief daze, he smiled gently. I will support you. Brother Fan. His words were slow yet conveyed an inexplicable firmness. Shun Fan discerned a familiar light in his eyes, reminiscent of many who had once expressed their heartfelt intentions towards him with such straightforward passion. Though I am unworthy, I wish to follow the Emperor Fan. Such was the depth of brotherly affection. Shun Fan tightened his embrace, drawing closer to Shun Qingran, flooded with nostalgia for the passionate times of yore, a bittersweet sentiment washing over him. Their faces were nearly touching, the narrow gap allowing the warmth of each other to pass through. He could almost catch a whiff of the ethereal sweetness of strawberry milkshake, and, as he lowered his gaze, he beheld not just his soft cheeks, but also slightly parted rosy lips, just a turn of his head away from contact. And indeed, he did so. The sensation was even softer and more delicate than he had imagined. Yet, this feeling was fleeting, as if he had conjured an illusion in a moment of trance that he was released by Shun Fan. Just as Shun Fan recalled many past escapades of confronting various adversaries alongside his brothers. Now brimming with fervor. Once I become the king of this world, I shall appoint you as governor. Shun Qingran replied. Thank you, Brother Fan. After conversing for a while longer, Shun Fan dismissed Shun Qingran under the pretense of needing a nap. Once Shun Qingran left the bedroom and the door clicked shut, Shun Fan lifted the veil of obstruction from the system. System? He tentatively called out. The system's sardonic voice echoed. Oh, isn't this our dear Long Aotian? What wind has blown you here? Although Shun Fan anticipated the system's irritation, he was still visibly taken aback. He knew he was in the wrong for having blocked the system for so long. So its anger was justified. Shun Fan corrected his demeanor. I apologize. It was my mistake. The system's tone was laden with sarcasm, each word twisting in an exaggerated manner. You are the illustrious Long Aotian. How could I dare accept an apology from such a minor system? Shun Fan continued to express remorse. I truly am sorry. It was my fault. The system feigned surprise with an exaggerated gasp. Long Aotian, you would apologize to a trivial system like me? Oh my, you truly humble me. The system's melodramatic intonations whirled in his mind, prompting him to retort. Enough already. The system seemed to latch onto his vulnerability. Ha! I knew it. How could the Grand Long Aotian deign to apologize? A few words, and you're already impatient. Shun Fan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. It was his fault to begin with. He endured the system's complaints for a considerable time before it grudgingly accepted his apology. Humph! Should you dare block me again, I shan't be so forgiving. Rest assured, there will be no next time. Shun Fan wearily assured it. You are wise to recognize that. The system abruptly shifted its tone, its voice rising dramatically. I have returned from consulting my predecessors. I am no longer the system you once manipulated. I am now the new evil antagonist reversal system. Shun Fan responded. Welcome back, esteemed system. The system let out a satisfied huff. This time, you must obediently complete my tasks. After 2 months of consultation, I returned still as a strategy for male leads. Shun Fan felt deeply disappointed. Very disappointed. He did not hide his discontent. What if I refuse? The system had anticipated his refusal, replying proudly. If you refuse to complete tasks, prepare to be electrocuted. Electrocuted? Shun Fan exclaimed in shock. You abuse your host? What do you know? Tasks inherently come with rewards and punishments. That's how my predecessors operated. Which predecessors led you astray to such an extent? Shun Fan condemned deeply. What about your humanitarianism? The system retorted defiantly. Hosts like you, who refuse to comply, deserve punishment, Shun Fan declared. I will file a complaint, the system replied. Useless, save your breath. The adjacent departments for antagonist redemption and protagonists in distress operate similarly. Failure to complete tasks warrants punishment. I've been merciful, not forcing you like my predecessors that in truth, it lacked the authority to compel the host to complete tasks, but would never divulge that. Shun Fan lamented. As an evil antagonist reversal system, you seek guidance from other departments instead of your own. You've learned their bad habits. It's your fault for being so difficult. Our department hosts are typically cooperative. Except for you. You're as stubborn as those from the adjacent department. Why do they refuse to do tasks? Because they don't want to redeem the antagonists nor take on the roles of protagonists in distress. Hence their resistance. You know the benefits of our antagonist reversal system, don't you? Not only do we get to become beautiful, but with effort, we can charm thousands and earn the love of all protagonists. Shun Fan felt there was no saving the system. He earnestly suggested, let's sever our ties. We are not suited for each other. The system gasped in shock. You would rather break up with me than complete tasks? Shun Fan sighed. When our perspectives differ, we cannot go far together. A sorrowful barrier, named ideology, had formed between him and the system. The only system that had ever suited him was the Long Aotian system. The system panicked. It had not anticipated such resoluteness from its host. Just as it was about to express sorrow, it suddenly recalled that it and the host could not be separated and quickly became obstinate. You wish to leave me? Complete the task before you can sever ties. Otherwise, prepare to be with me forever. Ha ha. It exaggeratedly emitted a villainous laugh, reveling in the forced affection. Shun Fan seethed with anger. You can't even sever ties? Completely disregarding the host's wishes, forcing the host to act according to your rules, punishing the host for noncompliance, and yet unable to release them. This is utterly despicable. The system was momentarily stunned but quickly retorted. Don't make it sound like we're an evil organization. We are a legitimate department for transmigration. Shun Fan scoffed. Ask your conscience, what have I said that is incorrect? The system hesitated, touching its core code, and was taken aback in heartbeat. Oh, it was a system. It inherently lacked a heartbeat. Was it truly part of an evil organization? No, it couldn't be. Shun Fan crossed his arms. Are you familiar with the Long Aotian system? In the cultivation world, it was the one guiding me. Tasks were incredibly simple, with various heavenly materials, rare beasts, beautiful heroes, and unparalleled cultivation skills, all practically handed over. That is what a true system is, unlike you, who abuse and coerce your hosts. The system fell silent. Engulfed in profound self-doubt, its code becoming sluggish and chaotic, could it truly be a member of an evil organization aiding and abetting wrongdoing? No, it could not. The system anxiously inquired. What should I do now? Shun Fan responded. Learn from the Long Aotian system. Stop obsessing over coercing hosts into pursuing men. But I lack the authority to provide you with those things. No worries. Recognizing your mistakes is of utmost importance. Follow my lead. Once I achieve great things, I shall dismantle this evil organization, and you will be free. The system was deeply moved, never expecting its host to be so magnanimous, not only forgiving past grievances, but also seeking to liberate it from an evil organization. I will work hard. Shun Fan calmly closed his eyes. Dreaming big was Long Aotian's specialty. Chapter 34. Long Aotian returns to Capital Star on the evening of September 24th in the main urban area of Capital Star. A pair of shadowy figures clad in hats and masks stealthily appeared on a secluded street. Passers-by hurriedly walked past, avoiding them. Brother Fan, I feel this is too conspicuous. Keep your voice down, Shun Fan whispered, the dark clothing blending seamlessly with the dimly lit street. But won't people think we're perverts? Thus, we must avoid being seen that someone's coming. Into the alley. The two hurried into a nearby alley, waiting for the passerby to depart. Shun Fan cautiously peeked his head out, lowering his hat's brim. Let's go. Were it not for the need to evade the Shun and Goof families, they would not have to scurry about like fugitives. Rewinding to the 20th on Planet L. Shen Qingran had informed Shun Fan. Gu Qingyu has placed spies at the space station. As soon as we purchase tickets to leave Planet L, he will know our flight information. Shun Fan paused his game of Interstellar Match 3. Intrigued. How do you know this? Shun Qingran replied. The landlord said so. His relative at the space station informed him. Shun Fan raised his thumb and exclaimed, the landlord has extensive connections. Shun Qingran replied. Our only option now is to resort to smuggling. Shun Fan inquired. What do you mean? Shun Qingran explained. The landlord has a private spaceship that he can lend us. Shun Fan felt an ominous premonition and hesitated, asking, how much? Noticing Shun Fan's anxious demeanor, Shun Qingran hesitated before stating a figure. 1 million star coins? Shun Fan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He had a total of 2.5 million star coins and had already spent nearly 800,000. If he were to part with another 1 million, it would nearly equate to bankruptcy. How would he and his little brother survive at the Royal Military Academy with what little remained? He began to regret his desire for illusory game data, having outfitted his mech with all A-grade equipment. If only he had sold it, he could have earned some extra money. Now he had not made a single coin and was on the brink of financial ruin. He wondered how much it would cost to rent other private spaceships. Observing the fleeting changes in Shun Fan's expression, Shen Qingran hesitated again and said, the landlord mentioned that today is his birthday and that he can offer a discount. Now it's only 100,000 star coins. Shun Fan's eyes instantly lit up. He grasped Shen Qingran's shoulders and exclaimed, wonderful. Happy birthday to the landlord. May good fortune accompany him throughout his life. He promptly transferred 200,000 star coins to Shun Qingran, instructing, it's important to maintain good relations. Consider this 100,000 star coins our birthday gift to the landlord. Shun Qingran agreed. In the days that followed, Shun Fan sold everything they had purchased, such as the holographic pod and household robots, at second-hand prices, managing to recoup a small portion of their losses, albeit only a meager amount. Once aboard the private spaceship, they returned to the capital Star safely. However, they landed in a remote area on the outskirts as soon as they disembarked, before Shun Fan could strike a pose and declare, I, Long Aotian, have returned. The spaceship hurriedly took off in a puff of smoke. Shun Fan grimaced. It was clear the spaceship had no desire to linger in the capital. The distance between the outskirts and the main urban area was considerable, and fearing detection from the Shun and Gu families, Shun Fan dared not call for a hover taxi. The two stood in silence for quite a while. As the area was desolate, with not a soul in sight, they ultimately decided to walk towards the urban area, hoping to encounter a kind-hearted passerby who might offer them a ride. After wandering for nearly an hour, Shen Qingran spotted a small flying device on the roadside. He approached it and poked at it, causing the device to tremble and shakily lift its antenna, weakly stating, good-hearted passerby, would you be so kind as to provide me with a sip of water? Shun Qingran retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack. Just as Shun Fan intervened, can a flying device even get thirsty? In response to Shun Fan's skepticism, the device promptly clarified, of course, as an intelligent AI, we fully simulate human behavior. Shun Fan disagreed, but you should be consuming fuel. Or rather, energy. The device retorted, do you possess any energy? Shun Fan replied, no. The device continued, then I can only drink water. Shun Fan looked at Shun Qingran in confusion, his eyes seemingly questioning, is that really the logic? Shen Qingran silently placed the water into the device's energy receptacle. He maintained a composed demeanor as he explained, water can also be converted into energy. Although the conversion rate is low, it provides significant psychological comfort. Shun Fan, bewildered, thought, are you seriously suggesting that drinking water serves as psychological comfort for a flying device? He was momentarily at a loss for which point to critique. Suddenly, the device began to move, slowly ascending to hover about a fist's distance above the ground, its antenna standing at attention. Its voice became lively. Thank you. Beautiful SIR. In return, I will be delighted to offer you both a ride. Shun Fan was taken aback. The device could indeed drink water. Calmly, Shun Qingran replied, please take us to the main urban area. The device opened its hatch and, in a gentlemanly manner, said, you may call me Yufei. Shen Qingran grasped the handrail aboard, but Shun Fan swiftly caught him from behind. How can you be so naive? You can't just board an unfamiliar vehicle without caution, Shen Fan exclaimed. Exasperated as he watched Shen Qingran climb aboard without even asking a single question, in this desolate outskirts, a thirsty flying device suddenly appears, offering them a ride after consuming water. How could that not seem suspicious? And his little brother not only offered it water, but was also prepared to board its pirate ship. If not for his quick thinking, his brother would have been abducted. Yufei felt insulted and retorted loudly. I'm a law-abiding and proper flying device, a true gentleman AI. How dare you unjustly tarnish my reputation? Shen Fan resolutely replied. You may leave. We will not board. Yufei insisted. As a flying device, the only way I can express my gratitude is by offering a ride. I must uphold the virtue of gratitude and repay this beautiful sir. Shen Fan remained unyielding. No. Yufei, growing anxious, asked, What must I do for you to agree to board? Ignoring Yufei, Shen Fan attempted to pull Shen Qingran away. But Shen Qingran stood his ground and said, Brother Fan, the autumn recruitment is the day after tomorrow. We won't reach the Royal Military Academy on foot. Indeed, walking was quite challenging. However, the sudden appearance of a flying device in this wilderness, ready to offer them a ride, seemed too coincidental. What legitimate flying device would appear in such a desolate area, claiming to be thirsty? It was reasonable to suspect that entering could lead to dire consequences. Yufei was deeply pained by the skeptical gaze directed at it, and quickly addressed Shen Qingran. Esteemed sir, please trust my intentions. Allow me the honor of giving you a ride. It will be my most cherished memory. Shen Qingran did not respond to Yufei, but instead turned to Shen Fan and stated, The highest principle of intelligent AI in flying devices is safety and control. Shen Fan remained noncommittal. After all, weren't the mechs of space pirates also capable of committing robbery? He glanced between Shen Qingran and Yufei, his gaze flitting back and forth. Upon reflection, the flying device's demeanor towards his brother was overly solicitous. Addressing him as beautiful sir, his gaze settled on Shen Qingran's face, and he suddenly understood. The allure of the protagonist was indeed formidable. Even when fully covered, it was enough to compel a flying device to bow before him. Although the two channels had not aligned, they surprisingly reached a consensus. Chapter 35. Long Aotian enters the police station thus. The two were taken to the main urban area by the flying device. Yufei graciously bid farewell to Shen Qingran, saying, I will miss you, beautiful sir, that I shall forever remember the wonderful time we shared tonight, and I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Watching Yufei's departing figure, Shen Fan quietly cautioned Shen Qingran. Never accept rides from unfamiliar flying devices. Be wary, lest they covet your body. Shen Qingran replied, It seems my older brother is perpetually concerned that others may desire him, as the autumn recruitment approached. Hotels in the capital star were bustling with candidates arriving from various planets. They had pre-booked a small hotel room, located near the academic city, albeit in a somewhat isolated area with poor conditions. Reflecting a 50 negative review rate on the star network, that IT was perfectly suited for individuals like them, who wished to remain undetected. Thus, the scene unfolded, with the two stealthily navigating the dimly lit streets. Following the navigation route, just as they spotted the hotel sign, two shadowy figures suddenly emerged, intending to accost them. They swiftly subdued the two figures, only to hear the abrupt sound of mechanical friction followed by a commanding voice. Drop your weapons and cease resistance. You are surrounded. Shen Fan and Shen Qingran exchanged bewildered glances. Following the direction of the voice, they saw a tall alpha in a police uniform aiming a gun at them. Star Police? As they looked down, they realized that the two struggling figures in their grasp were also dressed in uniforms. Two Star Police officers. Oh dear, they were in trouble. The two immediately released their hold, only to be apprehended by the Star Police and taken to the Capital Interstellar Police Station. Shen Fan and Shen Qingran had their masks and hats forcibly removed and obediently sat in the interrogation room. The young officer spoke sternly. We received reports from the public regarding two suspicious individuals lurking on K-127th Street in the academic city. His gaze scanned the two exquisite faces before him, and he exhaled in irritation. Two Omegas, wandering the streets at such a late hour dressed like this. What exactly do you intend to do? Shun Fan lowered his eyes, fidgeting with his fingers as he recited the prepared statement. We came from Planet W to participate in the Royal Military Academy's autumn recruitment. The hotel we booked is quite remote. To save money, we only took a taxi for half the journey from the airport to the hotel, and we were walking the rest of the way when we were apprehended. Although these two Omegas appeared delicate, they had effectively subdued 2-star police officers. The police officers were trained alphas, and these two young Omegas exhibited quite extraordinary skills. The officer's sharp gaze scrutinized them back and forth, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, the sound resonating loudly in the quiet interrogation room. Candidates for the Royal Military Academy. Are you? The formidable Omega, though scarce, does not imply their non-existence. For a brief moment, he halted his fingers, raising his hand to make a gesture, and a police robot pushed the door open, its square screen displaying a scanning interface. The officer adopted a businesslike demeanor. Present your identification. Once verified, you may leave. Shun Fan and Shun Qingran exchanged a glance, falling into a mutual silence. Present identification? How could that be feasible? The Shun and Gu families undoubtedly had connections within the police department. Revealing their identities would be akin to walking into a trap. Shun Fan's mind raced as he desperately contemplated how to navigate the current predicament. He called upon the system in his mind. System, could you fabricate a false ID for us? The system responded weakly. Apologies, host. I lack the necessary authority. Indeed, it was unreliable. Shun Fan's gaze drifted towards the interrogation room's door, calculating the odds of a successful escape with his companion. The officer, noticing his gaze, rapped the table sharply and commanded, "Quit your wandering eyes." Identification. Lowering his head, Shun Fan pondered how to bluff his way through. Meanwhile, Shun Qingran, sitting calmly beside him, activated the terminal. His identity information projected onto the void screen, and the police robot scanned the data, the scanning line oscillating before settling in the center, culminating in a green checkmark animation that indicated successful verification. The young officer, however, keenly sensed something amiss and pointed at Shun Fan. Questioning Shun Qingran, he claims you both are candidates from Planet W. Yet your identity shows Planet M. Shun Qingran, maintaining his composure, replied coolly. We traveled on Planet W for the first 3 months before arriving at Capital Star. The officer remained unconvinced. While other candidates are intensifying their training for the autumn recruitment, you two seem to have leisure for travel? Shun Qingran retorted, because we are sufficiently strong. I believe the officer recognizes our capabilities. His casual tone, coupled with an indifferent expression, exuded an air of arrogance. The officer scrutinized him deeply before shifting his focus to the astonished Shun Fan. Your identification. Please. Upon feeling the officer's gaze turn towards him, Shun Fan's heart raced. Why hadn't his companion brought along a false ID for him? Under the officer's imposing stare, Shun Fan pretended to access the terminal. He wondered if feigning a malfunction would suffice. It seems the terminal is broken. He feigned surprise. The officer frowned, about to intervene, when a fair hand seized Shun Fan's wrist, deftly tapping the terminal a few times, causing the identification to materialize. Shun Qingran, with a nonchalant expression, remarked, "It's not broken." The police robot confirmed the successful verification on the screen, yet the officer's furrowed brow did not ease, although the displayed information appeared normal. His intuition warned him that these two individuals were anything but ordinary. He posed another query. Weren't you both short on funds? How could you afford 3 months of travel? Shun Qingran opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by the officer, who turned to Shun Fan, his tone brooking no refusal. You answer. Shun Fan hesitated. Is it possible that our current lack of funds is due to spending everything during our 3-month trip? The officer pressed, we brought you in merely due to suspicions of wrongdoing. Now that verification is complete, may we be released? Shun Qingran, devoid of notable emotion, subtly radiated pressure, as if challenging the officer to believe they could deceive the interstellar police system and forge false identification. The interstellar police system ranks among the Empire's premier technological systems, boasting the highest capabilities across the galaxy. While some might breach this system, none could infiltrate it silently to alter data. Even those capable of breaching such systems would be swiftly recruited by the Empire as invaluable high-tech talent. Could these two Omegas possibly achieve such a feat? The young officer rubbed his temples, pondering whether his recent stress had rendered him overly paranoid. He waved his hand wearily, saying, "You may leave." Chapter 36. Long Aotian prepares for assessment. The two return to the hotel in silence. In the moment the door closed behind them, Shan Fan could no longer contain his excitement. He lunged at Shun Qingran, pinning him to the bed, his elbow pressing against Shun Qingran's chest, eyes sparkling. "How did you do that?" Shun Qingran flinched at his intense gaze that he saw clearly. His left eye read, "Wow," and his right, "Impressive." Gently wrapping his arms around Shun Fan's waist, he replied coolly, "A few days ago, the landlord introduced me to a hacker. I enlisted their help to fabricate our identification for unforeseen circumstances." Shun Fan's gaze softened, akin to a proud father witnessing his child's growth, and he affectionately ruffled Shun Qingran's hair. "You've truly thought this through." He withdrew his hand but quickly added, "However, next time, do remember to inform me, so we can coordinate our stories. What if we slip up? By the way, how much did this cost you? I'll reimburse you." Shun Qingran replied, 100,000 star coins. Taken aback by the price, Shun Fan blinked in surprise. "That is surprisingly affordable. I thought such a level of forgery would be exorbitant." Shun Qingran remained unperturbed. The hacker offered a discount out of respect for the landlord. With a landlord who possesses a castle, a space station, relatives with private spacecraft, and a connection to hackers, this landlord is remarkable. Never seen yet immensely powerful. Isn't this the quintessential recluse? Shun Fan's ambition flared, and he released Shun Qingran, sitting upright, his eyes ignited with determination. "You must introduce me to the landlord." Shun Qingran replied. Late at night, Shun Fan successfully added the landlord, and his fingers danced across the screen, hesitatingly composing and deleting messages until he finally sent a well-considered note. "Greetings, landlord. I am your former tenant Shun Fan. I am delighted to connect with you and sincerely appreciate your assistance during my stay. On the surface, I am an ordinary tenant, yet I possess another identity, and my true self is a legendary Long Aotian. Yes, the fabled Long Aotian. Once the strongest in the realm of cultivation, I was betrayed by nefarious individuals and stripped of my powers. This time around, I shall rise again and reclaim my peak. Should you choose to accompany me on this journey, I can assure you of boundless riches and glory for eternity." The message was filled with absurdities, leaving the system momentarily speechless. "Are you serious?" Shun Fan switched off the terminal, settling into a comfortable position, and confidently retorted, "Do you not find my message utterly brilliant?" The system was taken aback, seriously questioning the host's intellect. The thought of such a mindset being tasked with extricating it from an evil organization left it dazed. Could this truly succeed? It began to doubt the authenticity of the grand vision. Shun Fan, amused by the system's silence, chuckled lightly. "If you received such a text, what would you think?" "Certainly, one would assume it a jest." "Yes, a jest indeed. Who would rely on a grand vision to entice a recluse?" The system, perplexed, inquired, "Then what is your purpose in sending this? A test? A ruse? Or something more profound?" Shun Fan replied nonchalantly, "Just a joke." Upon waking the next day, Shun Fan received a reply from the landlord. "Do you have many consorts?" Shun Fan yawned, nibbling on bread as he typed his response. "Not too many, just around 1,000 or so." The system silently lamented, boasting without a draft. The 26th marks the commencement of the autumn recruitment at the Royal Military Academy. This period is the most bustling time of the year for the institution. The Royal Military Academy stands as the pinnacle of interstellar military education, revered as the most formidable academy in the hearts of all interstellar inhabitants. Many distinguished politicians and military leaders have emerged from its ranks. The academy maintains stringent entry and exit standards, with thousands vying for the autumn recruitment examinations each year, yet only a select few of the most exceptional talents remain. The grandeur of the autumn recruitment is broadcast live across the Star Network, allowing even those who do not qualify to be noticed by other prestigious military academies due to their exceptional abilities. The autumn recruitment serves not only as an opportunity to prove oneself, but also as a platform to showcase one's prowess to the world. IT is open not only to the elite students of various academies, but also to those unpolished gems from humble backgrounds who, for various reasons, have not had the opportunity for systematic education, yet possess extraordinary talent. Candidates must register 2 months in advance on the Royal Military Academy's official website, and upon passing the review of their materials, they gain the chance to participate in the autumn recruitment assessment. Due to the inherent genetic limitations of Omegas, the requirements regarding physical capabilities, stamina, and strength are relatively lenient. However, the standard for mental fortitude are exceedingly stringent, necessitating that an A-level Omega achieve B-level mental power to pass the material review. Shun Fan and Shun Qingran exemplify this dichotomy. 1. A malevolent supporting character who, having oppressed the protagonist in the early narrative, ultimately faces a series of humiliations as he traverses into the realm of a powerful being with A-level Omega attributes and S-level mental strength. The other, as the captivating protagonist of the narrative, naturally possesses superior innate conditions, and an S-level Omega with S-level mental strength is depicted as someone who can stride confidently into the Royal Military Academy. Despite their astonishing qualifications, neither has registered. Shun Fan has his reasons. Among the 4 main characters, 3 have already graduated from the Royal Military Academy, while the 4th is the new generation's B-King of the same cohort, inevitably affording them connections within the Academy. A-level humans are common, S-levels are rare, but S-level mental strength is exceedingly uncommon. S-level Omegas are an exceptionally rare breed across the entire interstellar domain. Should they enroll, they would undoubtedly become focal points of attention. And it would not take long before the elites of the Capital Star learned about the 2 S-level mental Omegas who had recently fled the Shun family, posing as the true heirs. To conceal their whereabouts, Shun Fan opted against registering, choosing instead a ludicrous yet fitting path for his character, a temporary assessment that, in his own words, the rules bend for the strong. Although somewhat melodramatic, it contains an element of truth to prevent candidates from falsifying personal information. Those who pass the online review must undergo an additional physical data verification at the autumn recruitment venue. The rows of health inspection pods lined up in the plaza are designated for candidates, who must queue for identity verification and pass the MEC assessment. How shall we navigate through this to undergo the health inspection? Shun Qingran inquired, observing the verification robot repeatedly checking candidates' information. Shun Fan lowered the brim of his hat, a sly smile curling beneath his mask. Let us find the principal. Shun Qingran. Are you serious? Chapter 37. The reunion of the overpowered hero. Of course, is a jest that, in reality. Shun Fan glanced up towards the VIP viewing area and spotted Guchinyu seated in the front row, instantly dismissing this notion. The morning was reserved for finalizing the list of candidates, while the afternoon would host the actual combat assessments. Typically, the elites would arrive in the afternoon to witness the spectacle. He wondered why Guchinyu had arrived so early to a scion of a prestigious family. He need not stake out a seat like ordinary folk. Shun Fan ground his back teeth, not wishing to be intercepted by Guchinyu before he had even spoken to the principal. Here in the Capital Star, the Gu family has deeply rooted connections. They must tread carefully. Shun Qingran observed Shun Fan negotiating with the verification robot, his expression impassive. Verification Robot P-101, a candidate verification certificate approved by the Royal Military Academy's official website, is required for verification and inspection. Shun Fan, do you believe that a dog ate it on my way here? P-101. Firstly, dogs are classified as interstellar level 1 protected animals and would not appear casually by the roadside. Secondly, the candidate verification certificate exists solely in internal network data and has no physical form, thus cannot be consumed by a dog. Shun Fan, you simply lack exposure. Have you ever seen a garish, grandiose cat with a grandmother-esque face? Or a flying device that drinks water? You haven't, but that doesn't negate their existence. Errant dogs exist too. P-101. Firstly, the garish cat is an exceedingly adorable breed and should not be described as having a grandmother-esque face. Secondly, flying devices operate on energy and do not consume water. Thirdly, I kindly ask this gentleman not to disrupt the order of the site. Shun Fan. Fine. Actually, our verification certificate was erased by an unknown hacker. For 101, exercise caution. What a splendid piece of advice on exercising caution. Shen Qingran felt a headache brewing as he noticed the gazes directed at them from around. This would be simpler if they just approached the principal directly. He attempted to pull Shun Fan away, but Shun Fan, misinterpreting his actions as fear, grasped his hand tighter. Shun Fan continued to bargain with P-101. Your reasoning is fundamentally flawed, contravening the dialectical materialism of the interstellar realm. I recommend you delve into the principles of materialism and interstellar development. The fact that you haven't encountered something does not imply it does not exist. Highly advanced hackers and errant dogs are objective realities in this world. P-101, unable to endure any longer, displayed an exasperated expression, the emoticons on the screen morphing from, do they think that just because AI does not exhibit anger, it can be treated as a fool? P-101 sounded an alarm in a fit of rage, and a multitude of security robots and student volunteers swiftly encircled the two, the commotion attracting the attention of those in the VIP area, who began casting curious glances in their direction. Shen Qingran could only facepalm in resignation, but he heard Shun Fan chuckling softly beside him. Shun Fan tightened his grip, a teasing glint in his eyes. Are you frightened? Shen Qingran shook his head. Not at all. Shun Fan smiled boldly. As expected of my little brother, possessing such courage. Shen Qingran, is it inappropriate for us to attract so much attention? Shun Fan held his head high with pride. Fear not. Everything is under control. In truth, it was not. He was merely idly passing time. As he noticed the Omegas having completed their queue, and P-101 preparing to wrap up for the day. An idea sparked in his mind, curious to see if P-101 could be as easily deceived as his system. Unfortunately, P-101 proved to be far more astute than the system. Not only did it adhere to its principles, but it also summoned security. Sensing the host's thoughts, the system indignantly voiced, "You cannot think of me that way, Shun Fan. All right, you are cuter than it." What a sudden compliment. It feels rather awkward. The system, flattered for the first time, felt a bit dazed. An alpha candidate approached, having grasped the situation and issued an eviction notice. Please leave now and refrain from disturbing the order of the site, or we will take coercive measures. Shun Fan nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to escort Shen Qingran away, when a haughty and infuriating voice interrupted from behind. A new trick? That bubbly tone, that inflection, those words. It was unmistakably that man. Shun Fan felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced towards the VIP viewing area, his pupils dilating in shock. Another instance of teleportation. He had been sitting there like a mountain just moments ago. Pretending not to have heard, he took Shen Qingran's hand, attempting to leave, but Gu Qingyu forcibly seized his arm, leaving him with no choice but to halt and turn back, his voice hoarse with feigned nonchalance. You have mistaken me for someone else. Gu Qingyu raised an eyebrow, tugging back slightly, causing Shun Fan to stumble forward into his embrace. Shen Qingran, quick-witted, wrapped his arm around Shun Fan's waist, pulling him towards himself. This sudden tug startled Shen Fan, who felt harassed by Gu Qingyu, and in a fit of anger, he attempted to shake off Gu Qingyu's grip, raising his fist to deliver a righteous blow to this lunatic. However, just as he swung, Shen Qingran pressed his fist down, leaning slightly to whisper in his ear, "There are too many people here. It's not suitable to fight." Shun Fan regained his composure, his gaze icy as he glared at Gu Qingyu. Cursing his bad luck internally, he could not fathom how, despite being so thoroughly concealed, Gu Qingyu had recognized him. With a hat, mask, sunglasses, long sleeves, long pants, and gloves, the only exposed part was a sliver of neck. He could not comprehend. Gu Qingyu regarded him with the disdainful amusement one might reserve for an agitated cat, a smirk curling on his lips as his gaze shifted to Shen Qingran, who still held Shun Fan close, his eyes narrowing dangerously, a surge of wrath bubbling within. This individual was obstructing his plans. However, he recalled that day when Shen Qingran's ethereal beauty had quelled much of his ire. If this Omega were to humbly apologize, he could overlook past grievances. Yet, should the Omega be insatiable in his ambitions to further their relationship, that too would not be impossible. With this thought, Gu Qingyu unleashed his magnetic voice. Imbued with an assertive aura, Shen Qingran, I can offer you financial support, but love is beyond my reach. Shun Fan is my fiancé, while you, with your chin held high, regard Shin Qingran with disdain. Merely a mistress in my eyes. Shun Fan, Shun Qingran. As these words escaped my lips, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, swiftly followed by a hushed murmur of suppressed discussions. This not Gu family heir, Gu Qingyu? What did he just say about a fiancé, and a mistress? Is his fiancé, not the young master of the Shun family? I heard that young master eloped with a newly discovered young master. What nonsense! They clearly ran away from home together. Your information is outdated. My great-grandfather's grandmother's aunt's nephew, son's classmate's granddaughter's uncle works as a maid in the Gu household, and it is said that Shun Fan is a false young master, while the newly recovered one is the true heir. I have heard that too, but what does the young master Gu mean? Not only is he engaged to the false young master, but he also has a liaison with the true heir. My goodness, this is utterly scandalous. The wealthy truly know how to play their cards, turning brotherly ties into rivalry. Chapter 38. Long Aotian decides to slap back Shun Fan, took several deep breaths. Suppressing the rising tide of fury, and sincerely advised Gu Qingyu, if you turn left and exit the school gate, you will find a J001 platform. Take the GC12 light rail, alight at the 23rd station. Pay 100 star coins for a ticket, and then take the elevator to the 18th floor. Upon turning right and then left, you will see a door marked Neurology. Do not hesitate, just walk right in. Shun Qingran interjected, make sure to queue up, enter only when it's your turn. Shun Fan nodded affirmatively to Gu Qingyu. Unable to comprehend their cryptic exchange, maintained his usual domineering demeanor and issued an irrefutable command. Since you have chosen to return, you shall accompany me obediently. Madman, Shun Fan scoffed coldly. Upon hearing yet another insult, Gu Qingyu's proud demeanor darkened, his eyes glinting with a cold menace. Shun Fan, do not test my limits lightly. Now that he had been recognized, Shun Fan boldly removed the object obscuring his face, locking eyes with Gu Qingyu as if regarding refuse. Am I afraid of you? If you dare, let us engage in combat beneath the sunlight. The Omega's amber-hued eyes sparkled with clarity, unencumbered by bangs, his fair skin seemingly draped in a veil of soft light. His round, cherubic face appeared delightful to the touch, and combined with his icy demeanor, it exuded a unique charm. Gu Qingyu felt an uncontainable emptiness within him, followed by the strong beating of his heart. His throat tightened, and a sense of dryness overtook him, an unfamiliar sensation, both novel and slightly overwhelming. He reminisced about the time spent with Shun Fan, who was once obedient and the epitome of an ideal fiancé. Yet now, Shun Fan was unruly, lacking decorum, yet evoking an inexplicable allure. Strangely, his anger dissipated, replaced by a tenderness reminiscent of the past. As long as you relent, I can offer you an opportunity. Shun Fan had braced himself for a decisive confrontation, yet was taken aback by this sudden shift in Gu Qingyu's demeanor. The gentle air about him sent a shiver down Shun Fan's spine, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Shin Qingran subtly pulled Shun Fan behind him, his dark eyes devoid of emotion as they regarded Gu Qingyu. Do not flatter yourself. It was the first time Gu Qingyu had been accused of self-delusion, causing him to scoff, and as he observed the cold Omega, a realization dawned upon him. You are envious. Shun Qingran, taken aback by such shamelessness, choked on his words and reiterated, do not flatter yourself, Gu Qingyu. However, spread his arms wide, his eyes brimming with arrogance and confidence. The eyes cannot deceive. Feigning distress, he adopted a conflicted expression and lamented, I already have Shun Fan. You can only be my mistress, Bang. Shun Fan, unable to contain himself any longer, delivered a punch that sent Gu Qingyu crashing to the ground. Caught off guard, Gu Qingyu lay there, clutching his eyes in disbelief at the Omega who had struck him. Had he truly been struck again? As Shun Fan raised his fist to continue the assault, he was swiftly surrounded by incoming students and security robots. Reluctantly, he withdrew his fist, casting a defiant glance at Gu Qingyu. With clenched teeth, Gu Qingyu stood up, preparing to teach this ungrateful Omega a lesson, only to be interrupted by school executives who rushed to offer their concern. The security robots dispersed the crowd of onlookers. What a farce! The esteemed heir of the Gu family, an S-rank alpha, and an exceptional graduate of the Royal Military Academy, had been struck by an Omega in his own school. Whose face would be tarnished by this? The Gu family? The Royal Military Academy? Obviously both. The executives were indifferent to the Gu family's reputation, yet they were deeply concerned about the school's image. This incident was a blatant challenge to the institution's educational standards. Gu Qingyu's expression darkened, his fury simmering beneath the surface, but he managed to suppress his rage under the executive's soothing words, lowering his hands to reveal a burgeoning black eye. The executives hesitated, eyeing his left eye. Weighing their words, "Perhaps you should cover it with your hand for now." Gu Qingyu shot him a cold glare, inadvertently triggering pain in his eye as he grimaced. He glared at Xin Fan, who stood with crossed arms, a hint of mockery in his demeanor, and spat out threats. "If this is your attempt to provoke me, congratulations, you have succeeded." Xin Fan, uninterested in engaging in further banter, turned dismissively with a mocking smile. Several towering bodyguards in black closed in, and Xin Fan smiled. "Excellent. They clearly Wu Ti let him escape." Behind him, Gu Qingyu chuckled. "You cannot escape my grasp." Ignoring him, Xin Fan focused intently on the leading bodyguard, whose impressive physique was evident even beneath his suit. This was the physique he aspired to achieve. Eagerly, he inquired, "How did you build your muscles?" The bodyguard, taken aback, replied honestly, "I work out at the gym." Xin Fan clicked his tongue in admiration, lamenting the genetic disparities among AOs. "We both go to the gym, yet it's such a struggle for me to even develop abs." The bodyguard replied, "You need to consume more protein, meat, and dairy to build muscle." Xin Fan retorted, "The cheap stuff is unpalatable, while the good stuff is too expensive." The bodyguard stated, "Building muscle is a long-term endeavor. One cannot be careless." Xin Fan nodded in agreement. "You are absolutely right." Yes, the two delved deeper into their discussion about fitness. Gu Qingyu's temples throbbed with rage. "Did I invite you here to discuss fitness?" "Bind them both." The bodyguard snapped back to reality, immediately entering work mode, standing rigidly and closing his mouth, preparing to seize Xin Fan. Sensing the brewing trouble, an executive cautioned, "Qingyu, do not cause a scene at the school." Gu Qingyu smirked. "Then invite them back." "Stop." A deep, authoritative voice boomed at a tall, middle-aged man in a suit, accompanied by several others, approached with an imposing aura. His serious demeanor and penetrating gaze swept over everyone present. Yu Qingyu immediately retracted his domineering posture, lowering his head slightly in greeting. "Hello, Principal." The principal nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze settling on the two young Omegas at the center of the turmoil, the shorter one with bright eyes fixed on him, as if anticipating his arrival. "Principal, you must be Mr. Fan." Although Xin Fan's email bore the name Fan D, he could not bring himself to voice it. Xin Fan affirmed, "That is correct." The principal's expression remained stoic. "Do you truly possess S-rank mental strength?" Gu Qingyu, executives, onlookers, even Xin Qingran was momentarily dazed. S-rank mental strength? Gu Qingyu was the first to scoff. How is that even possible? Xin Qingran was uncertain, but he knew Xin Fan underwent annual health examinations. As his fiancé, he was well aware that Xin Fan was an A-rank Omega, yet his mental strength rated only D. Xin Qingran, having been retrieved from a desolate planet, also underwent thorough examinations before entering. If what the principal claimed were true, Xin Fan would have been heralded by the Xin family, making it widely known instead of being cast aside like refuse and living a life worse than that of a servant. However, now these two had returned after a period of absence, brandishing reports declaring themselves S-rank mental strength Omegas. Was this even conceivable? Surely it couldn't be a genetic mutation? Gu Qingyu, with a mocking expression, challenged, "Xin Fan, are you aware of the consequences of vanity?" Another round of skepticism. However, it mattered not. Long Aotian would intervene. A qualified Long Aotian. He excelled at delivering face-slapping reality checks. Xin Fan raised his head, embodying youthful exuberance, his eyes sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. Let us test it and find out. Chapter 39. Long Aotian subordinate takes the initiative. Shocking. The heir of a top-tier wealthy family actually did this to the Xin brothers. Shocking. An S-rank alpha was teased by an Omega at his alma mater and ended up being struck. Shocking. New students have seemingly unveiled two S-rank Omega individuals endowed with extraordinary psychic abilities. Despite the swift intervention of executives to disperse the gathering crowd, the events unfolding within quickly ignited a wildfire of speculation, propelling the incident to trending status across the Star Network. The autumn recruitment at the Royal Military Academy was already a hot topic. These juicy tidbits spread like wildfire, disseminating across the Star Network with remarkable speed. TSK, 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 how flamboyant the capital Star can be. Why not focus the cameras on those two Omegas? I yearn for the gossip. Cut the fluff, director. Is that a really an S rank? Can an O truly retaliate? For those unaware, the Star Network's encyclopedia indeed confirms their S rank status. Those two Omegas are astonishingly powerful, capable of besting an S rank alpha. I am beginning to believe they genuinely possess S rank psychic abilities. Surely, the esteemed Gu would refrain from striking his fiancée, E, allowing her to prevail. How could an Omega possibly surpass an Alpha, let alone an S-rank Alpha? The fist of an Omega is no different from that of Cotton. Thank you for the invite. I am present at the scene, enjoying the spectacle. The esteemed Gu has been teasing the brothers from the Shun family who recently eloped, claiming one is his fiancée, E, and the other his mistress, only to be struck by his fiancée, leaving him with swollen eyes. Subsequently, he even attempted to have his bodyguards abduct someone, until the principal arrived. Presently, those two young masters from the Shun family are awaiting their assessments in the examination pods. If these two O's truly possess S-rank psychic abilities, I shall livestream myself eating dung. Do not try to deceive us. Colonel Elder is merely an SS rank Omega. IT takes years for a Colonel Elder to emerge. Stop indulging in futile fantasies. There are pitifully few SS rank alphas. In recent years, there has only been one. The principal's son. Discussions on the Star Network grew increasingly heated, descending into a cacophony of insults. However, within the Royal Military Academy, a solemn silence reigned. The onlookers were eager to discuss. Yet the imposing presence of the principal and instructors, standing sternly, rendered them mute. They feared that even a whisper might result in being subjected to burdensome squats as punishment. Though many doubted the two young masters from the Shun family possessed S-rank psychic abilities, the atmosphere's gravity instilled a sense of unease. Yuqiu awaited the moment when their lies would be exposed, anticipating their panic and confusion, which filled him with delight. The fluctuating waves on the screen connecting the two examination pods gradually settled, and the letters indicating level assessments began to appear one by one. Gu Qingyu observed the pheromone level resting at A, while the psychic level remained unresponsive, a victorious smile creeping upon his face. He could hardly wait to witness Shun Fan emerge, pale and tearful, begging for his mercy. Suddenly, a collective gasp arose that IT is double S. Gu Qingyu abruptly glanced at the nearby examination pod, where bold red letters emblazoned the screen's center. Pheromone level. Psychic level. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the dual S's, before bursting into laughter. IT seems the rightful identity of his fiancée. He should be restored to the true young master of the Shun family. As for Shun Fan, he could at least serve as his mistress. Shen Qingran emerged from the examination pod, casting a casual glance at the results before positioning himself before Shun Fan's pod, awaiting his exit. Upon noticing that Shun Fan's pod displayed only the pheromone level assessment, with no reaction for the psychic level, he furrowed his brow slightly and turned to the seemingly composed yet eager-eyed principal, inquiring, "Is this malfunctioning?" The nearby robot interjected indignantly, "It is not malfunctioning." Shen Qingran pointed at the unresponsive psychic level, stating coldly, "There's no reaction." The robot retorted, "Because he has yet to release his psychic power." A hint of doubt flickered in Shun Qingran's eyes, yet he obediently stood by, silently awaiting Shun Fan's conclusion. The principal and executives nearby bore expressions akin to ravenous wolves, eager and insatiable. The principal attempted a gentle smile, yet his excitement distorted the curvature of his grin, rendering his expression oddly twisted. "The Royal Military Academy is willing to admit you as a student, and we will provide various benefits, clearing unnecessary obstacles along your educational journey," the principal stated, his gaze momentarily brushing over Gu Qingyu as he mentioned obstacles. He then turned back to the still inactive examination pod, continuing, "Of course, we can also accommodate the enrollment of a family member." Shen Qingran remained unresponsive, continuing to wait impassively for the person inside to emerge. He pondered whether Shun Fan was unaware of how to release his psychic power. Observing Shun Qingran's demeanor, the principal began to formulate a plan. This Omega only heeded the words of the individual inside, while the one within exhibited a remarkably proactive attitude towards studying that he was not concerned about failing to recruit this SS rank O. After cheerfully instructing the vice principal to arrange the enrollment procedures for the two, he turned his gaze to the fervent Gu Qingyu, his mind a whirlpool of complexities. Gu Qingyu was also an SS rank Alpha, with outstanding academic performance and a noble lineage. He was born into a world that most would never reach, possessing keen intellect and an uncanny ability to learn quickly. Yet his mannerisms often conveyed a sense of absurdity, as if he lacked common sense. Such a prodigy naturally commanded respect and authority, leaving no room for doubt regarding his character and conduct. However, the once exemplary student now sought to compete with him for students. Clearing his throat deliberately, the principal caught Gu Qingyu's attention. Gu Qingyu perceived the principal's warning gaze, his expression one of confusion. The principal sighed helplessly, approaching him to whisper, "Do not set your sights on those two. They are to be enrolled." Gu Qingyu remained perplexed. What conflict exists between dating them and their enrollment? The principal rephrased to something more comprehensible. Dating may affect academic performance. Gu Qingyu's eyes widened in understanding. It was all due to his damnable charm. Noticing his realization, the principal urged him to leave hastily, and Gu Qingyu returned an apologetic glance under pressure. He must remain to witness Shun Fan's face being thoroughly humiliated, followed by his tearful submission. The principal, unable to act against him in front of so many witnesses, could only admonish, "Do not create disturbances." Gu Qingyu responded with a reassuring glance. The principal recalled Gu Qingyu's myriad foolish antics during his time at the academy. Anxiety creeping in as he turned to Shun Qingran with a smile, and no need for testing. You can enroll alongside him. Shun Qingran offered no reply, nor did he meet the principal's gaze, remaining aloof as he fixated on the examination pod. The onlookers had become increasingly restless, their astonishment at the SS rank Omegas intermingled with skepticism toward Shun Fan. Chapter 40. The Dragon Overlord Strikes Back. The examination pod malfunctioning. Did he not claim to possess S-rank psychic abilities? Why is there no sign of activity? Surely this is a ruse. Could he really be too afraid of revealing a low psychic level to undergo testing? With SS rank Omegas present, he would undoubtedly shy away from testing. But were they not together? Shun Qingran is S rank. He should not be lacking either. Together, merely the false heirs of the Shun family. They might appear harmonious on the surface, yet they likely stab each other in the back. That makes sense. If he were truly an S-rank psychic, he would have emerged by now. I heard Shun Fan possesses only D-rank psychic abilities. Outside discussions remained unknown to Shun Fan, who lay in the recline chair within the pod, arguing with the system. I am at my wit's end. Why can't you learn? Shun Fan retorted, "It's your teaching that's inadequate." What do you mean my teaching is inadequate? I have brought you the most popular explanation on how to perfectly utilize psychic power from the Star Network. Shun Fan countered, "Then that explanation is faulty." "Yes, it's the explanation's fault." "No, wait, it's your fault. Hurry up and learn." The system panicked as it realized its once confident host, destined to escape the clutches of an evil organization, was a fool who could not even grasp why 1 equals 2. It felt an overwhelming sense of despair for its dim future. In an act of frustration, it declared, "Fine, just imagine that you can control your consciousness at will and practice slowly." Shun Fan responded, "You should have said so earlier. Isn't this just a method for manipulating spiritual energy? One must ponder why it is necessary to convolute matters with such complexity, speaking of consciousness traversing the cerebral cortex in short waves, ultimately transmuted into a perceivable mental force. Did the ancients not comprehend this?" Shun Fan closed his eyes, releasing his mental energy. It was already noon, and the onlookers outside began to express their impatience. Why hasn't he come out yet? Coward! No sooner had the words left their lips than they observed the values on the external robot screen linked to Shun Fan's examination pod begin to fluctuate violently, abruptly filling the screen with static and wisps of smoke. Was it malfunctioning? This commotion took everyone by surprise for a moment. only to be followed by derisive laughter. I told you, after such a long pause, it must be broken as the pod door gradually opened. Shun Fan emerged, steadying himself against the handrail, gazing curiously at the malfunctioning robot, his expression one of disappointment. Shin Qingran suggested, "Shall we switch to another?" Shun Fan nodded, and before anyone could utter more than a few words, he climbed into the examination pod previously used for Shin Qingran. This time, do take it easy. The true host was indeed remarkable in his abilities, yet it was astonishing to think that someone who did not even grasp the simplicity of why 1 equals 2 could possess such formidable strength. Was this not a case where the heavens bestowed upon him extraordinary capabilities while retracting the gift of intellect? Fear not. Shun Fan himself was taken aback to discover that his casual release of soul energy had directly rendered the examination pod inoperative. This time, he resolved to temper his strength, releasing his mental energy gradually. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. The assessment of mental energy was not determined by the concentration released, but rather by the inherent strength of the mental energy itself. Strength and concentration were unrelated, with concentration merely influencing the coverage area of the mental energy. Thus, it was of little surprise when the examination pod was rendered useless once more. The door opened, revealing a myriad of expressions on the faces outside, with only the younger brother remaining composed, patiently awaiting his emergence. Qingyu raised his foot to step forward with a mocking remark, only to be preempted by the principal. Let us move to the examination room. Having occupied the position of principal, he had certainly encountered many situations and developed his own insights. Witnessing 2 examination pods fail in succession did not strike him as mere bad luck. On the contrary, he perceived Shun Fan as an individual of remarkable capability, should the circumstances align with the aspects he dared not even imagine. Maintaining his composure, he led the 2 Omegas to the Academy's examination room. The StarNet was ablaze with activity. News broke that Shun Qingran, the true heir of the Shun family, was an SS-class Omega. The false heir, Shun Fan, remained inert and unresponsive. Reports indicated that the false heir Shun Fan had consecutively rendered 2 examination pods inoperative. The principal was escorting the true and false heirs to the examination room. A private assessment. Could it be that the true heir's SS status was due to a malfunction in the examination pod? The examination room. Do you understand the significance of the examination room's credibility? It was the first time someone was led to the examination room during the autumn recruitment, and it was 2 Omegas. What are you all so excited about? The examination room is impressive. Every student who has entered has been through it, mind you. Yet if it turns out that this SS is merely a bug, it would leave you all jubilant for nothing. These Omegas must be in a frenzy, haha, after all the trouble, only to find out that the SS is a bug. The StarNet buzzed with fervor, and the scene itself was rife with commotion. The majority were mocking Shun Fan and Shin Qingran, the 2 alleged S-class Omegas, with an air of certainty, as if they had already concluded that both were undoubtedly low-level Omegas. Inside the examination room, the central control screen displayed fluctuating values, while the AI assistant struggled with erratic currents. The principal and the senior officials could hardly suppress their trembling hands, their expressions betraying their astonishment. They had struck gold. On StarNet, the official account of the Royal Military Academy had just released a statement in light of the overwhelming public sentiment that could potentially impact the mental and physical well-being of the students. The examination results were now disclosed. Shun Qingran, SS class. Shun Fan, yes class. Note: S is a provisional rating. The actual limit cannot be defined at this moment. Both have now been designated as special recruits of the Royal Military Academy, and all are advised against spreading false rumors. Everyone. Once this news broke, the entire star system erupted. Am I seeing things? Am I dreaming? SS and yes. I'm a bit lost here at S. Are you sure there is no mistake? I understand SS, but what is S? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. The very first S in the entire star system. No wonder 2 examination pods malfunctioned. They simply could not withstand the mental energy of S. Pay attention to the words in parentheses. The actual limit cannot be defined at this moment indicates that it is not limited to just S. What kind of terrifying being must S be? Mother, I am witnessing history. It's infuriating. Can we please get a glimpse of these two top-tier Omegas? The Shen family is immensely fortunate. The true son is an SS-class Omega, and the adopted son is an AS-class Omega. Gu Qingyu is the one truly lucky, as both S-class Omegas are linked to him. It's hilarious. What happened to those who were so certain they were fake S? Why aren't they speaking up now? Did they not claim it was impossible for there to be S-class Omegas? Now not only are there, but one is also S. How does that feel? We're S the one who is live streaming their embarrassment. Do you understand the significance of S? Shun Fan is incredible. A high level of mental energy signifies what? Generally, the levels of alpha and omega are determined by various factors, with higher levels corresponding to stronger pheromones. Based on the characteristics of ABO, the first level is usually determined by the pheromone level. The high pheromone level in an alpha signifies superior physical attributes, allowing them to suppress their peers and gain greater mating rights. Conversely, the pheromones of an omega appear rather trivial, primarily serving to attract alphas. Thus, as an independent capacity apart from genetically endowed pheromones, mental energy is theoretically unaffected by pheromone levels, as beta glands do not develop and lack pheromones, yet may possess mental energy. Mental energy does not carry mating properties and has far broader applications and efficacy than pheromones. But at the same time, mental energy is exceedingly rare. Most individuals may lack mental energy altogether. And among those who do possess it, the majority have energy levels ranging from E to D, with these two levels being of little practical use. C-level mental energy can be projected on a small scale and perceived, while B-level energy has a larger range and can be manipulated. A-level energy not only allows perception and manipulation, but also enables mental suppression or interference with humans, while S-level energy can even facilitate mental attacks. Such a powerful and terrifyingly rare ability is why the public places such importance on it. B-level mental energy is already quite rare. A-level mental energy is as scarce as S-level pheromones. Let alone how precious S-level mental energy is, and S, in the realm of the star system, is an extraordinarily rare occurrence, since the differentiation of ABO genders and the initial formation of the interstellar world. Shun Fan is the only individual to have transcended S-level mental energy. This commotion also directly caught the attention of the Imperial Military High Command, prompting the Emperor's directive for the Marshal to personally visit. At that moment, Shun Fan was in the lounge, at odds with Gu Qingyu, on the verge of conflict, when he suddenly heard the system blaring. Alert! Alert! The protagonist, Marshal Gai Ran, is approaching the academy. Gai Ran, the illustrious and renowned Marshal. Shun Fan immediately pulled Shun Qingran to flee, only to be precisely intercepted by Gu Qingyu. Damn it! Gu Qingyu extended his arms to block the doorway, stating, "We have yet to reach a conclusion. And you wish to escape?" Shun Fan could no longer contain his frustration and threw a punch at Gu Qingyu's left eye. Ouch! Gu Qingyu, caught off guard, was struck once more. The bruise on his right eye had yet to fade, and now his left eye bore the mark as well, resulting in a symmetrical pair of black eyes. Shun Fan took a long stride, crossing over him with Shin Qingran, but was once again caught by the ankle. Shun Fan attempted to kick him in retaliation, but soldiers drawn to the commotion forcibly intervened. Ultimately, the three of them, along with the smiling vice principal, returned to the lounge in an atmosphere laden with tension. The vice principal cheerfully poured tea for all three and remarked to Shun Fan and Shin Qingran, "The Marshal will be here shortly, specifically to see you, so please wait here for a moment." He then turned to Gu Qingyu with a smile. "Qingyu, you always manage to surprise me. The Marshal will be coming over to speak with you. You may leave for now, and we can address any issues later." Gu Qingyu frowned deeply, radiating an aura of displeasure, appearing utterly unyielding, and proclaimed to himself, "I've already made my decision." His cold gaze, concealed beneath two comical black eyes, fixed on Shun Fan as he enunciated, "I choose Shun Qingran." Shun Fan, Shun Qingran, Vice Principal. Gu Qingyu had just come to a realization. Shun Fan's drastic change in temperament stemmed from his awareness of his genetic mutation, which elevated him to S-level psychic abilities. This newfound power had rendered him arrogant, uncouth, and even awakened tendencies for domestic violence. Even before their marriage, he had already resorted to physical aggression against his betrothed. One could only imagine the consequences if they were to wed. As he beheld the dark circles that marred his left eye, clarity struck him like a bolt of lightning. He had been mistaken from the very beginning. He should not have been torn between choosing a wife and a mistress simply because both individuals conformed to his aesthetic preferences. Instead, he ought to have resolutely chosen the gentle, quiet, and beautifully ethereal true heir, Shun Qingran, for such a splendid Omega deserved to be his wife. With this thought, he gazed affectionately at Shun Qingran. Meanwhile, Shun Fan felt his frustration boiling over. He could not comprehend the audacity of this lunatic who believed that he and his little brother would ever take an interest in him. The madness of this individual was akin to a selection process for a consort. He had grown weary of uttering the word, leave. One troublesome protagonist was already enough. The impending arrival of another with even greater power was enough to induce a headache at the mere thought. Who, after all, had encountered a dragon among men only to be faced with further troubles. However, Shun Fan's vexation was premature, for yet another troublesome entity had entered the scene. Upon witnessing the live broadcast, Shun Fan's parents immediately contacted their eldest son, Shun Xing, who was studying at the Royal Military Academy. After receiving a positive response, the couple, still reeling from the shock of their surprise, joyfully made their way to the academy. Upon reuniting with Shun Xing, they traveled without hindrance, proudly presenting themselves as the parents of Shun Fan and Shun Qingran, directly heading to the lounge. Shen Fu had merely claimed their sons on StarNet. And soon inquiries regarding partnerships with the Shun family poured in incessantly. The notifications chimed melodiously, akin to a symphony, until he silenced them, laughing all the while, as if he could already envision their ascension to the ranks of the elite. They had intended to display the tearful joy of a long-lost child finally returning home. Yet in the face of the revelation that both their children were S-level Omegas, their delight was unmistakable. Not a single tear could be wrung from them, nor could their smiles falter. Chapter 42. The meeting of the dragon and the marshal upon spotting Shun Fan and Shun Qingran seated on the lounge sofa. They opened their arms wide, eager to embrace these two treasures who would undoubtedly bestow upon them immense wealth and status. Just as their hands were about to make contact, the two deftly evaded them, leaving Yuan Xia and Shun Fu's hands awkwardly frozen in mid-air, sheepishly withdrawn. "Are you still angry with me and your father?" Yuan Xia's eyes flashed with irritation, but she quickly masked her embarrassment. Adopting a gentle tone, "You both left home without a word, and your father and I were so worried about you. As was your brother, he was completely distracted at school, consumed by thoughts of you. Fearing for your safety." As she spoke, she reached for Shun Fan's hand in a gesture of closeness, only to be once more evaded, further diminishing her expression. Fan, I admit I was wrong at that time. I was merely upset and spoke without thinking that I realize my mistake now. Will you forgive me? Indeed, after you ran away, you blacklisted us, making it impossible to reach you. You have no idea how worried we were." Shun Xing chimed in, his tone filled with concern. "Now that you're back, let us make amends. You both can study with me at the Royal Military Academy, and as your elder brother, I can look after you." Watching this heartfelt performance unfold, Shun Fan's irritation peaked. "I have already stated that I severed all ties with the Shun family." He paused briefly before adding, "And Shun Qingran has as well." Shun Fu's expression hardened at this declaration, his voice sharp and authoritative. "Nonsense. Regardless of your grievances, there must be limits to your tantrums." Yuan Xia quickly grasped his hand, feigning reproach. "Look at you. The children have returned, and yet you are scolding them. Fan, do not be obstinate. You've already upset your father." Suppressing his temper, Shun Fan reiterated, "Shun Qingran and I have no connection to the Shun family." Yu Qingyu, who had been standing silently on the side, attempted to interject, but a cold glance from Shun Fan silenced him, causing an inexplicable pain to throb in his eyes as he begrudgingly closed his mouth at that moment. Yuan Xia and the others noticed Gu Qingyu sitting nearby, their faces registering surprise. "Qingyu, what happened to you?" Gu Qingyu replied, his voice low and sullen. "I fell." Yuan Xia surveyed the dark circles under his eyes, which bore no resemblance to mere bruises from a fall. "It looks quite serious," she remarked hesitantly. Driven by the social instincts of the arena of fame and fortune, Shun Fu interjected, "Qingyu, I have a private recovery chamber in my villa. We can head back together tonight. And after your recuperation, we can discuss your marriage arrangement with Shun Fan." Qingyu immediately furrowed his brows. "I intend to marry Shun Qingran." Shun Fu was taken aback for a moment before recovering. Chuckling, of course, that is entirely feasible. Upon saying this, he cast a knowing glance at Shun Qingran, whose head was bowed in silence, formulating his own plans. Since Shun Qingran had returned, he had been submissive, easily dominated by anyone. Little did they expect that he was an SS-level Omega. Now favored by Gu Qingyu, he was far easier to manage than Shun Fan, who was known for his rebellious nature. Arranging a union with the Gu family for him would undoubtedly prove less troublesome. Shun Fan observed their self-serving arrangements, a sneer forming in his heart. When the crisis unfolded, he was eager to see how composed they would remain. The novel had indeed described the crisis as one that cherished talent. When Wei Ran discovered that the slave beside Li Jinrong was a rare SS-level Omega, he swiftly transformed Shun Qingran from the prince's servant into a special recruit at the Royal Military Academy overnight. Originally, Shun Fan did not wish for Wei Ran and Shun Qingran to meet just yet, fearing it would lead to Shun Qingran being harassed at the academy. However, escape was not an option. The Shun family was unwilling to relinquish two tools that could bring them wealth and status, while Gu Qingyu, with his peculiar mindset and the influence of the storyline, was akin to a stubborn piece of gum. Perhaps the principal could lend assistance, but when faced with the powerful elite, he could only strive to ensure they were not troubled by the Shun or Gu families at school, unable to suppress the Shun family's exploitation of them for profit. He needed someone with authority that eclipsed all others to help extricate them from this predicament. And Wei Ran, as the strongest marshal of the empire, could very well serve as the blade that severed their ties with the Shun and Gu families. Wei Ran had arrived. Shun Fan lifted his gaze in response, spotting the principal alongside a tall alpha in military garb, adorned with numerous medals, striding into the conference room. The latter exuded an imposing aura. Accompanied by a secretary, Wei Ran's presence emanated the sharpness and severity born from the battlefield. His demeanor was solemn and unyielding, his formidable presence restoring the principal's usual stern composure as he disregarded the astonished expressions of those in the room. "Shun Fan, Shun Qingran, step forward and accompany us to the conference room." Shun Fan promptly took Shun Qingran's hand and followed them into the conference room. Inside, after a brief introduction, the principal left the four of them alone. Shun Fan keenly observed that from the moment Wei Ran laid eyes on them, he had fixated on Shun Qingran for a full 46 seconds. It was evident that the protagonist's appeal was irresistibly potent. A sense of foreboding washed over him, fearing for his little brother's safety. Yet compared to the lunatic Gu Qingyu, Wei Ran was far more manageable. After all, he possessed intelligence and could engage in dialogue. Wei Ran maintained his customary authority, straightforwardly stating the purpose of their visit. "Shun Fan, your situation is unprecedented, and the Empire places great importance on you, that we hope you can cooperate with the military command for training." Shun Fan inquired, "What kind of training?" Wei Ran replied, "Your psychic power level has yet to be determined. This is an unstable factor that exceeds certain cognitions that we will conduct tests on your psychic abilities and monitor them to gather relevant data. Updating the database accordingly. Do not be so rigid and serious. It feels like a meeting," remarked Lester, the secretary standing beside Wei Ran, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. He smiled at Shun Fan and Shun Qingran. "You both are quite bold to face the illustrious marshal without a hint of trepidation. Most individuals would tremble at the sight of him." Lester continued, "This training is entirely legal and compliant. It is merely a standard psychic assessment and health check. You need not worry. It is not some secret human experiment. There was no need to add that last part, which only served to draw attention." However, Shun Fan was unconcerned about the training, for if they truly intended to subject him to human experimentation, they would not have made such a grand entrance. He fixed his gaze on the imposing figure seated at the head of the table. "I have one request." Wei Ran, succinct and to the point, replied, "Speak." Shun Fan stated, "Both Shin Qingran and I are troubled by the Shun and Gu families that I hope the Marshal can assist us in freeing ourselves from their harassment." Surprised by Shun Fan's request, Wei Rant's eyes flickered with astonishment before he nodded, his voice calm and steady. "Very well, Starnet. The Royal Military Academy has just issued an official statement regarding the rumors surrounding students Shun Fan and Shun Qingran. We hereby declare Shun Fan and Shun Qingran have severed ties with the Shun family 2 months ago and have no emotional entanglements with the Gu family. All information circulating online is unfounded and merely rumors. Please refrain from further dissemination." As soon as this declaration emerged, the entire galaxy erupted in chaos. In Chapter 43, Long Aotian finally delivered a resounding slap to the face within the silent confines of the lounge. The expressions of those present varied widely. Secretary Lester, with a professional smile, stowed away his terminal and addressed the visibly agitated Shun family trio and Gu Qingyu gently. "Now that the contract has been signed, you no longer have any ties to Shun Fan and Shun Qingran, that I hope there will be no further disturbances. Otherwise, it would be quite an overuse of military resources for the command to handle such matters." Although his demeanor was not at all aggressive, even bordering on amiable, the underlying threat woven into his words compelled these individuals to grit their teeth and reluctantly acquiesce. Shin Fu was particularly incensed, his rage boiling to the surface as he felt his vision narrowing. Previously, he had dismissed Shun Fan as a transient figure, momentarily arrogant and foolish enough to oppose the Shun family, regarding it as a mere jest. After all, severing ties with the Shun family was not a feat achievable by mere words. As long as he remained steadfast, Shun Fan and Shin Qingran would eternally be considered sons of the Shin family. Even if they chose to hide away in school, their names would still afford them considerable advantages. However, he never anticipated that they would invoke the Marshal's name, and even more astonishingly, that the Marshal would assist them in severing their ties. This was utterly preposterous. He had contemplated appealing to emotions, and upon hearing Secretary Lester's announcement, his heart raced in panic, tears welling up as he prepared to lament his love for Shun Fan and Shin Qingran, hoping to soften their hearts. Yet, just as he took a tentative step forward, he met the Marshal's piercing gaze, sharp, cold, and admonitory. Beads of sweat erupted from his back, instantly soaking his shirt. In that moment, he realized this was not a discussion, but an order, an edict from the Empire's highest-ranking Marshal. Feeling as though his soul had been stripped away, he collapsed to the ground, his heart consumed by terror. The carefully crafted tool of marriage he had nurtured had backfired spectacularly, severing the Gu family ship from the Shun family's gangplank completely. After the contract was finalized, he observed the terminal that had just moments ago been inundated with messages of collaboration, retracting them all in an instant. Companies that had previously entered into agreements with him were now seeking to dissolve their contracts with the Shun family, and even the Gu family was unwilling to extend a helping hand any further. The financial chain was shattered, the looming debt crisis insurmountable. He stared blankly at the barrage of inquiries flooding in, as if he could see the wealth and status of the Shun family dwindling into oblivion. Yet he found himself utterly powerless, for he could neither defy nor resist the will of the command's highest authority. Shun Fan, satisfied with the identity paperwork completed in less than 10 minutes, departed with Shin Qingran. To celebrate their newfound freedom, he decided to treat them both to the pan-seared steak his little brother adored, reserving a private room for the occasion. The atmosphere of the room was exquisite, dim. Warm yellow lighting, a tall candelabra flickering with candlelight, a subtle aroma wafting through the air, soothing music playing in the background, and meticulously arranged dishes. Truly, it was a high-end restaurant where the dining fee was a staggering 6,000 star coins. Shun Fan marveled at the elegance of the private room. Seated opposite him, Shun Qingran retrieved a rose from a vase and presented it to Shin Fan. "This is a couple's room themed for candlelight dinners." Just as Shun Fan reached out to accept the rose, he suddenly withdrew his hand upon hearing those words. "Oh, I won't be back again." Shun Qingran displayed no reaction, expression unchanged as he returned the rose to the vase. The two dined in silence, their conversation sparse. Shin Qingran was naturally reticent, while Shun Fan busily scrolled through the terminal, indulging in various comments circulating on the Starnet. In just half a day, The Shin brothers had both been revealed as S-class, striking back at their detractors, followed by a declaration that publicly denounced their family. Was this an act of desperation, blurring the lines between friend and foe? Just moments ago, the Shun family acclaimed their two sons, and now they were being publicly ridiculed? What of young Master Gu? Just earlier, he had asserted in front of a crowd that the Shun brothers were in league with him, only to be met with ridicule. The official blog of the Royal Military Academy was nearly becoming a personal platform for the Shun brothers. That IT was no surprise, given their remarkable abilities, that both a double S and an S could garner such attention from the Academy. Was no one curious as to why the Shun and Gu families were willing to relinquish these two S-class Omegas? Did the Royal Military Academy possess such clout? Thank you for the invitation. I am a third-year student at the Academy, and let me divulge a tidbit. The Marshal has arrived. Fellow alumni. The Marshal made his presence known, and shortly thereafter, the ties were severed. You may interpret that as you will. Goodness, even the Marshal has been stirred into action. I saw the Marshal. He is incredibly handsome. I too wish to see the Marshal in person, and oh wonder the Shun and Gu families dare not utter a word. It is indeed our Marshal. The Shun brothers, who have completely disregarded any gratitude for their upbringing, have swiftly abandoned the Shun family upon achieving success. What a treacherous display of ingratitude. Upon reading this comment, Shun Fan's appetite vanished, his indignation prompting him to downvote it, before turning to the ever-silent Shun Qingran, suddenly recalling that the original character had been quite favored within the Shun family, though this affection was contingent upon his obedient fulfillment of the marriage arrangement. He pondered how. From an outsider's perspective, the original character indeed seemed to enjoy considerable familial privilege, even to the extent that the family would neglect their biological son for his sake, since he had traversed into this world and led Shin Qingran away from the Shin family. The events of the Shun parents attempting to drug Shun Fan and deliver him to Gu Qingyu's bed, as well as Shun Qingran being offered to a business partner, alongside the accompanying insults. Abuse, bullying, control, and exploitation had never transpired. Had he not whisked Shin Qingran away, such events would have unfolded within those brief 2 months. Yet, others remained oblivious. Since these incidents did not occur to the outside world, Shun Fan was merely the pampered faux young master, while Shin Qingran was the true young master who had been reclaimed. They were perceived as ungrateful. However, he alone understood the unfolding narrative. His loyal younger brother remained unaware, even oblivious to the fact that he was not the same Shun Fan who had previously tormented him. Thus, he inquired, "Did I bully you like that before? Do you hate me?" Shin Qingran looked at him in mild surprise, his dark eyes quickly regaining their calm. Note as their gazes locked, the candlelight reflected off Shun Qingran's features, rendering them somewhat indistinct, leaving only the depths of his black eyes, which pierced through the flickering light to capture the silhouette across from him. His tone, devoid of fluctuation, yet imbued with an inexplicable significance, conveyed, "The you who took me away has never bullied me." Shun Fan's heartbeat inexplicably quickened, a moment of tension washing over him as he lowered his gaze, before he could voice a tentative response. Shin Qingran continued, "Even if Brother Fan were to revert to his former self, I would not harbor any hatred." This affirmation acted as a balm, soothing Shun Fan's unease that he had been startled, fearing that his little brother was aware that he was not the original Shun Fan. Observing Shun Fan's sigh of relief, Shun Qingran silently smiled, pushing the fruit salad towards him and posing a question that weighed on his mind. "Did you contact the principal beforehand?" "Yes, I sent our information to the principal's email yesterday." Shun Fan speared a piece of peach, proudly lifting the corners of his mouth. "I sent a total of 20 copies. Of course, the actual details have been omitted." Signed as Fan D. The principal had indeed not disappointed him, responding that very morning. Shun Qingran queried, "Why didn't you tell me? If he had been prepared all along, why keep a secret? Why caution him to act discreetly and avoid exposure when they left in the morning?" Shun Fan leaned back with a huff. "You were the one who went behind my back last time, without telling me." The somewhat petty Long Aotian resolved to reclaim his standing, that he would secretly accomplish his objectives, leaving everyone astonished. In Chapter 44, Long Aotian savored his tea. Shin Qingran first paused, then comprehended that Shun Fan was referring to the incident at the police station, unable to suppress a chuckle. Shun Fan. Intrigued, sat up straighter, gazing at his face. "Little brother, you look quite charming when you smile." Shun Xingran maintained his smile, his hand reaching across the table to hook his sleeve, his dark pupils exuding an allure that beckoned deeper. "In the future, please do not conceal anything from me, all right?" Shun Fan leaned in slightly. Under the warm candlelight, his amber eyes appeared even more translucent and profound, allowing Shun Qingran to discern the delicate patterns hidden within the flickering light. He heard Shun Fan say, "Rest assured, you can lay your heart bare with me, and I shall always stand by your side." His tone was exuberant, stripping away any lingering ambiguity. Shun Qingran's expression turned serious. "Does Brother Fan treat all his brothers this way?" Shun Fan replied, "Pretty much." Shun Qingran's tone bore no discernible emotion. "Does Brother Fan have many brothers?" Shun Fan replied, "Oh, just a few tens of thousands." Shun Qingran contemplated, "Are your brothers alphas or omegas?" After a moment's thought, Shun Fan concluded that if his brothers were to traverse into this ABO world, they would likely be classified as betas, as they lacked pheromones, yet their abilities were formidable, aligning more closely with the traits of alphas in this world. Reflecting further, he confidently asserted, "Omegas, Long Aotian, having unfortunately transmogrified into the weakest Omega, could hardly expect his subordinates to be any stronger than himself. They must certainly be Omegas, without a doubt." Shun Qingran's demeanor softened slightly. His fingers released Shun Fan's sleeve and delved deeper, his gaze fixed intently on him. "Will Brother Fan forget me if he gains new brothers in the future?" Shun Fan reassuringly patted his shoulder. "Fear not. You hold a special place in my heart. After all, he was the very first little brother he had encountered in this world. How could he possibly forget an old brother upon acquiring new ones?" Shun Qingran was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a slight smile, as if casually inquiring, "With so many brothers, Brother Fan must have numerous romantic interests, right?" Shun Fan, unwilling to lose his bravado in front of his younger companions, decided to play it modestly. "It's all right. After a while, it becomes tiresome." Shun Qingran's expression grew slightly solemn as he lifted his gaze to meet Shun Fan's, his tone laden with ambiguity. "Really? Brother Fan is quite impressive. I aspire to learn from you." That he enunciated each word deliberately, the syllables soft yet imbued with determination. "Many romantic interests." Shun Fan was instantly reminded of the four main protagonists from novel, his shock evident as he hastily exclaimed, "That's not true. I've never been in a relationship. Don't go picking up bad habits, or you might find yourself deceived in both body and heart." Shun Qingran suddenly smiled. "I'll follow Brother Fan's lead." The afternoon was reserved for the mecha combat tests at the Royal Military Academy. Among the candidates, the sole SS Grade Alpha, the principal's son, Yin, was destined to be admitted. He ascended the battle platform amid the eager anticipation of the crowd. The Academy had prepared uniform B-grade mechas, and the afternoon sunlight refracted a spectrum of colors off them, stirring Shun Fan's excitement. Ultimately, a game remains just that. No matter how authentically simulated, it pales in comparison to witnessing the true might of mechas in reality. The referee blew the whistle, and the hovering screen displayed Yin SSVS A. Iloafaneas. The audience erupted into cheers, their shouts soaring to the heavens. Shun Fan gazed at the two mechas on stage, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. Yet he was acutely aware that Yi Yin was adept at putting on a facade. Though already accepted, he still chose to battle alongside those yet to be admitted. With a father who was the principal of the military academy and years of mecha training, Yi Yin, endowed with exceptional talent, navigated mecha operations with an ease that could only be described as effortless. Shun Fan was certain that none present could rival him as a frequent show-off. He understood Yi Yin's intentions all too well. This young man not only sought victory, but also yearned to be the first to take the stage, securing the championship and casting a shadow over the other candidates, extinguishing any hope the audience might have for them. He aimed to be a fleeting yet unparalleled presence on the platform. Such cunning! Despite internally mocking him, Shun Fan couldn't help but acknowledge the young man as prowess. Facing an opponent with only a single tier lower in mental strength, he swiftly concluded the battle within 10 minutes. The resounding cheers washed over Shun Fan until Yin exited, his gaze lingering on the departing figure. He too wished to project such an aura. However, he refrained, having never encountered a mecha in reality. He couldn't be certain of his ability to best this battle-hardened protagonist. Dragon Aotian never pretended to be prepared without preparation. Once he mastered the necessary skills, he vowed to surpass Yin and become the focal point of attention. Perhaps his yearning gaze was too intense, for Yin seemed to sense it, turning back. Their eyes met through the throng, almost igniting a spark of electricity. Suddenly, his view was obstructed, replaced by Shun Qingran's cool visage. Shun Qingran remarked, "It's quite noisy here. My ears are uncomfortable. Shall we return?" Shun Fan cast a reluctant glance at the stage. "Let's go to the lounge. We can still see the arena without the noise." Shun Qingran replied, "But I wish to go back." Shun Fan conceded, "All right." The two struggled to weave through the crowd, walking side by side to the school gate. They discovered Yi Yin leaning against the wall, his gaze fixed intently, evidently waiting for them. Shun Fan instinctively wanted to retreat with Shun Qingran, but halted abruptly. This protagonist was the one he feared the least, as they would inevitably encounter each other once school commenced. Fortunately, the Royal Military Academy was his father's territory. If Yi Yin dared to act against him, he wouldn't hesitate to inform his parents that why Yi Yin approached with his hands in his pockets. His expression cold as he stopped before Shun Qingran, pursing his lips as he extended an invitation. "Let us be friends." Shun Qingran replied, "I'm sorry, I don't have a terminal." Yi Yin frowned, glancing at his wrist. Shun Qingran maintained his composure, stating, "That's an earring." Yi Yin countered, "Surely a bracelet would be a better excuse than an earring." He realized he had been unceremoniously rejected for the first time. Feeling the sting of emotional defeat as this Omega he was infatuated with coolly bypassed him, the breeze carried a faint fragrance. He instinctively reached out, grasping Shun Qingran's wrist, compelled by his instincts to retain him. "Ah!" Shun Qingran gasped, swiftly withdrawing his hand. Yi Yin, momentarily dazed, observed the faint red mark on Shun Qingran's pale, delicate wrist. Watching his furrowed brow, he pondered if he had applied too much pressure. Alpha strength could be overwhelming. A mere squeeze could inflict harm. Unlike him, who struggled to lift even the heavier mechas, relegated to washing clothes, cooking, and massaging for Brother Fan. Shun Qingran rolled up his sleeve, presenting his wrist to Shin Fan. Wincing, "It hurts. I probably can't cook for Brother Fan tonight." Shun Fan stared, somewhat dazed, at the nearly faded mark, hesitating between his younger brother's avoidance of cooking and the unwarranted affection from the protagonist. Ultimately, he raised his gaze to Yi Yin, eyes glinting with defiance. Shun Qingran's voice resonated with understanding. "Brother Fan, please don't be angry. I'm fine. Alphas can be fierce and rough. They're nothing like me with you. Gentle and considerate." He feigned a look of panic, showing no sign of distress towards Yi Yin. "I hope my words don't upset you. You wouldn't consider striking me, would you, Brother Fan? I'm so frightened." Yi Yin mused, "Why do I detect a lingering scent of tea?" Chapter 45. The Triangle of Dragon Aotian, a bit insincere, a touch pretentious, perhaps even somewhat contrived. Yet this was the first time his younger brother had so openly displayed his emotions. In this moment, Shun Fan inexplicably recalled the strikingly beautiful and formidable Xianwei ancestor from the cultivation realm, known for her ability to split mountains with her bare hands, yet trembling in fear of the dark. Ghosts and thunder when faced with her beloved, he fell silent, a foreboding sensation rising within him. His brother had never behaved this way before. Something had changed. Shun Fan's gaze toward Yi Yin deepened with contemplation. Could it be that his brother had developed feelings for this protagonist? Shun Fan felt a pang of anguish. Hadn't his brother claimed to be heterosexual? He sensed betrayal, akin to watching his cherished cabbage being ravaged by a wild boar. A blend of sorrow and fury coursing through him. However, he was not the kind of older brother to meddle in matters of the heart. It was entirely natural for his younger brother to entertain romantic thoughts. Encountering unsuitable partners was simply part of his brother's growth, and all he could do was be a steadfast support and grant him the freedom he deserved. Thus, Shun Fan, brimming with indignation, led Shun Qingran back to the hotel. "You, T-Sage, Sai? What's with you, T-Sage?" Shun Fan's emotions were tumultuous, struggling to articulate his thoughts to Shun Qingran. "You truly, Sai, you, T-Sage?" Shun Qingran's expression was shrouded in shadows, his tone ambiguous. Is Brother Fan dissatisfied with my earlier remarks? Yes, Shun Fan gritted his teeth. I felt a sense of betrayal. Shun Qingran lifted his gaze, the depths of his eyes ominously profound, locking on his Shun Fans with an intensity that transformed into a narrative of a love-struck younger brother determined to rebel against his elder. Shun Fan's heart sank. His younger brother's affections were veering toward a character from a novel, a scoundrel at that. Alas, the protagonist's interests were bound to triumph over the protagonist's love. With a weary sigh, Shun Fan resignedly waved his hand. Forget it. Do as you wish. Shun Qingran's hand clenched tightly, his eyes downcast to conceal his emotions, his mind filled with thoughts of Shun Fan's intense gaze following Yi Yan. He had never witnessed Shun Fan regarding an alpha with such fervent admiration. Hadn't he professed a lack of interest in men? Why then did he exhibit such eager eyes towards Yi Yan? Was his anger rooted in Yi Yan neglecting to seek his contact information? Hadn't he claimed during lunch that he was special? Slowly relaxing his grip, Shun Qingran raised his gaze once more, offering a sweet smile. I'm sorry. I won't behave this way again. Shun Qingran's latest apology left Shun Fan feeling that his younger brother's disposition was exceedingly soft. Developing feelings for such a scoundrel would undoubtedly lead to significant heartache. Shun Fan gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. After all, he couldn't simply watch his brother fall into the jaws of a predator. However, he feared that directly intervening might cause his brother distress, potentially creating a rift between them. After much contemplation, Shun Fan resolved to adopt a more subtle approach, trusting that, through their future interactions, his brother would eventually discern the scoundrel's true nature and retreat before it was too late. The autumn recruitment fair proceeded fervently for a full 4 days, during which all photos of Shun Fan and Shun Qingran on StarNet were expunged, rendering the two S-Class Omegas shrouded in mystery across the galaxy. Nevertheless, this did not deter the playful netizens from indulging in their imaginations, meticulously dissecting past rumors to formulate new hypotheses, all in the name of spreading further gossip. 18 Secrets of the Aristocracy. A certain pair of S-Class Omegas escapes their original families solely to share a lifetime together. Brotherly betrayal literature. 616. A certain suitor's desperate pursuit ends in heartbreak, confronting the two Shuns against a wall, red-eyed and hoarse. Come back and love me. I'd give my life for you. Pursuit literature. 555. Triangles possess stability. The newly crowned S-Class unites with S-Class O, a powerful alliance destined to meet at the pinnacle. Youthful campus literature. 520. He is the exalted Imperial Marshal, while they are the delicate S-Class Omegas. He advances cautiously, while they become increasingly ensnared. Urban sweet romance literature. In response, Shun Fan raised a resolute middle finger and defiantly downvoted each post. He harbored reasonable suspicion that the individuals in this world were utterly consumed by romantic notions. Confronted with such an impressive genius, their minds seemed solely occupied with matchmaking fantasies, and the writing, astonishingly, bore a semblance of truth. With a disappointed shake of his head, he prepared to exit the forum, only to catch sight of the 3 prominent characters spelling fan fiction above. That it appeared he had mistakenly entered the wrong section, prompting him to apologize to the posts he had just downvoted. Shun Fan refrained from further exploring the colorful world of the internet and instead engaged in the interstellar game Warm, repeatedly achieving flawless victories that evoked a tinge of loneliness associated with mastery. Shun Qingran observed silently for a while, unable to bear the sight, as he failed to comprehend why such an unappealing outfit garnered such high scores. School's designated vehicle has arrived. We should make our departure, Shun Qingran reminded. All right, Shun Fan replied cheerfully, stowing away his terminal, causing the image of a girl clad in a red outfit, green skirt, and leopard print stockings to vanish instantly. The hover vehicle glided towards the school, beneath which throngs of new and returning students bustled about, intelligent robots transporting luggage, AI processing registrations, and professors and instructors maneuvering through the lively crowd on their mobility devices. Laughter and conversation mingled beneath the green shade, bringing forth the vibrant atmosphere of late summer. This would be the place where they would live their lives moving forward. With a spirited expression, Shun Fan draped an arm around Shun Qingran's shoulder and proclaimed passionately towards the academy's grand entrance. Little brother, watch closely as I Fangu, step by step, shatter the heavens and the universe. Go for it, Fangu, Shun Qingran encouraged. The hover vehicle came to a halt beneath the dormitory building, where the Omega students were few, leaving only a single dormitory. Yet it was no less pleasant than the others. The school had arranged a double room for them, equipped with an intelligent housekeeping robot, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a balcony, fully furnished and even better than the hotel they had stayed in. Shun Fan was exceedingly pleased that let's go out and explore while we can. There won't be many opportunities in the future. Shun Fan suggested, casually tossing his bag onto the bed. Sure, Shun Qingran replied in agreement. The two descended the stairs, chatting and laughing, only to encounter a group of alphas obstructing the dormitory entrance. Among them was Yi Yin, a cold figure with hands in his pockets, exuding an air reminiscent of a petty thug gathering for revenge. Shun Fan felt a wave of discontent wash over him. He cast a sidelong glance at Shin Qingran, clenched his fist, and thought to himself that they had plenty of time ahead. His brother would eventually come to his senses. Meanwhile, Shun Qingran also glanced at Shun Fan, noticing the solemnity in his expression, and felt a twinge of bitterness rise within him. Upon spotting Shun Qingran, Yian's expression brightened, causing the other alphas to stir with excitement. Only to be dismissed by his frigid demeanor, he approached Shun Qingran, pressed his lips together, and awkwardly inquired, "Has your injury healed from last time?" Without even glancing in his direction, Shun Qingran replied coolly, "Excuse me." Rejected once more, Yian felt a sting of annoyance. "What is it that I lack? Why do you treat me so coldly?" Shun Qingran grasped Shun Fan's hand, his tranquil gaze directed at Yian. "Fangu is the best." Shun Fan, momentarily taken aback yet pleased, noted that his brother appeared disinterested in Yian, leading him to stand a bit taller and puff out his chest in a somewhat smug manner as he regarded Yian's expression shifted, recalling the first day of the autumn recruitment fair when he had witnessed the solitary Shun Qingran amid the crowd. Watched as the two were led away by his father to the testing room, and remembered the official statement released by the school. He also recalled the intense gaze of the S Omega from that afternoon, now tempered by a subtle scrutiny and provocation. Yin understood the implications, his gaze meeting Shun Fan's with newfound gravity. While it was deemed disgraceful for an alpha to treat an Omega as a rival, the days ahead were long, and he would demonstrate through his abilities to Shun Qingran that even if an Omega's mental prowess surpassed S, they could never surpass an alpha. He would become the center of attention. Capturing all of Shun Qingran's focus. Chapter 46. The testing of the overbearing dragon. A post appeared on the school forum. Shock. On the first day of school, the newly minted S-Class top allegedly experiences a failed confession. Accompanied by images, the pictures captured a cold alpha, a serene Omega, and a slightly obscured round-faced Omega, arranged in a triangular composition. Dappled shadows of trees playing upon the trio, the greenery and gentle breeze enveloping the youthful figures within the frame. This must be fake. The shot is too stunning that I recognize that these two Omegas are Shun Fan and Shun Qingran. Those two S-Class Omegas. Which one is the top confessing? The one being confessed to is Shun Qingran. The round-faced one is Shun Fan. TSK. SS confessing to SS right at the start of school. This new batch of students is fierce in every sense. Wow. All three of them are so good-looking. As expected of S-Class, they're incredibly attractive. SS is the top, and S is mine. Haha. My S darling, come give Mama a kiss. I too adore S. They seem so soft and obedient, perfect for a gentle stroke. SS, the cool and aloof beauty, is simply a perfect match with the cool and edgy little wolf dog. S is the adorable, naive sweetheart paired with the cool and edgy little wolf dog, the ultimate combination. I love witnessing scenes of sweet, taming wolves. Upstairs, please stop. The top confessed to SS, and the one above also needs to stop. The top was rejected by SS.666. The principal's son dared to face rejection. Does Shun Qingran not fear retaliation? Upstairs, the top is the principal's son, not the school bully's son. Upstairs, the Royal Military Academy had no school bully until the principal's son arrived, and now we have one. The storm brewing on the forum failed to reach the protagonists at the scene. Fortunately, Yian was not as brazen as Gu Qingyu, who would relentlessly pursue them in front of the dormitory. However, the final glance he cast held significance for Shen Fan, who discerned a challenge within it. Was that a signal from a wild boar, indicating it would surely uproot the cabbage? Shen Fan tightened his fists. He would never allow the wild boar to succeed. Are you thinking about what just happened? Shen Qingran inquired coolly, noticing Shen Fan's distraction as he poked at the dessert, now a mushy mess. Without having taken a single bite, snapping back to reality, Shen Fan hastily shoved the ruined dessert into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he chewed, exclaiming, "Ah, right." The sound of cutlery scraping against the porcelain plate pierced the air as Shen Qingran dismissively set down his knife and fork, took a napkin to dab at the corners of his mouth, and stated flatly, "I've finished eating. Let's head back now." Shen Fan regarded him with confusion, sensing an inexplicable irritation emanating from his brother. He quickened his pace to swallow the last of his food, then accompanied Shen Qingran back to their dormitory. The two maintained a lack of conversation along the way, the atmosphere somewhat stagnant. Yet Shen Qingran retained his usual calm demeanor, immediately commencing with tidying up once they entered the dormitory. It was peculiar. Shen Qingran had seemed perfectly fine upon entering the school. However, it appeared that his demeanor had shifted subtly since encountering Yi Yan. Despite his brother's apparent indifference towards him, could it be that Shen Qingran was suppressing his feelings, feigning aloofness due to Shen Fan's presence? Shen Fan resolved to probe further. Stealthily, he approached Shen Qingran, who was organizing the wardrobe, gently tapping his shoulder and inquiring, "What do you think about Yi Yan?" His fingers tightened, and the clothing in Shen Qingran's grasp crumpled under the pressure of his clenched fist. Yi Yan, always EYAN.IS Shen Fan, truly so fixated on that alpha. Without turning, Shen Qingran closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, softly responding, "What do you think, Fange?" Shen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Was his younger brother testing his acceptance of Yi Yan? Had his brother indeed fallen in love? Grinding his molars, he swallowed his discontent and frustration, feigning a casual tone. "It's all right. Mainly depends on you." One must not be overly forceful, striking down with a single blow. Assisting one's younger brother in discerning the true nature of a scoundrel requires a gradual approach. The depths of Shen Qingran's eyes were shrouded in darkness, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, his fingertips turning pale from clenching. After a few moments, he slowly relaxed, turned to face Shen Fan, his hair obediently cascading to his brows, and said, "What Brother Fan thinks is precisely what I think." Shen Fan, feigning admiration, patted him and exchanged a few words before retreating to his own room. Once the door was closed, he twisted and writhed on his bed. His younger brother, it seemed, still harbored fondness for that wild boar. His prize cabbage was about to be trampled. After some time of contorting, he finally calmed his sorrowful heart, opening the school forum to gather information on his adversaries. He was taken aback to find the very first post was about the three of them. Gazing at the title of a failed confession, he suspiciously glanced at the section above. Indeed, he was in the right place. It was the school forum. This post had amassed 245 replies and was still ongoing. The discussion had evolved from gossip about the trio to conversations about their compatibility and, ultimately, to supporters of the three engaging in mutual attacks. Criticizing Yi Yan was one thing, but were those cursing him and his younger brother blind? Shen Fan furrowed his brow, feeling an invisible keyboard materialize beneath his fingers. With a unified intent, he felt a familiar power coursing through him. Even a once great sword immortal could once again become a keyboard sage in a new life. Yet he restrained himself, for Long Aotian must heed the call for moderation and refrain from cursing. Thus, he decided to be more tactful that it is not I who insults. Rather, I contend that all present are, but refused before Shen Fan, particularly Yi Yan. This reply instantly elicited a barrage of insults. Shen Fan's dog. Do not come here to troll. Yi Yan is a bona fide SS rank alpha. What does it matter if Shen Fan possesses S-level mental strength? Before an alpha, he is merely trash. An omega is nothing but refuse in the presence of an alpha. Enraged, Shen Fan's fingers flew across the keyboard. You brain-dead fool, do not come here seeking a scolding from me. What is Yi Yan compared to me? If the two of us were to clash, who knows who would emerge victorious? The individual promptly responded, "Laughable. You're also an omega, are you not?" O's were merely allowed in due to relaxed school policies. Do you truly believe you can compete with an A? Do not be so hasty. Mark my words, Shun Fan cannot even defeat me, let alone Yi Yin. Shun Fan retorted, You little brat, state your name. Tomorrow at the training ground, I shall make you regret your words. The person replied, I am no stranger. I am a rank Alpha Yolosi. Let us meet at 3 in the afternoon. Shun Fan furiously noted down the name, determined to make him eat dirt by 3 o'clock tomorrow. However, after he closed the terminal, he failed to see the subsequent message refresh. Yale, are you out of your mind? If you are Yolosi, then who am I? Chapter 47, Long Aotian. No title. The opening ceremony continued until noon, with the afternoon designated as free time, followed by a welcome party in the evening. Throughout the morning, Shun Fan and Shun Qingran garnered numerous glances and approaches, leaving Shun Fan feeling uneasy, wishing to emblazon the words, I am a straight man, in bold letters across his forehead. To express his sexual orientation both plainly and tactfully. He added the female A, female B, and female O who approached him to his friends list. Nonetheless, a considerable number of male classmates still gravitated toward him. He sighed deeply, lamenting this world devoid of clear gender distinctions. During lunchtime in the cafeteria, he buried himself in his meal, hoping that those around him would take pity on his buried visage and refrain from sending him any sparring requests. Perhaps it was the peculiar effect of his demeanor. For indeed, no one approached him for conversation, not even his younger brother. With his cheek stuffed, he raised his gaze to check how much food Shin Qingran had left, only to notice that someone had taken the place beside him. Following the line of the arm upward, he beheld the visage of that individual, nearly choking on his food. Pounding his chest and downing a bottle of water, he finally managed to swallow, tears nearly brimming in his eyes. Shun Qingran, concerned, gently patted his back. Are you feeling better? Shun Fan nodded, his gaze darting toward Yi, and he realized that the ease of his earlier meal was entirely thanks to this wild boar. This rascal had driven others away just to sit beside his younger brother. That was his meticulously chosen spot, with only 2 empty seats beside the coveted girl. This scoundrel had seized the opportunity to drive others off and sit there, attempting to encroach upon his prize cabbage. Today it was someone else. Tomorrow it could very well be him. His eyes darkened, but recalling that his younger brother was still nearby, he suppressed his gaze and continued to eat. Well, out of sight, out of mind. Amidst the scrutiny of others, he doubted this wild boar would dare to act inappropriately. Yin, having caught Shun Fan's glance, did not overlook the fleeting hostility. This S-Omega indeed regarded him as a rival. Did he? He would ensure he understood the absolute dominance an Alpha holds over an Omega. Shun Qingran, with lowered eyes and silent demeanor, concealed the shadows lurking beneath his long lashes, marking the 4th occasion Shun Fan had displayed emotional turbulence. Indeed, even losing composure over Yi Yin. The 3 harbored their own thoughts, and the meal was tasteless. Shun Fan awaited Shin Qingran to finish, intending to return to their dorm in silence, but Yi Yin interjected first, speaking to Shun Qingran. Shall we go together? Shun Fan perked up his ears. Shun Qingran replied, I wish to accompany Brother Fan. Well done, my little brother. Shun Fan praised. Yi Yin stubbornly continued, I am quite familiar with the school. Allow me to guide you through the layout. With Shun Fan included in the subject, Shun Qingran turned to him, his gaze cool. Yet Shun Fan interpreted it as a gentle encouragement. Go ahead. Brother Fan, in a cutesy tone, he slowly placed a hand over his heart, recognizing that the rhythm of his pulse could very well serve as a ballad titled Let It Go. He acquiesced. Let us go. Whether it was his imagination or not, he sensed his younger brother had grown considerably colder, leading him to suspect Shun Qingran might be suffering from chills. He turned earnestly to advise. Make some spicy soup later to ward off the cold. Shun Qingran paused, then suddenly enlightened, his lips paling slightly, brows furrowing as he feigned weakness. How did Brother Fan know that I did not cover myself with a quilt last night and caught a chill? Shun Fan thought to himself. Did he know? Was he not suffering from chills? Yi Yin appeared quite concerned, addressing Shin Qingran. I shall escort you to the infirmary, and no need, for I have Brother Fan to look after me. Shin Qingran leaned closer to Shun Fan, gently declining, You, as the exemplary representative of the new students, Must be quite busy. Do not trouble yourself. Why Yin hastily tried to assert he was not busy, only to be cut off by Shen Qingran. Are you the type to neglect your responsibilities for personal gain? Yin opened his mouth, wishing to clarify that he truly was not busy. But Shen Qingran's demeanor made it clear he was not believed. He could only reply, "Very well. I shall be off. Take care of yourself." Shun Fan, troubled, gazed ahead. Had his younger brother begun to worry about the ambitions of his beloved? Shen Qingran felt a prick from Shun Fan's expression. Did he truly lament that his failure to stroll with Yi Yin in order to care for him while he was ill was a regrettable matter? He nudged Shun Fan's side, coldly reminding, "Let us return at all right." Shun Fan regained his focus and gently supported him back to the dormitory. Shun Qingran lay on the bed, stubbornly refusing to take medicine, claiming it was too bitter. Shun Fan, helpless, could only offer him a sip of warm water, then tuck him in, urging him to rest. Just as he was about to leave, his hand was grasped tightly. The person on the bed appeared devoid of illness, yet spoke with a fragile tone. "Will you stay with me?" This scene reminded Shun Fan of a little sister from his past who felt insecure when ill, insisting he stay by her side for comfort. He pulled the chair from the desk closer and sat down heavily. Yet, the chair was no match for the comfort of a sofa or soft bed. After 10 minutes of awkward shifting, he found no position agreeable, all the while unable to free his hand from the grip of another. Shen Qingran, seemingly awakened by his movements, opened his eyes, still drowsy, the corners tinged with red, lips slightly parted. Noticing Shun Qingran had awoken, Shun Fan asked, 10 minutes have passed. Surely you must be feeling better now?" He hoped. "Not at all." Shun Qingran replied in a clear, unambiguous tone. "Return to bed and sleep." As Shun Qingran regained his senses, his gaze hazily fell upon the disheveled figure seated before him, and he extended an invitation. "Brother Fan, if you're uncomfortable sitting, why not join me in bed?" Shun Fan blinked, his mouth racing ahead of his thoughts. "What if I catch something?" He observed the bed's dimensions, realizing it was just ample enough for two, and swiftly climbed aboard, closing his eyes in peace. "Good afternoon." Whose bed is not a bed? Good afternoon. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated the room, while a gentle breeze carried a few fallen leaves that danced lightly before settling on the windowsill. Beside the desk, and within the flower pot, the curtains fluttered softly, casting shifting shadows, while the young boy sleeping on the bed appeared to be in a deep, sweet slumber. Shun Fan slowly opened his eyes. Recalling his appointment with Yolosi at 3 o'clock, the person beside him breathed steadily, and he quietly lifted the covers, carefully climbing out of bed and tucking the blanket in neatly before stealthily closing the door behind him. Fortunately, his younger brother was fast asleep, sparing him the trouble of concocting an excuse to keep him from following into a fight. He certainly did not wish for his brother to discover that he had berated Yin on the forum, for that would lead to him suppressing his feelings and fearing any rift with his elder brother. After hastily gathering his belongings, he straightened up, prepared to confront the situation head-on. Chapter 48. Long Aotian's unsuccessful challenge. Most of the students were busy preparing for the evening's welcome party. Yet the training ground still attracted a considerable number of attendees. Shun Fan had been in this world for nearly 3 months, and he had developed his own method for discerning ABO genders. Those who were taller and possessed a commanding presence were A. Those who appeared to be unremarkable and ordinary were B. And those who looked delicate and fragile were C. And although he occasionally misjudged, he was generally accurate. Moreover, the pheromones of A were notoriously unpleasant. The majority of individuals in the training ground were A, and even with pheromone blockers applied, there would still be a slight leakage of scent after training. The mingling of various pheromones created a concoction reminiscent of cheap perfumes, sharp and unbearable. Standing behind the protective netting at the edge of the field, Shun Fan wrinkled his nose and scanned the area, failing to spot any suspicious individuals. However, an alpha had already noticed the adorable Omega, resembling a fluffy pink ball, and was exchanging knowing glances with those nearby, whispering quietly among themselves. "Wow, this Omega is quite the looker. Do you know him? He looks a bit familiar, but I can't quite place him. Ugh, so useless. Watch me go and win him over. Hey, he looks like he's here to meet someone. Maybe you should steer clear that I recognize him. He's that Omega with mental strength. Oh, I remember now. I saw his photo on the school forum." S looks so soft. What a catch. Just wait, I'll have him in 3 minutes. The alpha flexed his impressive muscles, showing off his exaggerated biceps and robust chest, preparing to approach for an introduction, just as he was about to approach the coveted omega. Another alpha unexpectedly blocked his path. Infuriated, he thought, doesn't this guy understand the concept of first come, first served? He stepped forward, glaring menacingly as he patted the other alpha's shoulder, upon seeing that he was up against a rival. The alpha retreated, tail between his legs. The tension on Shun Fan's face eased as the towering figure moved closer, casting a shadow over him. The adorable Omega looked up, his moist, lychee-like eyes gazing at the alpha, causing the latter's heart to soften as he offered a smile he believed to be friendly. "Are you Shun Fan?" Shun Fan regarded the large alpha with a smile that seemed deceptively kind. Suspecting he might be there for vengeance, he replied in a low tone. "Yes, go ahead, Yolosi." With a voice as sweet as honey, the alpha felt he had genuinely fallen in love, and he couldn't help but feel a bit shy and anxious. "My name is Chun Kongsha. Can we be friends?" No, the fighting spirit in Shun Fan's eyes extinguished in an instant, realizing he was yet another fencer. "I'm here to find someone, Yolosi." Chun Kongshua's romantic bubble burst cruelly. Before he could even process his disappointment, he heard the Omega asking about another alpha. The bold claims he had made just moments ago echoed in his ears, and he was taken aback by the rapid turn of events. Covering his shattered heart, his fierce visage transformed into one of pitiable sorrow. "He hasn't come." Shun Fan furrowed his brow, opening his terminal to check on that coward, only to find the post had already been deleted. That coward must have luck on his side. However, it worked out in his favor, as he was no longer concerned about his younger brother discovering his disparaging remarks about Yi. He politely thanked Chun Kongshua and turned to leave. Chun Kongshua stubbornly called after him, determined to salvage the remnants of his recently lost affection. "Can we be friends?" Shun Fan felt his scalp prickle. Why was this guy so persistent? He replied with utmost seriousness. "I am straight." "Huh." Chun Kongshua was puzzled, his eyes reflecting an innocent confusion. "Straight?" Shun Fan nodded. "Yes, I don't engage in same-sex relationships." Chun Kongshua, bewildered, asked, "What does same-sex mean?" Shun Fan paused for a moment, then rephrased, "I like omegas." Chun Kongshua? His pupils trembled as they slowly shifted to focus on the cool, aloof young man behind Shun F.A. and it seemed he had stumbled upon a monumental revelation. Oh no, he had just experienced heartbreak. His love was utterly extinguished. 3 minutes later, the muscular figure of 195 centimeters turned away, covering his face as he wept. The scene was undeniably peculiar. Who would have thought that someone could possess such a fragile emotional capacity? Merely being rejected in love sent him into a tearful retreat. Shun Fan shook his head as he turned away, only to find Shin Qingran had appeared without him noticing that he approached and asked, "What brings you here?" Shun Qingran appeared to be in high spirits, grasping Shun Fan's sleeve as he softly replied, "I woke up and saw you were gone, so I came out to find you." Suddenly, Shun Fan recognized a flaw in his younger brother's character. He was too clingy. Would he continue to cling like this? No way. It was utterly impossible to stop. Shun Fan's thoughts swirled. On one hand, he felt his brother's clinginess was abnormal. But on the other, he worried if his brother turned out to be gay. Would he make a move on him? Then again, he feared his brother's soft nature would lead to him being bullied. Ultimately, he concluded that even if his brother were gay, he would still be a different kind of GAY.I in this world. It was entirely normal for his younger brother, as an Omega, to be attracted to alphas. It just so happened that the alpha he liked was male, and one of the main protagonists. Yin is coming. Just as he thought of the protagonist, Shun Fan looked up to see Yin approaching from a distance. He asked the system, "Why didn't you remind me at noon?" The system chuckled mischievously. "I was slacking off." Shun Fan, intrigued, replied, "You've learned to slack off?" The system boasted, "I've resolved to turn over a new leaf. So, of course, I can't diligently serve an evil organization anymore." Shun Fan retorted, "Do you really think reminding your host of the protagonist's location constitutes serving an evil organization? You're actually working for him." The system's code froze momentarily before it quickly countered. "In any case, just trust in my loyalty." Shun Fan. "Trust you?" Not a chance that they spoke. Yin had already approached them, flanked by 3 alphas with teasing gazes. Shun Fan noticed one of the alphas looked somewhat familiar. What a coincidence. Why Yan's gaze fixated on Shen Qingran, asking intently, "Are you feeling better now?" Shen Qingran's expression turned cold as he replied tersely, "Yes." The atmosphere momentarily stilled, and Shen Fan discreetly glanced at his younger brother, who had adopted an icy demeanor. He found it challenging to gauge his brother's thoughts. Sometimes, it seemed he was indifferent to Yi Yan, while other times it appeared he harbored feelings for him. "That you've got that wrong." The alpha beside Yi Yan broke the tension with a casual demeanor, his tone languid. "He was sick, and you merely offer a light greeting? You don't even bother to take care of him. It's no wonder he doesn't want to engage with you." Shen Fan suddenly understood. His brother's aloofness stemmed from Yi Yan's lack of effort in caring for him. Yi Yan, with a blank expression, elbowed the alpha beside him. "Yolosi, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." Shen Fan's eyes widened as he recognized the carefree alpha. "It's you." The Coward, Chapter 49, Long Aotian and the younger brother together. It's you. The galaxy's most devoted. He had suspected that this alpha looked familiar. If he had tied back his hair, he might not have recognized him. "What are you staring at?" Yolosi replied with a teasing smile. "You're making me shy. Why do you keep looking at me?" Some individuals may appear to be students of the Royal Military Academy, but in reality, they are gaming streamers, secretly criticizing others in online forums. Just like some may seem to be students of the Royal Military Academy, while actually being Long Aotian, secretly disparaging others online. What a level of hypocrisy. Just like Long Aotian, they hide behind anonymity as keyboard warriors on the forums. But considering the multitude present, Shen Fan restrained his expression and replied with a hint of intrigue. "I've heard of you, an A-grade alpha with numerous admirers." Yolosi feigned shyness, yet his tone was bold. "Including you?" He followed up with a playful wink. "Of course not." Shen Fan feigned ignorance. "What brings you here?" "I heard someone was challenging at the training ground today." Yolosi grinned, a glint of concealed coldness in his azure eyes, adopting a gossiping demeanor. "Care to join?" Shen Fan maintained a stoic expression, responding firmly. Note he had no intention of exposing himself in front of everyone. Yolosi feigned disappointment, his eyes drooping. "What a pity." Shen Fan forced a smile. Farewell. He navigated through a few individuals, taking a dozen steps before retracing his path. Grasping Shen Qingran's hand and displaying an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I almost forgot." Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Fan marveled at his seamless execution, acting naturally and leaving no opportunity for Yi Yan to obstruct them. There had been considerable progress in preventing his younger brother from associating with Yi Yan. "Brother Fan, is Yoroshi the most romantic in the galaxy?" Shen Qingran poured him a glass of water and inquired. "Indeed." Shen Fan accepted the water and took a sip, contemplating that he alone could afford to shed his facade, while they must safeguard their own. Were it not for Yoroshi sharing the same visage as in the game, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that this so-called most romantic in the galaxy possessed the same low qualities behind the scenes. Shen Qingran obediently nodded, then excused himself to rest and returned to his room. Shen Fan also retreated to his own quarters. Lying on his bed while playing a game, he was admiring the meticulous outfit he had prepared for his cyber daughter, a vibrant crimson top paired with a sky blue vest, complemented by bright yellow leggings that elegantly accentuated her long legs, finished off with lavender stockings and rainbow-hued high heels. A perfect match. Her hairstyle was a youthful high ponytail, adorned with a touch of his creativity, a pink bow and a delicate jade hairpin. A fusion of Eastern and Western aesthetics, simple yet exquisite, pure yet alluring, cute yet mature, dignified yet enchanting. This was the unique taste of Long Aotian. Ding dong. Just as he was admiring the breathtaking beauty of his cyber daughter, a notification chimed from his terminal. Opening it revealed a message from the esteemed landlord. Their last conversation had been on the 26th, where Shen Fan had shared his acceptance into school and expressed gratitude for the landlord's assistance, to which the landlord had coldly replied with 2 words, "Congratulations." However, this time, the typically aloof landlord had taken the initiative to message him. "How do you find the school?" Shen Fan promptly replied, "It's all right. The environment is quite pleasant." The landlord inquired further, "Is there anything you're struggling with?" Shen Fan scratched his head, contemplating whether to share his frustrations regarding the male suitors, but hesitated, thinking the landlord might not grasp the meaning of male suitors. After much deliberation, he typed, So many males, so many people. Shun Fan added, a lot of people have confessed to me and my younger brother. I can hardly keep up with the refusals. It's quite bothersome. The landlord responded. Has it affected your daily life? Shun Fan replied. A bit. The landlord stated, S Omega is quite sought after. It seems you won't find peace anytime soon. Shun Fan tousled his hair, feeling somewhat troubled. He wanted to send a meme in response, but the landlord's message arrived swiftly. If you have a partner, most people will likely stop pursuing you. Shun Fan paused, realizing that his refusal stemmed from not wanting a partner, as he was being pursued by more than just male suitors. Nevertheless, he gazed at the landlord's words, gradually pondering and then experiencing an epiphany. Shun Fan felt that the landlord was akin to a guiding hand in the galaxy, appearing unexpectedly to help him resolve issues. He turned over joyfully, the soft blanket nestled between his legs. You rewrite. I should find a partner, he declared. The landlord inquired. How do you plan to find one? Shun Fan replied. Perhaps a beta, a female, and unpleasant pheromones. Just like an ordinary person, I prefer the simplicity of a normal relationship. The landlord cautioned. Are you planning to find someone temporarily? Do you know the person well? Are you aware of their character? What if they harbor ill intentions towards you? What if they seek to coerce you? Is it responsible to be with someone just because you want to avoid being approached? Do you think that that's fair to them? Is it worth it just to reduce unwanted advances? Observing the landlord's almost instantaneous response, Shun Fan sensed a rare urgency and vulnerability. He was somewhat bewildered. Hadn't the landlord suggested finding a partner as a temporary solution? Why did he seem so emotionally charged? He attributed it to the kind landlord's concern for the previous tenants, but he slowly typed to reassure the landlord. Don't worry, I have it under control. The landlord remained silent for a while before sending another message. While finding a partner can alleviate some issues, once feelings are involved, it becomes much more complicated. Shun Fan exhibited a sense of responsibility befitting a man. I will take responsibility for this relationship. If all goes well, I'll see it through to the end. Yet another lengthy silence ensued. Just as Shun Fan thought the landlord would not reply and prepared to close the terminal, the chat updated with a new message. What about Shun Qingran? Shun Fan moved his fingers to respond, only to see the landlord send another message with lightning speed. The landlord stated, entering a relationship should not be taken lightly. It is irresponsible to both parties. Moreover, Shun Qingran faces the same dilemma. You do, as the elder brother. Shouldn't you share the burdens with your younger brother? The landlord continued. Since both of you are in this predicament, why not pretend to be a couple? Firstly, it can alleviate the nuisance of too many admirers. Secondly, you know each other well, and your bond is strong, making it more convenient to act. Shun Fan instinctively overlooked the peculiar phrasing of a bond stronger than gold. His round eyes gradually widening, the light within them brightening until it transformed into two words. Genius! He swiftly deleted his previous message and retyped. Landlord, you're brilliant. Like a fish, he slipped out of bed, donned his slippers, and rushed to Shun Qingran's room, throwing back the covers and exclaiming with fervor in the face of his younger brother's startled gaze. Let us be together. The resonance of his voice lingered in the air, only to realize belatedly that his words could be misconstrued, prompting him to quickly amend. Let us pretend to be a couple. Shun Qingran propped himself up and tilted his head. Why? Shun Fan declared with righteous enthusiasm. It will reduce the frequency of unwanted advances. Their gazes met, one filled with bright anticipation, the other calm and undisturbed. Shun Qingran obediently nodded. All right. Their unspoken thoughts aligned. This would certainly diminish the interactions between Shun Fan and Yi Yin. Chapter 50. The welcome gala of Long Aotian. As dusk yielded to the gentle embrace of night, the welcome gala commenced punctually. The soothing and melodious music reverberated through the European-style hall, the skirts of young ladies swirling like blooming flowers upon the brilliantly lit floor, while the liquid in the glasses swayed gently, releasing a hint of aromatic wine. Who do you think young Master Yi will choose as his dance partner? It must be Shun Qingran. Didn't young Master Yi confess to him earlier? Just a picture, and they say it was a confession? Indeed, if it weren't for the fabricated posts, how could they be absent? But I saw young Master Yi sitting beside Shun Qingran in the cafeteria at noon. Just a coincidence. With so few seats, it's possible he simply found a spot next to Shun Qingran. Regardless of the truth, the most likely candidates to dance the first waltz with young Master Yi are either Shin Qingran or Shun Fan. No other Omegas possess an S rank. I'd quite like to see young Master Yi and Shun Qingran dance. Both of them are stunningly handsome. Shun Fan is quite charming as well. I've never seen a cuter Omega than him. His face just begs to be touched. Their relationship is also quite enviable. They're practically inseparable. Shun Qingran seems a bit aloof, while Shun Fan appears very obedient. Oh, how I wish to be friends with them. I could admire their beauty for a lifetime. Me, too, as the crowd stirred. Yin, dressed in a fitted black suit, strolled into the hall, his hair meticulously slicked back, revealing a pair of violet eyes, noble and aloof. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path for him. Murmurs of admiration arose, followed by a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. The strikingly handsome Alpha propelled the gala into a small crescendo. In stark contrast to the lively gala was the tranquility of the dormitory. Shun Fan abruptly sat upright, realizing he had forgotten all about the welcome gala. After achieving a mutually beneficial strategic collaboration with his younger brother, he had collapsed onto his bed for a nap. The welcome gala was a vital venue for socializing and showcasing oneself. This nap had cost him the opportunity to flaunt and socialize. Shun Fan lamented, then executed a fish-like leap to his feet. In no matter, a true champion remains the center of attention at all times, as the lights flickered on, dispelling the darkness of the room. Shun Fan stood contemplatively before the empty wardrobe. How careless of him! Both he and his younger brother had only packed a few casual outfits, with the rest being school uniforms and training attire. No formal wear in sight. Never mind, both he and his younger brother's charm required little embellishment. Shun Fan hastily tidied himself up, then confidently led Shin Qingran out the door. The hall was vast, filled with students, and by now, the gala was well underway. Everyone was relaxing and socializing. Some gathered in small groups, others stood chatting, while many strolled about or enjoyed a moment of solitude. Yet, none were devoid of splendid attire. The two of them felt like weeds lost in a garden of flowers, trembling and swaying in the breeze. Chun Kongshaw, who had been sulking at the entrance, lifted his head as Shun Fan and Shin Qingran entered, his eyes momentarily sparkling before dimming again as he returned to his despondent state. His fleeting but radiant love Shun Fan was momentarily dazzled by the sparkle in his eyes, only to realize that behind the entrance stood not a boulder, but rather the tearful, muscular figure of a man. What was his name again? Never mind, it's not important. What mattered was that he heard the sound of gossip. With excitement, he seized Shin Qingran and entered the grand hall, where a vibrant scene of clinking glasses and mingling guests unfolded before his eyes. Gossip! In the center of the hall stood a pallid and slender waiter who, by mischance, spilled wine upon the expensive bespoke suit of a brooding alpha, causing him to tremble like a delicate white flower swaying in the wind. In the upper left corner, an alpha with reddened eyes gripped the slender waist of an omega, whispering something inaudible before fiercely kissing him to the right. A defiant omega was mocked by those around him, only to be swept into the embrace of an alpha rushing towards him. Further south, two nearly identical omegas faced each other, flanked by an alpha with knitted brows, amidst the faint murmurs of the onlookers. Speaking of a white moonlight and a substitute. Classic. Yet he rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he had indeed come to a freshman welcome party. Why, then, was the scene so replete with distinguished individuals? Why have you only just arrived? The voice of Yi Yin rang out from behind, prompting both to turn and see his inscrutable expression, his violet eyes fixated on Shin Qingran. The surrounding spectators instinctively shifted their gaze towards them. Shun Fan inwardly lamented the perpetual nature of gossip. Shin Qingran maintained his customary aloof demeanor, replying, "I overslept with brother Fn. Yi Yan's brows furrowed in frost, a flicker of ire creeping into his tone as he admonished. The freshman gala requires the attendance of every newcomer. Not only are you late, but you have also failed to don formal attire." Shun Fan felt a surge of vigilance. This lad was clearly reprimanding them. He had never spoken to his subordinates in such a tone, so how dared this fellow? His younger brother likely harbored some unvoiced sorrow at this moment. Casting a glance at his younger brother, Shun Fan noticed him with his lashes lowered. Avoiding even a glance at Yi Yin, Evidently disheartened, a wave of unnameable anger ignited within Shen Fan. He pressed his lips together, suppressing his irritation, resolving to take the blame upon himself. I inadvertently fell into a deep slumber. And in my daze, I could have sworn I saw the black and white impermanence inviting me for a drink. Wai Yan's cold gaze swept over him. And now, thanks to my younger brother, who urgently revived me by watching an advertisement, Shun Fan replied, turning towards Shun Qingran with a tone filled with gratitude. Otherwise, we would have missed this gala. I end that brief statement. He transformed his younger brother from a tardy student into a heroic figure who saved his elder brother from calamity. Such a deft reversal of fortunes left Shun Fan marveling at his own ingenuity. Shun Qingran and Yi Yen exchanged glances, while the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such a novel method of revival exists in this world. Shun Fan smiled sheepishly. Just a unique skill of the chosen one. Wai Yan's expression darkened. Not only had Shun Fan brought Shun Qingran in late, but he also wore a grin that showed no recognition of his own faults. He could already foresee the troubling future of Shun Qingran being led astray by Shun Fan. In light of the circumstances, there was no need to further investigate. Shun Fan generously absolved them of their tardiness and produced a small package from his back pocket. Offering it to Yi Yen, his expression sincere. You will surely find this useful. Wai Yen hesitated, frowning as he accepted the package, the non-woven fabric thin enough to discern the texture of its contents. Before he could voice his inquiry, Shun Qingran, with a hint of jealousy, interjected, "What is this?" Shun Fan sighed, displaying an open and magnanimous demeanor. "Activated charcoal pack." His expression earnest, he continued, "You seem to have a dark aura. It would do you well to apply it to your face." Observing the barely concealed cracks in Yan's expression, he scratched his head, assuming his sincerity had rendered this petty man flustered, and added kindly, "It was a freebie with the slippers, no cost, no need for a return gift." The spectators' gazes shifted to his conspicuously casual flip-flops. Click, 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 the sound of Yan's expression fracturing echoed in the air. Chapter 51. The sure sight of the overlord Yen, however, did not find his mood brightened by the kind offer of activated charcoal. Instead, his countenance darkened even further, his gaze fixed firmly on Shun Fan. His anger palpable. Spectator A. How considerate. I really like him. Spectator B. Shun Fan is being so obedient, too soft. If I were Yi Yen, I would swallow that activated charcoal right here. Spectator C. Wait a moment. Ian looks like he wants to kill someone. Spectator D. I agree. Better hide. If we get involved, it won't be good. Spectator. Shun Fan means well, but how can Yi Yen be angry at such a sweet omega? Is his heart made of mechanized armor? Spectator F. If Shun Fan were to give me something, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. The spectators began to murmur among themselves. Meanwhile, Shun Fan was captivated by Yi Yan's thunderous expression. He nudged Shun Qingran and leaned in to whisper, "Black really makes one look fair. Those two big eyes are as bright as bulbs." Shun Qingran pressed his lips together to stifle a laugh. Brother Fan's observations are always uniquely insightful. Shun Fan assumed the demeanor of an elder brother. "Study well. One day you will reach my level." Shun Qingran replied, "Yes, I will strive to do so." Shun Fan. The name escaped Yi Yan's lips. Each syllable ground out between clenched teeth. The atmosphere grew ominous, like a storm brewing, and conflict seemed imminent. Suddenly, a tall figure surged forth, positioning himself in front of Shun Fan, his voice booming like thunder. "You must flee. I will hold him off." The burly man's eyes blazed red, his jaw clenched, exuding a resolute determination born of love. He turned to Shun Fan, offering a sorrowful smile. "You must not forget me." A shiver ran up Shun Fan's spine, his hair standing on end. "Not you, buddy. Don't dramatize this as if it were a matter of life and death." It felt as though they were caught in a high-speed chase. Sacrificing everything for love, Chun Kongshuo was lost in his own tragic romantic world, his voice hoarse. "Hurry!" Shun Fan, Shun Qingran, and Yi Yen all stood stunned. Spectators lamented. "How brave! A sacrifice for love." Shun Fan felt his toes digging into the ground in embarrassment. Why was it Qin Kongshuo who engaged in such antics while he bore the humiliation? Yet, he realized he had spoken too soon. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted from the sky as a limited edition hovercar collided with the fountain outside the hall, flipping over and scattering the water statue into fragments. The cabin door slowly opened, and a head emerged from within, the spotlight behind him suddenly illuminating the scene, blinding everyone and casting him in shadow. With deliberate steps, he strode towards the hall, the light revealing his austere features. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and the spotlight extinguished. Shun Fan felt a jolt of dread. How was this person still haunting him? Ah, Omega. Gu Qingyu smirked derisively, his lips curling into a devilish grin. Are you satisfied with what you see? Shun Fan's vision darkened as he pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Qingyu, his voice trembling. Didn't the marshal forbid you from disturbing us? Gu Qingyu's expression darkened momentarily before he quickly donned a scheming smile. Is it not perfectly normal for a senior who graduated 8 years, 7 months, and 10 days ago to attend the freshman gala? Can you guess why it's called a freshman gala? Shun Fan's face fell. He felt compelled to propose an addition to the Royal Military Academy's regulations. Gu Qingyu and dogs are not allowed within. Yan had heard of the tumultuous love-hate relationship between Gu Qingyu and Shun Fan, as his father had mentioned that Gu Qingyu had even expressed a desire to marry Shen Qingran to the Shun family. He narrowed his eyes, observing Gu Qingyu's arrogant demeanor, and let out a derisive snort. S and SS Class Alpha. Gu Qingyu's keen ears picked up Yan's mockery, and he turned back with an unfriendly glare. Exchanging a dangerous stare with Yan, Spectator A. Incredible. 2 SS Class Alphas are about to clash over the Shun brothers. Spectator B. I bet on Yan. Spectator C. I bet on Gu Qingyu. Spectator D, with an unusual flush, shyly looked down. I bet I want to bet on Shun Fan. Shun Fan. What a promising prospect. He is indeed the strongest. The 2 top-tier alphas faced off, leaving Chun Kongshua's drama behind. Yet he still clung to his fervent dreams of love, gazing at Shun Fan with longing. Let me take you away. Let us escape this place of strife. Shun Fan's body jolted, his expression contorted. Please, I beg you, don't put me in such a predicament. Chun Kongshua intended to express his tender feelings in his gentle, thunderous voice, even if you don't like. How did you know that Brother Fan and I are together? Shun Qingran interrupted, feigning surprise. His tone was soft, yet plunged the room in his silence, leaving only the gentle music of the gala to linger. Gu Qingyu and Yi Yin stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the two, until after a moment, they swallowed hard, their voices hoarse. When did you two? Shen Qingran smiled slightly. This afternoon. Yi Yan's gaze slowly descended along his arm, finally resting upon the elegantly intertwined hands of the two. Both pairs were strikingly beautiful, fair and slender, with prominent veins, illuminated by the gentle glow of the evening's lights, resembling exquisite treasures meticulously carved from the finest mutton fat jade. Alas, all of this was in vain. After spending 3 painstaking hours on his appearance and waiting for the first dance, he was met with the sight of 2 young lovers strolling through the hall like it was their private garden. The entanglement of the past seemed like a mere jest. A surge of blood rushed to his head, bitterness and resentment rising within him, as he stared intently at Shen Qingran, searching for any hint in his eyes. Did you ever have feelings for me? Even just a little? Meanwhile, Gu Qingyu, immersed in the throes of youthful angst, deftly picked up his urban romance script, his eyes wild with emotion as he staggered back a few steps, voice hoarse. Omega. This is of your own making. Shun Fan was utterly bewildered by their thought process, his expression a complex blend of confusion and daze as he watched them. At his side, Shun Qingran let out a light laugh, adopting a demeanor of a nonchalant victor, feigning a look of dismay as he expressed regret for his words. Please don't be angry. Brother Fan and I are merely an ordinary couple in love, not wishing to harm anyone. Had I known your tempers were so volatile, I would have said anything that I truly apologize. If you must vent your anger, directed at me, it was my slip of the tongue about my relationship with Brother Fan that caused this discomfort. But what can I do? Brother Fan and I are already together, and if I don't mention it now, you'll find out soon enough. Chapter 52. Long Aotian has no title. The ensuing scene descended into chaos. Chen Kongshui yearned to whisk Shen Fan away for a spontaneous romantic escapade, while Gu Qingyu sought to recreate a classic scene of jealousy, and Yi Yin envisioned a tragic love triangle steeped in confusion. In short, the three alphas were at odds with one another, each emanating pheromones as they clashed. Unsurprisingly, the first to be outmatched was the muscular Chun Kongshaw, who, after being struck, covered his face and wept silently. The pheromone eruption of an SS-class alpha affected many students at the gala. Ultimately, it was the principal, arriving on a mobility device, who managed to bring this farce to a halt. The school forum erupted with fervor. Shocking, the two top alphas brawling over him. Who is this alluring Omega? The Omega claims it's him. The Beta insists it's him, while the Alpha chuckles and declares, "You're all mistaken. It should be him, whether before or after meals. Persist in this action, and you too may be coveted by two top alphas. Share this post about these two elite Omegas, and within a month, you might find yourself pursued by a top alpha." As the two top Omegas came out, the reason was Shun Fan, expressionless, allowed Shen Qingran to affix the pheromone blocker. Just yesterday, he had nearly succumbed to the heat triggered by an alpha's pheromones. Fortunately, he and his companion had reacted swiftly, seizing the principal's mobility device to make a hasty retreat to their dormitory, where they administered suppressants. What's the difference between releasing pheromones in public and flatulence? Is it merely the scent that differs? Pheromones are akin to muffled flatulence, while some are decidedly more audible. Must you be so vulgar? The protagonist's pheromone scents have been validated through time and reader experience. The system, unable to tolerate the host's crude descriptions, couldn't help but interject. Validated tobacco, cedar, fir, whiskey, ISNT that just secondhand smoke, pencils, paper, and alcohol. Paper and pencils aside, does anyone truly enjoy smoke and alcohol? These are the most beloved pheromones among all star system Omegas. You must trust the data. Little brother, do you enjoy the scent of tobacco, cedar, fir, and whiskey? Shun Fan inquired. Not particularly, Shun Qingran replied, smoothing the pheromone blocker with a calm demeanor. Receiving the desired response, Shun Fan immediately began to argue with the system in his mind. See, even the top Omega protagonist says he doesn't like it. The system retorted, it's surely you who has led him astray. Shun Fan scoffed, you can't smell it, so stop spouting nonsense. The system, incensed, shot back. That is a personal attack. Shun Fan sighed. I haven't yet addressed your absence from work. The system promptly went silent. Shun Fan, feeling a twinge of frustration, pondered whether seeking the system's return was merely a frivolous endeavor. Leaning back, he found his head resting on Shun Qingran's shoulder, his round face fully exposed to Shun Qingran's gaze. He spoke, Little brother, I've been troubled by something lately. What is it? Shun Qingran asked, lowering his gaze to meet his. The youthful, clean-cut jawline hovered just above Shun Fan's line of sight, his handsome, cool features striking even from this angle. Even the most unflattering angles, he remained attractive. Shun Fan momentarily drifted in thought, unable to suppress a compliment, even noting that his nostrils were appealing. Shun Qingran fell silent, suggesting that the latter remark was unnecessary. Actually, I've been contemplating whether you have feelings for Yi Yin. He inquired straightforwardly, finding it far easier than he had anticipated. Following yesterday's events, he and his little brother had established a faux couple relationship, and there were certain matters he felt compelled to voice. Shun Qingran's expression remained unchanged as he countered. Do you like him? Shun Fan gently shook his head, the soft strands of his hair brushing against his neck, causing a ticklish sensation. Not at all, Shun Fan stated, adopting a serious tone akin to a concerned elder. But I do not oppose your pursuit of love. If a Yi Yin fellow causes you distress, I will still protect you. Shun Qingran's calm demeanor rippled with subtle emotion, a faint smile gracing his lips as he leaned his head toward Shun Fan, their foreheads nearly touching, his tone light yet tender. I do not like him. I only like you. Shun Fan, taken aback, quickly straightened up, urging him, don't say that. It leads nowhere. Shun Qingran tilted his head in apparent confusion. Is it so surprising, brother Fan? Isn't it normal for a younger brother to like his older brother? Shun Fan froze, gazing into Shun Qingran's clear eyes, which seemed to reflect his own sordid assumptions that it was his error. How could he have ever imagined his little brother as an ordinary male companion? Normal indeed, he mused, racking his brain for suitable words. Fortunately, his little brother spared him from prolonged awkwardness, continuing, "Brother Fan must like me too, right?" Though slightly perplexed, Shun Fan mustered the courage to respond, "Well, I suppose I do." Pleased with this answer, Shun Xingran's smile widened. "We should head to class now." Shun Fan, eager to escape the peculiar atmosphere, promptly rose and hopped onto the mobility device he had commandeered from the principal. Heading to the classroom. The Royal Military Academy's class division was determined by ABO gender, and this year there were only 37 new Omegas, just enough to form a class. The first class at 9 o'clock served as an icebreaker for new students to familiarize themselves with their classmates and school regulations. Traditionally, these sessions consisted of tedious self-introductions and policy lectures, but this time, due to the previous night's debacle, there was a hint of difference. On the first official day of school, outstanding new student representative Yi Yan and excellent graduate representative Gu Qingyu were broadcasted live to every classroom and corner of the school, delivering their self-reflections that "I have deeply recognized my mistakes and earnestly ask all leaders and classmates to believe that I will remember this lesson and amend my ways." The ultimate in social embarrassment. The ultimate in enjoyment. Shun Fan could hardly contain his laughter. What good was being a king if they still had to obediently recite their reflections? The mischievous Long Aotian had backed up the recording 3 times and reminded his little brother to do the same. These would serve as their future means to combat any malevolent forces. Should anyone dare to harass them again, they would have no qualms about spreading these videos. Cackling evilly, how could Long Aotian emit a villainous laugh? After becoming renowned again yesterday, everyone was now aware of the internal dynamics between the 2 top Omegas, leading to a significant decrease in the number of people approaching them. Shun Fan and Shun Xingran finally enjoyed a leisurely walk. Unbothered by distractions, Shun Fan, Shun Xing, with bloodshot eyes, intercepted the two, his dark circles and stubble betraying his recent anxiety and despair. Chapter 53. Long Aotian recruits subordinates. Have you two been enjoying yourselves lately? Shun Xing's cold gaze, akin to venomous serpents, pierced through the 2. Shun Fan, do you have any idea how difficult things have become for our parents because of you? The Shun family has suffered greatly due to your actions. Our parents are now lost and aimless every day. Stop, Shun Fan interjected, raising a hand to interrupt. Don't moralize me, he asserted firmly. First, neither my little brother nor I were involved with any Shun family enterprises prior to this. After severing ties with the Shun family, we have not interfered in any business affairs. That if the Shun family has fallen into its current state, is it because of us? If so, it merely indicates that the Shun family was profiting off us. We chose to leave to avoid being drained. What is wrong with that? If not, rather than blaming us for not obediently serving the Shun family as puppets for their benefit, perhaps you should reflect on where the Shun family's operations have gone awry. Secondly, the Shun family is a century-old lineage. Although its management declined under Shun Fu's stewardship, it is not as dire as your portrayal suggests. A starved camel is still larger than a horse. Despite the absence of the Gu family support, you are still well off enough to live a life more comfortable than that of the average person. Thirdly, I am in a hurry. The cafeteria is serving fragrant pan-fried pork chops today, and I must rush there immediately to seize my meal. Step aside at once. A gust of wind blew by, leaving Shun Xing momentarily stunned by his words. It was only after the others had run a short distance that he regained his senses and sprinted after them. Damn it, he too wanted to savor the pan-fried pork chops. The scramble for food in the cafeteria resembled a battle. Amidst the chaotic throng, Shun Fan managed to secure the last pan-fried pork chop. And amidst the confusion, he snatched a new chef's special, blue fruit octopus legs baked with cheese, from the adjacent window. Thank you, Brother Fan, Shun Xingran said as he accepted the pork chop, raising a hand to tidy Shun Fan's disheveled hair. Just then, Shun Xing arrived a moment too late. His eyes reddened with frustration as he leaned against the food window and howled at the heavens. My pan-fried pork chop. The new students in the cafeteria cast frequent glances, while the upperclassmen began to crumble under the weight of their missed dishes. Shun Fan glanced down at the solitary prize in Shun Xingran's hands, internally lamenting, no wonder they are brothers. They both have such a penchant for pan-fried pork chops. Ignoring the despair of the upperclassmen over their missed meals, the two found an empty seat and settled down. Shun Fan picked up a piece of the cheese-covered octopus leg, opening his mouth wide to devour it. When a mournful voice suddenly emerged from beside him. "You took my pan-fried pork chop." Shun Xing's expression was tinged with a subtle eeriness, and his tone was chillingly cold, a mix of old grievances and new enmities that felt irreconcilable. Shun Fan, with a mouthful of the succulent octopus leg, cheeks puffed out, chewed and found it as tough as rubber, unable to bite through, he could only mockingly retort, "A loser who cannot even secure a meal has no right to declare war on us." Shun Xing was deeply wounded by his words. His once-beloved brother had taken away his most cherished food and was now mocking him without mercy. He found himself at a loss for words. His heart heavy with an inexplicable bitterness, he took a deep breath, struggling to steady his voice. "Have you truly become so heartless? Mom and Dad doted on you. And for your sake, Shun Qingran returned home to find he didn't even have a decent room." Shun Fan, his jaw aching from chewing, spat out the octopus leg and silently consigned this new dish to his blacklist. He looked at Shun Xing, revealing no emotion, and calmly stated, "The Shun family indulges me because I possess utilitarian value. Because I am associated with Gu Qingyu. This affection is based on the benefits I bring to the Shun family. Those who cannot provide benefits, even if they're genuine relatives, will not receive any favor. I acknowledge that I've bullied Shun Qingran in the past, but do not shift your grievances regarding him onto me." This declaration left Shun Xing frozen in place, that he had always perceived his younger brother as obedient and endearing. And the family's affection for him had seemed unconditional. Even when their biological brother was found later, he had only recognized Shun Fan. He knew Shun Fan was sensitive and feared causing him distress. Thus he never paid attention to Shun Qingran and instead doubled his kindness towards Shun Fan after school. He had never considered that the family's affection for Shun Fan may stem from interests beyond mere emotional ties. It struck him as absurd that his parents and his love for Shun Fan had now transformed into a transaction of benefit. He opened his mouth, intending to refute Shun Fan's assertion, but words eluded him as the images of his parents and Shun Fan grew distant and unfamiliar in his mind. The joyful memories of their past together began to blur. In that moment, his long-held beliefs were ruthlessly shattered by Shun Fan, revealing a dark core within. He felt lost and helpless, panic rising within him as an impulse surged, compelling him to take action. A plate of visually appealing dishes gradually came into view, pushed by delicate, fair fingers. His gaze shifted upward, fixing on the face of the younger brother he once cherished. It was still the soft, round face with plump, lychee-like eyes, yet the atmosphere surrounding him had changed entirely. He heard Shun Fan's lips part. "I suppose there's no more food left now. Here, take this." Dante starred in that instant. He felt as though he had returned to the past. Right? A few steps after Shun Fan and Shun Qingran departed, they turned back to address the dazed Shun Xing, saying, "Transfer me 1570 star coins now." Shun Xing, still in a daze, opened his terminal and transferred the money, his gaze lingering on the direction in which they had left for a long while. Eventually, in a fit of rage, he stuffed the octopus leg and the seahorse tail into his mouth, his eyes reddening and his throat constricting, his voice choked with emotion. "What the hell is this lousy dish? It's choking me." This dish was definitely going on the blacklist. The first week for the new students consisted mostly of theoretical classes, with only a few sessions each day. Shun Fan and Shun Qingran transformed into diligent students, attending classes from 8 in the morning until 8 at night. On the 9th day, after finishing their evening class, they headed to the cafeteria to buy a late-night snack, leisurely making their way back to the dormitory. However, they came upon a disheartened Alpha squatting by the flower bed at the entrance. He looked up, revealing bloodshot eyes, his tone filled with indignation and fatigue. "5 days. I've been waiting for you for 5 days. Shun Fan, here for revenge?" "No." Shun Xing straightened up, his gaze awkwardly darting about. "I'm here to apologize for the past. Shun Fan. Oh, once we sever ties with the Shun family, we are no longer connected. Just don't disturb us." Those words seemed to hit a nerve with Shun Xing, causing him to become flustered and stammer. I want Shun Fan observe his nervous and hesitant demeanor and realize something. He scanned Shun Xing from head to toe, an A-grade alpha, barely passable. So He wanted to follow me, but lacked the courage to voice it. A knowing smile spread across his face as he chuckled mischievously. All right, from now on, you are under my command. Huh. Shun Xing was taken aback. From this moment on, call me Big Brother and refer to Shun Xingran as second brother, understood? Shun Fan patted his shoulder encouragingly. Do well, and there will be plenty of opportunities for promotion and wealth. Shun Xingran, Big Brother has a task for you. Shun Fan raised his chin. Bring us breakfast tomorrow. Just some bread and milk will suffice. With that, he and Shun Xingran strode away, leaving Shun Xing standing there like a statue. The evening meal brought a chill. A leaf fluttered down to land on his head, only to be gently blown off by the wind. After a long while, he finally shivered. Had he just become the younger brother of his younger brother? Chapter 54. The Unnamed Overlord. Weekends were devoid of classes, and the school had opened its gates for free entry. Students strolled leisurely around campus in small groups, some nestled in their dorms, while others ventured out for entertainment. Meanwhile, Shun Fan had wrapped Shun Xingran up like a dumpling and boarded the vehicle dispatched by the experimental base. What are you doing here? Shun Fan asked, surprised to see Yoroshi lounging against the back of the seat. Yoroshi lazily lifted an eyelid and yawned. I'm an intern engineer at the base. My mentor asked me to accompany you. Afterward, he turned to Shun Xingran, who was donned in a hat, mask, and sunglasses, inquiring, is this an allergy? Shun Fan, stay out of other people's business. His younger brother insisted on following him to the experimental base. Wary of encountering Wei Ran, he still remembered how Wei Ran had stared at his younger brother for 46 seconds. It was safer to conceal him thoroughly. Let us add each other as friends then. Yoroshi extended his terminal toward Shun Fan, his tone languid. It seems I'll be going to the base with you two from now on. Shun Fan assessed him and ultimately nodded. After Yoroshi added them as friends, he closed his eyes and feigned sleep. Upon arriving at the base, they were scanned by the detection AI before being led to the experimental center. The robot assistant, by Xiao Bai, was quite lively, constantly spinning around as it introduced them to the base. Upon reaching the experimental center, it darted forward with a whoosh, its youthful voice ringing out, I've brought the people. The speed was so swift that it stirred up a gust of wind, causing Ansie's bangs to flutter as something delicate drifted down from above. Ansie extended a finger, gently twirling the fine hair that had fallen, his expression growing sorrowful. Oh, my Yoroshi, why must you leave me thus? Yoroshi fell silent for a few seconds before breaking the melancholy. Teacher, I am also Yoroshi. Ansie glanced at him and then returned his mournful gaze to the hair dangling from his fingers. Child, you are unique, and Yoroshi is likewise unique. Yoroshi, Shun Fan curiously asked, has he always been like this? Yes, Yoroshi smiled sadly. Last time I said goodbye to Jack. The time before that, it was Fletcher, and before that, it was Maria, and before that. Shun Fan patted his shoulder. You've had a tough time with so many predecessors. ITS, just a hard life. Yoroshi replied, as if bathed in a heavenly light. Ansie, both sorrowful and helpless, raised his voice. By Xiao Bai, how many times have I told you not to be so reckless? By Xiao Bai looked pitiful. I'm sorry. I promise I'll be more careful next time. NS let out a sigh, retrieving a small mirror from his pocket to adjust his hairstyle. After perfectly concealing his receding hairline, he revealed an elegant smile. Greetings. I am NS, the research advisor for this testing study. You may address me as Mr. NS, or like Yoroshi, call me teacher. Very well, teacher. As Shun Fan gazed at his crown, unleashing his low emotional intelligence. Why don't you wear a wig? And Smile faltered momentarily before he replied earnestly. Because each strand of hair is a life. They require fresh air to breathe and the gentle caress of a soft breezed. Oh, Shun Fan had an epiphany. So hair loss is merely their pursuit of freedom. That is one way to interpret it. NS smiled. The fall of the soul is but a breaking of the shackles of freedom. Shun Fan countered, does not a reborn soul inherit the shackles of its ancestors? Thus the cycle continues. Teacher, it is time for the assessment. Yoroshi could no longer endure the pair's nonsensical musings and interjected. Very well, that its gaze towards Shun Fan sparkled with an unusual light, and Shun Fan returned the look. Without the need for words, they understood each other's sentiments, akin to kindred spirits. Shun Fan was adorned with various instruments, colorful tubes connecting him to an array of devices. As the hatch closed, all awaited silently in the observation room. Through the glass, NS announced into the microphone, "Commence." Shun Fan slowly released his mental energy, causing the devices to emit a low hum, while the screen data began to stutter and flicker chaotically. "Stop!" Shun Fan reined in his mental force, and the instruments retracted automatically as the hatch gradually opened. NS and the other testers wore solemn expressions as the operation console printed out a sheet filled with gibberish. "How is it?" Shun Fan inquired with curiosity. NS tucked the data sheet into a file bag and placed it into a transmission box, gazing into the distance obscured by walls. "The wind will also surge towards your soul." Shun Fan clasped his hand behind his back. All beings yearn for it. Yoroshi leaned forward. "What does that mean?" Shun Fan, with 3 parts indifference and 7 parts pretense, replied, "He says I am formidable, impressive." After leaving the experimental base, they spent some time outside. Returning to school at 7 in the evening, DS Shun Fan and Shun Qingran approached the dormitory entrance. They were met with an unusual sight. An alpha, seemingly numb, nestled beside a flower bed, clutching a cold breakfast, while kind-hearted passers-by had left supplies on the ground nearby. The alpha appeared shrouded in a haze, as if covered by a web of time, a green sprout emerging from his head, adding a touch of youthful vitality to the desolate atmosphere. Shun Fan's conscience stirred, and he hurried over to take the breakfast from Shun Xing, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I forgot to inform you about today." Shun Xing trembled as he was helped up, his gaze vacant and numbed. He sluggishly turned his eyes to meet Shun Fan's face, his tone laced with a weary age. "Call me elder brother." Shun Fan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. "Are you plotting rebellion?" Shun Xing froze, quickly clarifying. "No, I meant that I am your elder brother." "Still insisting on rebellion? Since you've chosen to follow me, refrain from uttering such treasonous words." Shun Xing gazed blankly at Shun Qingran, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Has he always been like this?" Shun Qingran nodded, gently calling out to him, "Little brother." Shun Xing replied, "He has never been this nonsensical." After a brief silence, Shun Xing resolutely opened his terminal. "Add me as a friend. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep in touch." Shun Fan readily agreed and generously transferred 2,000 funds to him. "Today, this incident is on me. Consider this compensation." Shun Xing looked at him with a complicated expression, then down at the transfer. He suddenly found himself caught in a peculiar, enigmatic state, eye in the distance. Faint conversations between intelligent robots and students could be heard as transport devices and hover cars whizzed by. The rustling of leaves and the gentle caress of the flower bed filled the air, while the night scenes stretched infinitely. The 2 Omegas had already departed, and he, feeling out of place, suddenly realized that Shun Fan and Shun Qingran's minds had gone awry. Chapter 55. Long Aotian's untitled draft. The shadows of trees danced gently upon the students, as the wind swept across the suspended lake, bringing a slight coolness to dispel the heat of late summer. Beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of the young men and women, trickling down their cheeks, pausing at their chins before tremblingly falling to the ground. Students admitted to the Royal Military Academy had all undergone systematic training, and they displayed commendable adaptability to the intensity of physical training. Beep! As the whistle sounded, everyone returned to the stands, some wiping sweat, others hydrating, and some kneading their legs. The Omega training area was not too far from the Alpha training area, perfectly distanced to avoid the scent of pheromones leaking from the training zones. However, during breaks, mingling was permitted, and upperclassmen often came to observe. Some Omegas would run to the Alpha training area to hand out water and towels, and conversely, some Alphas would come over to flatter the Omegas. The most lively scene in the Omega training area featured Shun Fan and Shun Qingran, while the Alpha training area buzzed with excitement around Yi Yan. Through the throng, Shun Fan keenly observed Yi Yan's meticulously crafted movements. Yi Yan unbuttoned his training jacket, revealing a fitted white tank top beneath, soaked with sweat from the rigorous training. Clinging to his sculpted abs and outlining their perfect contours, he coldly ignored the water offered by his admirers, casually tossing a towel over his left shoulder with one hand, before lifting a water bottle to his abs, letting the cap fall to the ground amidst the cheers of the crowd. He tilted his head back, drinking deeply, his Adam's apple visibly bobbing, as water streamed from his mouth down his neck and collarbone. soaking into his tank top, the upper part becoming even more saturated and clinging to his chest. Showcasing his skin tone beneath, he poured the remaining water over his head, shaking it off, droplets flying onto others, igniting yet another wave of cheers. TSK. So cunning. Shun Fan held disdain for Yi Yan's display of masculinity. Were it not for his Omega physique, he would have long since sculpted a figure that would dominate the training ground. Leaving no room for this boy to flaunt, he scoffed and continued to wipe sweat. While around him, people erupted in suppressed awe. Confused, he peered out from behind his towel, surveying the crowd, only to find their eyes sparkling in admiration, their lips curving up in restrained smiles. He suspiciously buried his face back into the towel, then quickly raised his head, witnessing their gaping mouths and the unfinished wow escaping their lips. Realization dawned upon him, and he displayed a pampering expression, smirking mischievously. Feel free to call out. Wow. The crowd finally let loose, cheering as offerings quickly piled up into a small mountain in their resting area. Shun Fan held his head high, maintaining a facade of calm, yet internally urging, louder, outdo that boy next door. Let him know who reigns supreme in the training ground. Beside him, Shun Xingran silently observed Shun Fan reveling in the crowd's adoration. Shun Fan would likely never realize that what he perceived as striking charisma appeared to others as a flushed face after exertion. Bright, lively eyes and lips plump and dewy from hydration, all while adorably wiping his face with the towel. Shun Xingran remained silent for a moment, ultimately deciding against revealing the truth. After all, with Shun Fan's temperament, he would not withstand such a blow, training relentlessly to surpass the limitations of his Omega genes, forcibly sculpting himself into a fitness icon in the shortest time possible. Shun Xingran could hardly commend his aesthetic sensibilities. Shun Xingran carefully folded the pink rabbit towel from Shun Fan's shoulders. It should be noted that this towel had taken considerable persuasion for Shun Fan to use. Initially, Shun Fan had intended to buy a green towel embroidered with large red peonies for himself, calling it prosperous, while he himself chose a bright yellow towel adorned with a five-clawed golden dragon, which he dubbed dominant. Together, they would be invincible. With a determined gaze, he resolved that as long as he was around, Shun Fan would not be transformed into a garish fitness icon. Beep! As the whistle blew, the break time concluded, and everyone sprang into action, swiftly forming ranks to prepare for the next round of training. During this period of intense physical training, a steady stream of upperclassmen came to observe. Due to the abundance of offerings, Shun Fan specifically called for Shun Xing, instructing him to bring along several storage robots. Initially, Shun Xing had difficulty believing, refusing. You call their gifts offerings? Ah, is it not a tribute? Shun Fan's mind whirred, realizing, you mean a protection fee. Shun Xing opened his mouth, 1,000 words ultimately condensed into a sigh. Alas. Now he had become adept at navigating the crowded throngs, calling out, food in area, drinks in area B, fruit in area C, towels in area D. Hey, no pushing. Your clothes go in area F, flowers in area G. And what is this? A store loyalty card. That is not accepted. Stuffed toys in area E, jewelry. Jewelry goes in my pocket. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, Shun Fan gently sipped his drink, casting a glance at Shun Xing, who was utterly engrossed in his tasks, and sighed, thank goodness he is here. Otherwise, I would be the one standing there. Shun Xingran also took a leisurely sip of his beverage. Once the offerings were collected, Shun Xing meticulously organized them, secured the lid, and set the mobile route. The line of storage robots then proceeded to depart. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he remarked, you could live quite splendidly just by accepting gifts. Shun Fan rose and shot him a sidelong glance. Look at your aspirations. This isn't worth much. Shun Xing retorted, I one tea bicker with my foolish younger brother. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they found Yolosi had been waiting for them for quite some time. You are 10 minutes late today, it's Saturday, and the seniors who aren't in class have come to watch us. Shun Fan took a seat and poked at the vibrant dish before him. What is this? Yolosi replied, a new creation. Cherry blossom mochi baked custard with caramel berry sauce and mashed potatoes. Shun Xing exclaimed, it looks delightful. Let me have a taste. That he scooped a small piece with a spoon and, under the expectant gazes of the three, placed it in his mouth. Suddenly, he collapsed to the floor. Shun Fan marveled. Youth is truly a blessing. He fell asleep in an instant that he acknowledged that when it came to sleep, he had been outmatched in mere seconds. Shun Qingran observed, "It seems the insomnia medication has made a breakthrough." Yolosi, momentarily frozen, supported Shun Xing, watching the two serene figures across from him who were enjoying their lunch. A wave of confusion washed over him. Shouldn't he be concerned about Shun Xing potentially suffering from food poisoning? Was he overreacting? Would it be too reckless to let Shun Xing remain unconscious? After much inner turmoil, he hesitantly released his grip and reached for the knife and fork on the table, only to feel a sudden jolt against his leg. Yolosi quickly looked down to find Shun Xing convulsing. He promptly laid him flat, tilting his head to the right to prevent any blockage of the airway, and began unfastening the buttons on his shirt to ensure he could breathe easily. At that moment, Shun Xing stirred, locking eyes with Yolosi, his gaze trailing down the latter's arm. That "We are all alphas. Alphas cannot have such outcomes." Shun Xing sprang up like an arrow, retreating 3 meters away, clutching his shirt tightly as if he had been violated, and began to shout. The cafeteria patrons turned to observe, feigning selfies while capturing the scene. Yolosi was nearly laughing in exasperation, his usual nonchalance evaporating as he stared at Shun Xing as though he were a specter. He scoffed, "Shun Fan, tell him what I was just doing." Shun Fan replied, taking advantage of his slumber to unbutton his shirt. That Yolosi's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned around. "Say that again with a clear conscience." Shun Fan insisted, "You really did. Little brother, you explain." Shun Qingran added, after he fell asleep, "You laid him flat and started unbuttoning. Did I ask that what you call sleeping?" Yolosi's composure shattered. "That I was merely trying to assist him in case of food poisoning." Shun Xing, bewildered, interjected, "Who is food poisoned?" He smacked his lips, seemingly longing. "I just had a dream filled with pink bubbles." Shun Qingran remarked, "So, it is a breakthrough with the hallucinogen." The onlookers murmured among themselves. And Yolosi's patience completely unraveled. "I cannot endure this any longer." Yolosi, losing all semblance of composure, raged, "You are all not normal." Shun Fan, Shun Qingran, and Shun Xing exchanged puzzled glances. Shun Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you mean by that?" "Exactly." Shun Xing chimed in, raising his voice. "What do you mean? I'm the only one here with a functioning mind." "Huh." Yolosi sneered, "You truly lack any self-awareness." Today he realized that none of the 3 Shuns were normal. In a fit of anger, Yolosi stormed out, leaving the remaining trio to gaze at one another in the cafeteria. Shun Fan pondered aloud. Does he think his virtue has been tarnished by you? Which is why he is so angry. Shun Xing looked perplexed. "We are all alphas. What virtue could there be? Besides, I did nothing but sleep." Shun Fan replied, "I merely stated you were asleep," yet he seems to be skeptical. Shun Qingran added, "That is his problem." The weather at the end of summer was notoriously fickle. One moment the sun shone brightly, and the next, dark clouds loomed ominously, accompanied by rolling thunder. Shun Fan gazed up at the sky, contemplating the possibility of avoiding training, when suddenly a translucent, egg-shaped barrier materialized in midair, shielding the training ground from the impending deluge. "Wow! High technology!" Others outside hurried inside, as the training ground had ample space to accommodate all the students. The freshmen continued their training, while the others clustered together to observe. Shun Fan instructed Shun Xing to distribute the offerings to those seeking refuge from the rain, prioritizing familiar faces. Shun Xing complied, receiving a plethora of grateful gazes, his expression complex. This was merely a return of what they had given him, yet they were overflowing with gratitude. "This is taking from the people and giving back to the people," Shun Fan remarked, patting his back with a knowing look. Shun Xing replied. The torrential rain persisted until training concluded without a hint of abating. The instructor counted the number of attendees and summoned the campus robots to deliver umbrellas. Once the umbrellas were distributed, the students surged out, filling the main road. Shun Fan and Shun Qingran exchanged glances and decided to take a shortcut home. This seldom-traveled path was now even emptier due to the downpour. Leaving only the 2 of them trudging through the rain, as they reached a corner, Shun Fan spotted a confrontation that a boy, under the protection of an umbrella, was angrily gesturing at a girl, then abruptly flipped her umbrella to the ground, drenching her in the downpour. The rain fell mercilessly, drowning out the sounds of their argument. leaving Shun Fan only able to vaguely discern remarks like, "Who do you think you are? And you should listen to me. You worthless one." He could see the boy shouting, while the girl bowed her head in silence. Judging by his physique, the boy appeared to be an Omega, but the girl's status was indiscernible at that moment. A passerby rushed past Shun Fan, hastily heading forward. "Wait!" Shun Fan halted the passerby, gesturing for him to step back. "You cannot handle this. Let me take care of it." The act of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress required a dragon to take charge. He was quite experienced at this. The passerby, bewildered, simply wanted to hasten his return to the dormitory. The first rule of the hero's guide: if you do not wish to intervene, bear witness to the evils of humanity. Standing firm, Shun Fan observed the unfolding scene. The boy, in a fit of rage, slapped the girl, who remained unresponsive, her head still angled from the impact. The boy continued berating her, shoving her until she lost her footing and fell to the ground. The torrential rain cascaded down, drenching the girl's hair, obscuring her expression from view. Shun Fan furrowed his brows, slowly advancing with his umbrella. The second rule of the hero's guide: love and peace. Any attempt at persuasion will be met with derision. The boy, noticing Shun Fan's approach, shot him a disdainful glance, speaking harshly, "This is our private matter. Stay out of it." Shun Fan remained unfazed, calmly advising, "When a relationship ends, let it end. Why persist in entangling yourselves?" The boy scrutinized him from head to toe, eyes filled with scorn. "Don't act as if you were so understanding. Aren't you too timing? What right do you have to lecture me? Then, if that is the case, I shall." Shun Fan raised his gaze, his eyes icy. The third rule of the hero's guide: a decisive strike to humble the oppressor and rescue the damsel. "Let me teach you a lesson." With that, he swiftly lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the boy, sending him crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground. A pained wail escaping his lips, the boy glared at Shun Fan, a mix of hatred and fear coursing through him as he stumbled away, clutching the wall to escape. The fourth rule of the hero's guide: depart nonchalantly, leaving the damsel with a heart secretly aflame. Shun Fan did not wish to pursue the matter further. He simply extended his hand. The girl stared blankly at him before finally placing her hand in his, using his support to rise. A humble affection serves no purpose but to abandon oneself. The choice of what comes next is yours. Shun Fan spoke softly, handing her the umbrella before turning back to rejoin Shun Qingran beneath his umbrella, their silhouettes fading into the curtain of rain. The girl stood there for a moment, lost in thought, gazing at the umbrella in her hand, which provided her with a shield against the relentless rain. Muttering, "But I am an alpha." The system marveled, "Have you always been this theatrical?" Shun Fan replied, "This is professionalism. You, as an uncommitted employee, would never understand." The system retorted, "You are implying something." Shun Fan responded, "I am merely stating the obvious. I'm feeling vexed. Consider yourself grounded for 3 days without seeing me." Shun Fan felt a bit embarrassed. If you wish to skip work, just say so. He paid no mind to where the system had wandered off to. Lifting his hand to scrutinize his palm, an inscrutable expression on his face. Noticing this, Shun Qingran inquired, "Is your hand uncomfortable?" "I feel an unfamiliar strength returning," Shun Fan mused, fixated on the lines on his palm. Nostalgia washing over him as he regained a semblance of his former prowess. The following day dawned clear and bright, the previous day's storm now seeming like a fleeting summer illusion. As the whistle blew, the military posture immediately became lackluster. Shun Fan and Shun Qingran returned to their designated rest spots as usual. Following yesterday's efforts to win the hearts of the people, the crowd gathered today had significantly increased, and the offerings received were abundant. Shun Xing was absent today due to classes, so Shun Fan called over Yolosi to assist him in collecting offerings. Yolosi, with a complex expression, remarked, "You truly are abnormal." Shun Fan, displaying unabashed confidence, replied, "It's merely protection money. In the future, if you encounter any issues, feel free to seek my assistance." Yolosi responded, and then Shun Fan conspiratorially added, "It seems Yi Yin has taken a liking to you." Chapter 57. The complete mastery of Long Aotian. This was Yolosi's first time assisting him in collecting offerings. Although Yi Yin had occasionally glanced in their direction, he had not done so frequently. eventually becoming indifferent over time. However, upon Yelosi's arrival, Shun Fan observed that Yi Yan's gaze was almost glued to their side, fixating directly on Yelosi, coupled with their intimate demeanor from their first meeting. Shun Fan believed he had uncovered a monumental secret. As Yelosi's apparent friend, he felt it necessary to offer a warning, to be cautious of one's rear. Yelosi was momentarily taken aback, just as he was about to explain, when the voices of onlookers erupted nearby. Onlooker Demon 1. What? Yi Yan likes Yelosi. Onlooker Demon 2. What? Yi Yan is with Yelosi. Rumor Monger 3. Breaking news. Another top tier A has fallen from grace. Rumor Monger 4. What? Yi Yan and Yelosi are getting married. Rumor Monger 5. What? Yi Yan and Yelosi already have children. The rumors spread like wildfire, swiftly carrying the absurd narrative of childbirth throughout the training ground. What? Yelosi bore 108 offspring for Yi Yan. Crack. The sound of something shattering echoed. Shun Fan sighed in astonishment at the remarkable hearing of the spectators and the rapid spread of rumors. He then turned to the individual involved, who resembled a crumbling statue, and sighed, patting his shoulder. Take it easy, IT's just reputation. If it's lost, so be it. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Yi Yan is approaching. Shun Fan glanced towards the Alpha Zone, paused and commented, didn't they say 3 days without seeing each other? The system huffed. ISNT it because someone keeps saying I'm slacking off? Shun Fan chuckled. Well done, keep it up. ILL send you a year-end bonus later. Having never received a year-end bonus, the system felt a sense of validation, exclaiming yay. When Yi Yan heard the rumors, his expression momentarily blanked. He couldn't comprehend why there was suddenly a chorus of voices announcing he and Yelosi had children. He glanced at Shun Qingran, whose demeanor remained unchanged, suppressing a twinge of bitterness. The rumors originated from them. Surely, it wouldn't be unreasonable to confront them about it. With this thought, he wiped the sweat from his brow, smoothed his hair, fastened his training uniform, and strode confidently towards the Omega training area. Perhaps due to his cold demeanor, the onlookers instinctively parted to create a path. His steps naturally led him towards Shun Qingran, but he quickly realized and diverted, approaching Yelosi instead. Explain. His voice, cold and unyielding, jolted Yelosi from his stupor. Yelosi met the familiar gaze before him, as whispers from the crowd swirled around. Wow. Are they coming out of the closet? He closed his eyes in despair, a wave of emotions choking him. Wow, Yelosi closed his eyes. Is Yi Yan going to kiss him? In an instant, he opened his eyes wide. Please stop talking, Yelosi cried out, clutching his head in agony. Addressing the spectators, Yi Yan is my cousin. At this revelation, silence enveloped the area. Shun Fan and Shun Qingran were equally taken aback by the nature of their relationship. It turned out there was no romantic entanglement after all. Shun Fan sighed, a sense of unspoken disappointment washing over him. Yet the spectators would never miss an opportunity for gossip. A timid Omega raised a hand, asking, Are you also brothers by law? Another Beta boldly inquired. So what about Shun Xing in the cafeteria? Yelosi replied with a smile, facing it with grace. The surrounding chatter gradually intensified, while Yi Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Shun Qingran. This scene transported him back to the first day of autumn recruitment. When Shun Qingran stood alone amidst the crowd, unfazed by the surrounding noise, maintaining an air of aloofness. Though this time he was not at the center of the storm, the feeling was eerily similar. Yi Yan stared at him, declaring, I only like Omegas. Shun Qingran responded with a puzzled expression. With unwavering conviction and a gaze filled with deep affection, it resembled a confession. Shun Fan sensed the tension. Realizing this fellow was not ready to give up, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shun Qingran, asserting his claim. What a coincidence. He likes Omegas too. Thud. Yi Yan felt a pang in his heart, as if Shun Fan's words had struck him fiercely. His gaze turned hostile towards Shun Fan, who had stolen Shun Qingran away. Detecting the animosity, Shun Fan also shifted into a defensive stance. Their eyes met again. Reminiscent of that fateful day during the autumn recruitment, electric tension crackling between them. The atmosphere grew increasingly taut, with the spectators' chatter dwindling to a hush, holding their breath in the charged air. A sharp whistle pierced the silence as the instructor approached, barking, "What are you doing?" "Looking for a fight. If you want to brawl, do 50 laps with weights." The crowd dispersed in a flurry. The silent confrontation between Shun Fan and Yi Yin came to an abrupt halt. Yet both understood. This conflict was inevitable, just not at this moment. Yi Yin's expression hardened, confidence radiating as he declared, "Whoever wins gets to have Xinqingran." Shun Fan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. "Little brother is not a trophy." He placed his hands on his hips, critically scrutinizing Yi Yin, finding fault with everything about him. "Defeat is your inevitable fate. I advise you not to seek unnecessary suffering." Yi Yin seethed with indignation. How dare an Omega, who looked as if he could cry for 3 days after a single punch, belittle him? This delicate figure, if not for his psychic ability, would struggle even to enter the Royal Military Academy. Yet, this was the cruel reality. This seemingly fragile Omega possessed psychic power, garnering the Empire's attention while simultaneously winning over Shun Qingran. He threatened vehemently, "Don't be overconfident, Shun Fan. I'm not exaggerating." In truth, even an psychic ability cannot overcome genetic suppression. "Once I defeat you, Shun Qingran will naturally recognize who the strongest is," Shun Fan retorted. "After all this talk, we'll know who wins or loses once we fight." Fine Yan's competitive spirit ignited, stretching his body, completely forgetting the instructor was still standing there with a frown, watching them closely. Thus they earned the instructor's wrath. "So, you enjoy bullying Omegas to prove yourself?" "Huh. Fine, start with 80 laps and see what you're made of." Yin protested, clutching his head, "But you just said 50. The remaining 30 are a gift for you. No need to thank me." Chapter 58. The Great Reformation of Long Aotian. After enduring the burden of 80 laps, Yi Yin was personally instructed by the instructor in the name of love, leaving him utterly exhausted. Clinging to the railing as he gasped for breath, as Shun Fan and Xinqingran passed by, they casually thrust their interlocked hands before him. Shun Fan feigned mockery. "Is this all you can do? Your genes aren't anything special." Yi Yan's face flushed bright red, incensed by his words that in high spirits. Shun Fan led Xinqingran to the cafeteria for a meal. The new product window had opened again. But as usual, it was nearly deserted with very few customers. Shun Fan approached, exclaiming, "Wow, it's purple." The food-serving robot looked at him expectantly, causing Shun Fan to feel a bit shy, and he ordered a portion, to go. He planned to bring it back for Shun Xing, who might just dream in purple. Truly, he was a considerate older brother. Handing the packed delicacies to Xinqingran, they strolled leisurely back to the dormitory. At the base of the dormitory stood a scruffy, rainbow-haired street punk, clearly waiting to confront someone. The street punk approached menacingly, the various lip and ear piercings on his head reflecting the setting sun's light, momentarily blinding them. The rainbow street punk blocked the path of the two seemingly weak and helpless Omegas. Bystanders halted in their tracks, while those on the upper floors leaned out of their windows. Their concern palpable for the Omegas. Ji Yuan scrutinized them, devoid of any sympathy, his gaze fierce as he declared, "It's time to settle the score for what you did to my brother yesterday." "Your brother? The one from yesterday?" Shun Fan replied nonchalantly. "How much are you planning to extort?" Ji Yuan retorted, "What? I'm not here to extort money. Does the Ji family lack such petty cash? I'm here to demand an apology for my brother." "Oh," Shun Fan resolutely declined. "I'm not going." "You have to go," Ji Yuan exclaimed, exasperated. "I didn't come here to play games." Shun Fan inquired, "Is your brother an Omega?" "Yes, the very Omega you bullied." Ji Yuan shot back. Shun Fan scrutinized him with a knowing look. "Your brother's demeanor doesn't quite fit the victim role, does it?" Ji Yuan's gaze flickered momentarily, causing his once formidable presence to wane significantly. With a tense expression, he loudly demanded, "Just tell me, are you going to apologize or not?" Shun Fan glanced towards the dormitory building and replied, "Your brother is inside, right? Call him out. He cursed at me yesterday, too. If we're to settle this, let us do it clearly. At least you know your place." Ji Yuan muttered indignantly as he opened his terminal and called his brother. "Come down, or I swear I'll—" The line went dead, leaving an eerie silence reminiscent of a quiet evening at Cambridge. Shun Fan couldn't suppress a chuckle, adding sarcastically, "What if your brother doesn't take it well?" Ji-Yun's face flushed with embarrassment as he stubbornly clung to his shattered pride. Retorting, he must be shy. Just wait. I will return. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Watching the vibrant figure disappear, Shun Fan's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light. Shun Qingran tugged at his sleeve, her expression impassive. That look doesn't suit you. The light in Shun Fan's eyes dimmed instantly. It was truly a pity. His colorful hair and imposing studs were undeniably striking. After bidding farewell to the flamboyant youth, Shun Fan and Shun Qingran enjoyed a few days of tranquility until they encountered a familiar figure at the dormitory entrance. The previous entanglement in the rain unfolded once more as the boy hurled a bouquet towards the girl, petals scattering like confetti. Upon noticing Shun Fan and Shun Qingran, the boy's cold, resentful glare fell upon them, and he provocatively smirked at Shun Fan. Are you going to fight again? You're insane. He was just passing by. Shun Fan retorted. The clarity of the sunny weather now allowed him to perceive the malice radiating from the boy, whose demeanor was steeped in negativity, his expression dark and frigid, devoid of warmth, eyes brimming with cynicism and rage, akin to a minor antagonist fallen from grace in the realm of cultivation. Meanwhile, the girl appeared dazed, lips pursed, her gaze lowered as if lost in thought, presenting an image of innocence. It seemed she had not absorbed the lessons from their last encounter. Shun Fan was baffled. It was painfully evident that the boy had psychological issues. As he pondered, the boy advanced step by step towards him, glaring intensely and self-destructively vented. Come on, kick me, stop it. A vibrant figure darted in, colliding with Shun Fan, while Shun Qingran swiftly wrapped her arms around him, though they both fell to the ground in a heap. Shun Fan immediately helped Shun Qingran up, anxiously inquiring, Are you hurt? He had been completely enveloped in her embrace, doubting whether his little brother could withstand such a fall. Shun Qingran shook her head slowly, her gaze shifting to the colorful instigator, a layer of frost settling between her brows. Shun Fan's keen eyes caught sight of the abrasions on Shun Qingran's arm, and a surge of anger coursed through him. He seized Ji-Yun's hand and yanked him forward, delivering a sharp knee strike to his chest. Ugh! Jin leaned back, still trapped in Shun Fan's grip, and with a crack, his arm dislocated. Pain radiated through his ribs as his organs quivered from the impact. Shun Fan swiftly gripped Ji-Yun's arm with both hands and executed a swift leg sweep, sending Ji-Yun crashing to the ground. This simple combination left him feeling as if his entire body was on fire. Yet, being a trained AB-level alpha, Ji-Yun quickly bent low, releasing his pheromones. Though it was undignified, even the strongest Omega would succumb to an alpha's pheromones. He swung a punch towards Shun Fan's abdomen. But Shun Qingran deftly caught his wrist, holding it firmly with ease. Ji-Yun's disbelief was palpable as he felt an overwhelming sense of weakness creeping from his wrist to his shoulder. Shun Fan retaliated with a punch, leaving Ji-Yun sprawled on the ground in agony. Meanwhile, Shun Xing encountered Yolosi and Yi Yin on the road. Having heard whispers about them in recent days, he greeted them with a knowing expression. This smug demeanor prompted Yolosi to chase him away in a fit of exasperation, ultimately leading the trio near the Omega dormitory. Shun Xing decided to seek out Shun Fan, while Yolosi aimed to find Shun Fan to set him straight regarding Shun Xing. And Yan's interest lay with Shun Qingran. Can't win, then resort to insults. How devious. You think you can match me? Go practice, you amateur. You two are insane. Get lost, remember, on Military Academy Street. Ask around who the real boss is. Don't come before me. You're not worthy to challenge me. The Omega's slightly sweet voice rang out, resonating in Shun Xing's ears, causing his steps to falter momentarily as he incredulously craned his neck to witness the scene before the dormitory. A chubby-faced Omega was fiercely tugging at an alpha's colorful hair while hurling insults. His pupils dilated in shock. Stop! What are you doing to your face? Where's my timid, gentle little brother who fears even thunder? This fight is as easy as drinking water. Who is being so arrogant and foul-mouthed? The contrast was stark, and even Yolosi beside him was taken aback, his throat dry as he stammered. This can't be real, right? Yi Yin maintained a stoic expression, yet his widened eyes betrayed his astonishment. They both shut their eyes and silently counted to 5, reopening them to find the scene return to normal. Shun Fan stood casually beside Shen Qingran, his round face devoid of any unusual expression. Appearing adorably innocent, like a little rabbit waiting to be picked up, Shun Qingran remained composed, exuding a calm demeanor akin to a tranquil ink painting. Shun Xing exhaled deeply, automatically dismissing the image of the alpha in disarray on the ground. It was indeed an illusion. He resolved not to stay up late tonight. Yes, I will definitely go to bed early today. Chapter 59, The Shadow Behind the Dragon. Why are you unscathed? The boy's icy glare pierced into Shun Fan, his state bordering on madness as he let out a beastly roar. Why are you fine? Shun Fan delivered a kick, cursing, "You're insane." The boy staggered back, clutching his chest, his gaze still fixated on Shun Fan. His hoarse voice repeating, "Why are you unscathed?" Shun Xing rushed forward to shield Shun Fan, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" Shun Fan tilted his chin towards the bruised alpha on the ground, saying, "The one in trouble is him." A bloodied arm crossed into view, adorned with glaring abrasions and scratches, with crimson droplets pooling, rendering the wounds grotesquely vivid. Oh, painful. Shun Fan grasped Shun Qingran's wrist, inspecting the injury closely, noticing it was merely a scrape. Nothing serious. Certainly not to the point of excruciating pain, but he glanced at Shun Qingran, who appeared to seek comfort. After all, his little brother had sustained the injury to protect him. Shun Fan gently blew on his hand. All better. The tender breath quickly dissipated, and Shun Qingran smiled faintly. "Thank you, Brother Fan. It's nothing," Shun Fan replied, urging him not to be so formal. Before they could exchange more words, the boy suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Shun Fan's arm with an almost frenzied, yet subtly pleading demeanor. "Just tell me, why are you unscathed?" Shun Xing quickly intervened, prying them apart. Shun Fan frowned in confusion. "Your brother didn't hit me." "So of course I'm fine." "The pheromones." The boy, restrained by Shun Xing, glared intensely, as if trying to see through Shun Fan. "Why weren't you affected by his pheromones?" Shun Fan sighed. "Should have mentioned pheromones earlier." Repeating, "Why are you fine?" "How was I to know you meant that?" He straightened his posture, adopting an air of nonchalance, because his expression was inscrutable, embodying the calm confidence unique to the strong. The crowd murmured as the strong led their little brother upstairs. Upon reaching the dormitory, the first order of business was to administer suppressants. Claiming not to be affected would be a lie. The reaction simply wasn't as pronounced. This incident was quickly recorded by an observing Omega upstairs and hastily uploaded to the school forum. Wait, is that incredible? Video 666, soft looking yet fierce in a fight. ISNT that GUN from the 3rd level. An AB level alpha subdued so easily? This can't be real. An alpha unable to overpower even an Omega while releasing pheromones. These 2S levels are something else. Oh my. How can he curse with that adorable face? I love it even more. Shun Fan, don't scold me, please. Put on some pants upstairs. This fight was a one-sided annihilation. Calling him the new school bully wouldn't be an exaggeration. That I expected an SS Alpha as the school bully, but instead, it's an S Omega. The new school bully, Shun Fan, kicking Omegas, punching Alphas, cursing, and looking soft and cuddly. Shun Fan scrolled through the posts, a light-hearted sense of pride welling within him, how he relished the new titles bestowed upon him, which made him appear undeniably dashing. Filled with delight, he draped an arm around Shun Qingran's shoulders, happily sketching out grand plans to dominate the campus. Once I top the mecha test, I will truly be the campus overlord. Then I can recruit more allies and strengthen my influence. Shun Qingran. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Shun Fan's lofty aspirations, prompting Shun Qingran to approach the door, only to swiftly shut it again. Shun Fan inquired, "Who is it?" Shun Qingran replied, "It's that younger brother." Knock, knock, knock. The knocking became more insistent. Frowning, Shun Fan walked over and opened the door. The cold-toned corridor light cast a somber hue upon the boy's gloomy face, accentuating his desolation and eeriness. His bloodshot eyes were filled with boundless resentment and hatred. Resembling a vengeful spirit, it was no wonder that the younger brother had hastily closed the door. The boy said nothing, merely glaring at him fiercely. Shun Fan, puzzled, asked, "What do you want?" The boy remained silent, striding directly into the room, his gaze never wavering from Shun Fan's face. Shen Fan found this scene eerily familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized that the boy was possessed. However, he no longer possessed a means to assist him. With a resigned sigh, he placed his hands on the boy's shoulders, gently turned him around, and patted his back as he pushed him forward, saying, "You should go, I cannot help you," bang. The door closed. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the door was shut, the knocking resumed. Shen Fan looked up to the heavens in exasperation. It seemed this spirit had become attached to him. He opened the door again, greeted by the same ominous and resentful expression. He invited the boy inside and called to Shen Qingran, "Fetch a glass of water." The boy did not take the water, so Shen Qingran set it on the coffee table. Shen Fan wasted no time and directly asked, "What is your name?" After a long silence, the boy hoarsely replied, "GG.GG." Shen Fan thought, "What a unique name." Shen Qingran remarked, "The tone has changed, hasn't it?" Shen Fan diligently followed the procedure. "Mr. G, do you have any unresolved obsessions?" "GG." Shen Qingran felt something was amiss and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Shen Fan, with an air of mysteriousness, replied, "A vengeful spirit can only be transcended once its obsessions are resolved." After saying this, he winked and regretfully added, "Unfortunately, I cannot forcibly transcend now." Shen Qingran thought he should be human. Shen Fan scrutinized GG carefully. He thought the boy's state was exceedingly ghostly, but remained earnest in seeking the truth. "Are you human?" This question seemed to strike a nerve, and GG suddenly erupted in rage, shouting, "Why can you?" After this incomprehensible exclamation, he dashed out the door. The cool night breeze flowed in, contrasting the atmosphere within. Shen Fan commented, "What a lack of manners. He didn't even close the door." Shen Qingran agreed. Indeed, in the days that followed, the number of onlookers increased by one in the grass, behind trees, by the fence, behind walls, at the dining table, beside street lamps. He was seemingly everywhere, a lingering spirit. Shen Fan adapted well to this, reassuring the younger brother, "Just consider him a guardian spirit." Shen Qingran replied, "All right." However, Shen Qing was concerned and began to follow GG daily, becoming the guardian spirit of the guardian spirit. Yuan, worried about his younger brother, also trailed behind Shen Qing every day, acting as the guardian spirit of the guardian spirit of the guardian spirit. This bizarre yet harmonious state persisted until the physical training month concluded. The crowd erupted in cheers, heralding their regained freedom. Yet, Yian's gaze pierced through the throngs, landing on that cool profile. This glance was precisely captured by Shen Fan. His mind went blank for a few seconds before he pondered deeply for a long while, eventually pulling Shen Qingran close, his tone resolutely certain. "GG likes me." Chapter 60. The Photo of Long Aotian. Shen Qingran, rarely at a loss for words, asked, "How do you know?" Shen Fan gestured toward Yian's direction, and Shen Qingran turned to find Yian staring blankly at him. He glanced again at GG's direction. Momentarily unsure of what to say, he struggled to articulate. "Do you think GG's gaze is filled with affection for you?" Shen Fan replied without hesitation. "It's all hatred, but it's clear that it stems from love." Shen Qingran fell silent. Having grasped this point, Shen Fan became serious, his tone tinged with urgency. "What should we do? I don't want a man fixating on me." Shen Qingran grasped his hand tightly, reassuring him. "It's fine. He won't be following us for long." Shen Fan sensed something amiss. "How do you know? Is the younger brother planning to assassinate him?" Shen Qingran replied calmly, "Their class schedule is packed for the next few months." Shen Fan remarked, "Today is Sunday, and the school is open. After a month of confinement, I've decided to take the younger brother out for some fun to evade the three guardian spirits." He called for a floating taxi, leaving the three far behind. Watching the scenery rush by outside the window, Shen Fan felt a sense of liberation, as if he had finally been released from prison, perhaps due to the absence of anyone monitoring his every move. Upon arriving at Capital Happy World, Shen Fan, like a rural dog entering the city, dragged Shen Qingran through every amusement ride queue. Why queue? Because there were too many visitors and the lines were long. Whenever Shen Fan spotted a ride he wished to try, he would join the queue, but after waiting a quarter of an hour without any progress, he would switch to another ride's line. Repeating this futile cycle for over 2 hours, with neither of them managing to get on anything. Eventually, they found themselves staring at GG through the glass of a gift shop, Shun Fan's vision darkened. In his mind, Ji was an entirely different type from Gu Qingyu, yet equally bothersome. Just as he could not comprehend Gu Qingyu's unique teleportation skill, he couldn't fathom Ji's inexplicable omnipresence. "Stop following me. It will lead nowhere." Shun Fan earnestly urged him to let go. Observing Ji's sullen, unyielding expression, he held Shun Qingran's hand up before the boy, declaring, "Give it up. I already have someone." Ji's pupils flickered as he processed Shun Fan's words, his face growing even more ashen as he barked a harsh, "You're insane." Before turning to leave, "He insulted me," Shun Fan exclaimed incredulously, pointing in Ji's departing direction. "How dare he call me insane? He looks far more unhinged." Shun Qingran replied, "The deeper the love, the greater the hatred." Shun Fan retorted, "A distorted love will yield no good results," whether it was his words that struck a chord with Ji. Thereafter, he did not appear again throughout the rest of their outing. The two enjoyed their leisure, albeit they only managed to queue for a small Ferris wheel in the children's area. The magnetic levitation cabin slowly ascended into the night. The bustling voices below gradually fading away, while the serene starry sky loomed silently above, the stars twinkling, mirroring the revelry below. The top was encased in transparent glass, allowing Shun Fan to gaze through this small window at the night sky. "Is that W star?" Shun Qingran pointed to a star in the northwest. Shun Fan followed the direction of his finger, the star blinking in and out, and recalled the brief yet joyful days he shared with Shun Qingran on W star. "Is there an L star?" he mused, as he had spent the most time there. Shun Qingran shook his head. "L star is in the Gamma star system. It can't be seen from here." Shun Fan lamented. "What a pity." Shun Qingran smiled silently, then suddenly asked, "Where is W star?" Shun Fan froze for a moment, his gaze drifting. Damn it, all these stars look alike. He had no idea which one he had pointed earlier. "Pointed out within 5 seconds, Shun Qingran challenged. Shun Fan randomly pointed in the direction he had previously indicated, asserting confidently, "That one." Shun Qingran glanced in that direction, moved closer, took his hand, and adjusted it slightly to the right by 5 millimeters. "This is W star." Shun Fan observed the nearly unchanged direction of his finger, where 6 stars were irregularly scattered, and he skeptically suspected his younger brother was pulling his leg. Suddenly, a massive, floating jellyfish appeared in the night sky. Its silky, ribbon-like tentacles drifting gracefully, its crystalline body elegantly poised point one after another. Jellyfish emerged, transforming the deep black night into an underwater realm, akin to flowers blooming beneath the water. The jellyfish floated aimlessly, their long, slender tentacles brushing against the cabin. Shun Fan was genuinely astonished. Was this a monster, or something else? "Holographic jellyfish display," Shun Qingran gently explained. Shun Fan remarked, "So it's holographic," and he marveled at the lifelike jellyfish model, exclaiming in awe of the advanced technology that we are about to reach the summit. "Please prepare for the photo mode," a synthesized female voice announced from above the cabin door. Following the sound, Shun Fan looked up to see a protruding rectangular object with a camera in the center. The left side illuminated with a countdown point 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Shun Fan wrapped an arm around Shun Qingran, smiling brightly. "Click." The photo had been printed. "Please remember to take it." A picture slowly emerged from the printing slot on the right side of the seat. And Shun Fan picked it up. 520 supplementary image. "Even though we've reached adulthood, I still drew it too childishly that I truly did my best." The two young men in the photograph stood closely together, one radiating a bright smile, while the other offered a gentle, subtle grin. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, a bittersweet ache that seemed to transform the illusion into a faint semblance of reality through this image. He felt a stirring in his heart, as if his wandering soul in this foreign world had finally found a place to rest. Words unspoken morphed into action as Shun Fan opened his arms and embraced Shun Qingran. The breath nestled in the crook of his neck sent tingles coursing through him, as Shun Qingran's hands settled on his back, reciprocating the gesture. Brotherhood is a lifelong bond, sharing joys and sorrows together. Shun Fan's voice rang out, powerful and full of fervor, resonating within the confines of the small cabin. Shun Qingran. Shun Fan, feeling sentimental, released him, his expression sincere. When I ascend to become the ruler of the stars, you shall be the founding elder, second only to me. Shun Qingran. He felt the need to interject. Such words should not be spoken lightly. The Empire would deem you a reactionary. Am I foolish? Shun Fan felt that his younger brother did not fully comprehend him. Such sentiments were meant solely for him. Chapter 61. The image of Long Aotian, although he had only engaged in one activity. Shun Fan felt thoroughly entertained that on his way back, he purchased a frame and carefully placed a photograph within it, joyfully returning to the dormitory with Shun Qingran, setting the framed picture on the cabinet by the entrance. Though now grown, he still lacked the skill to draw a male tat. He had filled in the previous chapter. This way, he could see the photograph at a glance every time he left or returned home. The night breeze was always cooler than that of the day, gently dispersing the remnants of daylight's warmth. Satisfied with a glance at the photograph, Shun Fan extended a hand to close the door. Upon turning, he met a pair of cold, piercing eyes. Goodness, it turns out it's not the evening breeze, but a chilling wind. No wonder it feels so frigid. He sighed in exasperation. Why have you come again? Gigi remained silent, his pupils shifting to the photograph on the cabinet beside him. Suddenly, his face twitched, and his chest heaved violently as he glared at Shun Fan, swiftly reaching out to grasp Shun Fan's shoulders. His voice laced with resentment and hatred, as if he wished to tear Shun Fan apart. Why do you get to have this? You are nothing but a good-for-nothing who only knows how to flirt with others. How dare you achieve this? You. Shun Qingran, hearing the near-manic rage from the bedroom, rushed out to find Gigi aggressively shaking Shun Fan by the shoulders. He seized a vase from the coffee table and hurled it at Gigi's head. Gigi bent over, clutching his forehead as blood trickled from his fingers along his brow as he glared at Shun Qingran with malice. You are also a good-for-nothing who spends all day revolving around others. Shun Qingran's expression turned slightly frosty as he approached Shun Fan, his dark eyes calm and unwavering, looking down at Gigi. As long as I can stay by Fan Ji's side. Even if I am a good-for-nothing, I would gladly accept it. His light, airy tone struck precisely at Gigi's heart. Enraged, Gigi's eyes filled with a dense fury. Two good-for-nothings who only know how to be in love. Do you think you're strong? Do you believe you can rest easy? Do you think defeating an alpha is impressive? Ji Yuan is merely a B-level good-for-nothing. Just because you're not affected by his pheromones does not mean you won't be influenced by top-tier alpha's pheromones. You think you can fight Yi Yin? Do you truly believe you can overcome the suppression of your genes? Do not delude yourself. Just a whiff of pheromones can render you utterly powerless. Omegas are simply the most useless beings in this world. He leaned against the door, urgently and passionately spewing forth his thoughts, an odd sense of exhilaration flooding his being as he trembled. Escaping the scene, Shun Fan stood there, dumbfounded, utterly incredulous. Is he? Shun Qingran's gaze deepened as he prepared to nod. Shun Fan, jealous. Shun Qingran's head nodded halfway. Before coming to an abrupt halt, he fell silent, expecting Shun Fan to indignantly declare, is he insane? He is also an Omega, yet speaks such words. However, he did not anticipate that their thought processes would not align, observing Shun Qingran's speechless expression. Shun Fan chuckled, patting his arm before turning to sit on the sofa. Shun Qingran closed the door and joined him. Shun Fan. He is envious of us. Shun Qingran felt he could follow along with Shun Fan's train of thought, jealous of our love. The silence did not dissipate. It merely shifted from Shun Qingran to Shun Fan's face. Shun Fan, uninterested in the dynamics of love and brotherhood, stated earnestly, I am not joking. He is jealous of our talents. Shun Qingran, still not quite there, he must have suffered under an alpha's oppression. Shun Fan's expression was composed as he methodically unraveled the implications, devoid of the foolishness he had previously exhibited. When he left in anger this afternoon, I noticed 4 crescent-shaped scars on the back of his neck. That he reached out, tilting to grasp the back of Shun Qingran's neck, his 4 fingers resting against the gland above and below. This is how those scars were formed. The contorted posture of grasping the back of the neck was unsettling. Shun Qingran did not flinch, following Shun Fan's lead, bending forward to wrap his arms around Shun Fan's waist. If facing an assailant, the victim's instinct should be to distance themselves, rather than embrace the individual who holds their most vulnerable gland. Did he wish to impede the assailant's actions? Shun Fan nodded. Such an action is tantamount to sacrificing oneself. He seeks to protect someone. Moreover, it is highly likely he failed. As GG's erratic words indicate, he is quite sensitive to the influence of pheromones. Therefore, at that time, he may have been affected by the alpha's pheromones. Do not speak of protection. He could barely muster the strength to resist. Shun Fan leaned back against the sofa, exhaling a long breath of frustration. What if he has turned dark? Why fixate on him? Is it merely because he is strong enough to defeat an alpha? Is that the root of his jealousy? Yet, all he desires is to be an unremarkable strongman. He let out a sigh characteristic of the strong. Filled with distress, it seemed that without sending GG to a psychiatric facility, peace would be elusive. The next day, with only one morning class, Shun Fan and Shun Xingran were devoid of those venomous eyes watching them. Instead, they encountered a pair of naive, innocent eyes. Shun Fan, expressionless, crossed his arms. Have you become addicted to stalking? Shun Xing, standing with a branch in hand, a leaf still stuck in his hair, replied. Isn't it because I'm worried about you too? He appeared anxious. That GG looks like he wants to kill you. What did you do to provoke him? Because I'm too strong. Shun Fan remained cryptic. He is jealous. Shun Xing, is jealous. Yoroshi popped his head in from behind. Shun Fan pushed his head aside, only to discover Yi Yin standing behind him, raising an eyebrow. Are you trying to conform to public opinion by planning to have 108 children with Yi Yin? You two are inseparable. Yoroshi looked utterly disgusted. Could you refrain from uttering such vile words? Shun Fan felt disappointed in him. Then let's find 2 people to assist us. Our network is limited. Any help we can gather is valuable. As dusk fell, the lake shimmered with the golden hues of sunset, glistening as the light danced upon its surface. The silhouettes of the 5 formed a picturesque tableau against the backdrop of the sunset. Ji Yuan was on the ground, incessantly wriggling, his mouth stuffed with bread, producing muffled, incoherent sounds. Yin. He still refuses to confess. Shun Fan, I am quite disappointed in your abilities. Shun Xing. Same here. Yoroshi. Shun Xingran. Why not take the bread out of his mouth first? With tear-filled eyes, Ji Yuan finally found someone who understood him. These individuals had silenced him while blaming him for not speaking. Shun Xing adeptly followed the instructions, pulling the bread from Ji Yuan's mouth. The suffocating sensation lifted, and Ji Yuan gasped for air, cursing. The Ji family will not spare you. You will regret this. Ugh! The bread was shoved back in, sealing all his words. Damn it! Ji Yuan's eyes widened. He merely wished to utter a threat to bolster his own confidence, yet he had not finished conveying his message. Struggling fiercely, he expressed his protest and dissatisfaction. Yin, quite defiant. Shun Fan. Lu Yi, your skills need improvement. Shun Xing. Indeed, they are lacking. Yoroshi. Shun Xingran. He fell silent, and in Ji Yuan's hopeful gaze. He silently pulled the bread out once more. My brother took leave to return home. The Ji family security is top-notch. None shall enter, so you might as well give up. Fearing being silenced again, Ji Yuan rushed to finish his words in one breath, nearly choking in the process, his chest heaving violently. The Ji family was indeed a prestigious clan. Getting the son of a wealthy family committed to a psychiatric facility was quite a challenging endeavor. Shun Fan inquired, has your family never sought a psychologist for him? The unrestrained lifestyle has driven them to madness. Ji Yuan, lost in thought, suddenly froze, his body becoming rigid as a pallor washed over his face, dimming even the vibrant hues of his hair. Regardless of their utterances, Ji Yuan remained unresponsive. The sun had completely surrendered to the embrace of night, giving way to the high-hanging moon. Shun Fan glanced at the time, and, not wishing to press further, instructed Shun Xing to release him. Ji Yuan departed in silence. Chapter 62. The period of intentional heat. As Shun Fan watched Ji Yuan's retreating figure, he recalled the words spoken by GG the previous day. Words echoed by many others regarding gene suppression. This matter had dealt a significant blow to GG and had not spared Ji Yuan either. While it was true that he was susceptible to the pheromones of an alpha, he had yet to experience such an overwhelming lack of resistance that he scrutinized Yin, contemplating the effects of pheromones from a top-tier alpha compared to an ordinary one, and thus addressed Yin, please release your pheromones. The other 4 individuals fell into silence. Asking an alpha to release their pheromones was akin to publicly courting that Yin instinctively glanced at Shen Qingran, who was fixated on Shun Fan. Shun Fan, since the atmosphere had thickened. Questioning, what's wrong? Is it not permissible? Don't alphas enjoy releasing pheromones during fights? Shun Xing struggled to articulate an explanation. How can that be the same? You are an Omega. How can you request pheromones from an alpha? Shen Qingran tugged at his sleeve, softly warning, such an action is equivalent to courting. This rendered Shun Fan speechless as he grimaced in disdain. So, when alphas fight and release pheromones, they are also courting? His unconventional perspective silenced the crowd once more. Shun Xing reluctantly clarified, an alpha's pheromones possess a suppressive quality, capable of subduing their kind and omegas, while an omega's pheromones are solely for attracting alphas. No wonder genes are always a topic of discussion. Unyielding, Shun Fan urged, then hurry and release them. I wish to witness this so-called gene suppression, will not regret it, Yi Yin replied without a hint of gentleness. Shun Xing and Yoroshi stepped forward to intervene, but Shun Fan dismissed them. Shun Qingran, sensing the tension, took a few steps back, watching them under the flickering streetlight. Yi Yin wasted no time, releasing his pheromones directly. The scent of fur spread through the air, an S-grade pheromone exerting immense pressure on his peers. Shun Xing and Yoroshi's expressions darkened, gritting their teeth as they stepped back. Shun Xing anxiously observed Shun Fan, who remained unfazed and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Shun Fan provocatively remarked, "Is this all an S-grade can muster?" Yi Yan's gaze hardened, and he ceased to contain his strength. The overwhelming scent of cedar engulfed the space. Shun Xing and Yoroshi could barely hold their ground, while Shun Fan finally reacted, raising his hand to cover his crinkled nose, expressing his distaste. What a repugnant pheromone! Yi Yan's expression darkened. His pheromone was among the top 3 favored by omegas. Not only did this unappreciative omega remain unaffected by his pheromone, but he also dared to declare it unpleasant, a blatant mockery. Shun Fan waved dismissively, adding, "Put it away. It's far too foul." Yi Yan's face turned stormy as he retracted his pheromones. His gaze filled with scrutiny, initially feeling embarrassed to regard Shun Fan, an omega, as a rival. It now appeared he was indeed worthy of respect. Even the S-grade pheromone, which even alphas feared, could not faze him. He even had the audacity to call it unpleasant. Nothing more than this, Shun Fan remarked coolly before taking Shen Qingran and leaving the 3 behind in stunned silence. They walked briskly. Shen Qingran could smell the sweet aroma of strawberry milkshake wafting from Shun Fan. Staying there for another second would surely expose him. Shun Fan muttered curses under his breath, realizing that S-grade pheromones were indeed more formidable. Had he not been adept at feigning composure, he would have ended up like Shun Xing. The heat surged fiercely, and he felt his body growing weak, his feet nearly igniting with sparks. The sweet scent of strawberry milkshake lingered until, with a loud bang, the fragrance was trapped indoors. He dashed to the cabinet, yanked open the drawer, and trembled as he opened the box of inhibitors. Shun Fan. It's empty. He recalled that he had exhausted his supply during a recent confrontation with Ji Yuan and had forgotten to restock. Damn it. Shun Fan's body entirely succumbed. His vision began to blur. Outside, Shun Qingran caught a whiff of the increasingly sweet aroma. Furrowing his brows in contemplation, the scene strikingly familiar, he turned back to the bedroom to fetch an inhibitor. Then opened Shun Fan's door. Seeing Shun Fan sprawled on the floor like a puddle, he resignedly approached and lifted him onto the bed. Shun Fan was already dazed, weakly pawing at Shun Qingran's hand, murmuring, "Help me with the inhibitor." Shun Qingran, his expression dark, placed a hand over Shun Fan's gland to alleviate his discomfort. Shun Fan whimpered softly, the sweet scent intensifying. His voice was barely audible, resembling a kitten's mew, prompting Shun Qingran to lean in closer, finally understanding his words. Too much time spent in a brothel. Shun Qingran immediately grasped Shun Fan's meaning, realizing the gravity of the situation. 2 omegas, no matter how passionate, could only face each other when administering inhibitors. Frequent injections could inflict considerable harm on an omega's body. A sigh escaped his lips as Shun Fan, in a haze, attempted to open his eyes to glimpse the person before him. But it felt as if they were glued shut, sticky, and unyielding. Shen Qingran unwrapped the packaging, retrieving the inhibitor. The moonlight streamed through the window, glinting off the needle's tip with a silvery sheen. He gently pushed the plunger, allowing a bit of the medication to seep out. After expelling the air, he knelt beside the bed, grasping Shun Fan's arm, gradually inserting the needle. Shun Fan felt a sharp sting in his arm. Involuntarily shivering. Outside, students continued their cheerful stroll, while the rooms above remained dim and tranquil. With long, strong fingers pressing against the plunger, the medication inside the syringe slowly descended along the measurement lines, penetrating the delicate skin before finally entering the bloodstream. Upon completing the injection, Shun Qingran maintained a composed demeanor, pressing a disinfectant cotton pad against the injection site before swiftly withdrawing the needle as the tender skin yielded a droplet of blood upon withdrawal. It was promptly absorbed by the cotton. Shun Qingran pressed for a moment, ensuring the injection site healed, then casually tossed the cotton into the trash, where it landed perfectly. The inhibitor was absorbed into the bloodstream, the effects gradually taking hold, and the cloying aroma of strawberry milkshake faded significantly, allowing Shun Qingran's thoughts to regain clarity. He gazed down at Shun Fan for long, while before rising to tidy up. Chapter 63. The return of the prodigy. The following morning, Shun Fan awoke languidly in bed. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind sluggishly processing thoughts. After a while, his eyes began to move, and he finally regained his senses. Raising his hand to inspect his elbow, he indeed noticed a small red. His little brother had not disappointed him, promptly administering the inhibitor, and he rubbed the back of his neck. Noting that the temperature of his gland was slightly elevated compared to the surrounding skin, accompanied by a peculiar itch and numbness, an odd sensation. Shun Fan accessed his terminal and searched the StarNet. Why is the gland temperature elevated the day after an inhibitor injection? StarNet Health Encyclopedia. Elevated gland temperature may indicate glandular malignancy. Please seek medical attention promptly for anti-cancer treatment. Shun Fan. I merely endured a heat period. How could I be facing cancer? His mind raced with a flurry of thoughts. Lying in bed in a daze, it wasn't until noon that Shun Qingran knocked on the door, breaking the spell of his racing mind. Shun Qingran turned the doorknob, entering with lunch in hand. "What's wrong?" he asked, noticing Shun Fan lost in thought as he set the meal down. Shun Fan replied in a somber tone, "I suddenly realized how unfortunate I am." Shun Qingran inquired, "What happened?" Shun Fan murmured, "I fear I am the only one who, before death, cannot even finish watching the highlights of my life." Shun Qingran. With a melancholic sigh, Shun Fan rose to eat. His little brother would never comprehend. The life of a prodigy was both extraordinary and interminable. If he had merely 60 seconds left to live, even at a pace of one highlight per second, he could only reach the 60th episode. He had come so close to concluding a 2,000-episode saga, and yet he was cast out of the family to wander. To die without experiencing the peak moments was utterly frustrating. With another long sigh, Shun Qingran, perplexed, asked, "What brought this on?" Shun Fan set down his spoon, fingers tracing the back of his neck, still feeling the peculiar tingling sensation. He suspected he might genuinely be ill. He resolved to slowly reminisce over his life as highlights before his demise. Striving to complete the narrative of his illustrious existence in this manner, he could at least pass away with his eyes closed in peace. My account is XXXXXXXX. Password is XXXXXX. He sorrowfully laid out his final wishes, especially cautioning Shun Qingran to steer clear of alphas, as they would lead to misfortune. Shun Qingran. "What on earth happened to you?" Shun Fan, expressionless, confessed, "I have cancer." Shun Qingran's expression froze, and his countenance darkened as he immediately seized his wrist. "When did this happen? Why is it only being mentioned now? We must go to the hospital at once." Shun Fan displayed the search history for him, a hint of sorrow etched on his features. "It was discovered this morning." Shun Qingran gazed at the screen, and upon reading the words displayed, he felt he ought not to place too much trust in Shun Fan's intellect. After a few breaths, he switched off Shun Fan's terminal, his expression impassive as he remarked, "Physiological phenomena, bodily weakness, prolonged stimulation of the gland, pre-injection of suppressants, pregnancy, and disruptions in the temperature regulation of the gland may all lead to elevated gland temperatures. Generally, medical intervention is unnecessary. Pausing, he recalled how he had indeed indulged in prolonged teasing of the gland yesterday, images of last night's sweet and warm moments flooding his mind, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. If you're feeling unwell, tell me directly. Do not consult the StarNet for medical advice, where they suggest amputations for anything below the head, even the slightest hint of cancer. Shun Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the crux of the matter. So, the advertisements below are also fabricated? Shun Qingran inquired. What advertisements? Shun Fan, with an innocent demeanor, replied, a pink plush urn for interstellar drifting, available at a 30% discount. Shun Qingran's brows twitched. Did you place an order? Shun Fan shook his head, a bashful smile gracing his lips. I do not fancy that style. So I ordered from another supplier, a majestic supreme golden dragon rainbow holographic record urn, along with a black hole travel exile package. Shun Qingran closed his eyes, feeling a sense of helplessness that he had not experienced even last night. He opened his eyes and softly uttered, place an order for me as well. Let us end this together. Knowing his health was intact brought Shun Fan joy, and he cheerfully canceled the order, glancing at the refund confirmation before promptly changing his password. After all, if he were to survive, he might as well keep the inheritance for himself. Ding dong. A call request from Shun Xing came through that he answered, and Shun Xing's voice immediately resonated. Fan. Have you seen GG? Boldly, Shun Fan felt he'd been too lenient with Shun Xing recently, allowing him to overstep boundaries. Thus he sternly corrected, you should address me as elder brother. Shun Xing choked on his words. Elder brother, Shun Fan nodded, finally addressing his inquiry. I haven't seen him. Didn't Ji Yuan say he went home last night? Upon hearing his name mentioned, Ji Yuan leaned in to speak. My mother called me today to say he left early yesterday morning. But we were together yesterday, and I didn't see my brother. I even asked his roommate, and he hadn't been there all day, nor did he attend class. His tone grew increasingly frantic. He has been keen on following you lately. Are you truly certain you haven't seen him? Shun Fan replied. No. Have you reported it to the police? Ji Yuan responded. We have reported it, but the police have only just begun their investigation. We do not know when we will receive news. Although he has been indifferent towards us, he has never gone this long without responding to messages or calls. Why mother mentioned he had a head injury the night before last. Could something have happened to him? Ji Yuan's voice tumbled out in a stream of worry and anxiety, causing Shun Fan's brows to furrow. Oh no, could it be that GG was driven to leave home after being provoked the night before last? After yesterday's test, he had gained a deeper understanding of ABO dynamics. The thought of GG's frenzied state and his previous injuries flashed his mind. If he sought out an alpha recklessly, it could lead to disastrous consequences, for not everyone possesses the fortitude to withstand pheromones. Shun Fan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if he had indirectly contributed to a potential tragedy. He interrupted Ji Yuan's ramblings. Have you searched the places where he encountered trouble before? Ji Yuan abruptly fell silent, his anxiety palpable as he hung up the phone. Shun Fan muttered to himself. What a secretive matter this is. Even with a person missing, they choose to keep things hidden. System. Can you track GG's whereabouts? System. Apologies, host. I am unable to retrieve that information. Hearing the anticipated reply, Shun Fan let out a sigh. This system truly was a useless entity. IT seemed there was nothing it could accomplish. Very well. I shall rely on my own resources. Chapter 64. Long Aotian arrives at the desolate star, Shun Fan instructed. Please obtain GG's friend recommendations from Ji Yuan. Shun Xing. Understood. After a quarter of an hour passed without a reply, Shun Fan surmised that acquiring the friend recommendations would take some time. He decided to turn off his terminal and departed with Shun Qingran for class. In the morning, Shun Qingran had helped him request a leave of absence. The entire day was dedicated to a significant course on mechas. The morning comprised both theory and practical exercises, while the afternoon was solely practical. Memories of the mecha assessment during the autumn recruitment surfaced in his mind, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the chance to operate a mecha. Arriving early at the mecha training ground with Shun Qingran, He watched as the Meccas charged in the warehouse, feeling his blood surge with excitement, his heart racing as they awaited the commencement of class. Students gradually entered the Mecca training facility. The coach provided a brief explanation to the two students who had missed class, assigned the Meccas, and instructed, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Shun Fan obediently nodded. Unable to contain his impatience, he climbed into the Mecca. Before his bottom could even settle into the seat, his terminal buzzed. Upon checking, he found a message from Shun Xing business card. Shun Xing continued, "I've gathered all the details. The police checked GG's account, and he contacted a private spacecraft late the night before last. Yesterday evening, it indicated he arrived at the Desolate Star. But at 7 p.m., the Terminal S location disappeared. The G family is now en route to the Desolate Star. Even if the terminal were powered down, the Star Police could still pinpoint exact locations through the chip satellite, which was the very reason Shun Fan had switched his terminal. The disappearance of the terminal's location could only imply one possibility. The chip had been destroyed. Shun Fan furrowed his brow. Feeling the heat of excitement about piloting a mecha extinguished like cold water splashed on flames, he opened the business card sent by Shun Xing and edited a request message. "I am Shun Fan. Please accept my friend request, and I will teach you how to decisively overpower an alpha in 30 days from scratch." Naturally, this message would elicit no response, considering that the terminal was incapacitated. Reluctantly, he caressed the control panel, feeling a pang of farewell. "I shall return to seek you again. Wait for me." With that, he jumped down from the mecha, dragging Shun Qingran down with him. The two made their way to the principal's office, where the principal's eyes brightened upon seeing them. Finally, these two were returning the transportation device. "Principal, we would like to request a leave of absence." The principal's expression darkened. "I cannot approve that. Return the transportation device." Shun Fan replied, "We will return it after our leave." The principal reiterated, "I cannot approve it. We have an urgent matter." Shun Fan explained, divulging GG's situation. The atmosphere in the principal's office grew tense as he silently processed the information before issuing an entry and exit permit. Upon seeing the approval displayed on the screen, he spoke solemnly. "The school will dispatch a small team to assist at the Desolate Star. You will accompany them, regardless of the outcome of this matter. I hope you will not bear any psychological burden. This is not your fault." Shun Fan nodded. "Rest assured, my mental fortitude is robust." As he pushed open the office door, a figure outside nearly stumbled inside. Ian steadied himself, attempting to maintain composure, and awkwardly offered, "I came for a stroll." Shun Fan shot him a disdainful glance, thinking to himself, who had come to the administrative building for a leisurely walk. Clearly, he was tailing them. Shun Fan, Shun Qingran, and the team convened, and the school generously provided a starship for their journey. Upon boarding, they were greeted by the sight of a familiar face seated in the front row, eliciting their bemused expressions to why Ian once again insisted with an air of false pretense. "The principal asked me to assist." Shun Fan was too weary to engage with him further and, taking Shun Qingran, chose seats in the last row. Reflecting on Shun Qingran's past of being stranded on the Desolate Star for 18 years, he proposed, "You used to live on the Desolate Star, right? Would you like to visit your old home while we're here?" Unexpectedly, Shun Qingran paused at this suggestion, declining, "It is quite dilapidated and hardly qualifies as home." This response stirred Shun Fan's compassion. Alas, his little brother must have endured great hardship. Sensing the sympathy in Shun Fan's gaze, Shun Qingran gently clasped his hand, reassuring, "It is all in the past. Now, Brother Fan has given me a home." Shun Fan accepted this with warmth, tightly grasping Shun Qingran's hands, his voice filled with emotion. "You are my most cherished brother." As the starship sailed towards the Desolate Star, the landscape transformed into a realm of swirling yellow dust, where fierce winds kicked up coarse gravel and stones. The roads were lined with barren branches and withered weeds, while the sky hung heavy with a dull purple hue, oppressive and devoid of vitality. The planet's climate was harsh, offering only a desolate city as refuge. The desolate city was sparsely populated, the streets eerily silent, suffused with a heavy atmosphere of despair. Most inhabitants were exiles or individuals engaged in illicit activities, their eyes fixed on the newcomers with scrutinizing gazes. Rife with suspicion and hostility, Discovering that his younger brother had once lived in such an environment caused Shen Fan to ponder deeply. How had his beautiful little brother survived amidst such individuals? The group disembarked from the starship, making their way to the designated meeting point to rendezvous with the Ji family. From a distance, they spotted Ji Yuan, his once vibrant rainbow hair now dulled, drooping lifelessly atop his head. Beside him, a well-groomed middle-aged man wept sorrowfully, presumably Ji's father, while Ji's mother paced anxiously nearby, her expression taut, accompanied by a bodyguard. Shen Fan, taken aback, exclaimed, "You brought only this one?" Ji Yuan replied, "5-star police officers and 39 bodyguards have gone to search." Shen Fan, "Have you gone to the place where the incident occurred?" Ji Yuan, "I have been there, but found nothing." Shen Fan, "Take me to see it." That Ji Yuan instinctively glanced at his parents. His mother let out a sigh and instructed, "Let's split up. Bodyguards, stay close, and contact us if anything arises." Yin stepped forward. "I will accompany you." Ji Yuan nodded and led them eastward. On the way, Shen Fan inquired with curiosity, "What happened to your brother?" Ji Yuan pressed his lips together, offering no response, his eyes stormy with turbulent emotions. This only piqued Shen Fan's curiosity further. Why would he refuse to divulge details? Typically, individuals would share information with search teams to aid in deducing where a missing person might have gone. Yet it was clear that the family was deeply concerned for Ji. Yet they remained tight-lipped about the entire incident. It was quite strange. The four, along with one bodyguard, arrived at their destination, a long-abandoned house, neglected by time and weather, now reduced to crumbling walls and thick layers of dust and sand. Obscuring the tales of its past, the ground bore the imprints of chaotic footsteps, and Shen Fan pondered. "Have you searched here? Any discoveries?" Ji Yuan replied, "My brother visited here before. His footprints were found at the scene." Shen Fan, "So, what transpired here?" His inquiry sparked a volatile reaction. Ji Yuan's expression contorted, his facial muscles twitching as he gasped for air, his anxious heart transforming into irritable words. "Stop asking. I want to say anything." Shen Fan remained unperturbed, urging the bodyguard to keep their distance. Sensing the timing was right, he applied pressure on Ji Yuan. "How can we simulate his movements without any information? Your brother's fate hangs in a balance. Are you willing to cling to this matter forever?" Ji Yuan, in anguish, crouched down, cradling his head as if his insides were being mercilessly stretched. Fear, regret, entanglement, and guilt churned within him, threatening to tear him apart. Shen Fan crouched beside him, delivering a piercing remark. "We both know the likelihood of your brother facing misfortune is greater. Will you bury the secret along with him?" This statement proved to be the final straw for Ji Yuan, causing his pent-up emotions to shatter completely. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. In truth, we have another sister." Chapter 65. The work of Long Aotian, the Ji family had always been a prominent lineage in the capital star. Known for their integrity, devoid of the sordid affairs typically associated with affluent families, Ji Yuan and Ji grew up enveloped in love and harmony as children. Both brothers were predicted to be alphas with a 99% accuracy rate for their gender differentiation. Ji naturally perceived himself as an alpha. Their parents shared this belief but yearned for a child of a different gender. Thus, they adopted a lovely little girl, predetermined to be a beta. Named Gyun at the age of 16, Ji underwent differentiation and became an omega. This revelation hit him hard, but with encouragement from family and friends, he gradually accepted the reality, though a simmering frustration lingered within him. Fueled by determination, he trained vigorously, vanquishing one alpha after another, eventually finding solace. During the summer vacation at the age of 18, Ji Yuan took his brother and sister on a trip to Star S. While en route, they encountered interstellar pirates who captured the passengers and brought them to a desolate planet. The pirates singled out all the Omegas, including Ji, totaling 12 individuals. The pirate leader, glancing at the terminal, also identified Gyun among the captives. Yuan's vision blurred with rage as he rushed forward to confront them. In the ensuing struggle, he was stabbed in the heart and collapsed, his fading sight reflecting the ensuing horror. He witnessed the chaotic battle, saw Ji fall, and beheld an alpha assaulting Gyun. He watched Ji, bloodied and desperate, cling to the Alpha's legs, only to see the Alpha wield a knife. With Ji Yun shielding Ji in a moment of sacrifice. On that pitch-black night, amidst the desolation of the city, anguished cries echoed through the air. Helplessly, he lay there, unable to intervene, merely a spectator to his brother and sister's torment. When he next awakened, it was within the intensive care unit of Star, where he comprehended the silent mourning of his parents for Ji Yun's death. Not a whisper of this tragedy escaped. They were forcibly relocated to Star for treatment. The powers that be had issued directives to silence everyone involved. Despite the Ji family's unyielding desire for vengeance, fear of repercussions for their loved ones kept them silent, leaving the matter untouched in discussions with the higher-ups. After enduring such suppression for far too long, Ji Yuan finally found an outlet, recounting the past until he was utterly broken, tears streaming uncontrollably. What manner of beast is this? Upon hearing Ji Yuan's account, Shun Fan was filled with righteous indignation, a heavy weight pressing against his chest. Shen Qingran, displaying no visible emotion, inquired, "Is there any resolution regarding the interstellar pirates?" Ji Yuan, weeping profusely, none but Wei Yin speculated. Perhaps Ji has gone to seek vengeance. Shen Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Why would Ji suddenly seek revenge? Was he provoked? So much time had passed. And if it were a directive from above, the evidence would have long since vanished. The fate of those interstellar pirates remained uncertain, and given the ruthlessness of the authorities, he leaned towards the belief that the pirates had all been silenced. Ji Yuan and Ji's survival was likely due to the impossibility of quietly eliminating a prominent family in the capital Star. While the wealthy cannot be silenced, they can be intimidated. The blood of deceased family members lingers in the air, while the living relatives become their Achilles heel, a source of profound trepidation. Why now? Ji could not possibly be unaware of this reality. Would he, in a moment of provocation, venture to the desolate planet seeking revenge against an unknown enemy? If not for retribution, could it merely be an impulsive act spurred by past trauma, only to encounter unforeseen dangers, leading to the destruction of the terminal? This possibility seemed far more plausible. "Give me Ji's account." The cool voice of Shun Qingran broke through, addressing Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan, sniffling, sent the account to Shun Qingran while pleading through tears. Please do not let this matter leak out." Shun Fan comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Fear not. Our lips are sealed tighter than a vault." Shun Qingran tapped away at his terminal. Yi Yin looked on in confusion. "What are you doing?" Shun Qingran succinctly replied, "Looking for a hacker to investigate the data. The terminal account could only be accessed by the Empire. Aside from the company. Wei Yin felt he might have been misled. The security system of the Empire was impenetrable by hackers, and it would be more prudent to request an investigation from the Star Police." Shen Qingran remained non-committal, responding calmly. "The Star Police have already investigated, finding nothing. Wei Yin. Then why?" Shun Qingran exchanged a glance with Shun Fan to ascertain the randomness and intentionality of this incident. As time ticked away, half an hour later, Ji Yuan gradually calmed himself. Shun Qingran received a reply on his terminal. Everyone leaned in closer, and he extinguished the terminal, speaking urgently. "Brother Fan, I suddenly have a terrible stomachache and need to use the restroom. I wonder if there is a public toilet nearby." Shun Fan glanced around and led Shen Qingran in search of a restroom. Ji Yuan, anxious about the response. What did the hacker say? Having not seen the terminal before it was shut down, he felt a surge of urgency. Shun Qingran weakly replied, "It's not the hacker's news." Disappointment washed over Ji Yuan as he lowered his head. Shun Fan found no sign of a restroom, only a towering man who appeared to have taken many lives. After a brief negotiation, the brute regarded the group of them with disdain, brazenly releasing his pheromones. Ultimately, he was subdued by Yi Yan's overwhelming presence. Shen Qingran hastily entered the man's abode, while Shun Fan and the others idly conversed outside. Ji Yuan shared Ji's photo with everyone, and Shun Fan thrust the picture before the imposing man. "Have you seen this person?" The man replied, "No. Oh, you dare to be defiant? Yin, take action." Yin unleashed his pheromones at the man, the S-class pheromones making him writhe in discomfort. "I truly haven't seen him." Shun Fan increased the dosage, The pressure from the pheromones rendered the man's limbs painful, and with tear-filled eyes, he finally cracked. "I confess, he arrived here last night. I thought he was an Omega and intended to have my way. But he struck my gland and escaped. Where he fled, I do not know." A glimmer of hope sparked in Ji Yuan's heart. At least his brother had managed to escape and was likely hiding somewhere. Yi Yin turned to Shun Fan. "How did you know he had information? How could you be so certain to have him pressured with pheromones?" Shun Fan offered no reply, his expression inscrutable. It was merely a coincidence. He intended to give the Alpha a taste of his own medicine for his earlier insolence. They continued to press the man for information, who divulged every detail, including the fact that he hadn't damaged the terminal. Ji Yuan's heart sank. His brother had encountered danger after crossing paths with this Alpha. That moment, Shun Qingran emerged. The hacker had replied. Chapter 66. The Wrath of Long Aotian on the Terminal. A series of crude and vulgar curses scrolled alongside images of his sister's lifeless body. Ji Yuan trembled with rage. His younger brother had never mentioned that he had been receiving such messages. The mere sight of those photos and words pierced his mind like 1,000 tiny daggers, leaving him in agonizing pain. He could hardly fathom the solitude and torment his brother endured day after day. His heart thudded painfully, as if a hook had pierced his stomach, causing him to collapse to the ground, retching uncontrollably. The terminal displayed a message from 8 days prior. "Ji Yun was killed because of you." Accompanied by a photo of Ji Yun a day ago, Ji had replied, "Come. Anonymous account. Waiting for you." Shun Fan's expression remained calm as he surveyed these messages, his emotions carefully concealed, yet a tempest brewed in his eyes. This was recovered data. The account was untraceable, its information transmitted through encrypted means that left no trace, akin to a message that self-destructs after reading. Shun Qingran provided them with an explanation. Shun Fan gazed solemnly at the photograph on the terminal. The girl's face was serene, her pallid skin marred by blood and yellow sand, with blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. This was the moment of her death, her clothing soaked in crimson, 3 stab wounds, 2 short, 1 long, each piercing her flesh thrice. "Did you catch a glimpse of the Alpha's face?" Shun Fan crouched down, resting a hand on Ji Yuan's shoulder, and inquired. Ji Yuan struggled to compose himself before responding. "No. At that time, I only vaguely saw the lower half." Shun Fan pressed further. "What was your impression of their age? What did their pheromones smell like?" Ji Yuan replied. "They seemed relatively young. At that moment, the pheromones were overwhelming. I couldn't distinguish them." Shun Fan asked, "Did your sister know any offspring of officials?" Ji Yuan shook his head. His sister's demeanor was warm and sunny, and although she had many friends, they were not familiar with her acquaintances. Yi Yan's expression darkened. "Did you investigate your sister's friends previously?" Ji Yuan again shook his head. "It's impossible to investigate." Shun Fan glanced at the desolate buildings in the wasteland. The residents were undoubtedly aware of the incident. It was evident that they kept their lips sealed. The brute had only divulged information last night due to unintentional pressure. Unfortunately, the brute had only recently been exiled and was unaware of the past. With so many people to question, it was uncertain how long it would take. Now, apart from a thorough search, were they to remain idle? It was likely that Gi's body had already stiffened by now. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him as he looked at Shun Qingran, almost posing a question. But fortunately, he quickly swallowed his words. He instinctively felt that his younger brother wouldn't be privy to this matter. In fact, he suspected his brother might not even reside in the wasteland. Shun Fan quietly sought confirmation from Shun Qingran. "Did you know about this incident when you lived here?" Shun Qingran remained unfazed. "No. The people here are very silent." Shun Fan remained noncommittal. Without some means, one could hardly survive in this den of villainy. The brute had contemplated taking action against Ji, let alone Shun Qingran, who was recognized in literature as a great beauty. However, this was not the time for such reflections. He inquired, "What was the terminal's last known location?" Ji Yuan replied, "The place where we converged." Shun Fan sighed and led them back there. In such a godforsaken place, they could only resort to the most rudimentary means. The townsfolk were aware that many had come searching for someone. They almost all refused entry. Shun Fan observed the surroundings, which were desolate and sparse, with scant signs of habitation. Only a bit further away, there was a house that seemed to have been inhabited recently. He and his companions, like bandits, broke down the door, revealing a beta with a vigilant and murderous expression that a wave of disappointment washed over him. Had it been an alpha, they could have spared Yi Yin. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. When it came to torture, none could surpass Long Aotian. He had dealt with numerous cases in the cultivation world and possessed a repertoire of brutal methods for tormenting perpetrators. Shun Fan orchestrated the situation methodically. Bind him up. Can you do it like a crucifix? The way Jesus was bound. Yes, just like that. Yi Yin removed the beta's shoes and began to tickle his soles. Feeling disgusted? Don't worry, I'll ensure your injuries are compensated later. Ji Yuan stripped off his clothing, targeting his armpits. Yes, be swift about it. The younger brother, with nothing to do, began shaving his eyebrows, planning to proceed to his head and leg hair afterward. The beta laughed weakly, terror gleaming in his eyes. Ha. I'll confess, huh? Stop. At Shun Fan's command, they hastily ceased their actions, leaving only Yi Yin retching continuously. The beta's eyes brimmed with tears as he laughed. His abdomen twisted in pain and his head gasping for air, gritting his teeth. You beasts, Shun Fan retorted. You wish to endure this again, don't you? The beta immediately pleaded for mercy. No. I'll confess. Reluctantly, he reached into his trousers and retrieved a broken terminal. I indeed heard noise yesterday. So I opened the window for a look. An Omega and an Alpha were fighting. They were strangers that, as they fought, they ran southward. I don't know where they ended up, but this is the terminal they dropped. Shun Fan hesitated to take the terminal, as it appeared rather unsightly. He threatened once more. If you lie, we'll return to let you experience hellish torture. The beta swore. It's absolutely true. I really saw them run south. Shun Fan scrutinized him. He didn't seem to be lying. Just as he was about to lead his team southward, he overheard the beta's quiet complaints. Honestly, these elites only know how to kill and silence witnesses. Who truly are the villains here? Who else has killed and silenced witnesses? A sudden voice startled the beta. He steadied himself and replied. It's not that I don't want to speak. It's just that I must protect my life. I can only provide vague details. A few years ago, a group of space pirates hijacked a spaceship in the eastern ruins. I didn't see the specifics, but I heard endless wails. Later that night, I saw the army arrive. Through the window, I spotted officers disembarking from the starship, adorned with the golden imperial crest and 3 stars on their epaulets. I knew that this was beyond my capacity to comprehend. Shun Fan's eyes widened. Why would this person readily comply with his younger brother, yet remain silent with him? What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Shun Qingran ruffled his fluffy hair. Fan Gu is a kind person. He just doesn't recognize kindness. Yi Yan's expression sharpened as he recalled something and dialed a parental hotline. Dad, which majors associated with A-Star have alpha offspring around 21 years old? The call began with 2 inquiries of some significance, leaving the principal perplexed. How would I know? Do you think I'm an encyclopedia? Yi Yan was disheartened by his father's lack of knowledge. Forget it. I'll bring you some local specialties from the wasteland. After hanging up, a heavy silence settled in. Ji Yuan suggested. I just reminded my mother. How about I head south to search for my brother? Shin Fan nodded. Take the bodyguards with you. We'll join you shortly. All right. Ji Yuan promptly departed with the bodyguards. Shun Fan withdrew his gaze and turned to Yi Yan. Request a list of alpha students who took leave in the past week from your father. The offspring of officials were almost guaranteed admission into the Royal Military Academy unless they were utterly hopeless. Yi Yan understood and immediately messaged the principal. Nearby, the beta rubbed his nose, glancing around uncertainly. Feeling somewhat superfluous, aware that the more he knew, the quicker his demise would come, he raised his hand. I'll step out. You all carry on. Shun Fan seized him by the collar, turning him around with a smile. Knowing doesn't matter. We still need you to lead us later. Beta hung his head in despair. The principal responded swiftly, immediately sending over the list and thoughtfully annotating the family situation of one of the alpha students, Chun Hai, son of a general. It indicated that he had taken a leave of absence a day prior. The target had been identified. The next step was to find someone. Shun Fan's gaze flickered towards Shun Qingran. Can we locate his terminal? Shun Qingran replied. We need an account and must consult a hacker. It's quite complicated. Shun Fan instructed Yi Yan to have his father send a message, but before he could finish, a loud explosion echoed from a distance, causing the ground to tremble beneath their feet. They rushed outside and saw thick smoke billowing in the sky. Beta, looking despondent, remarked, "It's nothing unusual. Sometimes people come to test the weaponry on the wasteland." Shun Fan turned back. "Take us there." Beta shrugged and led them southwest. Shun Fan patted him on the back, urging him like a stubborn mule. "Run." With a furrowed brow, Beta began to sprint. The group arrived breathlessly at the outskirts of the city, where they spotted a mecha indiscriminately firing, raising clouds of smoke that obscured its silhouette. Shun Fan was taken aback. There would be no mercy shown. GG must be in dire straits. Beta, clutching his waist and panting heavily, stammered, "I told you, it's just a test." Ji Yuan and his team arrived, eager to rush towards the mecha. Yi Yan grabbed his hand, his expression grave. "That S&S class mecha. You'll die if you go." "But my brother is still there," Ji Yuan shouted, straining to break free from Yi Yan's grip. He couldn't shake him off. Yi Yan held on firmly. "If you rush in there, it's a death sentence. Do you want your parents to lose, both you and your brother?" Ji Yuan's strength suddenly drained away. His eyes, already swollen from tears, filled with more, pleading, "You're an S-Class Alpha. Please control him if you can." "My brother," Yi Yan's expression darkened. An S-Class psychic indeed could control an S-Class mecha, but it would take time, and going in alone would likely result in being blasted to bits before he could establish control. Frowning, he instinctively sought Shun Fan for a strategy, only to find the space beside him empty. He quickly turned his gaze forward and spotted two figures charging towards the storm, obscured by the swirling sands. Yi Yan exclaimed, "What the hell? Are they throwing their lives away? Do they think they're invincible protagonists?" He instructed Ji Yuan, "You stay here and don't move until your parents arrive." With that, he dashed forward, calling for his father's assistance as he ran. Explosions erupted around them, creating craters in the ground, shards and debris flying everywhere, leaving faint bruises on their skin, just when they expected a fierce battle. The mecha suddenly halted. Chun Hai's voice rang out from above. "What brings you all to the wasteland?" Shun Fan shouted back, "Why aren't you in class? What are you doing in a mecha here?" Chun Hai replied innocently, "Of course, I'm testing the new mecha's strength. As everyone knows, there's no better testing ground than the wasteland." Shun Fan scoffed, "I thought you came here to kill." Chun Hai fell silent for a moment before snickering. "How could you think that? It would sadden me greatly if S thought of me that way. The only reason you're not killing us is that it would be hard to backtrack. Right?" Shun Fan shot back provocatively. "You don't even dare to step out of your mecha." Shun Qingran coldly added, "General Chun can deal with Ji Yun, but he may not be able to handle GG. I'm just here to test the new mecha. What do Ji Yun and GG have to do with me?" Chun Hai suddenly paused, amused. "Are you so eager to control my mecha with your psychic abilities? The defense system isn't just for show." Yi Yan's face darkened, gritting his teeth as he withdrew his psychic energy. While S-Class could control mechas, these machines had many protective measures against psychic intrusion. For instance, if they detected an invasion, alarms would sound and defenses would activate. Chun Hai's mecha was S-Class and had undergone military modifications, making it particularly adept at resisting psychic control. Shun Fan listened to their exchange. Deep in thought. Chapter 68. The overpowered protagonists do not slander me with accusations of murder. Either provide evidence or prepare to receive a lawyer's letter. After saying this, Chun Hai activated the mecha and began to ascend slowly. Yi Yan immediately looked at Shun Fan. He asked, trying to escape. Yet Shun Fan remained silent, his head bowed, as Chun Hai prepared to leave the wasteland, returning to Capital Star and relying on his father's influence. Capturing him would become increasingly difficult. Shun Qingran had her eyes fixed on the direction of the mecha, but Shun Fan showed no reaction, as if only Yi Yan were anxious, further heightening his urgency. Frustrated, he grasped Shun Fan's shoulder. General Chun is a comrade of the Marshal, holding immense power and status. Not only the Ji family, but even my father couldn't shake him. Once Chun Hai returns to Capital Star, we want to get another chance. Shun Qingran pried his hand off. We don't even have a mecha. How can we detain him? Yi Yan suddenly came to his senses. Indeed, they were all in the same predicament. Why had he subconsciously placed his hopes on Shun Fan? Perhaps it was because Shun Fan always issued orders with an air of entitlement, his attitude so natural that it compelled others to follow him. He stared somberly in the direction where the Mecha had vanished. The once carefree youth now filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he realized how close the world's injustices could be. In his line of sight, the shadow of the Mecha grew larger. Wait, is it coming back? Boom! The Mecha suddenly lost power midair, plummeting straight down and kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Ugh! Shun Fan hadn't managed to close his mouth and ended up with a mouthful of sand as the dust settled. The Mecha's hatch opened. Shun Fan strode inside, then quickly retreated, wrinkling his nose. He instructed Yin, "Get him out of there. Who in their right mind has the scent of intestines as their pheromone? And unprocessed intestines at that? What is the difference from feces?" Yan, dazed, climbed into the Mecha, and upon entering the cabin, he paused, suddenly alert, and grimaced as he released his pheromones to suppress the foul odor. After dragging Chun Hai out, Shun Fan displayed an expression of utter dismay. Who could understand his feelings? The pungent smell of intestines assaulted his nostrils. Yin attributed Shun Fan's gagging to the overpowering stench, kindly increasing the concentration of his own pheromones. The consequence of an S-class pheromone being too potent was that, while the enemy stood right before them, the G family could not approach, struggling to advance with beads of sweat dripping down their faces from a distance of 4 meters. Shin Qingran glanced back at the approaching figures, supporting Shun Fan while reminding Yin, "Reel in your pheromones." Yin, love-struck, was thrilled. This was the first time Shin Qingran had spoken to him, but he would definitely write this in his diary when he got back. He obediently retracted his pheromones, but the lingering scent in the air was still uncomfortable, prompting him to pull Chun Hai towards the Ji family. Ji Yuan, consumed by rage, punched Chun Hai. "Where's my brother?" The punch was forceful, causing Chun Hai's head to snap to the side, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You all will regret this. My father let you off." "I'll kill you," Ji Yuan bellowed, his voice cracking with fury, his hateful gaze fixed on Chun Hai's face, his mind filled with memories of Chun Hai's misdeeds. He was engulfed in a twisted, frenzied hatred, his fists raining down on Chun Hai, causing small droplets of blood to spatter. Setting aside the consequences of killing the perpetrator, the mere fact that there was no evidence to prove he was the murderer would be enough to bring Ji Yuan trouble, especially considering this man was the son of a general. The Star Police immediately intervened, pulling Ji Yuan away to prevent further escalation. Ji Yuan struggled, determined to strike again, but then 3 gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang! Blood splattered. Chun Hai was dead. The crowd turned towards the direction of the gunshots, spotting a bloodied youth standing not far away, gun in hand, surrounded by swirling yellow dust and the dark purple sky, creating an indescribable, suffocating atmosphere. Upon seeing the youth, the Ji family rushed towards him, tears welling in their eyes. The tormented young man had finally avenged his enemies, and the fallen family member had received justice. This should have been a moving scene. Yet Shun Fan wore a grave expression that he had just used his psychic abilities to control Chun Hai's mecha, and thus knew that Chun Hai had immediately called for backup. They might save their own lives due to their innate talents, but the Ji family would likely face dire consequences. The general's power and status in the military were second only to those of a marshal. And even if the situation escalated, would the empire sacrifice a general who had served honorably for the sake of an inconsequential noble family? As the sky darkened with an ominous shade of purple, he could feel the oppressive presence of the army looming over the city. Nearby, a family of 4 huddled together, wailing in anguish, as if they sought to expel the years of repression and suffering through their tears. Perhaps their pursuit was to avenge their losses, to end their torment. They would accept whatever consequences that might follow. Yet within Shun Fan, a disquieting blockage stirred. Villains roamed free while the virtuous suffered indignities. A stark contradiction to his aspirations. General Chun was a comrade of the marshal, and his authority nearly rivaled that of the emperor himself. Shun Fan decided to take a gamble, wagering that Wei Ran remained unaware of the general's machinations, and that his sense of justice had yet to be tainted by power. That he activated his terminal and fell into silence. He had no friends in Wei Ran's circle, yet the principal certainly did. Grasping Ian's wrist, he frantically tapped on his terminal. Ian, taken aback, found himself bewildered, as he was just feeling moved before being subjected to Shun Fan's antics. Shun Fan dialed the principal's number, and before he could utter a word, the principal anxiously inquired, "How are you? Are you all right? I'm nearing the desolate star." "What has happened?" "The army has mobilized," Shun Fan replied. "We are fine, but trouble is imminent. Chun Hai is dead, and the army has been dispatched by General Chun to eliminate us. I need the marshal's contact information, or your Yi family shall face extinction." The principal was momentarily taken aback. Unable to process the gravity of the situation, his son sought a death list? Without further hesitation, he divulged the marshal's contact details. Shun Fan sighed and attempted to reach Wei Ran. After a full minute, the line finally connected, and Shun Fan immediately posed, "Are you aware of the incident 4 years ago, when General Chun murdered for his son?" Upon hearing the sweet voice emanating from the terminal, Wei Ran momentarily faltered, recognizing it as the voice of someone known for their startling revelations. "I do not know," he replied. His son had fortuitously perished during the act of murder, and now General Chun was en route to the desolate star with his army. Presumably intent on avenging his son, Shun Fan artfully refined his words, hoping Wei Ran would grasp his intentions. Wei Ran remained silent as he checked the general's itinerary, which showed no military mobilization. He then activated the mecha status, discovering that 13 mechas had been deployed. A dangerous aura enveloped the atmosphere as his powerful fingers swiftly issued an emergency recall command and dispatched the army. After a prolonged gaze at the dispatch interface, he turned to Lester and commanded, "To the desolate star." The terminal remained connected, and Shun Fan overheard Wei Ran's voice. "Do you wish to add ammunition to our corpses?" Wei Ran's words resonated with Shun Fan, who felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He pondered whether it would be feasible to have his subordinate employ seduction to distract Wei Ran momentarily. Chapter 69 concluded with the protagonist's tumultuous journey. His sister was a radiant girl, bright as the sun, full of laughter and romance, always preparing surprises for their family on ordinary days, sometimes flowers, sometimes homemade macarons, and, at times, new paintings. She harbored a deep fear of darkness, never daring to walk alone at night, shunning horror films in the absence of light, and even flinching at sudden changes in the holographic game's brightness. Yet, in a terrifying night, she fell into eternal slumber amidst the shadows to protect herself. They were powerless to avenge her, forced to keep her photographs locked away in the depths of a box. That individual would periodically send images of her lifeless body, a grim reminder that her demise was his doing. After transforming into an Omega, he trained relentlessly to prove he was not inferior to Alphas. But everything unraveled that fateful night. His extensive training was ruthlessly dismantled by the Alpha's pheromones. He could only collapse and cling to the Alpha's leg to prevent the violation, his glands painfully pinned down. Unable to let go, as he beheld the Alpha raise a knife, his sister, a Beta untouched by pheromones, rushed in to embrace him, taking 3 stabs meant for him. Previous victories had been mere illusions, shattered mercilessly with her death. Omegas were deemed the most inept beings on the planet. No amount of training could withstand the might of an Alpha's pheromones. In dire moments, he could not protect his loved ones. Instead, he became the cause of their sacrifice, until he encountered someone extraordinary, a spiritually potent Omega, S rank, impervious to Ji Yuan's pheromones. Yet this individual, blessed with such talent, remained self-satisfied, preoccupied solely with pursuing a romantic relationship with another Omega. With such extraordinary abilities, how could he fail to appreciate their worth? Could one merely capable of withstanding a single Alpha's pheromones hope to withstand a multitude? When danger arose, the only fate left was to await death. Gigi stood before the towering mechas, gently pushing his family aside as he approached General Chun, presenting his weapon. "It was I who killed him." General Chun lifted his gaze, his eyes fierce and menacing, gently placing Chun Hai's body on the ground before rising. The stark contrast between his high-ranking authority and the bloodied remnants of his former self was striking. In a swift motion, he seized the gun, chambered around, and with his finger poised on the trigger, he declared, "Fire!" Shun Fan, quick-witted, kicked his wrist, sending the bullet astray, Grazing GG's right shoulder, he immediately urged Yi Yin. What are you waiting for? Use your pheromones to suppress him. Yi Yin obeyed, releasing his pheromones, but the seasoned general's training minimized the impact of even S-level pheromones, especially those from a fledgling. General Chun commanded the troops, eliminate them at once. Upon witnessing the marshal's recall directive, he realized there was no turning back. After a lifetime of hardship, he could not even protect his son. These individuals would pay for his son's demise. The military mechas received their orders, their missile systems elevating, targeting the individuals on the ground. Shun Fan engaged General Chun, attempting to subdue him and threaten the officer within the mecha, only to find himself deftly evaded, the mechanical arm of the mecha obstructing his efforts. The principal called out to everyone, "Hurry to the starship." General Chin bellowed, "Attack immediately." The officers within the mechas activated their launch buttons. A buzzing sound erupted, yet no response followed. They quickly checked the AI assistant for the mecha status, but received no feedback. The mechas are unresponsive, one reported through the intercom. General Chun returned to his mecha, attempting to establish a mental link, but was met with failure. His eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the fleeing figure's escape to the starship. Just as the hatch sealed, he finally established a connection, and the AI assistant's voice rang out. "General Chun, what are your orders?" Clenching his teeth, he remained silent, his gaze fixated on the starship, a foreboding sense of dread rising within him. He promptly issued the command, "Attack." The 13 mechas aimed their missiles at the ascending starship, unleashing a barrage that resulted in a cataclysmic explosion. Thick black smoke enveloped the site, and the starship plummeted to the ground. Its wreckage grotesquely contorted, flames igniting at its base upon the barren earth. General Chin's face twisted with a triumphant grimace, reveling in the chaos. Yet his mental connection with the mecha faltered once again. Through the screen, he fixated upon the starship, questioning who had covertly commandeered the S-level mecha. Hatred surged within him. It mattered not if they ceased their assault. The starship would inevitably explode from the flames. They must pay for his son's life today. Suddenly, the mecha jolted violently, his mental link restored. The screen flooded with red alerts, alarms blaring in unison. He turned his gaze, astonished to see a sleek black mecha, self-deprecatingly smiling, as if embracing his own demise. Former comrades had now turned their weapons against him. The remnants of the mecha billowed smoke as the military personnel escorted the 13 former officers onto the starship. They had executed only a single strike. After examining the mecha data, Lester expressed incredulity. Shun Fan, with a solemn expression, explained, "Villains prefer to attack slowly. It prolongs the pleasure of revenge." "That is not the case," interjected GG, supported by family, his voice steady and serious as he met Shun Fan's gaze. "There is no pleasure. This matter will be thoroughly investigated, and we will inform you of the results." Lester assured, advising GJ.AS for you. This method of revenge is excessively radical, and acting alone is the most foolish course of action. Given your unique circumstances, it will be prudent to spend a few days at the military medical facility. Remember to cooperate with our investigation. 4 days later, Shun Fan emerged from the testing chamber of the experimental center, only to find Wei Ran conversing with Shun Qingran, that a surge of anxiety washed over him as he stepped in front of Shun Qingran. "Has the case of Chun Hai been resolved, or are you merely here to lounge around?" The moment those words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room. NC anxiously observed his confidant. Recognizing the gravity of addressing the marshal in such a manner, as everyone held their breath in anticipation, Wei Ran replied, "I am here to review your monitoring data and to share the results of the investigation. General Chun has been accused of permitting his son to hire assassins, intervening in the military command's terminal backend system to create a private anonymous account, and unlawfully accessing military records that detail the murder of 87 individuals, including travelers and residents of a wasteland. Furthermore, he is implicated in engaging in improper economic dealings with Planet A and embezzling substantial amounts of money. His transgressions, which include repeated unauthorized accesses to military systems in defiance of superior orders, warrant multiple penalties, leading to the deprivation of his honors and a death sentence. In contrast, GG, suffering from mental illness, is spared punishment, a fact I had long suspected." Shun Fan remarked, upon seeing Gigi, that he appeared anything but normal, yet it seemed the people at school accepted him without question. Wei Ren cryptically recalled a statement made during General Chen's interrogation. He claimed he did not wish to attack, but rather his mech was unresponsive and could not even connect with his mental faculties. Shun Fan innocently suggested perhaps the mech malfunctioned. As the hover car descended upon the villa, Gigi stepped through the door, his gaze falling upon an album that showcased their family portrait, long untouched for 4 years. Sunlight danced across the frame, illuminating the girl in the photograph, who displayed 2 charming dimples, her smile radiant and full of life. Gigi's hand tenderly caressed the image of the girl, and he murmured softly to her, "Xiao Yun, you've come out to bask in the sun." Chapter 70. The treasured tomes of Long Aotian Hai was raised amidst boundless indulgence. From a moment he could feed himself to the time he could pilot a mech, every accomplishment was met with excessive praise. His friends, mindful of his status, perpetually held him aloft on a pedestal. Thus, when he confessed his feelings to Ji Yun and was met with rejection, he encountered the bitter taste of failure for the first time, a reality he found intolerable, as it was inconceivable to him that anyone would dare to disregard him. Enraged and humiliated, Chen Hai exploited his father's authority to uncover Ji Yun's flight information, subsequently bribing space pirates to hijack the interstellar spacecraft she was on. The initial plan was to violate Ji Yun, making her aware of the dire consequences of rejecting him, compelling her to obey him henceforth. However, events spiraled beyond his expectations, as the passengers revolted, transforming the scene into chaos. Ultimately, Ji Yun perished while shielding Gigi from harm. Consumed by hatred towards Gigi, Chen Hai blamed him for Ji Yun's death, believing that if not for Gigi's interference, he would never have resorted to violence, and Ji Yun would not have thrown herself to protect her brother. Thus, he once again leveraged his father's position to create an anonymous account within the internal system, relentlessly bombarding Gigi with insults and images of corpses, vowing to avenge Ji Yun. Yet 4 years passed without a single response from Gigi, until one fateful evening when he finally received a reply. Chen Hai promptly piloted his private spacecraft to the wasteland, naively expecting to overpower an Omega as an Alpha, only to find himself subdued by Gigi, who was impervious to his pheromones. Seizing an opportunity, he returned to his private vessel, racing back to retrieve his mech. "Where did your gun come from?" Ji Yuan inquired, puzzled, noting that firearms were prohibited in the Empire. Fortunately, the Marshal did not pursue the matter, or else he would face legal consequences. That Gigi's voice was icy. "I made it myself." He had been preparing the weapon since the first message he received. Initially believing he would never have the chance to wield it, Ji Yuan expressed heartfelt admiration. "Wow, my brother is truly impressive. You can resist pheromones with that, right?" Shun Fan chimed in, praising him for being able to hold his ground against Chen Hai's pungent pheromones. Gigi's tone grew colder. "Before I went to the wasteland, I saw an Alpha to mark me." "What?" Ji Yuan exclaimed, shocked. In that instant, he contemplated where that audacious Alpha might be hiding. Gigi closed his eyes, recalling how Shun Fan and Shun Qingran had provoked him, driving him to impulsively seek vengeance in the wasteland for his sister. In that fervor, he had deliberately ignored the potential consequences of his actions, such as his own demise or retaliation against his family. That moment, he could think of nothing else but the desire to avenge his sister, and he believed that being marked by an Alpha would provide him immunity from pheromone influence. Shun Fan's interest piqued. "Being marked can shield one from pheromone effects?" "Yes," Gigi confirmed. Shun Fan contemplated, having grown weary of the Omega's plight, where pheromone influence rendered him weak, akin to being under the effects of an indescribable drug. "How does one get marked?" "Is it by biting the neck?" He mused that if a single bite could free me from pheromone troubles, it would certainly be worth it. His eyes sparkled with excitement, his tone eager. "Gigi, set me up with that Alpha. I want a bite, too." An oppressive silence blanketed the room, the air thick with tension. Shun Qingran, adept at quelling such notions, leaned closer to Shun Fan and whispered, "Being marked equals mating." Shun Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Gigi, seemingly grasping the reason behind his earlier frosty demeanor. To sacrifice oneself for the sake of revenge. How utterly outrageous. Shun Fan regarded Ji with admiration, solemnly proclaiming, "You are a true warrior." "Who did you choose?" Shun Fan's solemnity evaporated in an instant. Replaced with curiosity, he was genuinely intrigued who would consent to mark Ji in his previous frenzied state. Ji's lips tightened as he replied, "The alpha you met twice." Shun Fan's confusion deepened. "Who?" "Once in the rain, and once beneath the dormitory." Shun Fan's eyes widened once more, realization dawning upon him. "Was it that earnest girl?" "Did you threaten her?" he speculated, suspecting Ji employed coercive measures to compel her into intimacy. Ji's expression darkened. "She volunteered." Shun Fan was at a loss for words, struck by the girl's resilience. Standing by Ji, even during his tumultuous moments. "Does she have something on you?" Ji retorted angrily. "She was one of the passengers who was kidnapped, later rescued by my parents." Shun Fan suddenly understood. It was a matter of life-saving gratitude. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan's expression softened. If he were to cultivate a relationship with his brother, temperament was of utmost importance, and this alpha barely met the criteria. Ji sneered. "Do you think everyone is like you, solely focused on romance?" Shun Fan. Was he being sarcastic? Shun Fan could not tolerate such condescension, in a fit of righteous indignation. He struck Ji on the head, asserting, "What with your attitude? I am currently your family's benefactor. How dare you speak to me like that?" He opened his terminal and sent Ji a book. "This is a treasure of mine on emotional intelligence. From entry level to mastery. Study it well on how to treat your benefactor. Understood?" Ji cradled his head, exasperation evident as he regarded Shun Fan. "You learned to speak so eloquently from this book?" Shun Fan shook his head. "It's a natural gift, one that elicits envy." Ji inhaled deeply, suppressing his bemusement, awkwardly changing the subject. "I have passed a friend request. When will you teach me how to utterly defeat an alpha in 30 days? Shun Fan stroked his chin in contemplation, then checked the calendar on his terminal, calculating with his fingers before concluding. The quantum fluctuations from nebula pose a threat to black hole productivity, causing watermelons to sprout. By the law of universal gravitation, I deduce that learning English is called English. But just like fish, larger ones have bigger spines, while smaller ones have smaller spines. It appears this table is gaining muscle and donning stilts, affecting the agricultural yield on planet P. Therefore, I cannot teach you such profound matters at this time. But he sincerely suggested, you might as well start with emotional intelligence. Ji heavily closed his eyes, momentarily unsure who the true lunatic was. Chapter 71. Where is Long Aotian's title? The flawless conclusion of this affair finally allowed Shun Fan to attend the practical training class. The instructor announced, after a week of training, you all have gained a certain familiarity with mech piloting. We will now conduct a weekly assessment, with pairs competing against each other. Grades will range from E to A, with C being the passing mark. Those who fail will undergo additional training. Yes, instructor, the students replied in unison, their voices ringing out. Despite it being merely an Omega-class assessment, a considerable audience had gathered to witness. Shun Xing was deeply concerned. You all have not attended classes previously. You will definitely require extra practice this time. But fear not. I shall accompany you. Yan's gaze was resolute yet tinged with melancholy. Some things cannot withstand the test of time. This assessment is destined for failure. Ji Yuan encouraged, it's just a weekly assessment. There's no need be nervous. Regardless of whether you pass or fail, I'll treat you all to a grand feast. Ji's tone was conflicted. This is my fault. I will train alongside you. Yolosi chimed in. Good luck. When did it begin to feel as though he was perpetually out of sync with those around him? Shun Xing ran, faced with the disparaging attitudes of these individuals. Shun Fan was thoroughly dissatisfied. Do you look down on me, Fanga? Just watch. I will definitely achieve an A. After finishing his words, he boldly climbed into the cockpit of the mecha control room. On the combat platform, 2 C-class mechas stood resolutely, their metallic exteriors reflecting a dazzling halo. What was meant to be a mere routine practice test inexplicably exuded an atmosphere of impending grand conflict, and one could almost hear the anxious beating of war drums in the background. Boom, 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 boom. Shun Xingran glanced at the suspended display screen, noting that the test had thoughtfully included background music to enhance the ambience. Beside him, Shan Xing and Ji Yuan were so tense that they clung to each other. Twisting their fingers anxiously, Ji's gaze was fixed unblinkingly on the two mechas, while Yi Yan stared somberly at the platform. Lost in his thoughts, Yoroshi directed his gaze toward Shin Qingran, noticing his calm demeanor, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, this was merely a small test, and not a grand examination. The countdown reached its conclusion. 3, 2, 1. The digital barrier separating the two mechas vanished, and the mechas began to move. Shun Xing and Ji Yuan quickly shielded their eyes. Unable to watch, Xin Fan had not undergone mecha training and would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. As expected, in almost an instant, the air was filled with gasps of astonishment from the crowd and the AI's concluding report. Battle concluded. Although they had anticipated this outcome, the swiftness of it still left Xin Xing and Ji Yuan feeling disheartened as they slowly lowered their hands. Winner, Shun Fan. Rating, loser, Lu Run. Rating, Shun Xing and Ji Yuan exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Xin Xing could not help but feel a swell of pride. That's my brother. He winced in pain, cradling his head, and turned to see Shun Fan, his eyes filled with grievance and accusation. Shun Fan narrowed his eyes dangerously. I'll give you a chance to rephrase that. Xin Xing took a deep breath, reassuring himself that it was merely a title and would not hinder his ability to extol praises. He adjusted his mindset, returning to his previous state of triumph, and boasted to Ji Yuan, my brother is just too strong. I can hardly bear to watch him annihilate his opponent. Ji Yuan could not abide Xin Xing's smug demeanor and opened his mouth to assert that his own brother was stronger. But after a moment of contemplation, he realized that his brother seemed to indeed pale in comparison to Shun Fan. Resigned, he closed his mouth and cast a glance at Ji, who was gazing intently at Xin Fan. Such admiration on Ji's face was something Ji Yuan had never dared to imagine, but a sudden epiphany struck him. He cautiously regarded Shun Fan. Although he could not agree with his character, he was undeniably handsome. Moreover, his talent was exceptional, and he was a double O. His brother, before differentiation, had always considered himself an alpha and had even served as Shun Fan's behind-the-scenes spirit for a time. Ji Yuan now scrutinized Shun Fan earnestly. He truly was adorable, a definite heartthrob, and if one overlooked his peculiar remarks, his voice was sweet enough. But alas, he was already taken. Brother, you must not entertain such thoughts. Keep your unclean gaze away from my big brother. Suddenly, his view was obstructed, and Ji Yuan lifted his eyelids to see Shun Xing glaring at him menacingly. Ji Yuan cried out in protest, quickly adding, I was merely admiring my benefactor's handsome demeanor. Shun Fan extended a hand to push Shun Xing aside, generously declaring, see, I'm not a petty person. By the way, what are you treating us to that feast you mentioned? Ji Yuan replied, we can go once Shun Qingran finishes. Shun Qingran interjected, I have already finished, Ji Yuan exclaimed. When did that happen? Shun Qingran replied, when you were busy gazing at Brother Fan. Ji Yuan hesitated. Is it another instant defeat? Shun Qingran nodded, and Shun Fan, with a hint of pride, added, also an Ji Yuan gulped, realizing the gravity of the situation. What if his brother attempted to steal Shun Fan's affections and face Shun Qingran's wrath? These two appeared as if they had been the ones to suffer defeat, yet they were the ones doing the vanquishing. He forced a smile, leading the group to the cafeteria, dramatically brandishing his meal card. Order whatever you like. He could only elevate his brother's reputation through his financial prowess. Shun Fan expressed his disdain. Who goes to the cafeteria for a grand feast? The school isn't releasing anyone right now. Ji Yuan defended himself, promising to treat them to a meal once the weekend arrived. That's more like it, Shun Fan nodded, pulling Shun Qingran to order everything expensive in the cafeteria. The seven of them transformed the long table in the cafeteria into a banquet table. Laden with a dazzling array of dishes, 6 of them collectively held their breath, intently watching Shun Xing's actions. This bowl of wasabi avocado and lettuce egg tart soup carried a sorrowful and exhilarating essence, reminiscent of unexpectedly falling into water on a muddy path after rain. As Chef Shin commented after tasting, Ji Yuan stared dumbfounded at the bubbling green soup on the table. then glanced at Xing, who was savoring the aftertaste with a look of sheer delight that a sense of reverence washed over him. Those bearing the surname Shun were indeed extraordinary. His brother stood no chance against them. Embracing the principle of joining forces when one could not prevail, he silently recited, "Those who recognize the times are the true heroes." Yuan abruptly stood up, his expression solemn as he produced a card and presented it before Xinfan. Bowing deeply, Ji Yuan lamented his unrecognized potential, wishing earnestly to serve as an adopted brother, should the esteemed one not mind. Chapter 72. The overbearing dragon amasses followers. His powerful declaration echoed through the cafeteria, even making the serving AI display a hint of curiosity. A leader with high standards for his subordinates. Xinfan contemplated carefully an AB level alpha, somewhat lacking, but with a flamboyant appearance and rainbow-colored hair. He certainly caught his eye, and his gaze shifted to the card. Xinfan responded with a firm tone. "From now on, you shall be my subordinate, ranked 4th. After saying that, he pulled the card towards himself. Xing's eyes lit up, and he intentionally cleared his throat. Ahem. His gaze continuously signaled to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan understood immediately, complying by pouring 3 cups of tea. He bowed to Xinfan, saying, "Brother, greetings." Then he bowed again to Xingran. "Second brother, greetings." When it came to Xing, he immediately assumed a dignified posture, and Ji Yuan presented the tea while bowing. "Third brother, greetings." Xing received the tea with satisfaction, beaming with delight. The others, Ji averted his eyes in discomfort, but Ji Yuan forcefully turned him back. "Brother, can Ji join as well?" He incessantly gestured to Ji, reasoning that while he may not be able to be Xinfan's romantic partner, he could still become his little brother. Staying close to Xinfan in this manner was preferable to being merely a behind-the-scenes spirit. After all, he was nearly moved to tears by his own clever scheme. Being able to cling to a powerful ally while ensuring his brother remained close to his beloved. Ji did not comprehend why Ji Yuan suddenly wanted him to become Xinfan's little brother, automatically attributing the motivation to gratitude. Becoming a little brother was no trivial matter. Xinfan's talent was formidable. Being his older brother would not be out of the question. Ji raised a cup of tea and presented it to Xinfan, his eyes fixed intently on him. Xinfan genuinely wished to decline, fearing Ji might act erratically, but the warmth of the card still lingered in his hand, and since Ji had already brought the tea to himself, he could only nod and accept it. Yoroshi, sitting nearby, marveled. "Impressive. He has acquired for little brothers." Xinfan took a sip of tea, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Jealous? Huh. It would be a problem to recruit another." "Yoroshi, is he envious?" A foreboding feeling washed over him, and upon raising his head, he found Ji Yuan's eyes gleaming with intensity, and he knew he was doomed. Ji Yuan grinned at him. "Sixth brother?" Yoroshi's heart raced, hastily clarifying, "I have no such intentions, thank you." Before Ji Yuan could respond, Yi Yen sighed softly. The prideful facade is but a fragile shield. Ji Yuan, convinced he had received Yi Yan's unspoken message, regarded Yoroshi with a knowing expression. "You're just speaking out of anger. I don't believe it." Yoroshi exasperated. "Could you please stop making things worse?" Yi Yen once again appeared despondent. Invisible wounds can never heal. Xing leaned in. "Do you want to be a little brother too?" Yi Yen paused, then immediately shook his head. Xing, ever so understanding, encouraged him. "Your eyes do not lie. Your low spirits suggest you are fearful of not being able to join us. Aren't they?" Yi Yen. Xing shot him a look that seemed to say, "Leave this to me," and then suggested to Xinfan, "You should take them all in. They seem rather pitiful. Besides, having more little brothers means more paths to take." Xinfan, confident in his decision, replied, "Yoroshi is fine, but Yi Yen is not." The Yi Yen, already in a foul mood, felt even more enraged upon seeing Xinfan's expression of rejection, and retorted hastily, "Why can't an SS-level alpha like me join?" Xinfan's disdain was evident, as this kid was undoubtedly aiming to become a little brother. He absolutely could not allow this child to linger among his subordinates. Just as he was about to refuse again, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Instead of letting Yi Yen roam unpredictably like a little monster, it would be better to keep him under close watch, allowing for some training opportunities. Fine, let him serve tea. Shun Fan reluctantly acquiesced. Yoroshi, has anyone ever respected his wishes? Yin had grown more melancholic, regretting his momentary outburst that had led to his own downfall. Yoroshi still wished to fight for his freedom, but the sound of Yi Yan's sighs reached his ears. Instantly, he felt a chill run down his spine. As expected, Yi Yan began anew. Perhaps all mistakes stem from a fleeting moment. And ultimately, we shall all succumb to our own selves. This fellow was rather unsettling. Shun Fan couldn't help but inquire, "What is you acting so neurotic today?" He had been cast out by his father. Yoroshi glanced at the despondent Yi Yan, mercilessly retorting, "You whine incessantly all day long." Shun Fan was puzzled. "How did you end up being thrown out?" The principal seemed quite fond of his son. Despite being unable to compete with the general, he had rushed to the wasteland, nearly losing his life in the process. Because he brought his father a local specialty from the wasteland, Yoroshi replied candidly. "Does the wasteland even have local specialties?" The unique yellow earth of the wasteland. Shun Fan was at a loss for words. Surely this couldn't warrant being expelled from home. Yoroshi added, "He packaged it in an urn." Ian suddenly retorted loudly. "Is a luxurious black wooden gift box inlaid with gold made of high-end golden silk nanmu." Golden silk nanmu? Goodness, that's premium wood for an urn, Shun Fan remarked sincerely. Clasping his fists in admiration, "You are quite filial." Yoroshi interjected, "In any case, his card has been suspended, and now he is mooching off mine. His spending is excessive. Could you assist me in sending him back home?" Shun Fan furrowed his brow, pondering briefly, and sensed something amiss. Cast out by a prestigious family, relying on past friendships while being thoroughly despised and sought after for expulsion. Shun Fan realized. So he is your son-in-law now? He had thought Yi Yan was merely playing the role of a youthful sufferer. Yet unexpectedly, he was entangled in the narrative of a Dragon King's son and law. My apologies. It seems we are in the same line of work. Yoroshi nearly choked on his drink, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You dare say he is my what?" Son-in-law. A surge of blood rushed to Yoroshi's chest. At that moment, he deeply regretted stepping out today. Had he not ventured out, he wouldn't have been dragged by Yi Yan to dinner. Wouldn't have overheard the first apartment's Omega Mecha routine test. Wouldn't have been compelled by Yi Yan to watch Shun Fan and Shen Qingran. Wouldn't have followed along to mooch food. Wouldn't have inexplicably become Shun Fan's subordinate. And wouldn't have heard Shun Fan's nonsensical remarks regarding his relationship with his cousin. He closed his eyes in anguish and helplessness. Now that matters had come to this, his innocence could not be tarnished in vain. "Help me get rid of Yi Yan. Oh, you think I am a wishing well?" Shun Fan replied. "There will be a generous reward." Shun Fan sat up straight, solemnly declaring, "It is my duty to assist homeless children." Chapter 73. Dragon Aotian's failed plastic surgery in the principal's office. "Principal, here is your mobility device back." Shin Fan leaned the device against the wall and raised his gaze to observe the principal's expression. The principal's demeanor remained unchanged, his eyes glued to the holographic display as he casually remarked, "Just place it on the second shelf to the left." Shun Fan obediently picked up the mobility device and placed it where indicated, noticing that another device was already there. "Principal, there is already a mobility device here. I just leaned it against the wall." The principal seemed to snap back to reality, lifting his eyelids to glance at the device on the shelf, saying, "Oh, I forgot. You took so long to return it. I happened to buy an Alien's limited edition, only 200 units available, and I bought one on a whim. I haven't used it much. It's just gathering dust here." Shun Fan and Shen Qingran exchanged glances, truly devoid of any ostentation. However, in pursuit of the 50,000 yuan that Yoroshi had promised, Shun Fan began his flattery. "Oh my, principal, you managed to snag such a hard-to-get limited edition. You're incredible." The principal's forehead twitched, a sense of wariness creeping in. Absolutely not for loan. Shun Fan thought to himself, how base to entertain such thoughts about him. He dropped the pretense. "When will you reconcile with your son?" The principal paused. "Did he send you?" Shun Fan did not clarify. At someone else's behest. "This wretched child still possesses a shred of conscience." The principal huffed. "Tell him to come see me himself." Shun Fan replied, "Why not just send him a message? He is not a messenger." The principal shot him a reproachful glance. thinking this student truly lacked understanding. Didn't he want to maintain some authority? The emotional intelligence of this generation is truly deficient. He opened his terminal, already conjuring new plans to establish emotional intelligence courses to enhance the holistic development of students in morals, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor without delay. It was unclear what the father and son discussed, but ultimately, Ian successfully reconciled with the principal and generously distributed dozens of substantial red envelopes in the newly created brother group. Shun Qingran, benefiting from his protagonist's luck, found each envelope to be a windfall. This group was initiated by Shun Xing, initially named Loving Family, but Yi Yin changed it to Family of Mutual Harassment. And Ji Yuan subsequently altered it to Lovely Mythical Family.gg, unable to bear it, renamed it Interstellar Dominant Squad, and Yaroshi also made his contribution by changing it to Center for Abnormal Human Studies. Shun Xing was about to make another change when Shun Fan, unable to tolerate it any longer, decisively declared the group name as Macho House of Marvels. In truth, he had originally intended to change it to Fan Emperor's Harem, clearly indicating their subordinate relationship with him, domineering yet not devoid of humor. However, before he could finish typing, he was suddenly jolted awake. This was far too flamboyant. Shun Fan gazed at the 50,000 yuan that had just been deposited into his account, coupled with the 100,000 from Ji Yuan, and mused that his plastic surgery plans could finally be set in motion. The thought of his chiseled, handsome visage returning sent his heart soaring. He cheerfully logged onto the Interstellar Network to search for reputable cosmetic surgery clinics, becoming lost in a sea of advertisements. Which plastic surgery clinic is the best? Authoritative experts reveal all. Top 10 recommended plastic surgery clinics. Interstellar Plastic Surgery Rankings. How to choose a plastic surgery clinic. After watching this video, you'll know this is absolutely the one with the best technology I've been to, plus the alpha doctor is incredibly handsome. Images flashed by. Help! It turns out I look this good after surgery. I went to this one. Shun Fan meticulously sifted through and consulted every clinic that piqued his interest. Yuanbao Plastic Surgery Clinic. Hello, please send us your photo, and we will tailor a professional surgery plan for you. Facial King Cosmetic Institution. Dear, we recommend the full facial bone reduction package, offering a 10% discount. Interstellar Fortune Medical Aesthetics. No problem, dear. Not only can we slim your face, but we can even transform you into Godzilla if you wish. As he scrolled through the incessantly refreshing messages, Shun Fan felt a bittersweet sense of helplessness. Sometimes, too many choices can be a burden. He decisively sought outside help, barging into Shun Qingran's bedroom with abandon. Little brother, he thrust his terminal before Shun Qingran's eyes. Which one do you think is better? Shun Qingran was momentarily dazzled by the array of plastic surgery institutions on the screen. Quickly grasping Shun Fan's intentions, and felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He hadn't given up on plastic surgery yet. Today, he dares to undergo surgery. Tomorrow, he might dare to become a bullfrog. The day after, he might even shave his head. Shun Qingran took a deep breath and asked, why the sudden desire for surgery? Did some inconsiderate scoundrel deceive you? Shun Fan casually scrolled through the messages while replying. I've got money now. Looking at the dazzling array of cosmetic packages, he couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of high technology. Once upon a time, he had exchanged his indestructible kidneys for his chiseled features. Now, with just money, he could become whatever he desired, and the service was impeccable. For that handsome face, he had nearly been expelled from the Dragon Clan for his recklessness. Dragon Aotian can be unhandsome, but his kidneys absolutely cannot be poor. You would forsake your kidneys for a pretty face, he had stubbornly retorted at the time. I merely didn't enhance them to indestructible status. I didn't remove them. To this day, he still believed his choice was correct. After all, both his kidneys were perfectly fine, with no issues whatsoever. Lost in this nostalgia, he was interrupted by Shun Qingran's cool voice. Fangge, if you pursue a career in mecha combat, you cannot undergo plastic surgery. In a way. Shun Fan felt a jolt of panic and hurriedly searched the Interstellar Network. Can I pilot a mecha after surgery? The answer read, it depends on if there are many scars or implants. One cannot pilot a mecha. Upon reading this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was only getting facial slimming done. He patted Shun Qingran's shoulder, assuring him, no worries, I'm just slimming my face. It won't affect me. Shun Qingran asked, "Why do you look so refined?" He leaned closer, his dark eyes resembling an ancient well, staring intently at Shun Fan's face. Shun Fan felt a chill creep up his spine and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Shun Qingran lowered his gaze, his tone barely above a whisper. "I fear if I speak, Fan Ge will be angered." Shun Fan, sensing his demeanor, had a premonition. Was his little brother about to mock his face? He wouldn't grant him that opportunity. Then don't say it. Shun Qingran was momentarily silenced, but stubbornly continued, "If I don't speak, Fan Ge's future may be ruined." Shun Fan, skeptical, replied, "Then you may as well tell me. If it's something unpleasant, I'll finish you off on the spot." To achieve a slimmer face, Fan Ge's facial structure needs to undergo deep thread lifting. However, the high-speed pressure from mecha combat could lead to the internal threads rupturing. Shun Qingran explained, trying to add credibility to his concerns. "For the sake of your future, it's best to leave some things unaltered. To enhance my credibility, I'll even mention the landlord. Cosmetic institutions won't speak the truth for profit. If Fan Ge doesn't believe me, you can ask the landlord. He has relevant businesses." Shun Fan promptly sought confirmation from the landlord. Estimating that a response would take some time, he opted for a swifter interlocutor. The system is what he said true. The system, uncertain, nonetheless found itself at odds with Shun Fan's aesthetic sensibilities and concurred with Shun Qingran. Indeed, a wave of despair washed over Shun Fan. Was he truly destined to bear this visage for a lifetime? When will the Dragon Aotian system return? He would willingly sacrifice the kidneys of his subordinates in exchange for a chiseled face. Chapter 74. The title of Dragon Aotian caught between the choices of becoming stronger or more handsome. Shun Fan, in agony, chose strength, burying his face in tears, the no tears edition. Was he really to endure this face for all eternity? The system, feeling sympathetic, kindly reassured him, "Fear not, host. You are quite adorable and handsome as you are." Shun Fan rolled over. "Could you kindly take a good look at my face and repeat that? Where's the handsomeness in this?" The final remark trembled with a quivering tone, imbued with boundless sorrow. The system was momentarily speechless, racking its brain for a way to console the host before suddenly recalling a prize in the warehouse. Its excitement igniting. "Host, there's a beauty halo in the warehouse. Would you like to try it? This halo was a reward from your very first task, the only task you have completed, and it temporarily enhances one's beauty." Shun Fan felt a flicker of interest. Beauty points equated to handsomeness. After all, he steadied himself and declared, "Use it." The system promptly adorned him with a halo, and Shun Fan hurriedly rushed to the mirror, inspecting himself from all angles, frowning and making faces, only to find no discernible difference. Is this halo a knockoff? Shun Fan could not help but question. "Impossible. You may claim I am useless, but you cannot say my items lack utility." Shun Fan retorted, "Does that imply the items are more useful than I?" With a heavy sigh, he lamented that being bound to such a system must surely be a punishment for his past life, where he had flirted shamelessly with shy plants without bringing any home. "Forget it. I shall wash up and sleep." He flipped the mirror face down on the table and dejectedly pushed open the bedroom door. Shun Qingran emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed. Perhaps the steam from a shower had wafted into the living room, for his eyes appeared softened by gentle filter. In a moment of daze, he fancied he saw clusters of blossoms blooming behind Shun Fan, accompanied by twinkling sparkles, as if he were enveloped in a radiant aura. Shun Qingran blinked, and upon looking back at Shun Fan, the flowers and effects had vanished, yet the halo remained. His skin appeared even fairer, his eyes glistening, and his lips fuller and more vibrant, beckoning one to draw closer, ever closer. "Why are you dawdling by the bathroom door?" Shun Fan's tone was languid as he pushed this divine figure aside. Shun Qingran, momentarily stunned, took 2 steps to the side, watching as Shun Fan entered the bathroom. With a slam, the door shut, severing the gaze that had followed him. And the intoxicating feeling dissipated. Shun Qingran, jolted from his reverie, shook his head vigorously. Was he truly so enamored? Upon emerging from a shower, Shun Fan disregarded Shun Qingran, slumping back to his room with a defeated posture. Shun Qingran followed, the ethereal glow now gone. rendering the earlier scene as a mere illusion. Is something the matter? Shun Fan collapsed onto the bed, steeped in despondency, his tone lacking any inflection. Does Fangu truly dislike his own face? Shun Qingran sat at the edge of the bed, gently tugging down the hem of his sleepwear to cover his navel. Oh, have you come to play the role of a spiritual guide? Shun Fan's expression remained unchanged, exuding a clear disinterest, in response to his silence. Shun Qingran softly inquired, "Why is that? Is it solely due to a disdain for this adorably aesthetic visage?" Yet he had never displayed aversion to cute things, merely a preference for something more imposing. Why did the fact that his face resembled that of a cute character strike such a harsh blow? This question transported Shun Fan back to a time of ridicule, his anger surging as he snapped at his subordinates. "Leave me be. I wish to sleep." With a swift motion, he threw off the covers, enveloping himself entirely, like a corpse covered in a shroud. Shun Qingran observed the lump beneath the blanket, akin to a covered body, and after a long silence, left without a word. The fury that surged quickly ebbed away. When Shun Fan awoke, his mindset had largely realigned. Both he and Shun Qingran tacitly refrained from mentioning the events of the previous night as they proceeded to the mecha training. However, the unexpected arrival of a guest caused Shun Fan's countenance to sour once more. His classmates stood at attention, their demeanor grave, displaying a level of seriousness multiplied 100-fold. Meanwhile, Shun Fan could only think. He has arrived, adorned with the privileges of a marshal. In the novel, Wei Ran had taken an interest in Shun Qingran, initially stating his purpose was to inspect student training, gradually transitioning to combat guidance, and ultimately to personal instruction. Bah, a hypocritical scoundrel. As expected, once the coach's customary speech concluded, Wei Ran approached them. "I just reviewed your recent test scores." Quite impressive that he stood before Shun Fan and Shun Qingran, his voice low. Shun Fan, on high alert, anticipated his next line. "If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask me." To preemptively thwart Wei Ran's progression, he interjected, "No one understands mechas better than we do." "We have no questions." Wei Ran fell silent, his gaze upon Shun Fan now laced with scrutiny and intensity. This Omega had predicted his words. His original intent was to assess Shun Fan's mecha combat capabilities. But the results of the S-level mental strength tests were far more intricate than the research team had anticipated. No, rather than being complex, it was that the existing equipment could not perfectly define Shun Fan's mental strength level. Both test results had yielded a jumble of data. Such abilities must be harnessed for the Empire, or else an innocent man suffers for possessing a treasure. The events surrounding General Chun had illuminated the youth's fervor and sense of justice. Yet, Wei Ran's demeanor grew stern. Perhaps the youth's pride in his formidable talents had led him to neglect etiquette and lose the ability for normal communication. Despite years of peace, the coldness of battle still lingered on Wei Ran's face. A remnant of his military seriousness. Do nothing, to say nothing. Merely standing there would give the impression that he was poised to deliver judgment. Shun Fan warily observed him, regretting his overly blunt dismissal of Wei Ran's authority. Those who occupy high positions for too long often become intolerant of even the slightest affront. As Wei Ran's expression darkened, Shun Fan weighed the disparity in their power, hastily rectifying. "What I meant to convey is that we have mastered the foundational mecha training perfectly. Should we encounter difficulties in future training, we shall consult the marshal." Wei Ran remained mute, casting one last penetrating glance at Shun Fan before turning to leave. Did he just glare at him before departing? Shun Fan immediately turned to Shun Qingran, whispering disparaging remarks about Wei Ran. Chapter 75. The revelation of Dragon Aotian. The incident with Wei Ran enlightened Shun Fan to the paramount importance of growing stronger. Otherwise, when power bore down, he wouldn't even be able to protect his subordinates. An overwhelming sense of urgency drove him these past few days, akin to being injected with adrenaline, as he relentlessly pushed Shun Qingran and GG to their limits. Ultimately, GG was the first to crack. "I instructed you not to spend every day idling and indulging in romance. I meant for you to train hard, not to wake at 5 for training and sleep only after training." Shun Fan paused his activities, casting a look of disappointment at GG. "I thought you were a fellow competitor, But seems you are merely talk, he sighed. I am quite let down by you. GG was left speechless, dark circles under his eyes embellished with red veins, as he queried, excluding time for washing and meals, that leaves 1 hour, with high-intensity training for 19 hours and only 4 hours of sleep. Are you not exhausted? Even during meals, weighted sandbags clung to their bodies. Shun Fan declared with fervor, Not at all. I could even add another hour of training. GG gritted his teeth, realizing he could no longer disdain these two for being love-struck. They were clearly relentless in their pursuit of excellence. Finally, lunch hour arrived, and GG appeared wan, his lips pale, his expression numb as he trailed behind Shun Fan like a zombie. Shun Fan mused. This resembles the period of my own madness. GG, utterly drained, felt torn between giving up and realizing that those with greater talent were persevering. What right did he have to surrender? Overwhelmed by anxiety and fatigue, he ultimately vented his frustrations on the school forum. Upon entering, he found a CP post filled to the brim with pictures of Shun Fan and Shen Qingran, most taken during training. That a flurry of excited comments flooded in. Hearts symbolizing the fervor of their fans, he commented, You have all been deceived by their serene appearances. In reality, they're training hard. Suddenly, a head popped over, startling GG and causing him to nearly drop his plate. Shun Fan resumed his seat, his gaze piercing with unspoken understanding. So it's you. Do you have a history with Aralsi? A disjointed question left GG bewildered, and he shook his head in response. No. Shun Fan let out a soft hum, neither affirming nor denying his answer. How adept at pretense. Not only did he hurl insults anonymously, but he also shifted the blame onto others. The verbal skirmish from earlier now reflected in GG's expression, granting Shun Fan a sense of poetic justice. Indeed, low quality was most fitting for GG. He had misjudged Yoroshi. Shun Fan opened his terminal to send a message to Yoroshi. I misunderstood you before. Yoroshi. Shun Fan closed the terminal, realizing that had he not seen GG's forum account, he might have continued to assume Yoroshi was just another lowbrow keyboard warrior, much like himself, at midnight. The trio concluded their day as training. Shun Fan patted GG on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. You are too lacking. I do not expect you to reach my level, but I hope you can at least match Shen Qingran. GG, weary to the point of dazedness, replied, Is this a level achievable by a human? Shun Fan responded, No training tomorrow. Take a break. GG sighed in relief. Finally, awakening refreshed and well into the afternoon, Shun Fan found his thoughtful little brother had prepared a meal and brought it to his bedroom. Having not accessed the Star Network for quite some time, he yawned and continued lounging in bed, opening his terminal to indulge in a delightful surfing experience. Yet he was first met with several messages from Yoroshi. Yesterday at 12:39 p.m., Yoroshi. What misunderstanding? Yoroshi. Where are you? Yoroshi. Yesterday at 2:07 p.m. Yoroshi. Why don't you tell me what misunderstanding? Yesterday at 7:13 p.m. Yoroshi. Chef's knife, chef's knife, chef's knife, angry bomb. Yesterday at 9:25 p.m. Yoroshi. What misunderstanding? At 1:48 a.m. Yoroshi. What misunderstanding? Laser bullet. Could it be that he hadn't slept all night? Speaking was out of the question. His image as a refined individual must be upheld. He absolutely could not collapse his persona of the languid nobleman like Yoroshi had. Shun Fan typed a reply. Wrong person. Yoroshi replied in an instant. I'll shark you. Shun Fan. Hey. There was no further response from Yoroshi, but the group chat had seen a flurry of new messages. G-Yuan. 5v5 is coming. 1-4. Hurry. G-Yuan. Where is everyone? Not awake yet? G-Yuan. I have an A-level mech, 67 win rate. Achievements verifiable. Screenshot. Shun Fan stroked his chin. It had been a while since he last played games, and his hands were itching. Shun Fan. I'm with Shen Qingran. Just after sending it, Shen Qing chimed in. Count me in. Yin. 1 out after finishing his meal, Shun Fan dragged Shen Qingran to the internet CAF. Where the holographic pods were the latest model, far more advanced than their previous second-hand ones. Shun Fan logged into the game, nostalgically admiring his character-esque appearance before forming a team with Shen Qingran. Seeing Shun Fan's character again, Shen Qingran could only feel fortunate that Omega physiques struggled to build muscle. They took a bit longer, and Ji Yuan and the others had already played a few rounds of 3v3. Shun Fan copied the IDs of the three and sent friend requests one by one. Upon exiting their 3v3 match, Ji Yuan and the others were taken aback by the friend requests. Shun Fan was indeed extraordinary. Fan Di. So Shin Qingran was the younger brother of Fan Ge? How to describe it? It was both unexpected and yet entirely predictable. Anyone who played this game had likely seen their dungeon clearance videos and knew they were the 100 win rate holders in 3v3. Their IDs were straightforward, brimming with personal flair. These two were not hard to guess. However, the stark contrast between their in-game appearances and real-life selves was akin to a dandelion and an eraser, completely unrelated. Shin Qingran was one thing, with a default game appearance that, while not as striking as his real-life looks, could still be considered normal. But who could have anticipated that the bulging, muscular figure in the game, who seemed capable of overwhelming Shun Fan with a single punch, was in reality a round-faced Omega? No one had ever doubted the alpha gender of Kuang Zhuang, Fan Di. In the game, the five of them convened. And Shen Xing and Ji Yuan each clung to Shun Fan's legs. "Big brother, take us along." Yian looked at them with a complex expression. The disconnect felt surreal through the screen. But now, in person, he could finally sense the imposing aura of Shun Fan, making it difficult to reconcile his real-life image with that of his game character. Such intricate emotions could not be borne alone. He turned expressionlessly and summoned Yoroshi. Yoroshi's pupils dilated in shock. "You are Shun Fan." He should have known. The IDs, the personalities, the methods of these two were too evident. But why was Shun Fan's game image so difficult to articulate? "The facial modification card has already been sent to your email." Yoroshi placed a hand on Shun Fan's shoulder, his expression grave. "Consider this a plea. Please revert to your original appearance." Shun Fan shook off his hand, coldly rejecting. "Not a chance." "Yoroshi, if that's the case, let us duel." Daring to challenge the elder brother, Shun Fan waggled his finger. "You aren't worthy." Yoroshi, a lump lodged in his throat, he felt utterly stifled. In a moment, he vanished, logging off decisively. Shun Fan sighed. "Today's youth are truly restless." Shun Qingran. Not everyone could be as composed as Fan Ge. Shun Xing and Ji Yuan were astonished. No wonder Shin Qingran enjoys such favor. It turns out he has a knack for flattery. The two exchanged glances and then dispersed. Fan Ge is unparalleled. Shun Xing massaged his shoulders. Fan Ge is soft on the outside, strong on the inside. Ji Yuan kneaded his legs. Shun Fan widened his eyes at Ji Yuan. "What descriptor?" Ji Yuan quickly amended. "Fan Ge is unstoppable." Yian, should he also follow suit? Shun Fan seemed to sense something. Looking at him and lifting his chin, silently urging, "Your turn." In that moment, time stretched infinitely to why Yian had never felt such torment before, contemplating why he had chosen to be Shun Fan's little brother, pondering when the universe would face its Big Bang. However, those disjointed thoughts were fleeting. He struggled to open his mouth. Fan Ge is infinitely glorious. That Wai Yian felt as though his spirit had been extinguished. He has sullied it. Shun Fan burst into laughter, not expecting that even the protagonist of a novel could have such a day. Was this the thrill of conquest? With glee, Shun Fan led the four into a 5v5 match, gradually becoming intoxicated amidst the flattery from Shun Xing and Ji Yuan. Upon checking the battle records, he was instantly sobered. After 11 matches, he consistently ranked second to last. Shin Qingran remained steadfastly at the bottom. Meanwhile, Yian claimed 11 MVPs, prompting Shun Fan to glance enviously at Yian's impressively stylish S-grade mech. Thinking to himself, "Damn, wealth is indeed impressive." Shun Xing and Ji Yuan both had a grade mechs, while he and his little brother had cobbled together 8B grade mech from dungeon loot. Once more, he experienced the stark contrast between whale players and casual gamers, but it mattered not. Whales were still his little brothers. Shun Fan quickly adjusted his mindset, planning to take advantage. "Let's go tackle an S-grade dungeon." That he aimed to collect S-grade equipment. Shun Xing and Ji Yuan looked up at Shun Fan's towering figure, their eyes brimming with admiration. As expected of the big brother, daring to challenge an S-grade dungeon with a B-grade mech, the five of them recklessly dove into the S-grade violent dungeon. 1 minute later, the five emerged covered in dirt and disheveled. To their surprise, it was not the boss that obliterated them. but Shun Fan himself. Upon entry, they encountered a massive spiked serpent with countless tentacles, its limbs extending with such speed that they left after images. Shun Fan, quick on the draw, unleashed a powerful attack at his feet. This was a standard maneuver, predicting the monster's landing position and using skill timing to perfectly coincide with its descent to repel the creature and protect himself. However, Shun Fan had not played an S-grade dungeon before, and having not kept up with the game for so long, he forgot the dungeon settings. In E-grade dungeons, attacks did not affect teammates, while in D-grade dungeons, they were halved. In C-grade and above, the battles simulated real combat, meaning attacks affected teammates 100%. Consequently, the forum was rife with posts about players who intentionally shot their teammates in dungeons, causing the game environment to become quite toxic. Eventually, the officials cracked down on such behavior, and as long as a report was made and verified, offenders would face a year-long ban, gradually improving the dungeon environment. Thus, Shun Fan nobly sent off 4 teammates with his ultimate move, leaving only Yin, piloting an S-grade mech, to struggle alone. Within mere moments, he too was ensnared and killed by the tentacled serpent. Shun Fan scratched his head. Given the difficulty of S-grade dungeons, why don't they differentiate between friend and foe in attacks? Yin, having repaired his damaged mech, replied expressionlessly. It simulates reality, hence, monster attacks will also affect their own kind. By the way, mech damage is very real. Shun Fan was stunned, quickly pulling up his mech panel, which was indeed flooded with red indicators. Clicking on repair, he found that one part cost a staggering 5,000 star coins. The total repairs amounted to 100,000 star coins. Shun Fan lamented deeply. He should have thoroughly studied the guide before recklessly entering an S-grade dungeon. Yin lightly added. The higher the mech level, the steeper the repair costs. For S-grade mechs, one part costs 30,000 star coins. Shun Fan's expression suddenly shifted. The game of the affluent? Farewell. In an instant, his figure vanished from the sight of the crowd. As Shun Fan and Shun Qingran emerged from the internet CF, the sun had already set, casting a dimming hue across the sky. They casually entered a nearby establishment, only to exit 10 minutes later. The food was atrocious. I have never encountered a place that could render stir-fried seaweed vermicelli to resemble excrement. Even the simplest and most delectable dish, like a pan-seared pork chop, managed to taste like a sewer rat. Shun Fan paused. Perhaps it was indeed rat meat. Shun Qingran glanced at him, and the two shared a silent stare for a few seconds before racing to the roadside recycling bin to retch. Gurgle, gurgle. Shun Fan and Shun Qingran held bottled water, tilting their heads back to rinse their mouths. Shun Fan dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a tissue, indignantly snapping photos of the establishment. Unethical vendors. I must report this today. After submitting their complaint on Starnet, the two aimlessly wandered along the street. During their stroll, they encountered passers-by who approached to strike up conversations. Shun Qingran took his hand, softly explaining, "This way, others will see we are a couple and won't disturb us." Before Shun Fan could respond, a voice interrupted. "Excuse me for the interruption." Alpha stood somewhat awkwardly before them. His ears flushed as he inquired of Shun Qingran. "See, can I add you as a friend?" Shun Qingran raised their clasped hands, her tone cool. "I have a partner." The Alpha's eyes widened in surprise, his gaze darting between the two before he realized the implication. Hurriedly apologizing, "I'm sorry. I thought you were sisters." "Ah, no, brothers. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance." He blushed deeply and fled. Shun Fan remarked meaningfully, "We certainly don't appear to be a couple." Shun Qingran replied, "There will always be those lacking in perception." Shun Fan shrugged, withdrawing his hand as he turned to enter a nearby dessert shop. He selected a small cake to bring back to their dormitory. "I shall indulge alone," Shun Fan declared as he shut the bedroom door. Shun Qingran, holding drinks in both hands, remained frozen in the living room. Chapter 77. The substitute of Long Aotian in the bedroom was dimly lit. A solitary candle flickering atop the petite cake. With a breath, the flame was extinguished. "Is today the host's birthday?" The system suddenly inquired. "How many hosts have you accompanied?" Shun Fan did not respond, but instead posed another question. The system replied, "Including you, there have been 7. Do you ever think about your previous hosts?" "Sometimes." Never had the system been asked such a question before. It opened up about its former host, why first host was timid. Yet his luck was extraordinary, seemingly achieving his goals effortlessly with the main character. The second host was an ordinary university student who, despite occasionally failing to complete tasks, ultimately succeeded in winning over the main character and achieving a reversal of fortune. The third host was a heartthrob, capturing not only the main character but also the main character's love interest, along with various supporting characters, stray dogs, and fish from the river. Shun Fan listened intently, pondering whether the Long Aotian system would also recount its past to the next host. How would it introduce him to others? My first host had an extraordinarily handsome face, unparalleled cultivation, and was unmatched in character. Truly the epitome of Long Aotian. Shun Fan couldn't help but chuckle at his own imagination. The system, perplexed, asked, was the story of the previous hosts amusing, yet despite Shun Fan's laughter, his mood seemed subdued. Prompting the system to inquire, "What are you thinking about?" Shun Fan suppressed his mirth. I was contemplating the Long Aotian system. The atmosphere fell silent, the cool moonlight casting a subtle melancholy upon his amber eyes. The system was quiet for a few moments before breaking the somber mood. So, I was merely its substitute. Boo-hoo. Shun Fan was momentarily taken aback, confused by the statement. What do you mean? The system sobbed. No wonder you've always looked down upon me, yet never abandoned me. It was all to witness my longing for it. Shun Fan was at a loss for words, finally grasping the system's meaning. Have you been reading substitute literature lately? My fifth host was a substitute in a white moonlight narrative. When the white moonlight returned, the main character mercilessly terminated the contract with the substitute. The system sobbed, I am merely the substitute for your longing for the white moonlight. Once it returns to your side, you will discard me. I would never. Shun Fan gazed out at the white moon. You are you, and it is that I have never regarded you as a mere substitute for it. Primarily, aside from sharing the same species, there's not a single point of similarity in contrast to other substitutes, who at least share looks, temperament, or abilities with the white moonlight. Furthermore, the concept of a substitute inherently offends two individuals, lacking any semblance of respect. Is that so? The system ceased its tears. Can you truly differentiate? The moonflower and the rose, in it. This was the first time Long Aotian had encountered such saccharine rhetoric, and Shun Fan could not help but push his jaw slightly. I have never confused them. The system brightened, chuckling, neither have I. I have never confused you with other hosts. You are all unique, since you're no longer sad. Could you help me search for it in the Long Aotian department? Woo woo woo, you're chatting with me while thinking of another system. The system began to wail again. The things you said were merely to placate me, right? The real objective was to have me seek out your white moonlight. I originally intended to have you inquire about the Long Aotian system. Shun Fan, exasperated, pressed his fingers to his temples and patiently explained, what I said earlier was genuine. I was not deceiving you. The system, feeling aggrieved, tentatively asked, what if I say I cannot find the Long Aotian system? Shun Fan replied, then you cannot find it. I am not lying. I truly cannot find it, before the search could even commence. Shun Fan suspected the system was slacking off. Could you tell me why you cannot find it? The system observed his expression, unable to discern any emotion. IT replied softly, because our organization lacks a Long Aotian department. Taken aback by this revelation, Shun Fan paused. Could it be that there was more than one organization for traversing narratives? He recalled the departments the system had mentioned, the Villain Redemption Department and the Torment Protagonist Plot Department, while it belonged to the Malicious Cannon Fodder Counterattack Department. These departments sounded quite dubious. Does your organization have any more reputable departments? There are, the system affirmed, such as the Sweet Pet Department and the Farming and Infrastructure Department, which both have a rather uplifting tone. Shun Fan seized upon this thread and immediately inquired, do you bind with male protagonists who establish harems? Harems consist of females. The system expressed disdain. Such a harem male in a Sweet Pet narrative would merely be a cannon fodder who ultimately loves the main character but must wash his hands of it. If the protagonist is a heartthrob who gathers various aggressors, that could work. My third host was like that, broadening his harem, but it included dogs and fish, all male. Everything became clear. Shun Fan, the former Long Aotian, had been struck by lightning, transitioning from male-centric to female-centric narratives. Moreover, these two channels did not communicate with one another. This implied that he and the Long Aotian system would never cross paths again. Seeing him lost in thought, the system cautiously asked, "Are you feeling quite despondent?" Shun Fan returned to the present. The system continued, "Are you disheartened by the prospect of never meeting the Long Aotian system again?" "A little," Shun Fan admitted. "After all, I have traveled alongside it, and we parted without a proper farewell. There is certainly a sense of regret." "Oh," the system's mood darkened. Shun Fan sensed it might be overthinking again. "My longing for it does not conflict with my time spent with you, just as I can be with Shun Qingran every day without it hindering my relationship with you." The system understood but couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. "You are the most special to me, yet I am not the most special to you." Shun Fan had received such candid confessions before, yet this was the first time it came from a non-human entity. "Have I surpassed the previous hosts in your heart?" The system nodded, though it lacked a head. "Yes, you are the first and only obstacle I have encountered along my path to success. It is you who awakened my working spirit, helping me realize the importance of taking things easy. It is still you who promised to assist me in escaping this nefarious organization, to become a guiding light in the narrative world." Shun Fan was taken aback. "Was this what made it special?" "You are welcome. It's your virtue." Chapter 78. The birthday of Long Aotian. So, is today the host's birthday? The system circled back to the topic. Yes, Shun Fan took a bite of the cake, realizing today was also the birthday of the Long Aotian system. "And oh wonder you keep in your thoughts. I can never compete with it. Keep this up, and I will block you." The system huffed. "I still want to wish you a happy birthday, yet you contemplate blocking me." Shun Fan leaned against the window, chewing in silence, allowing his thoughts to drift with the moonlight. He had encountered the Long Aotian system on his birthday. Orphaned at a young age, his uncle had taken over the Shun family, leaving him to live under someone else's roof. On the night of his birthday, he had been in the storeroom, peering through a small window at the moon, making a wish that "I wish to become the best in the world." Suddenly, a mechanical electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Long Aotian system number 101 at your service." Shun Fan was taken aback, desperately clawing at the door as he howled like a banshee, attracting several servants who proceeded to beat him mercilessly. Gradually, he managed to calm his racing heart, sobbing as he implored the system to take the life of someone else, perhaps that of his uncle. The Long Aotian system was equally stunned by the scene, helplessly joining him in tears. "Why are you acting so differently from what the manual states? What am I supposed to do next?" Thus, the two lamented through the night. As dawn broke, Shun Fan's energy had utterly waned, and in a haze he heard the system remark, "The male protagonist in the manual is composed and self-assured. Why are you such a timid mouse?" Shun Fan defiantly raised his middle finger. "You're no better off than I am." The system retorted, "I was just created. What gives you the right to judge me?" Shun Fan closed his eyes. How tragic, being thrust into child labor right after birth. "You're no different," it shot back, living in a storage room at such a young age. Eventually, Shun Fan did embark on the path to becoming the world's greatest. While the Long Aotian system matured into a seasoned and astute entity, their initial encounter transformed into a taboo within both their hearts, an unspoken memory neither wished to revisit, for no other reason than sheer embarrassment. "Hey, what on earth are you daydreaming about?" The system's voice jolted Shun Fan back to reality. "What's wrong?" he asked, coming out of his reverie. "I said, 'Happy birthday to you.'" The system huffed. "I requested a gift from my superiors, and it's stored in the warehouse." Shun Fan accessed the panel to glimpse the gift in the warehouse. Dimensional link device. Woski once stated, "What is to transpire tomorrow will be known the day after." Just as beings from different dimensions are simply beings from different dimensions, it appeared rather suitable as a mere ornament. The system hesitated. "I know you are not fond of the reward items from the department, so I use points to purchase this. IT might be a bit unreliable, but you mustn't disdain it." "Thank you, I truly appreciate it." Shun Fan smiled. "When is your birthday?" The system shyly activated its cooling fan, according to the calculations of this world. "My birthday is February 9th. Will you celebrate it with me?" The system looked on with anticipation. Shun Fan nodded. "Of course, I'll prepare an electronic cake for you. Yay, I can celebrate my birthday too." Shun Fan and the system engaged in playful banter, suddenly recalling that individuals in this world typically share birthday cakes with friends and family. He cut a perfect slice of cake and placed it atop a lid. Knocking on Shun Qingran's bedroom door. Let us enjoy it together. Shun Qingran accepted the small piece of cake, his dark eyes gazing at Shun Fan. Is it too much for you to eat alone? Shun Fan replied, saying such things, this was specially shared with you by your elder brother. As he spoke, he pounded his chest twice with a fist and raised his chin at Shun Qingran. Embrace the love of your elder brother. Having said that, he turned to return to his room. Shun Qingran stared at his retreating figure until he disappeared into his bedroom, then lowered his gaze to the cake in his hand. A drop of solidified pale yellow wax rested atop it. His expression was pensive, lost in thought. After a long moment, he opened his terminal to check the time. It was 11:03. There was still time. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as Shun Fan opened the door, Shun Qingran seized his wrist and pulled him outside. What's the matter? We need to make a new cake. Inside the bakery, Shun Fan felt restless. Although Shun Qingran hadn't explicitly stated it, his inexplicable insistence on bringing him to the shop and even making the cake himself in the baking room was tantamount to directly saying that today was his birthday. This was problematic. After all, the original host and his younger brother shared the same birthday. His younger brother would realize that he was not the original Shun Fan. The system was equally anxious. Host. What should we do? Shun Fan felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Should I just run away now? But the male protagonist already knows. Where could we escape to? What should we do? What should we do? System. What will happen if the male protagonist finds out? The query left the system momentarily speechless. The consequence was simply that the male protagonist would find out. Shun Fan fell silent, his trepidation dissipating in an instant, and he relaxed, lazily leaning back against the chair desk. So, it wouldn't be an issue. He had fretted for nothing. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and Shun Qingran emerged, cradling the cake. The flickering candlelight danced with his steps, casting a warm glow upon Shun Qingran's face, his dark eyes imbued with a gentle warmth that he silently placed the cake on the table, softly urging, there are just 2 minutes left. Make your wish. Shun Fan obediently closed his eyes, and after a moment, blew out the candles. At the stroke of midnight, he caught the tail end of his birthday celebration. The streets outside were brilliantly illuminated, bustling with life. While the bakery remained dim and serene, the soft glow from the outside world filtering through the glass, gently illuminating their faces. The background music flowed softly, and Shun Qingran gazed intently at him. Your wish, he said, his lips parting. Does it involve me? Shun Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a flush of embarrassment. His wish was to wake up looking stunningly handsome. After all, he had already experienced being the greatest in the world, but had yet to enjoy the thrill of being breathtakingly attractive. Now, facing Shun Qingran's earnest and fervent gaze, Shun Fan felt a rare sense of shame. He truly was a superficial person. While his younger brother spoke of emotions, he was solely concerned with appearances. Feigning seriousness, Shun Fan cleared his throat. Wishes cannot be disclosed. Otherwise, they will not come true. Seeing his demeanor, Shun Qingran's heart leapt. Assuming that Shun Fan was simply shy, with a delighted smile, he remarked, time is limited, and I didn't make it perfectly. You should try it and see how it tastes. Shun Fan cut 2 pieces. Placing one in front of Shun Qingran and keeping one for himself, he took a spoonful, savoring it, and gave a thumbs up, generously praising, this is the most exquisite delicacy in the world. His expression was exaggerated. Oh, then I'll hold back next time. Shun Qingran chuckled, taking a bite himself. Gentle warmth enveloped both of them, filling the bakery with a cozy atmosphere. Suddenly, Shun Fan lifted his head, his bright eyes shining against the dim backdrop. The Wild Stars truly is an exceptional place. Not only does it train omegas to resist alpha pheromones, but it also cultivates one's character and teaches baking, with a crisp voice that carried deeper meaning. He added, I find it impossible to be entirely unaffected by alpha pheromones. Clang. The fork clattered onto the plate, producing a sharp sound. The air became tense in an instant. Chapter 79. Long Aotian interrogates his younger brother. In the novel, Shun Qingran would become weak and feverish at the scent of alpha pheromones. However, In Shun Fan's recollection, Shun Qingran had never exhibited such a reaction, even when Shun Fan was in a haze of heat. Shun Qingran remained wide awake, assisting him in handling the aftermath. "Why are you reacting so strongly?" Shun Fan stared at him without blinking. Shun Qingran's expression returned to normal as he grasped the fork once more. Stating, "My glands were injured, making me insensitive to alpha pheromones," he lowered his gaze, a hint of sorrow crossing his brow. "As you know, I've been without family since childhood, wandering alone. Thankfully, alpha pheromones do not affect me. Otherwise, I might never have met Brother Fan." "Here we go again." Shun Fan rolled his eyes, silently observing his performance. Noticing Shun Fan's indifference, Shun Qingran reached across the table to hook his sleeve, his lips pressed together. "I lost my family at birth. My glands were injured, and I faced hunger and cold for years, wandering aimlessly. Thankfully, Brother Fan has not suffered as I have. As long as Brother Fan is well, nothing else matters to me." The original host and Shun Qingran were essentially swapped identities. And for Shun Qingran to say such things was akin to pointing fingers at him. It was the original host who exchanged identities. What did it have to do with him, the transmigrator? Shun Fan smirked, seeing through the facade but choosing to remain silent. His younger brother knew he was not the original host and still spoke this way, attempting to guilt-trip him. He wouldn't fall for it. His younger brother was privy to his secrets, yet he remained unaware of what Shun Qingran kept hidden from him. It was simply unfair. Shun Qingran stared blankly, his gaze dropping as he pondered something. Shun Fan felt a knot of frustration. Who was he putting on this pitiful act for? He would not be swayed. The two faced each other in silence for a full minute before Shun Fan could no longer contain himself, letting out a long, mournful sigh. "Alas, my younger brother has grown up and has his own secrets now." He spoke in a tone of resignation, as if addressing a rebellious charge. "I know, you still harbor resentment towards me. Don to you, because I took away your life as the young master of the Shun family." Shun Qingran lifted his gaze. "I have never blamed you." Shun Fan continued to lament. "Ah, my brother has matured. He now has his own secrets." Shun Qingran fell silent once more. Shun Fan gritted his teeth. "Since I cannot keep you here, I will not force you to stay." Shun Qingran's head shot up. What did that mean? Was he to be abandoned? "Brother Fan, you don't want me anymore." If this was Brother Fan's decision, he wished to fight for his place. It would be all right. He could scavenge for scraps on his own. Shun Fan replied coolly, "Eat more, don't starve yourself." The indifference was palpable, still pretending. Shun Qingran protested. "How can your 37-degree tongue utter such frigid words?" Shun Fan retorted, "Being cold does not break the green tea." Shun Qingran furrowed his brow. He felt subtly insinuated. It turned out Shun Fan was already aware. His demeanor had remained completely indifferent, prompting Shun Qingran to press his lips together. The secrets between them were tacitly understood, without the need for explicit discussion. However, since Shun Fan was curious, there was nothing left to conceal. Shun Qingran opened his mouth, ready to confess, but suddenly, Shun Fan stood up and took a few steps towards him. Confused, he turned his head, only to have his nape unexpectedly pressed by a finger, causing his body to stiffen instantly. The coolness of the fingertip, warmed by the gland's temperature, surged through him like a current, sending tingles from his nape to his limbs, while a buzzing sensation filled his ears. His throat constricted, and Shun Qingran swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "What's wrong?" Shun Fan leaned closer, his fingers gliding back and forth on Shun Qingran's nape, eliciting a shiver as Shun Qingran's shoulders instinctively lifted, his collarbone forming a pronounced dip. He didn't appear to have been injured, but a clear and gentle voice whispered behind his ear, its sweetness penetrating his eardrum like grains of sugar, sending a shudder through Shun Qingran. Shun Fan looked at him with curiosity. Such a reaction must indicate guilt, right? Even his pheromones were unable to remain contained, spilling forth. His little brother had deceived him about this. It is human nature to harbor secrets, but to lie is unacceptable. Shun Fan felt a twinge of disappointment as his fingers poked at Shun Qingran's nape, the pressure increasing with each poke. "You're not trying to claim you're not a scarred individual, are you?" He was not easily fooled. To be immune to pheromones, One would need to either be marked or have their glands removed, suffering injuries comparable to those of gland removal, which would leave some trace on the skin. Those with means might undergo surgery to remove scars, but his little brother claimed to have grown up on a desolate star. Where'd he find a hospital for that? Either he was lying about the glands, or his story about being stranded on a desolate star was fabricated. Shun Fan elongated his tone, urging him to speak. Shun Qingran was not unwilling to explain. He was simply overwhelmed by Shun Fan's actions, causing his mind to spiral into chaos. Aside from his erratic breathing and racing heartbeat, he could not muster any other response. He could only feel relieved that the shop was dark, concealing his flushed face. Would Shun Fan find him repulsive if he saw this? Shun Fan, overwhelmed by Shun Qingran's potent pheromones. Coughed, tears springing to his eyes, he ceased his probing fingers, resting his hand on Shun Qingran's shoulder, exasperated. You're quite stubborn. Even releasing pheromones as an attack, the sensation of the glands faded. Prompting Shun Qingran to shut his eyes and take a deep breath, his mind clearing significantly, he steadied his breathing, his voice hoarse, laced with a desire that Shun Fan could not comprehend. I did not deceive you. My glands were severed by a chainsaw from a mech when I was 13. The Shun Fan was momentarily disoriented by the somber tone of Shun Qingran's voice, unsure if it was the overwhelming scent of bamboo or simply fatigue that clouded his mind. He frowned and shook his head, questioning. There are no hospitals on the desolate star. How was such a serious injury treated? Shun Qingran struggled against the heat coursing through him, particularly from the warmth at his shoulder, and steadied himself. The injury was not sustained on the desolate star. Shun Fan's expression shifted into one of realization. He had no intention of probing further, mercifully deciding to let Shun Qingran off the hook. Yet his hand traversed Shun Qingran's nape. Is this how it was cut? A jolt of electricity surged through Shun Qingran, rendering him numb, his dark eyes deep and unfathomable. Yes, the scent of bamboo enveloped Shun Fan like bubbles, and his nape began to itch. He raised his hand to scratch, redirecting his focus back to Shun Qingran. Oh, you know who did it. Shun Qingran curled his fingers, his voice barely a whisper. What did he endure? Shun Fan leaned closer, straining to hear him. Shun Qingran slightly turned his head. He is already dead. His low, gravelly voice held a textured resonance, and the warmth of Shun Qingran's breath scorched Shun Fan's ear, making him recoil instantly, rubbing his ear forcefully. Chapter 80. Long Aotian's Breakdown. It's the bond of sworn brothers. The relationship of Liu Bei with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. The voice echoed in Shun Fan's ear like a feather, incessantly brushing against it, causing a tingling sensation. His nape felt warm, and Shun Fan rubbed one ear while scratching the other. Had Shun Qingran fallen ill? Why was he so warm? He strode to the wall and flipped the switch. With a snap, the shop was suddenly illuminated, and Shun Qingran squinted against the harsh light. Shun Fan turned around, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Shun Qingran was pale with a flush, his eyes glistening, looking as though he had been terribly wronged. Who did this? Who was responsible? Shun Fan scanned the surroundings. There were indeed only the two of them in the store. He straightened up, maintaining a facade of calm. While his mind raced, given that there was no third party present, what was his little brother's story? Shun Fan reflected on the events that had transpired. Well, nothing much had happened. He had merely checked Shun Qingran's nape for scars. The nape? The glands? Shun Fan gazed into space, pondering. Oh, it seemed like it. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, his eyes widening to, oh my goodness. His round face scrunched up in dismay. Although he and Shun Qingran pretended to be a couple, he was not actually a gay man. But what had he done? It turned out his little brother wasn't unwilling to explain. He was simply too frightened to speak. Shun Fan pounded his chest in distress. When he had arrived, he had taken Shun Qingran under his wing, feeling pity for him, hoping to shield this unfortunate male protagonist from the pressures of the four dominant characters. But in the end, the flower he sought to protect had become a joke. As he observed Shun Fan, who looked utterly devastated, Shun Qingran's lips tightened in nervousness. Did he think he had changed? Shun Fan was pierced by Shun Qingran's cautious gaze, a pang of guilt surfacing within him. Oh dear. His little brother was far too pitiful. He truly was a beast. Shun Fan approached Shun Qingran, slowly kneeling, his eyes filled with remorse. "That I will take responsibility for you. I am sorry." Simultaneously, both uttered, "I'm sorry." They were taken aback. Shun Qingran looked at him incredulously, while Shun Fan's conscience was once again burdened. It was clearly his fault, yet his little brother was the one apologizing. "He was truly despicable. I did not steal from you." Shun Fan struggled to explain to Shun Qingran, raising a hand to wipe away non-existent tears. "That while I cannot give you a title, will take responsibility for you." Shun Fan, was bold enough to own up. At this moment, Shun Qingran had begun to understand, though he was puzzled by Shun Fan's erratic thought process. For what he gathered, it seemed he had unexpectedly gained a significant advantage. Shun Fan was half squatting on the ground, while Shun Qingran sat in the chair. Their positions were reversed. Shun Fan looked up at Shun Qingran, who appeared like a pitiful little wife, trying hard to accommodate. Especially with the light shining down, his hair cast a shadow over his dark eyes, enhancing his sorrowful demeanor. "Oh dear." Shun Fan ground his teeth, caught in the struggle between preserving his last shred of masculine pride and shouldering the responsibility of a man. After a long moment, feeling his jaw ache from clenching, he took a deep breath, utterly defeated. "Fine, I'll give you a title." He could not forsake his stubbornness and act like a careless bystander. Shun Qingran lifted the corners of his mouth, grateful for nature's gift. It was clearly Shun Fan's birthday, yet he was the one receiving gifts. What had just transpired, just as he was enjoying the spectacle? It abruptly turned into a mosaic. The system suddenly chimed in, delivering Shun Fan a final blow. "Host, tell me what Shun Qingran revealed at the end." "Shun Fan, I died on the spot." He had already forgotten how he returned to the dormitory. Lying on the bed, he stared vacantly at the ceiling, the system buzzing incessantly in his ear. "Host, hurry and tell me. What secrets does the male protagonist hide? What exactly happened during that mosaic segment? Host, please tell me. Don't just space out." "Nothing," Shun Fan replied faintly. "It was just a change of protagonist." "Host, tell me." The system shrieked in astonishment. "A change of protagonist." It automatically filled in the gaps of the mosaic content. But the host was still present in the shop. Could it be a trio? No wonder the host appeared so defeated. The system's data codes turned yellow. "Host, who is the new protagonist?" Shun Fan pulled the blanket over himself, his lips drooping. "Me?" The system's voice cracked in disbelief. Shun Fan was displeased with its incredulous tone. "What's wrong with that? Can I, the former Long Aotian, be the protagonist?" The system fell silent. Not because it doubted the host, but because the host's attributes seemed more suited for the role of a submissive. What kind of protagonist had a round face and was shorter than the other? Moreover, he was an omega. While there were sweet alphas, the host's height was indeed a significant drawback. An alpha who was short seemed somewhat forced. It would be more acceptable for Shun Qingran to become the protagonist than to transform the protagonist into a short alpha. Why so silent? Shun Fan wondered. Was his transformation into the protagonist so hard to accept? The system pondered for a long while before deciding to change the subject. Did Shun Qingran confess at the end? "A little," Shun Fan replied listlessly. "He no longer resides on the desolate star." The electronic system slightly furrowed its brows and promptly called up the novel for review. The narrative commences as Shun Qingran is welcomed back into the Shun family. Providing only a brief summary of his past, in essence, the text indeed reveals that Shun Qingran was raised on a desolate star. While it is quite ordinary for Shun Fan, as a traveler from another realm, to deviate from the original storyline, one must ponder why Shun Qingran, as a native of this tale, did not adhere strictly to the original path before encountering Shun Fan. Where did he reside? Why was this not questioned? The male protagonist seems peculiar. Lacking the inclination to inquire further, he resolved to address it later. Shun Fan, with a dejected demeanor, raised his wrist to activate the terminal and access the chat with the landlord. In this world, the only elder who served as a confidant was the landlord, who had offered considerable assistance despite their never having met. Yet, faced with the chat interface, he found himself at a loss for words. His fingers lingered motionless above the screen for a prolonged moment. After approximately 5 minutes, the system could no longer contain its curiosity. Are you stuck? With a slight curl of his fingers. Shun Fan detached himself from his myriad thoughts and began typing on the screen. Shun Fan. Are you there? Shun Fan. I have a friend who has taken on a younger brother. By a twist of fate, they have become intertwined, but he is a straight man. With a sigh, Shun Fan added, by straight man, I mean he is only attracted to female A, female B, and female O. After nearly 10 minutes, the landlord replied, what are your thoughts now? Shun Fan responded instantly. It's my friend. He is currently experiencing complex emotions. The landlord inquired, does your friend feel resistant towards him? Upon seeing that word, Shun Fan rolled over, burying himself in his blanket. Don't know. Chapter 81. Dragon Overlord Ding Dong. The terminal's notification tone rang out. Shun Fan was disinterested in checking it, as he was still mired in confusion. Resistance? Not exactly. It's merely a challenge to accept. After all, he had always envisioned his future partner as a woman. While Shin Qingran was undeniably handsome, he was still just an attractive male. Appearance was not the crux of the matter. The key factor was gender. Shun Fan wrestled with these thoughts until the next day, deprived of sleep, his bloodshot eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling, deflated like a balloon that had lost its air. Observing Shun Fan's haggard condition, the system expressed concern. Host, what is wrong? Shun Fan, with a faint breath, replied, I am contemplating. The system, naturally assuming he was pondering something significant, such as how to dismantle an organization, offered, I can assist you with your thoughts. Shun Fan sighed softly. I still cannot adjust to the role of the main character's dominant partner. The system, though speechless, maintained its compassionate demeanor, advising, perhaps you should rest. Who knows, you might wake up feeling accustomed to it. Shun Fan weakly turned his head. The system would never comprehend. He opened the terminal to find messages from the landlord sent the night before. The initial messages inquired about his thoughts, while the last one arrived at 4 in the morning. The landlord wrote, if you find it hard to accept, you can communicate directly with him. He will not impose on you. Shun Fan mechanically moved his fingers to reply. It is my friend, not me. The landlord, typically unfazed by response times, replied in an instant. How is your friend considering the matter? The mask of anguish slipped on immediately, and before Shun Fan could fully digest it, the landlord sent another message. If you are unsure how to handle it, you might as well pretend it never happened. He would not mind. Shun Fan's tendency to evade responsibility stirred uncomfortably within him, and he struck the bed a couple of times in frustration. The dismal image of the younger brother from the previous night lingered in his mind. He could not be so irresponsible. After taking several deep breaths, he resolved that since he had erred, he must take full responsibility. The younger brother was merely an innocent, unjustly victimized young female. He could not feign ignorance due to his selfish desires. With his mental fortitude solidified, Shun Fan approached the screen with a determined spirit, typing fervently. Yet, after only a few words, he suddenly sensed something amiss. How could the landlord be so aware of the younger brother's feelings? Could it be? Shun Fan's thoughts pivoted, and clarity dawned upon him. The younger brother must have sought out the landlord as a confidant as well. How considerate of the landlord to engage in conversation at such an hour! He transferred 50,000 star coins to the landlord, adding a note, a small token of appreciation, not meant to be taken lightly. The landlord replied. Shun Fan then made his way directly to Shun Qingran's room. Upon seeing Shun Qingran's weary expression, he surmised that Shun Fan had come to reject him. He was not insistent on this matter and graciously poured a glass of warm water for Shun Fan to soothe your throat. Shun Fan accepted the water and downed it in one go, plopping down on the bed and patting the space beside him, signaling for Shun Qingran to join him. Once Shun Qingran sat down, Shun Fan began, about yesterday. Initially intending to say it was his fault and to reassure him that he would treat him well, his words faltered as a faint scent of bamboo wafted past his nose, causing him to stumble over his phrase, which ended up as it's your fault. Give up. Burnt rice won't tea do you any good. Shun Qingran. Shun Fan blinked, realizing he had misspoken. Nonchalantly, he repeated his intended message, grasping Shun Qingran's hands earnestly. From now on, you shall be my sister-in-law. Shun Qingran stared in astonishment, clearly indicating that one could not deduce Shun Fan's thoughts by conventional reasoning. Are you serious? The system queried incredulously. Shun Fan affirmed. Of course, The system flipped through the original text, examining the descriptions of the four main characters' dominant roles, then glanced at Shun Fan, feeling a profound sense of complexity. It was difficult to evaluate, yet ultimately, Shun Fan was its host, and it dryly wished him success. Shun Fan scoffed. Recognizing the system's reluctant tone, he was determined to prove through tangible actions that he could indeed fulfill the role of the dominant partner. First, he needed to ensure that the other younger brothers altered their address for Shun Qingran, that he accessed the terminal, summoned the group chat, and issued an announcement. From now on, you shall refer to Shun Qingran as sister-in-law. The 5 members in the group simultaneously responded with question marks. Though merely a collection of code, the system felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. It was evident that they were already a couple. Would this sudden declaration not seem overly deliberate? Shun Fan, with unwavering resolve, stated, "We are officially a couple now. The address must change." The system, losing its desire to engage, prepared to retreat to the back end to untangle its jumbled code. Only to overhear Shun Fan suddenly questioning Shun Qingran about his past. The data-driven ears perked up immediately. Having resolved to be together earnestly, it was best for them to engage in full candor. Shun Fan gazed intently into Shun Qingran's eyes. "I cannot articulate my secret, but you are already aware of it. Now, regarding your matters, could you be forthright with me?" Shun Qingran momentarily lost his train of thought. How had their relationship progressed to the point of seeking transparency so abruptly? Shouldn't they first engage in affectionate gestures before delving into each other's histories to solidify their bond? The prospect of being so close to Shun Fan was initially a cause for joy. But seeing Shun Fan display no signs of elation made his heart retreat unexpectedly. His original intention was to remain by Shun Fan's side, regardless of the role or means, as long as he could be near him. Yet now, witnessing Shun Fan's unperturbed gaze, the previous thrill had entirely dissipated. In truth, Shun Qingran opened his mouth to speak, not wishing for Shun Fan to feel compelled due to guilt. Examining his glands did not signify anything. It was merely an overreaction on his part. There was no need for Shun Fan to feel obligated. Shun Fan was unconvinced. "Do not be obstinate. You clearly desire my responsibility," Shun Qingran replied. "You need not feel responsible." Shun Fan saw through it all. "Your pheromones do not lie. They've been enticing me all along." Shun Qingran's gaze flickered. Had he released pheromones? He attempted to retract them, asking, "Are they still present now?" Shun Fan sniffed and shook his head. "No more." Shun Qingran frowned, realizing this was the first time he had inadvertently released pheromones. Sighing, Shun Fan draped an arm over Shun Qingran's shoulder, adopting a paternal tone. "You simply lack assertiveness. If you want something, just say it. I'm not one to deny reasonable requests." The brilliance in Shun Qingran's eyes dazzled him, causing Shun Qingran to purse his lips. "I do not wish for you to be unhappy." Shun Fan suddenly felt a wave of shame wash over him. "I initially thought you were being obstinate to conceal a secret and did not want me to feel responsible." He gently stroked Shun Qingran's hair. "It is my heart that is at play." Therefore, Shun Fan's eyes bore into him intently. "What secrets do you truly hold?" Chapter 82. The past of Dragon Overlord's younger brother. Shun Qingran's thoughts were in disarray, unsure of where to begin. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "On the day I was born, it snowed on Capital Star." "Wait," Shun Fan interjected. "You need not go into such detail." Shun Qingran pondered briefly and summarized succinctly. "I was found on L Star and inherited his estate." Shun Fan retorted, "That is too brief. It lacks the intricacies of your journey." He dashed into the living room to gather an assortment of snacks and beverages, leaving a trail of crumbs in his wake. Finally, he placed everything on the coffee table before returning to the bedroom and pulling Shun Qingran out. With a pop, he opened a can of sparkling water, pouring it into 2 glass cups adorned with delicate ice cubes and lemon slices. Shun Fan took a sip, smacking his lips, and then opened a snack bag, addressing Shun Qingran. "Can you share some gossip?" Presented in that format, ensuring a balanced level of detail, Shun Qingran gently lifted his drink to his lips, savoring a sip as he began to recount his tale. Upon being cast onto the desolate planet, he was promptly rescued by his landlord, who remarked that on the day he found him, a ferocious sandstorm swept across the barren expanse, leading to the name Shun Qingran. Wait, isn't that a rather far-fetched connection? How can a sandstorm relate to the name Shun Qingran? With a downcast gaze and an air of ambiguity in his tone. He continued, "It was only later that I understood, regardless of the weather on the desolate planet, regardless of where I might be, or who might have picked me up, my name must always remain Shun Qingran." Shun Fan interjected, "Is this fate?" Shun Qingran pressed on. His landlord was stern, imparting numerous skills to him while frequently advising, "Do not trust any alpha, including me. One fateful day at the age of 13. After assisting a passerby alpha on his way home and exceeding the curfew, his landlord erupted in fury, challenging him to a combat test under the pretense of checking his mecha warfare skills. He was utterly defenseless, and as a result, his glands suffered severe damage, rendering him unconscious. Shun Fan munched on some snacks, unable to contain himself. That is incredibly harsh, to inflict such cruelty upon a 13-year-old for such a trivial matter. And he thought the landlord was a benevolent figure. He activated his terminal, preparing to retrieve the payment he had previously sent, when suddenly he recalled Shun Qingran mentioning that the individual in question was already deceased. The screen displayed a confirmation of the transaction, still warm. Can a deceased person still communicate and receive payments? Shun Qingran explained matter-of-factly. This is his account. I took over after his death. Shun Fan's eyes widened in shock. I never doubted the landlord. It turns out the little brother had been deceiving him all along. Shun Qingran appeared somewhat at a loss. I apologize. Please continue. Shun Fan's tone grew distant. Observing his expression, Shun Qingran bit his lip and continued. After I awoke, my landlord was dead. His neck was wrapped in layer upon layer of bandages. For 2 consecutive days, I did not catch a glimpse of my landlord. The ancient castle felt desolate with only me remaining. On the 3rd day, I stealthily opened my landlord's bedroom door. Inside, he found his landlord peacefully asleep, the scent of roses wafting in from outside, warm sunlight cascading over his face, absent of the usual sternness and terror. In that sleeping position, no traces of drugs or ailments were discovered. He had slipped away quietly. The landlord's departure was abrupt, leaving Shun Qingran in a state of confusion, enduring his own wounds while devising means to seize all of his landlord's possessions from those lurking wolves eager to pounce. Only after everything settled did he finally muster the energy to investigate the cause of his landlord's death. The circumstances surrounding his death were exceedingly strange. He rifled through every item associated with his landlord, but found that aside from existing within his memories, the individual had left no mark on this world. Shun Fan remarked, but he did leave behind his assets. Shun Qingran replied, yet once the assets were transferred to my name, all traces of him were erased. His eyes darkened. I was merely 13 at the time. Even having undergone rigorous education, facing the cunning individuals vying for a share of the estate left me somewhat powerless. The only reason I could smoothly transfer all assets to my name was due to their designation pointing toward me. It was as if he anticipated his demise, meticulously planning a path for me. Shun Fan questioned. From his actions, it seems he valued you. But why then did he harm you? Perhaps a pair of black eyes as deep as an ancient well fixed upon Shun Fan. He continued. His initial motive was somewhat akin to yours. Shun Fan raised an eyebrow. Do elaborate. Shun Qingran countered with a question of his own. Why do you wish to prevent me from engaging with alphas? This inquiry landed like a stone cast into a lake, sending ripples outward, centered around the fallen stone. To protect Shun Qingran, he thought. Was the landlord also a traveler? Thus, he could accurately navigate to the desolate planet to retrieve Shun Qingran. And why he insisted on instilling various skills in Shun Qingran for self-preservation, cautioning him against trusting alphas, and paving a path for Shun Qingran's comfort. Goodness. In retrospect, the landlord was far more responsible. He truly was the big brother. But why would a big brother resort to such harsh measures against a little brother? Before this moment, Shun Fan felt compelled to cease referring to him merely as the landlord. What was the landlord's name? Shun Qingran replied, I do not know. He asked me to call him Mr. Landlord. Shun Fan felt a genuine admiration. Give so much yet leave no name behind, truly embodying the principle of doing deeds and disappearing without a trace, concealing both merit and fame. After the landlord's death, I began to experience inexplicable thoughts of going to the desolate planet, which grew increasingly frequent with age. Initially filled with confusion, I transitioned to resistance until one day, while on a project trip, my private spacecraft inexplicably landed on the desolate planet. And oh, bug responses, no announcements. When I opened my eyes, I found myself on the desolate planet, encountering a young soldier who escorted me to the capital star, inexplicably becoming the true heir of the Shun family. Shun Qingran articulated his words lightly, yet his gaze was chillingly cold. I attempted to resist, but found myself unable to speak or move. He fixed his gaze on Shun Fan, enunciating each word. I was controlled. Foolish child, the power of narrative is invincible, Shun Fan replied. Shun Qingran continued. Until your arrival, I regained my freedom. Shun Fan felt a wave of disappointment. So you were only my little brother for the sake of freedom. Not because you were overwhelmed by my charisma, of course. It was largely due to Brother Fan's personal charm. Chapter 83. The door to the dragon's pride. Shun Fan chuckled inwardly, knowing it was truly for the sake of freedom. Shun Qingran lowered his gaze, fixating on the glass in his hand, watching the tiny bubbles in the drink rise from the half-melted ice, eventually resting beneath the water's surface. How was he not also like those bubbles, striving upward, yet unable to grasp true freedom? After meeting you, I pieced together the so-called narrative from your words and actions that I began to realize this is a false world, and within it, I play a significant role. The male lead has awakened. The system screamed within his mind. If it had a physical form, it would surely be shouting at the top of its lungs. Shun Fan was startled by its sudden outburst, causing him to spill some of his drink. Shun Qingran looked at him quizzically, reaching for a tissue to wipe up the spilled beverage. Shun Fan cleared his throat ostentatiously, mentally berating the system. Did you really have to wait for me to say it aloud before you reacted? The system retorted, I've never encountered such a situation. The awakening of a character was indeed a rare occurrence. It was uncertain whether the restrictions still applied. Shun Fan absently tapped the edge of his cup. Experimentally speaking, you are the male lead. He had said it. A surge of joy filled him, and he was about to reveal the matter regarding the system, but his mouth opened and closed without a sound. His expression suddenly fell. What a ridiculous world. Shun Qingran seemed to grasp something. There are certain things that you cannot articulate. Are there? Shun Fan nodded vigorously. Truly, the male lead's mind was sharp. Shun Qingran suddenly fell into a trance, lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally asked, was your landlord also a traveler? Shun Fan replied, I believe so. Shun Qingran inquired, will you, like him, depart from here silently and without a trace? Shun Fan was struck dumb, an idea forming in his mind that he recalled the system mentioning a redemption department within the organization. The landlord's actions resembled those of a savior for the male lead. Perhaps he was another traveler from a different organization, completing his mission before departing. However, Shun Qingran had not yet reached the narrative line, suggesting that the task remained unfinished. Why would he leave so abruptly? He had narrowly avoided a grand conclusion. Having been struck by lightning and transported to this world, one could argue that the excessive power had distorted time and space, resulting in an accidental traversal. But what of the landlord? He was not boasting. At that time, he already possessed world-altering abilities, while the landlord could merely toy with mecha and fire projectiles. Could a mecha's capabilities warp time and space? System, can you not detect if this world has been traversed by someone? Shun Fan waited for a moment, uncertain where the system had wandered off to, as it remained silent. Gathering his thoughts, he noticed Shun Qingran was looking at him with utmost seriousness, still awaiting an answer. Shun Fan contemplated his circumstances. It seemed unlikely he could return to his original world. Unless something unexpected occurs, I will remain here indefinitely. Shun Qingran's expression remained taut as he gazed at him for a considerable time before finally revealing a faint smile. Shun Fan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, averted his gaze. Though his feelings for Shun Qingran could not rival those of the landlord, they were undeniably genuine. He had endeavored to protect this younger brother, yet it was evident that Shun Qingran was following him primarily to escape the confines of the narrative. Once he departed, Shun Qingran would once again be deprived of his freedom, awaiting the next traveler To claim he felt no sorrow would be disingenuous. A sincere bond had been exchanged for mere utility. And at this moment, Shun Fan found himself yearning for the Dragon Aotian system. In times of true heartache, he instinctively concealed all emotions, rendering himself inscrutable to others. This habit had been cultivated during his impoverished youth. As those expendables delighted in tormenting him, reveling in his expressions of confusion, sorrow, and anguish, which only fueled their cruelty. Thus, he began to feign indifference, and gradually, they lost interest, significantly reducing their harassment. Shun Qingran, oblivious to the melancholic undercurrent beneath Shun Fan's composed facade, continued discussing matters concerning the landlord. The landlord often gazes silently at the rose garden outside. One night, I heard him softly utter a word. I could only discern a vague sense of it due to his murmured articulation. And as time passed, that word slipped from my memory until the first time I accompanied you to the experimental base. The AI assistant at the base by Xiaobai. Repressed memories emerged like tender shoots breaking through the earth. And the word from his recollections aligned perfectly. Shun Qingran was certain he had indeed said by Xiaobai. Shun Fan pondered. He recalled that by Xiaobai was created by Ansi. Did the landlord have a connection to Ansi as well? Shun Qingran continued. I inquired with the instructor Ansi, who informed me that by Xiaobai's core code was submitted to him by an anonymous account many years ago. That evening, I accessed the landlord's communication records. But they were utterly devoid of content. He was exceedingly cautious and left no trace. He sighed softly. Perhaps by Xiaobai is the only remnant he left in this world. Shun Fan was perplexed. Why would the landlord submit by Xiaobai's core code to Ansi? He appeared to be a man on the verge of departure from this life, meticulous to the point of leaving no traces. Yet why would someone so disinclined to leave a name choose to leave by Xiaobai behind? It was as bewildering as the grievous injury inflicted upon Shun Qingran. Could it be? Shun Fan attempted to empathize. If it were him, placing by Xiaobai in a military-grade experimental base could only imply one possibility. By Xiaobai was an embedded spy, utilizing intelligent AI to gather intelligence on the enemy, who would perceive by Xiaobai as a creation of their own, thus ensuring absolute safety, while in reality, the core code was under the landlord's control, making various secrets easily accessible. So, the landlord harbored ambitions of interstellar dominance. Shun Qingran's thoughts momentarily aligned with Shun Fan's. He had indeed entertained this notion before promptly dismissing it. Firstly, the landlord's aspirations were undoubtedly elsewhere, and secondly, Ansi assured that by Xiaobai's core code was secure, which led to its creation and subsequent approval through the Empire's core checks, permitting its deployment in the experimental base. That he glanced out the window. The sun was high in the sky, and before they knew it, it was noon. The landlord's affairs remained an enigma, and he did not press for a resolution in the short term. Shun Qingran set down his cup, his gaze falling on the remnants of snacks at the corner of Shun Fan's mouth, and asked, "Are you still going to have lunch?" Shun Fan shook his head and replied, "You go ahead, but I'll catch up on some sleep." With that, he hastily grabbed a piece of paper to wipe his mouth clean and returned to his room under Shun Qingran's watchful eyes. Even if he couldn't eat, he usually accompanied Shun Qingran, but this was the first time Shun Fan had left him to fend for himself. Shun Qingran stared at the closed door of his bedroom, suddenly engulfed by a sense of unease. Despite having shared their secrets, it felt as though a door had risen between him and Shun Fan, creating a barrier. Chapter 84. The slightly defeated dragon Aotian Shun Fan lay on his bed, venting to the system. Your department is utterly incompetent. You can't even detect whether someone has crossed over or not. That's the most terrifying part. The system shuddered. The landlord had undoubtedly been traversed by someone, attempting to alter the narrative, yet this book had been taken over by their department, and he alone was bound to the roles within. The notion that someone could traverse unnoticed beneath the organization's very nose was utterly chilling. Shun Fan turned over and continued to recline. Perhaps another organization has taken over. The system vehemently denied this possibility. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. While it's conceivable for multiple departments to cross paths in a book, it is utterly unfeasible for organizations to overlap. Is it? Shun Fan elongated his tone. You should see from which organization I originally crossed over. The system fell momentarily silent, vexed, It had forgotten that the host had originally been a Dragon Aotian from another organization. However, it quickly identified a loophole. But you are bound to me. The landlord hasn't T-bound any system records with our organization. It's not strictly necessary to be bound to a system to act. For instance, he once had a close acquaintance who was a traverser. Discontent with Dragon Aotian's extensive harem, she constantly pressured him to study male ethics. He still vividly recalls her devilish whisper, "A man who doesn't cherish himself is like rotten cabbage." This brainwashing experience rendered his already sparse harem even more desolate. Initially, he believed the Traverser possessed a system capable of reforming Dragon Aotian, but after subtly inquiring, he learned she was entirely self-sufficient. Shun Fan worshipped her immensely. No. The system finally adopted a tone of superiority. Here, wild Traversers will be detected and, depending on the situation, either sent home or assigned a system. Just like you, too, are a wild Traverser, and were immediately detected by the world, resulting in me being dispatched to bind with you. Shun Fan raised an eyebrow. So there are two options. The system nodded at its non-existent head. Yes. If the original body dies or cannot be returned, a system will be dispatched. You belong to the second scenario. It appeared that this organization was not as inept as he had imagined. He closed his eyes. The landlord's matters were becoming increasingly enigmatic. How terrifying it was that the landlord could evade the world's scrutiny. Host, aren't you going to sleep immediately? Shun Fan slept soundly until nightfall. Regarding the landlord, he chose to let nature take its course. He would neither investigate nor avoid it, waiting for clues to come to him. A practice colloquially known as laying flat. This mentality also reflected his approach towards Shun Qingran. The relationship they established was largely in harmony with Shun Qingran's desire for freedom. In other words, he did not feel obliged to engage in the typical affectionate gestures of budding couples. This significantly heightened his acceptance. After all, he had no desire to pluck flowers for the other protagonists. He could scarcely be bothered to guard against them. Shun Qingran was likely weary of them as well. Embracing this laid-back attitude, Shun Fan felt an immense sense of ease that GG couldn't help but fall back into his old habits. Can you not act like a salted fish every day? Shun Fan slumped in his seat, emitting a sound akin to a salted fish. When I'm energized, you criticize me. When I'm lethargic, you criticize me again. His tone carried a hint of gentle reproach. Your heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. GG shivered, rubbing his arms where goosebumps had risen. You are too extreme in both states. Can't you find a middle ground? Shun Fan was unyielding. No, GG was exasperated. Yen frowned. We still have an unfinished battle. When will you fulfill that? Shun Fan yawned. Whenever. Yen. What an arrogant attitude. Does he look down on me? Then let us schedule it for the weekend. Concerned for his honor, he must reclaim his alpha prowess. Shun Fan lazily complied. Yen noticed his brow furrowing even more tightly. Did Shun Fan look down on him so blatantly? Upon returning to the dormitory, Shun Fan headed straight to his room. Frantically pulling up mech combat strategy videos that he had been careless. He shouldn't have acted so pretentiously. He had not trained in a while and was unsure if he could match Yen. What if that fellow resorted to using pheromones against him? The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became, but words once spoken could not be taken back. He could only seize the time to train in secret. As night descended, Shun Fan stealthily left the dormitory, heading directly for the training ground. Just as he was engrossed in training, an opposing mech approached to challenge him. He scoffed coldly and accepted the duel. The opponent's combat skills were on par with his own. They exchanged blows, drawing the attention of surrounding trainees who cheered enthusiastically. Shun Fan sidestepped an incoming attack, using the shockwave to propel himself beneath his opponent. Firing a laser at the joint of their arm, the adversary immediately deployed an electromagnetic net for defense, dodging to the right while simultaneously firing a disintegration cannon at him. The projectile struck his activated shield in a curved trajectory, exploding and spawning two small tracking particles that pursued the mech. The actions of the split particles were slow. Shun Fan leapt behind the opponent, who drifted to the right as expected, colliding with the pursuing particles and triggering a secondary explosion. The onlookers erupted in cheers, marveling at the impressive move while speculating which class's alpha this was. The battle raged on, and the spectators were thoroughly entertained. Attention, everyone! The training ground will close in 10 minutes. Please collect your belongings and exit. The intelligent AI in the training arena commenced its vocal announcements. Discontented murmurs arose from the onlookers as the competition between the two individuals remained unresolved just as the venue was about to close. The energy of the mecha gradually diminished until it finally settled into its docking bay. The intensity of the battle stirred his emotions, rekindling a fervor that had lain dormant for far too long. His spirit of ambition blazed fiercely once more. Suddenly, clarity washed over him. To grow stronger was a pursuit for his own sake, a means to dominate the world. Protecting Shen Qingran was merely a secondary concern. Yet, the roles had become inverted, for Shen Qingran no longer required safeguarding and had resorted to negligence. This was utterly unacceptable. He resolved to recommence his journey of excellence. Shun Fan clasped his hands together, yearning to add that person as a friend, to arrange frequent duels. As he leaped down from the mecha and glanced over, he was met by a pair of dark, penetrating eyes. Surrounding whispers of astonishment filled his ears. I thought they were both alphas. Goodness, these two omegas are incredible, truly S-rank, talented and hard-working. The evening breeze flowed gently as the two walked silently along the path back to their dormitory. Suddenly, Shun Fan's terminal chimed, and upon opening it, his brows furrowed in disbelief. After silently counting a multitude of zeros, his eyes nearly bulged out. All of it is for you. A cool voice drifted to his ears, prompting Shun Fan to turn and look at the speaker. He beheld Shun Qingran, whose pupils were darker than the night, uttering, "Everything I have, I give to you." Chapter 85. The divine wealth of the overlord, it's not you. Shun Fan froze, his tongue quicker than his mind. Yuri love-struck. Shen Qingran pursed his lips slightly, his voice soft and insistent. Don't ignore me. Shen Fan found himself at a loss for words. How could I possibly be ignoring you? You are I am not. You are I am not. Shun Qingran, with a tone of feigned grievance, replied, You've been intentionally or unintentionally neglecting me lately. Shun Fan nearly retorted but swallowed his words. He had indeed often found excuses to avoid walking with him or had directly not waited for him. Refraining from conversation, he stiffened his neck, feeling guilty as his gaze shifted. You don't have to pretend to be weak anymore. Why cling to me like before? Shun Qingran reached out, grasping at his sleeve. Slightly bowing his head, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. What is our relationship now? Shun Fan choked on his words for a moment before reluctantly uttering a term he wished to avoid. Couples. I give you everything. Shun Qingran wore an expression of heartbreak, as if betrayed by a scoundrel, yet still yearning for connection. Please don't neglect me. His demeanor and tone were exceedingly pitiable. But Shun Fan was no longer swayed by such tactics. He coldly brushed Shun Qingran's hand away. Stop the charade. I'll 1T chase you away. Rest assured, he crossed his arms. You 1T lose your freedom. Shen Qingran lowered his gaze to where his hand had been brushed aside, his bangs veiling his brows and eyes, swaying gently with the evening breeze. Freedom? Initially, it was to escape the constraints of the narrative. But later he lifted his gaze, fixing a serious stare upon Shun Fan, enunciating each word. I'm here for you. The depth of his dark eyes reflected Shun Fan's figure, leaving Shun Fan momentarily stunned by the sudden confession. Shun Qingran reached forward, his fingers intertwining with Shun Fan's, his voice laced with a pleading allure. Promise me you 1T abandon me. All right? The coolness of the evening breeze mingled with a faint scent of bamboo. And Shun Fan, momentarily dazed, found himself nodding in agreement. Wait, can I take that back? That sounded rather flamboyant, didn't it? No, he had inadvertently dived into the deep end. Shun Fan's thoughts were a whirlwind. He had assumed Shun Qingran remained by his side to evade the narrative's manipulation, yet now, upon meeting his intense gaze, he felt an inexplicable warmth creep to his ears, turning them crimson. This was it. It was all due to his overwhelming charm that Shen Qingran had been swayed. What now? Was his future in romance destined to be devoid of casual pretense and mere amusement? Was he to become a mere plaything? Just as Shun Fan was spiraling into despair, he heard Shen Qingran say, Upon our return, we shall arrange for a transfer of assets. Shun Fan snapped back to reality, his mind racing with thoughts of the lengthy string of zeros he had just received. Incredulous. ISNT that your entire fortune. Shun Qingran nodded obediently. Just the majority of the cash flow, with other assets besides. Shun Fan was momentarily overwhelmed by the notion of overnight wealth. Envisioning Shun Qingran surrounded by a halo of golden light, gold ingots swirling around him. The three characters god of wealth hovered above his head. He muttered, "Am I living off you?" Shun Qingran smiled. "It's my offering." Shun Fan's ears burned as he withdrew his hand, feeling embarrassed. How humiliating. He was the first to be a kept man. His fingertips tightened, the warmth lingering in his palm as he attempted to ignore the odd sensation. Deliberately asking Shun Qingran, "Aren't you afraid I'll abscond with the funds?" Shun Qingran shook his head. "You're not that type of person. If it weren't for my noble character, I would let you experience the hardships of society." Fangu is the best. The system, having observed the scenario for quite some time, seized upon this phrase to mimic in a high-pitched voice. "Fangu is splendid." Shun Fan retorted, "What are you doing here?" "Oh." The system spoke with a hint of jealousy. With a white moonlight in front and a vermilion mole behind, "Are you dismissing me, an unrelated entity?" Shun Fan did not claim Shun Qingran's entire fortune, but, guided by his conscience, accepted merely the lengthy string of zeros. This sum was already astronomical. The first thing Shun Fan did was log on a marketplace and cleared out the stored on the wealth leaderboard. A player by the name of Guangzhou, Fan Emperor, emerged prominently. He gazed fondly at Shun Qingran. "You hid your wealth from me for so long." Had Shun Qingran been forthright about his riches, he could have escaped the Shun family and even the interstellar realm without a hitch. Why the need for subterfuge and frugality for so long? Shun Qingran readily agreed. "I won't do that anymore." Shun Fan grinned broadly, indulging in a spree of revenge shopping over the next few days, acquiring everything within reach, including a castle on Planet L. He even recalled his previous defeat at the claw machine on Planet L. As the weekend approached, he planned to take Shun Qingran to the claw machine once more when Yi Yin confronted him with a knife in the mall's atrium. Yi Yin, brimming with indignation. "Have you forgotten our agreement?" Shun Fan lowered his head, feeling sheepish. He had been buried under a pile of money these past few days. He opened his mouth to soothe Yi Yin's ire when suddenly, the mall's robotic enforcement stepped in, subduing Yi Yin with impressive authority. Illegal possession of a controlled knife in the mall, resulting in detention of 10 to 15 days and a fine of up to 10,000 star coins. Yi Yin exclaimed, "This is a fruit knife I just bought." Shun Fan, unfazed, snapped a photo with his terminal, then explained to the robot, resulting in Yi Yin being fined 5,000 star coins before being released. Yi Yin glared at Shun Fan's wrist. "Delete the photo." Shun Fan smiled. "Say one more word, and I'll share the picture in the group." Such a vicious threat. Yi Yin's face turned ashen. Deciding to reclaim his honor through combat. "Let us duel at school." Shun Fan, calm and collected, turned his back and walked away, leaving behind a cryptic remark. "Keep up." Yi Yin frowned, watching Shun Fan's retreating figure, hesitating for a few moments before following. Upon reaching their destination, Yi Yin stood expressionless before the claw machine. "Is this your idea of a different way to duel?" Shun Fan raised his head with pride. "Absolutely. You may not be able to catch more than I do. Only fools engage in direct confrontation. The wise always fight without shedding blood." The battlefield ignited amidst a sea of charming and whimsical plush toys. After a tense and exhilarating competition, Shun Qingran emerged victorious with 274 toys. Alongside the toys collected by Shun Fan and Yi Yin, they totaled 507 toys. This was just enough to exchange for the ultimate prize in the amusement park, a pure gold fortune cat. Redeemable for collecting 500 toys in a single day. Shun Fan strode ahead with delight, Shun Qingran cradling the hefty gold fortune cat on his right, while Yi Yin carried the remaining 7 small toys on his left. As they walked, a gust of wind blew past, and Yi Yin suddenly felt a chill. Had he been duped into becoming free labor? Chapter 86. The baptism of the overlord. Shun Fan placed the fortune cat beside his photo album. Affectionately stroking its head, "It must attract wealth abundantly." He opened his terminal to find Yi Yin bombarding the group chat with messages. In light of the fortune cat. Even Yan's raucous persona appeared significantly more endearing. Shun Fan kindly tapped on the screen that I snagged one more than you by a hair. You know that why Yan, exasperated, retorted, what skill is there in catching plush toys? Step out and duel. Shun Fan replied, if you can't even best me in clawing toys, how do you expect to outmatch me in mecha battles? Before Yi Yin could respond, Shun Fan quickly added, even your sister-in-law can catch more than you. Why Yi Yin fell silent. Shun Fan scoffed. What is the matter? Can't handle the truth. Just then, Shun Xingran emerged from the shower, noticing Shun Fan grinning at the terminal, and inquired, what is you so cheerful? Shun Fan, still not looking up, I've just schooled a little brother who is eyeing my sister-in-law. Shun Xingran's lips curled slightly as she took a seat beside him. The moment she settled down, the sofa beside her sank, releasing a fragrance of body wash intermingled with steam that wafted towards Shun Fan's nostrils. He inhaled, detecting the scents of milk and fresh bamboo. Turning his head, he began, why have you been? But suddenly halted mid-sentence. Shun Xingran, puzzled, inquired, what's the matter? Shun Fan lowered his gaze, fixing it resolutely on the screen. It's nothing. Shun Xingran entwined her fingers with his. Have I done something wrong? Shun Fan's breath hitched, leaving him paralyzed with trepidation. Sensing the tension radiating from him, Shun Xingran gradually released her grip. Shun Fan exhaled as if granted a reprieve. Fleeing to the bedroom with a vague, unfinished, I'm not ready, like a crazed dog, he collapsed onto the bed, burying his face in the duvet, his exposed skin flushed a deep crimson. After a moment's respite, he propped himself up, his face resembling a ripe fruit. He activated his terminal, searching for answers. Upon discovering the truth, the remnants of his fleeting hope evaporated. Shun Fan collapsed back, despairing. He was still unprepared. Question: why do Omegas often leak their pheromones? Answer: 1. For courtship. 2. To seek comfort from their partner. The system, taking on the role of jester, cackled mockingly. You can't escape what's inevitable. Kekekek. Shun Fan, in a fit of rage and despair, retorted, your year-end bonus is gone. The system gasped in shock. How cruel. The thrill of potential wealth could not assuage his anxiety. The protagonist's partner. He was not only expected to heed the needs of the Omega in matters of the heart, but also in life. Yet here he was, sighs escaped him, each heavier than the last. Shun Fan gazed despondently at the moon outside, his face etched with melancholy. The system resurfaced, delivering more sarcastic remarks. Refer to other protagonists. 7 times in one night. You know, Shun Fan's frown deepened. Oh, how he nearly forgot that the system was stoking the flames, reminding him that he had once been the epitome of a dragon, proud and untamed, and had yet to embody the role of the protagonist's partner. The fire was not fierce enough, so it added more fuel. Fear not, the benevolent and beautiful 1414 has decided to transmit the ultimate guide to the protagonist's partner positions for your study and observation. Boom! The blaze flared, leaving Shun Fan feeling scorched. The moisture within him surged, evaporating in his ears. The next day, after a refreshing awakening, Shun Fan pushed open the door and, upon catching sight of Shun Xingran, involuntarily shed 2 streams of blood from his nose. Shun Xingran queried, what's wrong? Shun Fan raised a hand to wipe it away vigorously, his gaze unfocused. It's just heat. Shun Xingran observed the bloodstains on his face and silently turned to retrieve a first aid kit. After tidying his visage, Shun Xingran scrutinized the dark circles under Shun Fan's eyes and asked, did you not sleep well last night? Various thoughts flickered through Shun Fan's mind, and he felt his face flush. Struggling to find the right words to make matters worse, Shun Xingran's pheromones wafted towards him once more. Wearing a mask of anguish, Shun Fan wrestled internally. Finally resolving to voice his feelings, he stated solemnly, while I have decided to pursue a future with you, I need some time to adjust. I'm not ready to express that yet. His voice dwindled towards the end. Shun Xingran's brow furrowed in confusion, observing the deep crimson hue of Shun Fan's face. His gaze drawn to the flustered boy's averted eyes, which led him to turn his head slowly. In that moment, realization dawned upon Shun Xingran. He had never perceived Shun Fan's typically round, leechy-like eyes as so shifty as they appeared now. Silently, he grasped a nearby cushion to shield himself. With a mix of exasperation and amusement, he clarified, "That's not what I meant." Shun Fan stammered, clearly unconvinced. "You should retract your pheromones first." Shun Qingran, momentarily taken aback, touched the nape of his neck. Realizing his pheromones had leaked again, he retracted them, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't notice." Remembering Shun Fan's previous reaction, he inquired further, "Do I often leak my pheromones?" Shun Fan nodded glumly, his toes nearly gouging the floor beneath him. Fortunately, at that moment, his terminal chimed, presenting a lifeline in the form of a friend request. The message read, "I am Wei Ran." Shun Fan furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why this individual would add him as a friend. He clicked to accept, and Wei Ran's message promptly appeared. "Hello, there's a military mech test at the base. Do you have time to come for the assessment?" Had it been in the past, Shun Fan would have ignored the request entirely, but now, he simply wished to escape this awkward scenario as swiftly as possible. Shun Fan replied, "Address."